When he woke up, Qin Yi traveled to the chaotic era of high martial arts where all the races were lined up and the human race was in decline. And he became a low-level common man with no martial arts talent, suffering from liver cancer and only 3 months left in his life. Just when he was desperate, he obtained a personal attribute panel and activated the adaptive cell evolution talent. As long as he didn't get killed in seconds, he could adapt to the environment infinitely and evolve infinitely. Actively withstand flame burning, evolve fire resistance, heat resistance. Drowning and holding your breath for an hour evolves anaerobic tolerance. Withstanding the qi and blood of the 4-stage martial artist, the toughness of the cells in the whole body is increased by 3 levels. And the strength, physique, qi and blood are all skyrocketing. Martial arts? This is a fart. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Chapter 1. Go back and do more good things. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, do it as soon as possible. Bai Jing's ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant water. Qin Yi leaned on the bed, took the medical record handed by the doctor, and was in a trance. Looking down the medical record list reads advanced liver cancer. You've got about a month to. The young man's haggard appearance made the doctor unbearable to look at it any longer, and after sighing secretly, he turned around and left, leaving Qin Yi alone in the intensive care ward. I'm going to die. Qin Yi put down the medical record. The sharp pain in his abdomen made him tremble and he subconsciously curled up. At this moment his heart is full of bitterness. Just a few days ago he was still singing with his friends in Hot Pot, but he didn't expect to wake up and travel to this parallel world that is very similar to his previous life. For Qin Yi, who often reads online articles, it is not difficult to accept the matter of crossing, and he was excited for a while when he was just sure that he had crossed. However, when he figured out his situation, he couldn't get excited immediately. According to the memories provided by the original owner, this world suddenly revived 100 years ago, and many cave heaven's secret realms appeared, gradually integrating into the blue star, causing the area of the blue star to expand dozens of times, and a large number of animals and plants underwent abnormal changes and turned into fierce beasts. In addition, there are also alien races coming out of the secret realm of the cave, one after another, killing people when they see them, which seems to be aimed at devouring human beings, and there is no meaning of harmonious coexistence at all. As a result, a war broke out between the blue star Terran and the alien races and fierce beasts, which has not been extinguished for 100 years and is still in a stalemate today. Human technological weapons are lethal to aliens and beasts, but not many. As the war expanded, the alien races that came out of the secret realm became more and more terrifying, and some beings were even able to resist strategic nuclear bombs with their physical bodies unscathed. In the face of the crisis, the Terran scientists decisively changed their thinking, sent an adventure team to infiltrate the secret realm, and spent decades of painstaking efforts to finally study several alien strengthening systems, and based on this improved the cultivation system suitable for human beings. Warriors, martial artists, grandmasters, great-grandmasters, mountains and seas, realm, Fengwine realm. The attempts and sacrifices of generations have opened up a path of high martial arts belonging to the human race, with blood and tears, giving the human race the hope of competing with all the races in the secret realm. But it's a pity that none of this has anything to do with Qin Yi. Maybe it's because his face is black to the extreme. This body with the same name and surname as him, the martial arts qualifications can't be said to be bad. It can only be said that there is no one at all, and he can't even cultivate 5 calories of qi and blood, let alone be admitted to a martial arts university. In addition, he couldn't understand reading, and at the age of 18 he entered the factory for 3 years and survived liver cancer. No father, no mother, no car, no house, and the only remaining savings are spent on treatment. What kind of damned start is this? It's better not to cross. The labor pain in his abdomen was temporarily relieved. Qin Yi licked his chapped mouth and bladder, got up from the bed with difficulty, and prepared to go through the discharge procedures and go home to die. He had no money to stay in the hospital. After tossing and turning, Qin Yi, who was getting weaker and weaker, returned to the dim and cramped rental house before collapsing. Ahem, cough, cough. Lying flat on the wooden bed, Qin Yi coughed violently as if he was about to cough out his soul. The wildly spreading cancer cells were destroying his body and killing him out of life. Damn, I finally crossed over, but I ended up dying if I didn't experience anything. Can you give me another chance to cross? Let me cultivate an invincible body, not to mention cancer. Even a star can explode with one punch. Recalled the online novels he had read in his previous life, and he muttered unwillingly. At this moment a sudden change occurred. The dark ceiling in Qin Yi's eyes suddenly flickered, and then a light curtain that seemed to be a projection suddenly appeared. Name, Qin Yi, near death, race, planetary Terran, strength, 2, the average value of the 4 attributes of an ordinary adult human is 5, constitution, 1, agility, 2, spirit, 3, talent, adaptive cell evolution. Skill, none, combat power evaluation, it's not as good as the wild dogs in the alley downstairs and you may die violently if you run 2 steps. This is database dashboard? Has my cheat arrived? Qin Yi's heart was overjoyed, but it soon dimmed again. Judging from his 4 attributes, he has been tormented by cancer for a long time and he really has only 1 point left in his physique, which symbolizes vitality and resilience. At this time, is it still useful to awaken the golden finger? Qin Yi tried to cheer up his attention focused on the talent column, and he looked at the term adaptive cell evolution and fell into deep thought. What does this talent mean? Can my cells adapt to changes in the environment and thus evolve for germanium pairing? He forced himself to calm down and think, but the pain of the illness came again, and the soul-tearing pain distorted his features into a mess and his mind was in chaos. Cancer torments people not only physically but also mentally. Qin Yi still has 3 points of spirit left, which is definitely optimistic and cheerful, and his mentality is excellent. In the previous life 996 involutions suffered, and in this life illness and suffering. Can't life be happy and relaxed? Shoo. It would be nice if I shook am, and now in such pain I guess I can roll my eyes. Sweat soaked the sheets. Qin Yi gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words of complaining from his throat. But complaining didn't make him feel better. Under the terrifying pain his consciousness slowly sank and finally fainted. As the minutes passed in a trance, he sensed that the pain from his body seemed to be gradually fading. In the dark vision 2 lines of white characters emerged and came into mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to cancer and evolved a passive skill, cell proliferation recovery LV2. Your nerve cells have successfully adapted to the 7th level of pain and evolved a passive skill, pain tolerance LV3. Cell adaptive evolution. That's what it means? The pain from the flesh finally dissipated, and in its place was a crispy tingling sensation, as if countless flesh buds were wriggling and intertwining in the body. Qin Yi's consciousness returned to his body, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. Ha! Ha! He gasped for air, his chest heaved violently, and he felt like he had just woken up from a big dream. Did I survive? He looked down at his body, and all the pain caused by cancer seemed to have disappeared, and the whole person was in a relaxed state, as if he had been unburdened. As soon as the mind moved, the personal panel popped up and was fixed in front of your eyes. Name, Qin Yi, hunger, race, planetary Terran, 2%, strength, 3, constitution, 8, agility, 3, spirit, 6, talent, adaptive cell evolution, skill, cell proliferation recovery LV2, pain tolerance LV3. Combat power evaluation, it has the physical recovery ability comparable to that of a second-stage martial artist and is not afraid of pain, but the weak combat power of the chicken is the best spare food for the fierce beasts. Cancer is really used to it. And by adapting to cancer and pain, I've also evolved 2 passive skills. Qin Yi noticed that the entry after his name changed from near death to hungry, and it seemed that this entry should show his current state. In addition, the cell has evolved 2 passive skills, of which the recovery of cell proliferation should greatly improve his physical attributes and the pain tolerance is to improve his mental attributes. As for the increase in strength and agility, it may also be brought about by the recovery of cell proliferation, or it may be that the problem of cancer has been solved and the physical body has begun to recover towards the attributes of a normal person. What a talent! Although the evaluation of him on the personal panel is yin and yang, he can compare with the second-stage martial artist in terms of recovery, which is something that he never dared to think of before. In a word, it's good to survive. Qin Yi breathed a long sigh of relief and touched his dry stomach, and an extreme feeling of hunger welled up in his heart. The energy stored in his body was probably used to recover, and at this time he looked like a dried corpse. Quickly turning over and getting out of the bed, he wanted to go to the kitchen to get some random food to fill his stomach, but as soon as he took a few steps he stopped. My cells are able to adapt to cancer and illness and evolve corresponding talents. Then if I endure not drinking and starving and thirsty, will I be able to exert the effect of my talent? Thinking of this, Qin Yi forcibly suppressed his desire to eat and drink, sat cross-legged on the sofa, closed his eyes and recuperated. Grunt, the hunger in his stomach is getting heavier and heavier and his dry throat is almost smoking, but for Qin Yi, who has experienced cancer, these feelings are nothing and can be tolerated. 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. As time passed, strange things happened. His hunger and thirst not only did not increase but gradually decreased and finally maintained a painless level. At this moment, 2 lines of white letters which only he could see appeared in front of him again. Your cells have successfully adapted to low energy intake and evolved a passive skill, energy saving LV1. Your cells have successfully adapted to the state of water shortage and evolved a passive skill, save flow LV1. Sure enough, it worked. Chapter 2, Ruthless Evolution. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Qin Yi decided to make persistent efforts and continue to starve. He lay on the sofa like an animal in a state of hibernation, and his body's activity decreased rapidly and he passively turned on the energy-saving mode. In this state, his need for food and water was reduced by half, and ordinary people had to eat once a day and drink water once a day, but in his case this time was extended to 10 days and 5 days. However, after more than 24 hours of continuous starvation, energy saving and flow saving have not been increased to LV2, but the body that has recovered from a serious illness has suffered a severe deficit and the 4 basic attributes have begun to decrease little by little. It seems that there is a limit to adaptive evolution, and if I die before the cell evolves successfully, then everything is over. I'm not in the right physical condition right now and I can't go on any longer. Qin Yi took it when he saw it, staggered to support his body, took out the only 2 remaining nutrients from the refrigerator and swallowed it. With all his savings spent in the hospital, he is now so destitute that he can't even afford normal food, so he can only get the cheapest nutrients. This black jelly-like nutrient tastes similar to plastic, has a sticky texture and is difficult to describe as a whole, but fortunately all kinds of nutrients are sufficient enough to meet the needs of the average adult for a meal. After the 2 nutrients went down, although there was no feeling of satiety, Qin Yi obviously felt a lot more comfortable and his body was active again. Followed by, he turned on the faucet and regardless of whether the tap water was clean or not, he poured it into his mouth until he was full. Phew! Completely alive. Feeling the rejuvenated body, Qin Yi had a kind of happiness that he would not die. There is an old saying in a past life that is good: the poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology. In this high martial world of revival, if the rich has cancer, there are 10,000 kinds of elixirs from the secret realm to treat, and he, a low-level garbage with no martial arts talent and no background, can only wait silently for death, and there is no one to help collect the corpse after death. Luckily, he mutated. Although he didn't know what the situation of the personal panel and talent that suddenly appeared, Qin Yi knew that he had a chance to live in this world. And it's a chance to live well. After a short rest, Qin Yi opened his personal panel again, and as far as he could see, his attributes had changed again. Strength and agility have been increased to 4 points and the constitution has not changed, but the mental power has been increased to 8 points. According to the simple information he got when he obtained the personal panel. The constitution stat represented physical strength and resilience, strength represents strength and blood, agility represents movement speed and nerve reaction speed, dynamic vision, while mental power involves the soul of Xian Ji Xian, which may be similar to the divine soul, divine thought in the Xian Xia novels of the previous life. The 2 passives of energy saving and flow saving, obtained by not drinking or drinking yesterday, have slightly improved his spiritual attributes. In this way, even if I don't have martial arts talent, I can enhance my body and spirit through continuous evolution and become infinitely stronger, even comparable to those famous martial artists. In other words, I still practice smart martial arts, just spoil my body. As long as I don't kill myself, I'll be stronger. Looking around, Qin Yi's gaze fell on the gas stove in the kitchen. Click. He turned on the gas pipe and a circle of pale blue flames rose up, emitting heat. After staring at the flames for a while, Qin Yi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and still stretched out his hand, exposing his skin to the flames and roasting it, moving back and forth like a skewer. Under the high temperature of 200 or 300 degrees, the fair skin became red in an instant and then gradually scorched black, and the kitchen was filled with the smell of protein deterioration. The pain of this process is roughly equivalent to the pain of cancer, and with the blessing of pain tolerance LV3, it is much weakened and can basically be endured. After about 8 minutes of roasting, Qin Yi's right hand had already lost sensation and a layer of ash was attached to the surface of the entire arm, which looked like it would fly away when the wind blew. At this moment a thick vitality burst out from Qin Yi's body, converging on his right hand, which had turned into charcoal, only to see that layer of ash cracking off piece by piece like an eggshell, revealing the new white and tender skin underneath. Your cells have successfully adapted to the flame burn and evolved a passive skill, high temperature, fire, resistance LV1. After having high temperature resistance, the flame generated by the gas stove can no longer cause damage to Qin Yi, and when he touches the flame with his body he will only feel warm and comfortable. Qin Yi specially set fire to all his limbs and tried it, and finally came to the conclusion that the cells judged by evolution are regarded as whole even if only the right hand is burned by high temperatures. The evolution obtained is inherited by all cells in the body. Boy! If this continues, won't the future self be able to evolve thousands of passives, avoid demons, and create an invincible body? Although this process is similar to self-harm, but carefully reviewing the previous experience of being burned by fire, Qin Yi inexplicably refreshed it. I can't imagine that I have awakened some strange attributes, right? No, it should be, because I know that there will be gains and improvements after pain, plus the increase in pain tolerance, so I am not so repulsive about pain. It's like learning. Many people don't like to study because hard work is not necessarily rewarding and the harvest is not necessarily satisfying enough. If someone tells you that you will definitely be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University after studying hard, then the number of people who study hard will definitely surge. It's a pity that high temperature resistance doesn't add attributes. Glancing at the dashboard, the 4 attributes remained unchanged. Qin Yi was not discouraged. There are many ways to be self-deprecating in this world, and playing with fire is not one of them. He turned and walked out of the kitchen to the bathroom, and without saying a word filled the sink with water and then dived his head in with a poof. The oxygen stored in his lungs was depleted in an instant. His face flushed and his flesh fell into a state of lack of oxygen. 10 minutes after active drowning, just when Qin Yi's eyes were black and his consciousness was confused, the evolution of cellular adaptation was finally completed. Your cells have successfully adapted to the hypoxic environment and evolved a passive skill, anaerobic resistance LV1. Whoa! Qin Yi suddenly emerged from the pool and breathed in a big breath of air. I haven't evolved to breathe underwater, so I have to take a big gulp of water in the pool to try to breathe? He looked at the personal panel, puzzled. Then he tried again, drowning and opening his mouth to try to breathe. However, he indulged for more than an hour until he became dizzy, and instead of evolving underwater breathing, his anaerobic tolerance increased to LV2. Well, it seems that underwater breathing did not evolve this way. Anaerobic tolerance LV1 can keep my breath open for an hour and LV2 for about 3 hours. In this way, if I increase my anaerobic tolerance to LV99, it is estimated that it will be no different from underwater breathing, or even better, and it can adapt to other anaerobic environments such as vacuum. Qin Yi nodded contentedly, ready to continue trying the next project. But at this moment the familiar hunger suddenly exploded, and it was still strong under the weakening of energy-saving LV1. Slowly. Could it be that cell evolution requires energy and this energy is obtained by eating? Qin Yi was stunned for a moment and then looked at the empty refrigerator helplessly. His face was heavy. He didn't have the money to buy it. The personal panel and the evolutionary talent are unscientific things, and he still thinks that he can do whatever he wants and evolve at will. I didn't expect such science. As his gaze wandered, he suddenly looked at the dilapidated second-hand leather sofa in his living room and fell into deep thought. He suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 3. Do you call this exercise? Suburb White Shirt Apartment Room 321. Sunlight shines through the thin curtains, brightening the otherwise dim environment. Crunch crunch on the leather sofa that was so broken that it seemed to have been gnawed by a dog. Qin Yi sat in it, his face expressionless, chewing on something, and the corners of his mouth were full of overflowing blood. It doesn't seem to hurt much, but I can't bite it. He swallowed the object in his mouth in discomfort, then spat out a broken front tooth. Ignoring the colic pain in his stomach, he opened his mouth that was almost gone, bit down on the leather sofa, tore off a piece of animal skin again, and swallowed it in his mouth. That's right, this unsightly sofa was not gnawed by a dog but by him. Since he has obtained such a powerful talent, he naturally has to make good use of it. Qin Yi can't afford to buy it now, so he has to find another way to cultivate himself, to eat other things to satisfy his hunger. A leather sofa at home is a good choice. The picture of a young man sitting alone in a room with 4 walls vomiting blood while wandering on the sofa looks a bit absurd. But for Qin Yi these are nothing. After experiencing the brink of life and death with cancer, he swore that he would never have such a situation in his life, that he could not afford to wait for death again. In this crisis-ridden world of high martial arts, if you want to survive, well, the easiest way is to become stronger, desperate to become stronger. If you don't be cruel to yourself, your future life will be even more cruel to you. Your cells have successfully adapted to hard objects and you have evolved a passive skill, hard mouth LV1. Your digestive organs have successfully adapted to foreign bodies and you have evolved a passive skill, iron stomach LV1. After 3 gastric bleeding and all your teeth are broken, the adaptive evolution can be considered successful. The hardness of the mouth enhances Qin Yi's bite force, and the hardness of his teeth and the iron stomach ensures that Qin Yi can digest many strange things that ordinary people can't digest and obtain energy. Next, the leather sofa can be used as food, which is estimated to be enough for 2 days. With these skills, Qin Yi felt that he could go to the wilderness to survive, and without any skills he could live more comfortably than Master De and Master Bei in his previous life. The food problem is temporarily solved, and the next step is to continue to develop cell evolution. He stood up and pulled the curtains open, feeling the sunlight spreading in front of him, and stretched comfortably. It is said that it would be good if you could evolve photosynthesis like plants, and you don't have to think about energy in the future, just silently develop to invincible at home. Unfortunately, adaptive evolution is not controllable. Limited by the acquisition of energy, Qin Yi must plan the future evolution priorities such as energy saving and flow saving and other passives. The priority can be lowered. You must first focus on combat power and practical skills, improve your strength, and go out to get food. Jingle bell! Suddenly a mobile phone ringtone interrupted Qin Yi's thoughts. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and found that the note of the number was creditor. Creditor. The original owner of this body seems to have borrowed a loan shark of 200,000 yuan in order to cure the disease. According to the interest rate of that contract, after 2 months I will have to pay back about 500,000. The familiar note evoked memories in the depths of Qin Yi's mind, and he looked slightly stunned and connected the phone. To his surprise, there was no rude debt collection on the other end of the phone, but rather a little weak. Hello, Mr. Chen, according to our company's investigation, your current situation has lost the ability to repay debts, and our staff will come to your premises in the near future to discuss with you another way of repayment. Please stay awake, stay home, and don't die early. Da. Qin Yi was not given a chance to speak, and after conveying the polite words similar to the order, the call hung up. This loan shark company didn't seem to be afraid of Qin Yi's debt evasion at all. They had the details of Qin Yi's situation and knew that Qin Yi had cancer and was dying. It's just not clear what the alternative repayment method means on the phone. With his poor appearance, it is impossible to repay 500,000 yuan, right? Scratching his head, Qin Yi decided to stay at home and wait to see. This money should still be repaid by finding a way to pay it back, even if it is a loan shark. Let's take it as the cause and effect of the predecessor. No matter what the future holds, it's not wrong to become stronger first. Opening the window, Qin Yi leaned over to look at the ground and suddenly had an inspiration in his heart. The third floor, 10 meters. Judging from the data of the network survey, as long as the head does not fall to the ground, it is difficult to die violently. What's more, he still has 8 physiques, which is much higher than ordinary people. Meanwhile, the first floor of the white shirt apartment, room 102. Alas, I'm going to go to the company early today. The bell rang at 5 o'clock and the sleepy-eyed girl got up from the bed, squinted, sleepwalking, and then put on the classic formal clothes of a working woman and walked to the door of the apartment. This apartment on the outskirts of the city is cheap and has good public transportation, making it a good place for many ordinary migrant workers. Wang Yueling is one of them. However, compared to the miserable low-level workers, her martial arts talent is not bad, and if she saves a few more years, her savings will probably be enough to buy a few first-order spirit herb pills, officially get started and become a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, even the weakest martial artist, his social status and job position are not comparable to ordinary people. This is the reality of a society that respects martial arts. The aisle was silent, and even if they were workers, it was rare for them to go to work at 5 o'clock. Coming to the door of the apartment, she looked at the green grass outside, took a deep breath, and secretly encouraged herself to cheer up. Martial arts geniuses practice martial arts seriously, low-level workers work hard, and everyone has a bright future. After speaking, she took a step forward and was about to take a step forward. But she saw a black shadow coming from the sky and slamming on the concrete floor not far in front of her. Boom! Suddenly blood splattered out, staining Wang Yueling's face. Her face froze and her steps suddenly stiffened in place. Staring at it, a familiar figure was lying on the ground, flesh and blood, blurred bones shattered like a puddle of blood-red flesh. Wang Yueling's pupils suddenly constricted and she was directly frightened. This man. She knows. With a delicate face, three-dimensional and upright facial features, and a handsome spirit that is difficult to hide even if it is stained with blood and damaged, isn't this Qin Yi who lives on the third floor? How did he fall? Haven't I woken up yet? After being stunned for a few minutes, Wang Yueling looked at Qin Yi, who looked like a dead body, and hurriedly took out her mobile phone, wanting to call for an ambulance. Qin Yi, hold on, I'll call an ambulance immediately. Don't die. As an ordinary person seeing this terrifying scene, Wang Yueling's hands were shaking. And the next faint sound from the ground scared her phone even more and fell to the ground without holding it steady. Stop calling an ambulance, I'm fine, it's not a big problem. Wang Yueling's face was frightened and she looked around but didn't see anyone around. At present it seems that only she and Qin Yi on the ground are here. Corpses talking? You've fallen like this and you're still saying it's not a big problem? Under her stunned gaze, Qin Yi's flat body suddenly began to squirm and expand. The shattered bones and organs began to recover, and in just 10 minutes his injuries were mostly healed. To be honest, 10 meters is only 10 meters, and through its own resilience and cellular adaptive evolution it is nothing to be fatally injured. Patting the clothes stained with blood and dust, Qin Yi looked at the frightened Wang Yueling and smiled embarrassedly. I'm really fine, don't make a fuss, I'm just exercising. Sorry to scare you, you're not hurt, are you? He genuinely cared. Originally he saw that there was no one at 5 o'clock in the morning and jumping down would not affect others, so he tried, but he didn't expect Wang Yueling to go to work early. Fortunately, he deliberately used a little harder when jumping, and the landing point was 2 or 3 meters away from the main road and he didn't hit anyone. You call this exercise? At this moment Wang Yueling couldn't describe his mood. He saw an acquaintance fall from the sky in front of him in the morning, looking so miserable that he was dead but resurrected like no one, and asked himself if he was injured. Isn't it me who plays free fall? Sure enough, I haven't woken up yet. Chapter 4, Don't bother, I'll do it myself. After explaining that he was okay many times and jumping around in front of Wang Yueling for a while, Wang Yueling finally put her mind at ease and went to work with a question mark on her head. Qin Yi watched her go away and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. The 10-meter free fall really worked and the evolution was successful again. Your cells have successfully adapted to the strong impact and you have evolved a passive skill, shock resistance LV1. Your bones have successfully adapted to the crushing heavy attack and you have evolved a passive skill, iron bone LV1. The same passive talent has been detected and the skill shock resistance and iron bone have been automatically fused. You get the passive skill, copper skin iron bone LV1. The same type of passive can also be fused? It was a bonus. Qin Yi clenched his right hand into a fist and tried to punch his abdomen, and immediately found that the fist seemed to hit a metal hard object, faintly painful, but the abdomen was intact, no different from scratching. Defense has been increased a lot. He walked towards his rental house, opening his personal panel as he went. Name, Qin Yi, race, planetary Terran, 3%, strength, 4, constitution, 10, agility, 4, spirit, 6, talent, adaptive cell evolution, skill, cell proliferation recovery LV2, pain tolerance LV3, copper skin and iron bone LV1. Combat power evaluation, rough skin and thick flesh. A martial artist can't kill you with all his strength. I'm not afraid of pain. Strong recovery. I would like to call you a humanoid cockroach that can't be killed. The strength and agility have not yet recovered to the level of ordinary people, but the physique is already almost at the level of a second-stage martial artist. Qin Yi bowed slightly and his gaze fell on his own race. The number written in parentheses in this line-level Terran seems to be the degree of evolution, which was not originally shown but later became 2% and now it is 3%. After 100%, will you evolve into a stronger Terran? He doesn't know. There are too many things that are not clear now, so let's take one step at a time. Back at the dilapidated rental house, Qin Yi nibbled on 2 more leather sofas to satisfy his hunger, thinking about how to evolve next. He took his phone from the bedside table and thought about looking up what other ways to become stronger, but suddenly noticed that someone had sent him a text message early. Sender, Chen. Seeing this name, Qin Yi's heart fluttered and there was an inexplicable fluctuation. This Chen Xian is his best brother. Both of them are orphans. They grew up together in Yuhang orphanage, helping each other in sharing wheel and Benet. After learning that Qin Yi was suffering from cancer, Chen Xian desperately borrowed money and took a debt of more than 100,000 yuan for him. Chen Xian, brothery, don't worry, don't give up. I have become a beginner martial artist and I will definitely find a way to save you. Seeing these two text messages, Qin Yi's heart was heavy and he was speechless for a while. Although he is a time traveler, he has also obtained all the memories of the original body, assumed the cause and effect of the original body, and can empathize with the original body. He knew that Chen Xian's martial arts talent was much better than his own. At least it was no problem to become a formal martial artist, but in order to lend him money to treat his illness he wasted a lot of time. Sighing, Qin Yi hurriedly typed and replied, "My illness has a solution you can cultivate with peace of mind, don't worry about me." After sending the message he waited for a few minutes, but he didn't wait for Chen Xian's reply. "Maybe you're busy cultivating?" Qin Yi scratched his head, feeling that he should first find a way to make money pay off his and Chen Xian's debts and ensure that there was enough food by the way. After all, adaptive evolution also requires eating to replenish energy. My talent characteristics: how to make money the fastest? Qin Yi fell into deep thought. As he thought about it, he suddenly heard a knock on the door outside the house, interrupting his thoughts. Who will come to me at this time? Qin Yi frowned. The environment was dirty and smelly. Wu Zhiming stood in front of the wooden door with a disgusted face, waiting for the owner to open the door and complain to the people next to him. "Why did you choose me for such a bad job? I'm also a second-stage martial artist, just as seriously ill ordinary person as for calling me?" Beside Wu Zhiming, a young doctor in a white coat carried a suitcase and did not speak but just shook his head. This is the rule of the Alien God Society. For the sake of caution, even if you are looking for ordinary people to collect debts, you must have a warrior to lead the team. That's right, the two of them are here to collect debts. On the phone earlier, the people of the Alien God Society had already informed Qin Yi and asked him to get ready to meet the debt collector. Crunch. The wooden door slowly opened. Qin Yi walked out of it, just saw Wu Zhiming and the young doctor, and before he could speak, Wu Zhiming waved his hand impatiently, looked at Qin Yi condescendingly, and chuckled. "We are debt collectors. You owe us 500,000 to the Alien God Society and you should pay it back today. Of course we know you don't have any money, so you can pay off your debt in another form." As he spoke, Wu Zhiming winked. The young doctor immediately understood, opened the suitcase, and a cold air poured out and 3 scalpels were displayed on it. "Your cancer cells haven't spread to the kidneys. 2 kidneys, 500,000, that's fair." The young doctor put on plastic gloves, didn't care whether Qin Yi agreed or not, picked up the scalpel, walked into the room and pointed to Qin Yi's bed. "Let's operate here clean." Qin Yi didn't speak, staring thoughtfully at the doctor and the scalpel in his hand. Wu Zhiming looked at him like this, thought he was scared stupid, and laughed. "Don't be stunned, a martial artist's time is precious. Go in for surgery." "You don't think about running away, do you?" Wu Zhiming's eyes narrowed. His eyes were dangerous, like a leopard that saw its prey. As a second-stage martial artist, he has 20 calories of qi in blood, and his fist power is 300 kilograms, and his bones can be broken with one punch, and ordinary people can't resist at all. In addition, his running speed reached 12 meters per second, which exceeded the limit of ordinary people, and it was impossible for Qin Yi to run away if he ran as hard as he could. But to his surprise, the seriously ill young man in front of him shook his head, walked straight to the young doctor, and took out a scalpel from his suitcase. "What do you mean? You don't think you can beat me with a knife, do you?" Wu Zhiming was amused by Qin Yi's actions. But in the next second his expression changed suddenly and a smile froze on his face. Under the gaze of the two, Qin Yi did not resist with a knife but stabbed him into his waist with a force and cut a small hole alive. Blood splattered out and flowed all over the ground with such a knife. Qin Yi's face did not change. He put down the scalpel, indifferently raised his right hand, inserted it into his body along the hole, and began to grope continuously. After a while, Qin Yi found what he needed, pulled out a fresh kidney with a sting and handed it to the stunned doctor in front of him. "Young doctor, don't be stunned, save it while it's still fresh," Qin Yi reminded with a slight smile. After speaking, he looked at Wu Zhiming, who was standing at the door, and explained apologetically, "The two are creditors. Where can I let you work? I'll do it myself." "Wait a minute, the second kidney will be here soon." While talking and laughing, Qin Yi once again made a cut in his waist, reached in and took out the second kidney. The kidneys are so fresh that the blood vessels above them are still beating. After the 2 kidneys were removed, he seemed to be a little unsatisfied and asked the young doctor embarrassedly, 2 kidneys of 500,000, do you still want them? Don't worry, I still have it and the goods are very full. Chapter 5, Undercurrents. Silence. Deathly silence. Wu Zhiming and the young doctor have joined the Alien God Society for so many years and have collected debts so many times they thought that they would be able to see it in any situation, but this time they were still stunned. This Nima is too ruthless, right? What kind of ruthless person can stab himself twice in front of others, take out his kidney alive and sell it? Not limited? As a martial artist, Wu Zhiming clearly knew that the rebirth of organs was at least something that a low-level martial artist could do. The information is wrong. The young man in front of him is pretending to be a pig and a tiger, and he seems to be a seriously ill ordinary person, but he actually has the realm of martial arts? Wu Zhiming hurriedly restrained his murderous aura in front of the martial artist. He was not a second-stage martial artist. He pondered for a while, showed a flattering smile, and said cautiously, I don't know what you mean? Only by breaking through the 9th stage of the martial artist can he become a low-level martial artist. A martial artist is in a prefecture-level city. It is an absolutely noble existence. Even if the consul of Yuhang sees it, he has to put on a smiling face. Although a martial artist has the ability to regenerate his organs, he has never seen a martial artist actually sell his own organs. The one in front of you can't be joking with them, right? Wang Zhiming was frightened and secretly scolded himself for being unlucky and he could meet a martial artist in a random mission. I'm not interesting. Qin Yi played with the scalpel with a serious face. I'm really short of money and I want to sell my organs to you for a long time. Don't worry, I can provide any organ except the heart and brain. In the middle of a few words, the young doctor noticed that the 2 wounds on Qin Yi's waist had quietly healed and there was not even a single scar left. This kind of recovery ability is definitely that the martial artist didn't run away. Wu Zhiming and the young doctor's scalps were numb and they glanced at Qin Yi's tattered coat full of bloodstains, and without saying a word they responded to the matter with a smile. It's easy to say it's a good thing to cooperate with you for a long time. As soon as the words fell in front of the 2 of them, Qin Yi picked out a few more healthy organs, sold them to them, completed the transfer on the spot and easily harvested 1 million. Because the energy in his body was used for evolution, Qin Yi quickly became hungry, so he casually pulled out a leather sofa, put it in his mouth and chewed, looking like he was delicious. Wu Zhiming's eyes were wrong when he looked at him. What kind of monster is this? After the transaction was completed, he and the young doctor did not dare to stop for a moment and ran away without stopping. Looking at the backs of the 2 of them leaving in a hurry, Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. They were really 2 good people who sent charcoal in the snow. Selling my organs to make money and evolve at the same time is a perfect fit for my situation. Qin Yi opened his personal panel and the act of digging out his organs alive just now made him evolve 2 more passive skills. They are Hematopoietic LV1 and Organ Regeneration LV1. These 2 skills have merged with Cell Growth Recovery LV2 and become Physical Recovery LV1. This debt collector is obviously also a martial artist, but after I showed the rebirth of my organs, he suddenly became so respectful. Did you mistakenly think I was a high-level martial artist? Qin Yi was not a fool, so he naturally noticed the change in Wu Zhiming's attitude. As an ordinary person with no talent for martial arts, he has always lacked a detailed understanding of martial arts, and now he has to find an opportunity to learn it. In the future there will only be more and more warriors. Going to the toilet to wash the bloodstains and change into a set of clean clothes, Qin Yi prepared to go out and buy supplies. With a deposit of 1 million, I have the confidence to do anything. Meanwhile, Wu Zhiming and the young doctor, who hurriedly fled from the white shirt department, were relieved to see that Qin Yi did not chase after him. They walked into a bar called Wushing, came to the bar, grabbed a glass of wine and drank it all. Why are you so angry? The debt collection was unsuccessful and that Qin Yi died early? In front of him, a bartender in a white shirt took the suitcase from the young doctor and smiled like a spring stream. Debt collection? Wu Zhiming spat angrily and said indignantly, what did you do to break the investigation? You didn't even find out that the other party was a martial artist and almost killed the 2 of us. The bartender was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, martial artist? You say that Qin Yi is a martial artist? Wu Zhiming drank another glass of wine, nodded and said, isn't it he can be reborn? He gave a general account of what he had seen and heard on the trip, and the bartender was even more shocked when he heard it and couldn't help but interrupt loudly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have personally investigated Qin Yi's data from birth to cancer. There is no problem, he is just an ordinary person. The bar was quiet for a moment. The bartender put down the bartender in his hand and frowned. If you didn't lie, then there was only one possibility. This man. In the past month I must have had some kind of adventure and I suddenly became a martial artist. Wu Zhiming was taken aback. From an ordinary person to a martial artist in a month, it must at least be a sea-level spiritual object or a second-order spiritual plant, right? The fact that the sparrow turned into a phoenix did not appear after the revival of the aura, and many spiritual objects in the secret realm had this effect, which was extremely precious. It's like a sea-level spiritual object. The price is at least 10 million yuan and it still has a price. If the second-order spirit plant can leave seeds, the price may be even higher. Wu Zhiming's face flashed with irrepressible greed, but soon he was deflated. The competition for sea-level spiritual objects is not something that he can participate in as a second-stage martial artist. You did a good job in this matter. First stabilize Qin Yi's side, don't talk about it. The bartender licked his mouth. I will report to the top of the organization and find someone to deal with it. When the time comes, if there is something to gain, it will not be treated badly to you. The Alien God Society has been rooted in Jiangnan province for 40 or 50 years, and all major urban areas including Yuhang City have members stationed in each major urban area, and their power is huge and their roots are intricate. From usury to arson and murder, they do it all, and they do it very much. A young man who has stepped into the martial arts by luck is not enough to take it seriously. With just a few words they set Qin Yi's future. It's a sin, a sea-level spiritual object. It's not something that a waste who doesn't even have martial arts qualifications can have. The bartender shook the shaker, and when the liquor was mixed he paused and opened the lid with force. Syllable. Scarlet wine was poured into the red wine glass, and this glass. It's called desire. Chapter 6. Spirit fruit. White clouds float. A few rays of warm sun spread the earth, and the wide road with occasional pedestrians passing by is not crowded. Qin Yi lives in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang City, where the environment is very good and there are not many people, so he is the best choice for the poor. It was 9:30 in the morning, and after trading with the organs of the alien gods he had received $1 million, enough to buy a batch of supplies to slowly develop. Walking to the street of a street, there is a supermarket around the corner. Different from 100 years ago, the supermarket after the revival of the aura not only sells ordinary food but also some non-advanced spirit fruits for ordinary people to enjoy. These spirit plants, which are not even of the first order, are extremely special. Many varieties are beneficial to the human body, and the Human Alliance has spent decades of research and finally summed up more than 1,000 common edible ordinary spirit plants. For example, at the entrance of today's supermarket a billboard was put up indicating that purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit were sold at special prices, and each one cost 1,000 yuan. It's really a money grab. This kind of unpopular spirit fruit can be seen everywhere in the outermost part of the secret realm. One pick is thousands. Take it back to the city and sell it. It's more profitable than flipping houses. Because of Chen Xian's martial arts practice, Qin Yi knew a little about some martial arts knowledge, and when he was poor he also fantasized about trying his luck in the secret realm in the past, picking fruits and selling them. It's a pity that I was afraid of death after all, so I didn't go in. The closest secret realm to Yuhang is the Xintian secret realm, which is recognized as a D-level secret realm by the Jinling Bureau. At least one section of the martial arts can be entered, and the core area can only be involved by at least low-level martial artists. The Human Alliance divides the secret realm into 8 levels, with the lowest E level and the highest S level. On top of the S-level secret realm there is also the cave sky, which is said to be comparable to a world, which includes at least 3 S-level secret realms which are vast and dangerous. More than 10 years ago, the famous Grand Master Chen in China once teamed up with Johnson, the Holy Son of the West, to enter the South China Sea cave and has not returned, and his life and death are uncertain. In the past, I guess it would be distressing to buy one of these fruits, right? Qin Yi sighed and walked quickly into the supermarket. The spirit fruit that does not enter the stream is also a spirit fruit, and ordinary people can enhance their physique and improve their martial arts potential when they take it for a long time. It's just that the vast majority of ordinary people can't have the money to take it for a long time, and generally speaking the spiritual fruit that doesn't enter the stream is a snack for local tyrants. He walked straight to the cashier counter of the supermarket and found that the cashier was actually a gray-haired old man with wrinkles on his face and even his eyes squeezed into a slit. Old man, I'll buy a purple bamboo fruit and a snow fruit. Qin Yi showed the payment code of his mobile phone in the previous life, and in this life he had never been so confident. The old man stayed for a while, then nodded and took out 2 round and plump fruits from the counter at the back, 1 white and 1 purple, which was exactly what Qin Yi needed. After paying the money happily, he didn't go away and directly ate the 2 spirit fruits in front of the old man without even throwing up the core. The taste of purple bamboo fruit is extremely sour. The taste is soft and glutinous like a persimmon, and the body is warm and indescribably comfortable. Snow fruit, on the other hand, has a taste as light as water, is cold in the mouth, and when you swallow it you feel that the meridians of your whole body are frozen. Phew! Qin Yi subconsciously rubbed his hands and exhaled a cold breath. The old man at the front desk saw this scene and reminded slowly, ordinary people can't eat more snow and purple bamboo fruits, at most 3 a day. If there are more, the meridians and organs can't bear it and there will be danger. Well, will it be dangerous? When Qin Yi heard these 4 words, his eyes lit up on the spot and he hurriedly asked, "Old man, what you said will be dangerous. How dangerous is it?" Qin Yi, who has adaptive evolution, is not afraid of danger. He is only afraid that danger is not enough. A hint of surprise flashed on the old man's face. He had been selling spirit fruits in the supermarket for so long and he had never seen anyone ask such a question. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, a young man suddenly walked on the side and took the lead in answering this question. The first time you have a spirit fruit you don't know this? Ordinary people who eat 5 purple bamboo fruits a day are likely to burn the heart and lungs, burn the root of the disease, and make more than 10 of them, making up for too much bleeding and fainting and worrying about their lives. As for snow fruit, the medicine is heavier, and if an ordinary person takes 5 pills the heart may stop beating because of the chill entering the body. The young man in the cap looked at Qin Yi with interest and there was undisguised disdain in his eyes. This kind of soil bun, that is the first time to kill the spirit fruit. If you don't remind it too much, many will even kill yourself. Qin Yi glanced back at him, ignored him, and continued to say to the old man, "Give me 5 more snow fruits and 5 purple bamboo fruits." The old man did so, collected the money and packed and handed over 10 fruits. He thought that Qin Yi wanted to take the fruit home and eat it slowly, but unexpectedly Qin Yi peeled off the peel on the spot and ate 5 purple bamboo fruits in one go, and he couldn't stop it. The young man who was watching Qin Yi from the sidelines was stunned and exclaimed, "You don't want to die?" The plainly dressed young man in front of him was obviously not a martial artist, and he had to enter the emergency room even if he didn't die after slashing so many spiritual fruits in one go. Qin Yi still didn't bother to pay attention to him. 5 purple bamboo fruits were in his stomach, counting the previous one, a total of 6. The medicinal effect was very amazing. The original Xuan warm current converged into a rolling heat wave which swept through the whole body in an instant, and in just 1 second Qin Yi was sweating profusely. The terrifying heat was destroying his meridians, churning toward his heart, making him feel like his whole body was burning. Blood continued to flow from his mouth and nose, which frightened the old man and the young man to quickly take out their mobile phones and call an ambulance. "No, don't look for an ambulance, I'm fine, it's just a little hot." Qin Yi wiped the blood from his face, took off his coat by the way, and shook his head with a smile while bleeding, looking extremely terrifying. "No. You're all like this and you still say it's okay?" Although Li Wufeng looked down on Qin Yi, he didn't want to see Qin Yi die. So Li Wufeng decided to continue to call for help. The call was quickly connected. Li Wufeng briefly described the current situation and their location, and the ambulance immediately started to act, rushing towards the supermarket in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. "What is the patient's current state? Is he in shock from fainting?" During the rescue, the contact was not interrupted and the doctor on the other end of the phone needed to ask about the situation. Li Wufeng hurriedly looked at Qin Yi and stated truthfully, "He is full of energy, radiant like a new belch." Qin Yi, who was alive and well in front of him, directly looked stupid to Li Wufeng. "Am I dreaming? Wasn't this man still looking like he was going to die a minute ago? Huh? Feel like a new person? Don't be kidding, it's a matter of your life. What the hell is going on with the patient? Hello? Are you still there?" The doctor's anxious shouts kept coming from his ears, but Li Wufeng didn't have time to pay attention. Because Qin Yi didn't stop. He walked out of the pool of blood that flowed from under his feet, showed the payment code, and smiled at the old man. "Old man, it tastes good, let's have another 100 purple bamboo fruits." Li Wufeng? Old man? Chapter 7, The bet you're not going to tell me you're going to kill these 100 spirit fruits on the spot, right? Li Wufeng was incredulous. He is from the Yuhang Li family, a low-key but large martial arts family with a prominent identity and successful cultivation. The Li family's cultivation focuses on the tempering of the eyes and the pupil of breaking void, compiled by their ancestors as a B-level exercise, and a grandmaster can use it as a family heirloom. At this moment Li Wufeng's qi and blood surged up to his eyes and a pair of eyes glowed with a strange ghostly light. He stared at Qin Yi and he could be sure that the qi and blood in this person's body were not even 5 calories. 5 calories of qi and blood is a sign that ordinary people become beginner martial artists. If there are number 5 cards of qi and blood, then they are absolute ordinary people. Your physical fitness is much stronger than that of mortals. And you may have some talent, but you are not a martial artist, and it is impossible to kill more than 10 purple bamboo fruits after all, otherwise you will definitely die. Li Wufeng thought that he had seen through Qin Yi's hypocrisy. He felt that Qin Yi was holding on to his strength just to slap him in the face and gamble with his life. There's no need to be rash, die here and waste other people's time to collect your body. Qin Yi glanced at him and replied lightly, "Don't worry, I won't kill 100 purple bamboo fruits on the spot." As soon as these words came out, the old man at the supermarket cashier and Li Wufeng were relieved. But this breath was half relieved and he was choked by Qin Yi's next sentence. "I'll take 50 of them and I'll take the remaining 50 back to my friends." He took out a purple fruit casually and swallowed it in 3 bites. Leaving 50 spirit fruits for Chen Xian, this was his idea. He gulped down the spirit fruit and chatted with Li Wufeng like no one. "You said that ordinary people can't eat 10 purple bamboo fruits. I don't believe it. Practice the truth. I'll show you today." Li Wufeng laughed angrily at him and said coldly, "Heh. If you want to die, I can't stop you." Qin Yi swallowed the 8th spirit fruit. "What if I really finish it? I'll kneel down and call you father, and all the spirit fruits you buy here in the future will be reported to me." After speaking, he clasped his hands to his chest and stood to the side indifferently, waiting for Qin Yi to have an accident. He used the void-breaking pupil to confirm repeatedly the man in front of him couldn't be a martial artist. After these words, the agreement was completed and the old man on the side had a complicated expression and wanted to stop it, but looking at Qin Yi, who was constantly swallowing the spirit fruit, a look of surprise flashed in his narrowed eyes. 9th, 10th, 11th. As the purple bamboo fruits were swallowed by Qin Yi, his fair skin seemed to be ignited scarlet as blood vessels rose one by one and white smoke continued to rise from the top of his head. Gradually the air was filled with a burnt smell as if beef had been fried. Qin Yi seemed to be unable to bear it at any time, but he never fell, and even after taking the 35th purple bamboo fruit, his reddened body surface retracted some color and the situation in his body began to improve. To outsiders, this is a miracle. For more than 100 years since the revival of spiritual energy, there has never been an ordinary person who has cut down so many spiritual fruits, and they are still unscathed. Li Wufeng, who was silently watching in the corner, kept changing his expression with the number of spirit fruits that Qin Yi had slashed in. From the indifference at the beginning to the silence in the middle, and finally the jaw-dropping full of incredulity. Finally, after the 48th purple bamboo fruit was in his stomach, Qin Yi's mind sounded with a familiar sound of the system. Your cells have successfully adapted to the large number of nourishments of the unranked fire attribute spirit fruit and have evolved a natural skill, Aura Affinity LV1. Your meridians and organs have been reshaped through spiritual fire calcination, and you have evolved a passive skill, Perseverance LV1. Adaptive evolution succeeded. Not only was it successful, but the skills it brought were also extraordinarily special. Qin Yi noticed that the first skill that the spirit fruit acquired this time was talent skill, not passive skill. It seems that the level of innate skills is inherently greater than that of passive skills. Maybe it's because I've been exposed to things related to aura and martial arts, so the quality of the skills I've evolved is also higher. Qin Yi was overjoyed in his heart and made a guess. LV1's perseverance boosts his constitution by 1 point and makes his organs and meridians more resistant to beatings, and his survivability is increased again. And the talent skill, Reiki Affinity LV1, is even more. He was originally immortal with no martial arts qualifications at all, and it was difficult to perceive the existence of aura when cultivating, let alone actively pull aura into his body, so he could only rely on passively and accidentally inhaling aura to temper his qi and blood. But after possessing a level 1 aura affinity, Qin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that he could sense cyclones floating in the air, and he could barely pull cyclones into his body. These cyclones are Reiki. Cell adaptive evolution. Even martial arts talent can evolve, it's too rebellious. Level 1 aura affinity has such an effect. But what about level 10 and level 100? Qin Yi felt that if he evolved a 100-level aura affinity, he was afraid that if he didn't have to take the initiative to pull the aura would pour into his body on its own and take the initiative to help him cultivate. In fact, the situation that Qin Yi fantasized about had appeared in the history of all races. The legendary martial god body that comes out once in 1,000 years can do this. But Qin Yi can transform step by step from a mortal body and artificially create a martial god body the day after tomorrow. In the end, he could even surpass the martial god body to an unimaginable level. The use of the spirit fruit is too great. After I go back, I have to see if I can buy a higher level spirit fruit to see. Qin Yi silently recorded this matter in his heart. In less than 15 minutes, 50 purple bamboo fruits were cleaned by him. He turned his head to look at Li Wufeng, who was like being struck by lightning, and raised his eyebrows. What do you say, son? When will you recognize your father? Li Wufeng was pulled back to reality by this sentence, looking at Qin Yi, who was as good as ever and even in a better state. He was almost so angry that he vomited blood. What kind of demon is this? Without entering the martial arts, you can mess with the spirit fruit. Restricted by face and dignity, Li Wufeng didn't want to lose his trust, but he didn't want to kneel down either. His face turned blue for a while and he gritted his teeth and said, I will take a first-order spirit fruit as a price. What I said before, just when I didn't say it, okay? Your physical talent is very strong and the benefits you get from taking a first-order spirit fruit after entering the martial arts are incomparable. Qin Yi didn't immediately agree to Li Wufeng. He watched the disdain in the other party's eyes disappear completely and said with a smile, I see that you are from an extraordinary background and it is estimated that you are the young master of a big family. Could it be that you as a young master of the big clan are only worth a first-order spirit fruit for such an ugly thing as kneeling down to recognize your father? Qin Yi's implication was very simple. You can let it go, but you have to add money. Li Wufeng's qi and blood were a little up, but he secretly glanced at the old man behind Qin Yi, but he still couldn't help but not burst out. 3 first-order spirit fruits. If you don't want them, then I'll kneel. Deal. Okay, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock you can wait for me here at the supermarket. Li Wufeng thought he was unlucky, and after leaving this sentence he slipped away without looking back. But as soon as he walked out of the supermarket, he heard a whistle and an ambulance came to a stop in front of the supermarket. A few doctors and nurses hurriedly got out of the car, and when they saw Li Wufeng walking out of the supermarket, they all asked about the specific situation. After an explanation, when the doctors and nurses saw Qin Yi, who was extremely healthy, their brows tightened and they severely criticized Li Wufeng. Don't report the ambulance next time. This is a life-saving thing. You are wasting life-saving resources, do you know? Look at this young man who is as strong as an ox. Does he look like he has eaten more spirit fruits? Li Wufeng's face darkened and he was so depressed that he couldn't speak. Damn, who can believe that Qin Yi has put down 50 spirit fruits and there is nothing to do? Who am I going to reason with? Chapter 8. Harder, didn't you eat? As Li Wufeng and the medical staff left one after another, a farce came to an end. In the supermarket, only Qin Yi and the old cashier were left. 100 purple bamboo fruits cost Qin Yi 100,000 yuan, but this is nothing anyway. When the time comes, if you resell a few more organs you can earn it back. So Qin Yi bought another 100 snow fruits. Old man, are there any other spirit fruits for sale in the supermarket? After taking the heavy fruit box, Qin Yi was still not satisfied and wanted to spend the money until it ran out. It's a pity that the old man shook his head, indicating that there were only these 2 spirit fruits this week. What kind of spirit fruit is sold in the supermarket? It mainly depends on what the martial artist who came out of the secret realm picked. We also bought it from the warriors. If you want other spirit fruits, you can come back next week. The spirit fruits in the eastern suburbs supermarket are all supplied by the Li family. Maybe you can go to other areas of Yuhang to have a look. The Li family? Qin Yi was thoughtful and then asked that young man just now, is the Li family right? The young man in the cap looked very strange and appeared alone in a supermarket in the suburbs. But if he is a member of the Li family and comes to the supermarket that he cooperates with to deliver goods or inspect, it is very reasonable. Hearing Qin Yi's question, the old man showed appreciation on his face, smiled and nodded. you are very smart. His name is Li Wufeng. He is the leader of the Li family's generation. He has just turned 18 years old and he has broken through to the realm of martial arts and his future is limitless. Qin Yi was shocked. He was not frightened by the identity of the young man but surprised that the old man knew so many things. He carefully looked at the old man and guessed that the old man's identity was probably special. No wonder Li Wufeng didn't rely on his strength to bully me. It is likely that he took care of the old man for fear of losing face in front of the old man. Qin Yi felt that he had guessed the truth. He didn't say much. He bowed to the old man and thanked him sincerely. The appreciation on the old man's face became stronger and stronger and he took the initiative to introduce, "My surname is Wang. You can call me Old Man Wang. If you encounter any problems in martial arts practice in the future you can come and ask me at any time." "Thank you, Elder Wang." Qin Yi saluted again, then returned to his pampered appearance and left the supermarket with the fruit box on his shoulder. Old Man Wang silently watched Qin Yi's back disappear from view and muttered in a low voice, "Extremely intelligent with an excellent heart and good qualifications. It's a pity that the martial arts training is late and it will take about a month to get started. Alas, it's a pity one step is too late and I only practice martial arts after the age of 18 and I am doomed to suffer a big loss." After coming out of the supermarket, the time had come to 12:30 at noon and the originally deserted streets gradually became lively and many people passed by. Qin Yi was carrying a large box of spirit fruits on his shoulders and his appearance was particularly conspicuous and eye-catching. This is the eastern suburb of Yuhang, not the central urban area, and the public security environment is not good and kidnapping and robbery occur from time to time. When people are poor they dare to do anything. However, Qin Yi didn't seem to notice this, not only swaggering to carry the fruit box but also deliberately choosing a path with few people. When he passed by a certain dark alley, at the mouth of the alley 2 ruffian young men stared at Qin Yi's fruit box, their noses moving slightly as if they had smelled something. "It's the fragrance of spirit fruits and that big box is full of spirit fruits. This order is very fat." The inch-headed man licked his dry mouth and was about to move. "Don't worry, we're all beginner martial artists. How can we show such ugliness?" On the side of the inch-headed man, a man with a strong physique and a small white vest smiled slightly and put his big hand on the inch-headed man's shoulder. The inch-headed man's body stiffened and he hurriedly put on a smiling face. Yes, big brother, what are we going to do with this vote?" "It's very simple. Looking at the direction he is heading, it is estimated that he is going back to the white shirt apartment." The strong man obviously knows the terrain of the eastern suburbs very well. "We went to the staircase of the apartment in advance to wait for him, and when we saw him coming we gave him a stuffy stick and took away the spirit fruit." "Got it. Let's go, shall we?" The inch-headed man can't wait. The two of them have a little talent for martial arts. They have practiced for more than 20 years and they are lucky to get started, and now they have 6 or 7 cards of chi and blood, which is not enough compared to the above, but it is still easy to bully people. To be honest, it's not the first time they've done such a thing as snatching the spirit fruit. Picking up a steel rod, they made their way through the intricate alleys, cut corners, and arrived at the white shirt apartment ahead of schedule. Naturally, there will be no security guards in this kind of apartment for the poor, and even the gate is open 24 hours a day, allowing you to enter and exit at will. They sneaked inside, secretly hiding in the dead corner of the staircase on the first floor, holding steel rods, patiently waiting for the prey to come to the door. There was a dead silence in the dimly lit stairwell and nothing could be heard except for the sound of their breathing. At this point, most of the residents in the white shirt apartments went to work and few people appeared. After a while, a steady footstep sounded and the inch-headed man suddenly became excited. The footsteps became louder little by little, and through the gap the inch-headed man saw the heart-warming fruit box and his heartbeat couldn't help but increase by 3 points. Seeing Qin Yi carrying the fruit box and stepping up the stairs, the inch-headed man hurriedly gestured to the strong man, signaling that he could act. Swish! In the next second, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the dead corner of the corridor, aiming at the back of Qin Yi's head. The force of this stick is extremely well controlled and it will not kill people but only stun. As long as no one is killed, it will be difficult to cause a police investigation. They know the business of robbery. Bell. The steel rod hit the back of Qin Yi's head and there was a loud sound of metal colliding, and the strong man only felt that his stick had smashed on the golden stone, and the power of the shock was extremely terrifying. And he was in pain. Nima, this man's head is plated? The strong man didn't believe in evil, so before Qin Yi turned around he picked up the stick and used all his strength, swinging 6 times in a row, aiming at the back of his head again and again. Although he has not yet become a martial artist, after nourishing 7 calories of qi and blood, his strength is 180 kilograms, which is 4 times that of ordinary people, and it is enough to kill a tiger. But this time, bell bell. The sound was like ringing a bell, and the young man in front of him had no intention of falling down at all, standing on the steps, not moving at all. This moment, he was stunned, and so was the inch-headed man hiding in the shadows. The strong man clenched the steel rod with both hands and still maintained the posture of swinging the stick to knock people falling into a stupor. Followed by, I only heard a crisp pop and the steel rod fell to the ground. Why don't you keep knocking? The young man carrying the fruit box slowly turned around with a smile on his face, staring at the strong man, his handsome face full of puzzlement. He put down the fruit box, leaned down slightly, picked up the steel rod on the ground and knocked it on his arm a few times, which rattled. Then he stuffed the steel rod back into the strong man's hand, pointed to his head and said seriously, "Keep knocking, knock here. The strength is so small I don't know that I think you didn't eat. Or, do you want to kill 2 spirit fruits before you continue?" Chapter 9, Strength Soars. Big brother, we've hit hard stubble, let's go. The inch-headed man who had been hiding in the corner and had not moved was still righteous, and he was the first to react after being scared silly, and jumped out suddenly, also holding a steel rod in his hand. And it was a stick on the head against Qin Yi. It's a pity that Qin Yi's hard stubble is not only hard in strength but also the physical level. Although his passive skill is only level 1, it is still not a problem to block the full force of the beginner martial artist. Syllable. This time the steel rod smashed Qin Yi's head, but instead of breaking out with the sound of metal colliding, it made a crisp sound. Then, under the stunned gaze of the two, the steel rod broke in half, half of which fell to the ground and half of which was still in hand. The two of them looked at the half of the steel pipe rolling on the ground, and then at Qin Yi, who was smiling brightly and unscathed, and in the blink of an eye a cold fear surged into their hearts and swept through their bodies. Click. Without saying a word, the two knelt directly in front of Qin Yi, trembling, begging for forgiveness. "Brother, I said that the two of us were careless, do you believe it? The gap is too big." They couldn't figure out why a warrior who was at least 3 dawn would stoop to live in a dilapidated apartment in the eastern suburbs. Experience life at the bottom, right? Qin Yi stared at the two thugs with low eyes, did not speak, and smiled undiminishedly. The more he laughed, the more scared the two became. The inch-headed man and the strong man were deliberately attracted by Qin Yi. As an old resident of the eastern suburbs, he always knew that the eastern suburbs of Yuhang were very chaotic, and there were many ruffians and hooligans who did evil, but the strength of this group was average, and the strongest was a martial artist. If you become a full-fledged warrior, even if you have a while, it is impossible to continue to be a ruffian. Therefore it is safest and most prudent to test your current strength with this group of people. The difference in strength between a martial artist and a beginner martial artist is not too big. Now it seems that although Qin Yi lacks offensive means and his strength and agility are only at the level of ordinary people, he can also beat a martial artist by relying on defense and recovery alone. To be precise, he stands still and fights a martial artist, and he can exhaust a martial artist to death. As for the second and third stage martial artists, it shouldn't be a problem to survive from under them. After all, what can't kill him will only make him stronger. Looking at it this way, if I improve for a few more days, I will be able to go to the secret outside the country alone. It is said that the environment of the secret realm is extremely harsh, and it may be a good place for me to exercise myself. Qin Yi is very a spirit plant in the eye heat secret realm, which is a shortcut for him to become stronger quickly. Thinking of this, he came back to his senses, looked at the two brothers who were still kneeling on the ground, and thanked him politely. Thank you for your hard work." The brothers looked at each other, not understanding why Qin Yi was for a while. But listening to this tone, are they saved? The two of them were about to be grateful, but they heard Qin Yi continue, "Please go to the eastern suburbs police station to turn yourself in. I'm very busy now and I don't have time to take you out." With that, Qin Yi turned around and went upstairs by himself. Before leaving, he also left one last sentence which sounded like an understatement, but it made people shudder. "I'll go to the police station in a few days when I have time, and if I don't see you, then no one in this world will be able to see you again." This is a threat, a naked death threat under the crushing of absolute strength. The two dare not gamble with their lives, they can only obey. Grunt. The inch-headed man and the strong man subconsciously swallowed their saliva and the last trace of luck in their hearts disappeared. Returning to the familiar room, Qin Yi looked at the broken leather sofa in the living room and was in a trance for a while. Just a few days ago he was so poor that he could only eat a couch to satisfy his hunger, but now he is a millionaire and has a smooth future. I don't know what happened to Chen Xian's kid. Chen Xian hasn't replied to his message until now, which makes people worry a little. Those who can work hard together must be true brothers. Qin Yi is not a heartless person, he is developed and naturally he will not forget his brother. He left 50 purple bamboo fruits and snow fruits for Chen Xian, and he took out another 50 snow fruits and began to gobble them up. The nutrients contained in the spirit fruit are extremely rich, and the 50 purple bamboo fruits in the morning went down to his stomach. To be honest, Qin Yi is not hungry now, but in order to get stronger he still eats it. Soon an extreme chill spread along his meridians, frantically burrowing into his organs, and in just 1 minute a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of Qin Yi's body. It's September now, the heat hasn't gone away, and it's absolutely strange that a living person can be so cold that the surface of the body is frosty. Qin Yi felt that his blood and heartbeat were about to be frozen, and he kept letting out cold air and his whole body shivered like chaff. This is an unimaginable pain, but Qin Yi, who has experienced cancer torture and evolved a level 3 pain tolerance, can endure such pain perfectly without saying a word. Enduring the pain was rewarding, and after more than half an hour of extreme cold, Qin Yi gradually returned to normal. His body calmed down and his body temperature slowly rose. In the dark he found that he could see more cyclones floating in mid-air, and it took less force to pull them and it was easier to contain and absorb them. Your cells have successfully adapted to the excessive nourishment of the unranked ice attribute spirit fruit and have evolved a natural skill, aura affinity LV2. Your cells have been reshaped by spirit ice freeze and evolved a passive skill, cryogenic resistance LV4. Excellent. Reiki affinity has been improved again. What Qin Yi cares about most now is this talent skill is for the level 4 low temperature resistance. It can only be said to be a surprise. Level 4 resistance to low temperatures will probably allow him to walk naked in an environment of less than -10 degrees Celsius, and the body will not be affected, which is quite good. It's one step closer to creating an invincible body with a top-level passive target all over his body. Qin Yi clenched his fists, feeling that his strength and agility had also improved. Is it because the spirit fruit has improved your physique? He has the passive skill, iron stomach, and his digestion and absorption ability is far better than that of ordinary people, probably about the same level as some fierce beasts. Ordinary people take 1 spirit fruit a day, and after 100 days their bodies may change, but Qin Yi can finish 100 spirit fruits in 3 hours, and he will be able to digest and absorb them through the iron stomach immediately and obtain improvement. I opened the personal panel and took a look, and sure enough, except for the spiritual power, the rest of the attributes have changed. Name, Qin Yi. Race, planetary Terran, 9%, strength, 7, constitution, 13, agility, 6, spirit, 6, talent, adaptive cell evolution. Skills, low temperature resistance LV4, pain tolerance LV3, Reiki affinity LV2, anaerobic resistance LV2. Combat power evaluation. The strength of the physical body surpasses that of a third-stage martial artist, and one punch with all his strength is comparable to a first-stage martial artist. Not afraid of pain, not afraid of cold, not afraid of heat. You have taken the first step to become a demon. The evaluation of combat power in the personal panel for the first time did not belittle and ridicule Qin Yi. This is enough to illustrate Qin Yi's tremendous changes in 3 days. When I get 3 first-order spirit fruits tomorrow, I can become much stronger, and then I can find a way to improve my agility and attack methods, and then I can try to enter the secret realm. Qin Yi clearly knows his shortcomings. His agility is too low now, he can't run fast, his reaction is slow, and he has a lot of strength, but he doesn't know how to attack. Offensive means can be compensated for by purchasing exercises and cultivation, but what about agility? Perhaps I should also practice once in a while and practice martial arts while evolving, and the effect will be stronger. The improvement of martial arts is all round. From a first-stage martial artist to a 9-stage martial artist, a person's speed can easily break through from 7 or 8 meters per second to 40 meters per second. Martial arts have been promoted in the human world for so many years. And the information below the Grandmaster has been made public early, and Qin Yi can find the body data of ordinary martial artists by casually checking the internet. How terrifying would it be if I started practicing martial arts? With anticipation on his face, he sat down on the spot, held his breath and concentrated, and began to pull the spiritual energy into the body for the first time in his life, tempering the meridians of the flesh body and refining the qi in blood. The first step of martial arts is to pull the aura into the body so that every cell in the body can get used to the aura, bear the nourishment of the aura, and have the ability to carry the aura and give birth to qi in blood. Immortal martial arts. There is no cultivation method. Everyone is practicing martial arts according to the experience of their predecessors, refining the body and quenching the bones, opening up the meridians and opening up the brain domain. These 12 characters are the cultivation methods developed by hundreds of millions of people with blood and flesh, symbolizing the process from a martial artist to a grandmaster. The martial artist refines the body and quenches the bones, the martial artist opens up the meridians, and the grandmaster opens up the brain domain. As for the so-called exercises, they are nothing more than combat methods such as sword techniques and sword techniques. However, it is said that some breathing methods can enhance one's cultivation speed, but each breathing method is an absolute treasure, precious and rare. Qin Yi's original martial arts talent couldn't even sense the aura, but now that he has a level 2 aura affinity, the process of pulling the aura into the body is extremely smooth and the resistance is very small. In addition, his physical fitness was raised to the standard of a martial artist early, and the speed at which he received aura was exaggerated, and in less than an hour he completed the first step of martial arts entry. A large piece of heart essence blood was gradually condensed under the wrapping of aura and finally turned into a drop of blood mixed with gold wires. This drop of blood was extremely thick, far beyond ordinary blood, and could change its form at will from liquid to gaseous. This is qi in blood, the first drop of qi in blood that Qin Yi refined. Chapter 10, Is it really useful? The first drop of qi in blood had been completed. Qin Yi obviously felt that his strength had improved again. He did not stop his cultivation and continued to refine his qi in blood. Different from ordinary entry-level martial artists, Qin Yi's physical body has surpassed that of a third-stage martial artist, and now the speed of adapting to the aura is ridiculously fast. A wisp of spiritual energy flows along the meridians, and in the next second his physical body can absorb the nutrients of the aura, shine brightly, emit a faint light, and begin to transform. In this way he didn't say anything for a day, and when the rising sun gradually radiated light the next day, Qin Yi opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbidity, only feeling refreshed like a new life. In his body 5 drops of pale golden qi in blood were suspended in the heart veins, returning to the basic, seemingly ordinary, but in fact there was an amazing power inside. When I took out my phone, it was 4 o'clock in the morning the next day. In the past 10 hours Qin Yi had refined 5 drops of qi in blood and officially became an entry-level martial artist. This kind of efficiency, such talent, even if you hang is the first day, he will be ashamed. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Yi was not complacent but instead got up and walked out of the apartment, moving his muscles and bones in the open space in front of the apartment, testing the limit of his current combat power. Rumble. With a punch with all his strength, a sound of breaking the air suddenly erupted in the air above the empty field, and this punch had a strength of 300 kilograms, comparable to a 3-stage martial artist. Running as wildly as he can, his figure can even drag out the afterimage, and he can cross a distance of 40 meters in a second. I've just started and have 5 cards of qi in blood, and I can actually match the strength of a 3rd-stage martial artist. Qin Yi's face was full of brilliance, and he estimated that this was a series of passive skills that he had evolved that had taken effect. When he opened the panel again, 3 attributes changed dramatically. His strength increased from 7 to 12, his agility increased to 10, and his constitution came to 15. It's a pity that the spirit is still 6 and has not changed. This is also reasonable. After all, beginner martial artists do not cultivate the soul and brain domain. Extrapolating from the data, the 3 attributes of the 3-stage martial artist should be around 10 points, and my physique far surpasses them. This is only a superficial improvement. Secretly, Qin Yi's perception has also been enhanced. He is more than 10 meters away, but he can hear the light footsteps in the apartment not far away. Looking down at the time, it's only 5 o'clock in the morning. So early, who will go out? He looked at the door of the apartment and his gaze froze, and he spotted a familiar figure. Wang Yueling? By the way, the last time I free fell from the 3rd floor, it was also 5 o'clock in the morning, and I happened to bump into her. Qin. Good morning, brother Qin. Are you exercising again? Wang Yueling saw that Qin Yi wanted to take the initiative to come forward to say hello, but suddenly recalled the bloody scene yesterday and was suddenly a little scared, so he only beckoned from afar. She looked at Qin Yi and saw that he was not devastated today, and she was a little relieved, but when she looked closely she was shocked again. In Wang Yueling's eyes, Qin Yi's qi and blood at this moment are as strong as the sea, like a round of morning sun hanging in the air, scorching and dazzling. This is a sign of becoming a warrior. Yesterday he was an ordinary person, but today he became a warrior? It's a fantasy. Wang Yueling was shocked. First congratulated Qin Yi on entering the martial arts, couldn't help but look at it a few more times and then left in a hurry. As she walked, she was still wondering. Could it be? Does free-fall workouts work? Wang Yueling has been trapped in 4 calories of qi and blood for a long time, and she gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day to work, just to work hard to make money, hoping to buy spiritual objects one day to help herself become a martial artist. But this is too far away in the end, and it may not be successful. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but look at a 5-story building beside her and stopped. After Wang Yueling left, Qin Yi also returned to his room and cleaned up his body briefly. Then he immediately went out and rushed to the supermarket in the eastern suburbs in advance. The spirit fruit transaction with Li Wufeng would probably take place after 9:30, and he went over in advance mainly to ask Elder Wang some questions. The streets are deserted in the early morning, and only occasionally you can see 3 or 4 pedestrians buying breakfast. As he walked, Qin Yi always felt that there was a vague gaze falling on him, as if someone was secretly observing him. Qin Yi had always believed in his own perception and did not ignore this feeling. Who is following me, Li family? You don't want to give me the spirit fruit, so you want to get rid of me in advance? He secretly guessed, but he didn't move on the surface, secretly observing the situation around him. Soon he noticed a dark shadow behind him. This black shadow didn't seem to want to hide himself at all. He noticed Qin Yi's gaze and actually looked at him generously and nodded with a smile. Immediately after, this person flashed 10 meters away like thunder and instantly appeared in front of Qin Yi, stretching out his right hand. Alien God Society Lu Yi. Alien Will? As soon as Qin Yi recalled it, he remembered that this was the organization that he borrowed from usury and sold his organs. What are they looking for me to do and continue to buy organs? Looking at it, this man named Lu Yi had a strange and handsome face, pale skin, and a wide black robe on his body. Keeping vigilant, Qin Yi stretched out his hand and simply shook his hand, but the moment the skin touched, a majestic stream of qi and blood poured into Qin Yi's body, destroying his 3 meridians in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Yi evolved a level 1, perseverance. The strength of the meridians was extremely high, and with the super recovery power he stopped the injury and extinguished the residual power of that wisp of qi and blood. The handshake is hidden in the killing move. This person is giving himself a disadvantage. He let go of his hand, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at Lu Yi. I didn't think that. Lu Yi shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said lightly, Hee, I didn't expect you to be so weak, and a wisp of qi and blood can hurt you. Alas, I thought I could finally meet some strong people. Looking at you like this, even if you are a martial artist, you are the weakest one. Why don't you hand over the adventure yourself? You're too weak. I'm too lazy to do it. How do you think you can still survive if you feel a little bit better? This Lu Yi looks weak on the surface, but in fact he is arrogant to the extreme, and he doesn't take Qin Yi in his eyes at all. Through his words, Qin Yi's heart trembled, and he probably guessed the ins and outs of this matter. The alien gods definitely have their hands on him, discovering that he suddenly possesses the power of a warrior from an ordinary person and suspects what adventures he has got. This reasoning is indeed correct. The system is indeed an adventure, but this adventure is impossible to hand over. Still not cautious enough, I thought that the Alien God Society was just a slightly powerful loan shark organization, but I didn't expect to be able to send such a strong person. Qin Yi was helpless. Lu Yi, who was in front of him, was also a low-level martial artist, at worst surpassing him by a whole realm. What now, run away or fight hard? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Lu Yi was obviously impatient and didn't want to waste time standing there. Scold! Without waiting for Qin Yi to respond, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into the air and rushed straight into the lower abdomen. Chapter 11. The more you fight, the stronger you get. The speed of this punch was so fast that Qin Yi couldn't keep up with the naked eye. He could only hear the roar of the sonic boom, and in the next moment the fist had already bombarded Qin Yi's body, exploding a wave of qi. Boom! Qin Yi was directly knocked out more than 10 meters away. The blood in his body was stirred by the fist and surging nonstop. All the bones of his body were broken and most of his organs were broken. This punch has a ton of strength, and it is the most ordinary punch of a martial artist realm. It was such a simple punch that knocked out half of Qin Yi's life. Martial artists and martial artists, the difference between one word and a world of difference. It is no wonder that when Wu Jiming guessed that Qin Yi was a martial artist, he was afraid of being like that. Weak too weak, why do you have to ask me to make a move? Isn't it good to hand over the adventure yourself? Lu Yi shook his fists and paced from the other end of the street leisurely, not afraid of Qin Yi escaping at all. He didn't go all out, he didn't want to kill Qin Yi because he was afraid that the other party would hide the adventure and no one would know about it after death. Qin Yi collapsed to the ground like soft mud, and after the punch just now he also thought of the other party's thoughts of retracting his strength and had a way in his heart. What doesn't kill him will only make him stronger. The level 1 physical recovery power is taking effect and his broken bones and organs are recovering frantically. If anyone can see the changes in his body at this time, they will definitely be stunned and exclaimed. In Qin Yi's body, the granulations are wriggling and intertwining, squeezing energy to reshape new bones and organs with extremely high efficiency, and in just 1 minute nearly 1/3 of the body has recovered. Moreover, the new bones and organs are stronger and tougher than the last time. Qin Yi staggered up from the ground covered in blood, but his movements were calm. He takes out what he has prepared in his pocket, tears open the package and swallows it in his mouth. In an instant a mellow energy was digested and decomposed by the iron stomach, allowing him to recover faster. Lu Yi's expression froze and he took a serious look at what Qin Yi took out, and then he was stunned for a few seconds with anger on his face. Qin Yi. Actually in the Snick's chocolate bar? So calm, still have the heart to snack? Is this looking down on me? He thought that the other party was going to take out the spirit fruit, but he didn't expect that it was just a mortal thing. The blue muscles on his fair face burst out and Lu Yi took another step out and began to punch at Qin Yi. His fist smashed into Qin Yi's body like a storm, but he accurately controlled the strength and position and did not kill Qin Yi. Come suffer, beg for mercy, kneel and surrender. Lu Yi became more and more excited and the blood splashed on his face, but he didn't care and roared like one. He expected Qin Yi to lose his composure, cry bitterly and fall into despair and beg him for mercy. But to his surprise, Qin Yi was still indifferent, not afraid, not desperate, and not showing pain. A mere flesh injury, where can it compare to the torture of terminal cancer? With the blessing of level 3 pain tolerance, Qin Yi not only did not feel pain but had a wonderful feeling of coolness, almost not holding back, and laughed out loud. His body meridians and bones have been reshaped in the destruction again and again, becoming stronger and more terrifying. How is that possible? Why is your physical body recovering so fast? Lu Yi found the clue. His brows were tightly knit and it was difficult to understand. As a martial artist, his Qi and blood can already be easily released, so every punch he throws out is mixed with the power of Qi and blood, which can destroy the meridian organs in the opponent's body and prevent the opponent from recovering. But this kind of killer move is actually ineffective in the face of Qin Yi. It's incredible, it must be the effect of that adventure. Greed flashed on Lu Yi's face and he made another sharp move, wanting to blow Qin Yi up, making him powerless to resist and drag him away directly. But Qin Yi now has some fate resistance power. In a short period of time, if Lu Yi doesn't go all out, he can't take away Qin Yi, who is desperately struggling. I don't know how many fights have passed. Qin Yi was already able to block Lu Yi's attack for the time being and even had the strength to raise his hand and beat Lu Yi's body. Even if this kind of attack was ineffective against Lu Yi, the humiliation contained in it made Lu Yi unbearable. Is that all you have? I don't think I'm feeling anything. Qin Yi was knocked away again. This time he got up faster than before and even had time to take out another chocolate bar from his pocket and take it down. As long as there is enough, energy cells can adapt to evolve infinitely. You're looking for death. Lu Yi lost his cool. He couldn't tolerate the provocation of the weak against him, especially a weak person who couldn't even fight back. He no longer spared his hand and the attack was several times faster than before, and the fist wind was fierce and the bombardment on the ground could actually set off a shock in a small area. One by one after images appeared in mid-air. This is a phenomenon that can only be caused by extreme speed, and the movement speed of the martial artist is as fast as a bullet. But unfortunately, after the previous attack, Qin Yi finally completed the transformation. Your cells are washed by the psionic energy and blood of low-level martial artists and successfully evolve a natural skill, Aura Affinity LV3. Your cells are tempered by low-level martial artists and successfully evolve a passive skill, Physical Recovery LV2. Your cells have endured the continuous impact of more than a ton of tremendous force and have successfully evolved a gifted supernatural power, weak and boneless. 1 Battle 3 Skills. The boost is too great. Sure enough, as long as he is not killed, the more difficult and terrifying the environment, it will only be exchanged for stronger skills. It was at this very moment. Lu Ye's eyes were full of fierce light. He no longer had the slightest hand. His blood was like a rainbow. His fists were soaring and he went straight to Qin Yi's death hole. Qin Yi didn't dare to be careless and immediately used the talent he had just obtained, weak and boneless. In a flash. It was as if his body had suddenly lost its skeletal support and had become soft and dry like a balloon without blowing. This talent and supernatural ability evolved in Lu Ye's attack, and it can be said that it is completely aimed at Lu Ye's offensive, and it was born to resolve Lu Ye. The fist blade containing monstrous power rolled up a gust of wind and suddenly bombarded Qin Yi's chest, which should have pierced his chest with a devastating momentum and burst his heart. But something unexpected happened. Qin Yi's chest actually blocked Lu Ye's fist like a sponge, constantly concave inward to unload the force, and within 10 seconds he almost unloaded more than half of his strength. Qin Yi was once again knocked out more than 10 meters away, but this time he was not injured at all, and the damage caused by Lu Ye's full force punch was repaired in the blink of an eye under the increase of physical body recovery power LV2. You. No way. Lu Ye was shocked. He knew how terrifying his punch was. Qin Yi smiled lightly, stood at the corner of the street and said, "Didn't you have breakfast, brother? Come beat me harder if you don't kill me today. I will definitely kill you in the future." He puffed up his chest and patted it, looking like he was not afraid of death. Lu Ye's face was so gloomy that he could squeeze out the water, and he was about to continue to make a move, but he suddenly felt that someone was approaching here, so he could only grit his teeth and glare at Qin Yi and run away temporarily. He was too confident. Even under the public street he wanted to beat Qin Yi with lightning speed and then arrest him. But I didn't expect that Qin Yi was the same as Xuan, who couldn't be killed, but he just didn't fall. At this moment a martial artist sensed the movement and came to investigate, and Lu Ye naturally couldn't stay any longer. "What are you staring at? If you can't beat it, you can only run? Hey, if you have the ability to stay, let's keep fighting." Qin Yi took the trouble to shout at Lu Ye. His tone was yin and yang, and Lu Ye was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure completely disappeared at the end of the street that Qin Yi closed his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, that's a shame." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yi took off the last chocolate bar, wiped his head, and saw that a shadow appeared on the street not far away. Chapter 12. People and human constitutions can't be summed up. After the battle between the two warriors, the originally quiet streets became unrecognizable, full of fluttering and rolling sand and gravel and large circular pits all over the road like the ruins of the war. Qin Yi looked at the visitor on the street and noticed that this person was wearing a neat police uniform with short hair and capable hair, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, naturally with a heroic spirit, not angry and arrogant. "Ah, sir is here. Well, it's still a sister smash." Qin Yi's tense heart finally relaxed, and there was such a big movement on the street, and sure enough someone would still take care of it. The police flower stood in front of Qin Yi, expressionlessly glanced at Qin Yi, who was in a miserable state, and then looked at the direction where Lu Ye had fled and asked solemnly, "The person who fought with you ran away?" Qin Yi also observed the person in front of him. Judging from the experience of dealing with martial artists so many times, she was definitely also a martial artist, and her cultivation was not low. Qin Yi smiled, scratched his head, and said, "Comrade police officer, I didn't fight with that person. It was that person who took the initiative to kidnap me. It's a good thing you came just in time, otherwise I would have almost been abducted." Hearing Qin Yi's explanation, the female police officer didn't say anything but showed her ID according to the rules, preparing to take Qin Yi away and go to the police station for the record. Qin Yi glanced at the document and could see the name of the female police officer written on it, Xiao Shi. He did not resist and returned to the police station with Officer Xiao. It's 8 o'clock in the morning and the police station has just opened, but it has welcomed several guests. As soon as Qin Yi walked in, he heard a series of serious teachings, as if a male police officer was admonishing someone. Life is precious. If there is anything you can't think of, communicate with your parents and relatives. Don't keep it in your heart. You are still so young, in the prime of life. Why do you have to seek death to practice yourself? It's not allowed to do that in the future, you know? Qin Yi followed the sound and found a familiar face sitting on a chair in the police station with his head bowed, his face full of shame, and he kept bowing his head at the police uncle. Isn't this Wang Yueling? When he met an acquaintance, Qin Yi didn't think much about it and waved his hand to say hello to her. Hearing Qin Yi's voice, Wang Yueling was stunned for a moment, then secretly raised her head to look at Qin Yi and immediately lowered her head, blushing as if she was about to burn. At this moment she was so embarrassed that her toes and thumbs were tightened. In order to become stronger, she secretly learned Qin Yi's free fall cultivation method, but she didn't succeed in training but was rescued by a passing well-wisher who called the police. Looking at Qin Yi's demeanor now, he obviously understood something from the words of the policeman's uncle, and his gaze at her changed. Qin Yi really didn't expect that when he casually mentioned it, Wang Yueling actually imitated exercising. Against the sky. The verbal education on the policeman's side was almost over. Wang Yueling got up with difficulty, stared at Qin Yi, who was covered in blood again, and said strangely, "Are you going to jump again?" As she spoke, she looked back at the female police officer in front of Qin Yi and suddenly realized, "Oh, you were also arrested, but you were arrested after jumping." Qin Yi's qi and blood on his body had improved compared to 5 o'clock in the morning. Wang Yueling could see it. She happily pointed to Qin Yi and defended the police officer who had just educated herself. "Look, police officer, he often jumps from the 3rd or 4th floor to exercise. He was originally an ordinary person and he has quenched 6 or 7 calories of qi and blood in 2 days. I say, I'm not looking for death, I'm trying to get stronger, I'm trying to train myself." The police officer who had just finished educating Wang Yueling had a dark face and suddenly felt that simple verbal persuasion could no longer be effective against the girl in front of him. Perhaps she will have to be sent to the psychiatric department. After the revival of the aura, many law enforcement positions in the Human Alliance have their own set of martial arts realm screening, and if they are not martial artists they cannot be elected. Police officers are no exception. He has practiced martial arts for so many years and he has never heard of jumping from more than 10 meters to become stronger. It's nice not to fall into a pulp but to get stronger? Seeing that the police officer didn't believe it, the girl had to cast a hopeful look at Qin Yi, hoping that Qin Yi would stand up and explain. "But it's a pity that Qin Yi didn't do what you wanted," and echoed the police uncle with a serious face. "That's right, you can't become stronger if you jump 100 times. But you obviously got stronger with this." Wang Yueling was not convinced. Qin Yi shook his head. "People and people's physique can't be generalized. I can become stronger with food, can you?" Wang Yueling. "I can get strong without eating, can you?" Wang Yueling. For a moment the girl was speechless. She always felt that something was broken by Qin Yi's words. That was her Tao heart. Wang Yueling's incident was only a small episode and it passed quickly. After ending the conversation, Qin Yi followed Officer Xiao to the interrogation room and was just about to go in, but 3 people came out of it. 2 of them looked familiar, one with obscene hair and the other with a bald head, both wearing special shackles on their wrists, and were escorted out by a police officer. As soon as the 2 of them went out, they saw Qin Yi's face and they were immediately shocked and knelt in front of Qin Yi with a puff, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. "Big brother, we turned ourselves in according to what you said, spare our lives. We recruited everything, really. Even when I was a child I said that the ant next door took a bath and I didn't hide anything." These 2 people were the gangsters who attacked Qin Yi not long ago in a vain attempt to snatch the spirit fruit. After the 2 of them turned themselves in, they told all the wrongs they had committed since they were born until now, and they talked about it for a whole night, almost making the interrogator dizzy. As soon as the interrogation was over they made such a move when they came out, even if several police officers targeted Qin Yi. Qin Yi's body stiffened and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Comrade police officer, I am a good citizen. I caught these 2 gangsters easily, let them turn themselves in." Officer Xiao couldn't help but look at Qin Yi a few more times. She opened the door of the interrogation room and lifted her chin. "Go in and talk." One after the other the 2 walked into the interrogation room. Boom! As the heavy door closed, the whole world was quiet at this moment, and Qin Yi could even hear his own heartbeat. In addition to his own adaptive evolutionary characteristics, Qin Yi did not hide it and roughly told about Lu Yi, including that Lu Yi came from the alien god society. Of course Qin Yi lied during the battle with Lu Yi. He only said that Lu Yi wanted to catch himself and he kept resisting and was injured, but he didn't say that he had fought with Lu Yi with all his might. It is impossible for a beginner martial artist to resist the full force of the martial artist, and it will inevitably attract a lot of attention and cause trouble. Qin Yi, who was telling the story of the case, seemed very relaxed, not like he was lying, and every cell of his did not reveal an unnatural state. In addition, Qin Yi was sure that Lu Yi had destroyed all the monitors on that street before he made a move, and the police station could not obtain the specific situation, so he was not afraid of being discovered. And that's exactly what happened. The Alien God Society left a document at the police station in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang early on. It is an illegal organization. Kidnapping and robbery are all evil, and it is really normal to do something to Qin Yi. She silently observed the man opposite, but she couldn't see any problems with the other party's words or expressions. She has been in the industry for many years and has interrogated countless people, but it is the first time she has seen such a young man without leakage. The afterlife is terrifying. In the end, she believed Qin Yi's narrative and handed Qin Yi a cup of hot water. Your file shows that you are not a martial artist, and according to the rules of the Alliance, as long as you practice martial arts you must keep a file. You are already a beginner martial artist. Your talent is good. It is best to go to the Martial Arts Federation to test it when you have time these days and leave a record. She closed the file. She saw that Qin Yi was extraordinary. A few days ago she was clearly a terminally ill patient, but now she is alive and well. Not only has she recovered from a serious illness, but she has also become a martial artist, and she will definitely have an adventure. However, every warrior has his own secrets, and as a police officer she will not go to investigate, let alone be greedy. Thank you, comrade officer. Qin Yi drank all the hot water in the cup, and the system's prompt sound sounded in his ears. Ding, your cells have successfully adapted to lying, and you have evolved a passive skill. Your face is not red and your heart is not beating. Can you adapt to lying? A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Qin Yi's eyes, but he quickly adjusted and left the police station accompanied by relevant personnel. After Qin Yi left, she was still sitting alone in the quiet interrogation room, as if thinking about something. In the middle of the night, the door of the interrogation room opened again and a police officer walked in and saluted Xiaoxi. "Xiaoju, are you looking for me?" Xiaoxi handed him Qin Yi's file and then took a sip of tea. After reading the file, the visitor's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "What do you mean?" Xiaoxi put down the teacup and nodded slightly. "That's right, the people of the Alien God Society will not be willing to give up the things on Qin Yi's body. As long as we follow Qin Yi, we will be able to catch a big fish sooner or later. From today onwards you are responsible for protecting him. If you can catch the big fish of the alien gods, it will be at least first-class merit." The man respectfully took the order and left, and Xiaoxi was left alone in the interrogation room drinking tea leisurely. Chapter 13, First Order Spirit Fruit Level 3 Poison Resistance. When I came out of the police station, the time was just 9 o'clock and it was still half an hour away from the appointment, so I didn't need to be in a hurry to get to the supermarket on time. Qin Yi clicked on the personal panel as he walked. The newly evolved skill, the face is not red and the heart does not beat just like its name, can allow Qin Yi to remain natural when lying and tell nonsense as timidly as telling the truth. There is no level for this skill and it should be evolved to be considered a full level. Although it doesn't add much power, it still feels very practical. Qin Yi's gaze swept over the skill and landed on his 4 attribute panels, and then he was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength, agility and physique attributes had been improved again. Now he has 13 points of strength, 11 points of agility and 16 points of physique, which is far beyond the average 3rd stage martial artist, barely comparable to the 4th stage martial artist. The martial arts rank is divided into 9 sections and every 3rd stage is a grade, and the 4th stage martial artist seems to be only 1 section stronger than the 3rd stage martial artist, but in fact there is a big difference. I have to thank Lu Yi for his good intentions. He is so strong he has to promise not to kill me when he beats me, which makes me transform. Qin Yi was in a good mood and hummed a little song. The 9th stage of the martial artist needs to temper the flesh body with aura and refine Qi and blood, and Lu Yi bombarded him from the outside with the power of Qi and blood, which is equivalent to helping him temper his flesh body, and the efficiency is faster than swallowing aura cultivation, refining a drop of Qi and blood in 10 minutes. Today's Qin Yi has 6 calories of Qi and blood, which is not far from the 10 calories of a martial artist. The most important thing is that Lu Yi also helped him evolve a level 3 aura affinity, and his cultivation will only be faster in the future. Such a great kindness. When I succeed in my cultivation in the future, I will repay it with my life. Qin Yi muttered to himself, his face cold. Before he knew it, he was far away from the police station and he could see the sign of the supermarket in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang not far away. Stepped forward, and when he saw Li Wufeng holding 3 wooden boxes standing in front of the supermarket cash register and waiting for someone. Presumably the 3 wooden boxes are the containers for storing the First Order spirit fruits. Qin Yi put on a smiling face, strode into the supermarket and greeted Li Wufeng warmly. "Long time no see, brother Li, haha." Hearing this voice, Li Wufeng's face turned cold and he didn't reply. "I just saw it yesterday, so I haven't seen you for a long time? Do I know you so well and you still call me brother Li?" He was not surprised that Qin Yi knew that his surname was Li. After all, the old man stationed in the supermarket was very unusual and he may have talked to Qin Yi. Li Wufeng turned around, his face was indifferent and a pair of black eyes looked directly at Qin Yi. However, in the next second his face lit up with an irrepressible look of astonishment and he almost lost his temper. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin Yi again, the shock on his face even thicker. He was not mistaken. Just one night passed in yesterday's ordinary people actually refined 6 calories of qi in blood. "You really didn't hide your strength yesterday?" Li Wufeng couldn't believe it. Even if he was a genius like him, he had been bathing in elixir since he was born and the spirit fruit was used as a jelly bean. And it took more than a week to refine 6 calories of qi in blood. Qin Yi shook his head lightly and said with a smile, "In front of Elder Wang, what strength can I hide?" The owner of the supermarket, Old Man Wang, has a profound realm, and if he is not a great master, it is impossible to hide the truth in front of him. Li Wufeng understood Qin Yi's hint. His expression became more and more complicated and his eyes were full of brilliance. Not to mention him, even the old man behind the cashier was surprised. He regretted that Qin Yi was too late to practice martial arts yesterday, but today the other party has already stepped into the door of martial arts. Refining 6 calories of qi in blood in one day is really a heavenly asset. Qin Yi peeked at Wang Lao a little nervously and finally let go of his heart when he saw that he was still smiling at himself kindly. People are old and refined, and Wang Lao must have guessed that he has a secret. However, Wang Lao does not intend to delve into it, let alone break it. At his level, as long as the genius of the human race obtains an opportunity, he will not take the great fortune to seize it. It's true that there is some talent, but with the immortal martial arts it's useless to have talent alone, and if you have to cash in on your talent you may become a strong person. I hope to see you in the depths of the secret realm in the future. Don't fall early. After all, Li Wufeng was a Tianjiao from the Li family, and after a short shock he still returned to his usual indifferent demeanor and handed over the 3 wooden boxes in his hand to Qin Yi. Qin Yi took the wooden box, looked down and found that although the 3 brown wooden boxes were small, they were extremely exquisite, carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, and the aura was restrained and the first order spirit fruit was stored in it, but there was no smell and spiritual power leaking out. Obviously the wooden box itself is also a valuable storage equipment, but the Li family has a big business and Li Wufeng didn't take it to heart, so he gave it away. TSK, the local tyrant, it's great to be rich, isn't it? After the spirit fruit was delivered, Li Wufeng turned around and left without stopping for half a second. Qin Yi looked at his back and couldn't help but quip, "Come on and practice, don't see me next time my cultivation is not as good as mine." Li Wufeng's footsteps stiffened and immediately refuted, "You dream, I just sleep for half a year first and you can't surpass me." As the young master of the Li family, Li Wufeng is now 18 years old and he has already stepped into the low-level martial artist realm, which is 2 great realms higher than Qin Yi. No matter how talented Qin Yi is, he is only a beginner martial artist at present, not even a first-stage martial artist. "If I can be surpassed by you, the position of the young master of the Li family will allow you to sit." Li Wufeng snorted, walked away quickly and disappeared. Qin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said in a low voice, "The position of the young master of the Li family? I can't see it yet." Old Man Wang. Why are young people nowadays crazier than the other? Sure enough, I'm still old. He hunched over his waist and sighed. Qin Yi got the first order spirit fruit, and instead of going home directly like the last time, he decided to stay in the supermarket and directly cut off the 3 fruits. The eastern suburbs of Yuhang are mixed and the value of the first order spirit fruit is too high. If you take it out, you are afraid of being targeted by the strong. It's better to take advantage of the protection of Wang Lao and take it first. Wang Lao saw what Qin Yi was thinking, did not refuse, got up and opened the door of the storage room and said to Qin Yi, "Come to the storage room." Qin Yi hurriedly followed. In the storage room he placed 3 wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one. Click. The first wooden box opened and a refreshing fruity fragrance overflowed as if a cool spring breeze was blowing on the face. Just smelling the smell made people's hearts flutter. Wang Lao on the side nodded slightly and introduced, This is the spring heart fruit. A fruit in March. It is for the spring heart. It has the effect of nourishing the mind and moisturizing the soul, and it can be regarded as a high-quality first-order spiritual fruit. Recuperate? Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation he immediately cut the spring heart fruit. Then he only felt that there was the warm spring sun shining in his heart, slightly warm, comfortable and soft, and when he opened his personal panel he saw that the spiritual attribute that had not changed for a long time was actually prompted from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Before the Grandmaster, the martial artist did not open the brain domain and did not cultivate the soul, so the amount of spiritual power depends on the talent. But generally speaking, even if you are a genius, your initial mental power is only about 7 points. Even if he is like Qin Yi, he will only improve by 1 or 2 points, but Qin Yi has increased by 4 points. This is the ability of a level 1 iron stomach. The strength of this skill is far beyond Qin Yi's imagination, and its benefits are not only that it can kill things that others can't, but also that it can digest the spirit fruit more thoroughly and absorb it more comprehensively. The remaining 2 wooden boxes were opened by Qin Yi together, and the first-order spirit fruits stored in them were red blood orange and earth wind shame. These 2 kinds of spirit fruits are to enhance the body's qi and blood. After taking it, Qin Yi's blood and qi are churning, and the original 6 calories of qi and blood have been improved again, and he has reached 10 cards, directly stepping into the ranks of first-order martial artists. Seeing this scene, Wang Lao was shocked at first and then said worriedly, taking a large amount of spirit fruit, although it can quickly enhance qi and blood, it will also lead to an unstable foundation, a vain foundation, and no benefit in the future. You have lost too many spiritual fruits in the past few days, and you still have to slash less in the future, and then we will consolidate the foundation first. For children of a family likely wolfing, most of the spiritual fruits they use are not fruits that directly increase qi and blood, but to increase their potential. To refine qi and blood you must come step by step. Qin Yi respectfully recorded this matter, but there was something strange in his heart. He didn't feel that there was something wrong with his foundation. At this moment Qin Yi's mind echoed the sound of the system's prompts. Ding, you have taken a large amount of spirit fruit in a short period of time and successfully adapted the cells to the spirit poison and evolved a passive skill, poison resistance LV3. Ding, you have taken 3 first-order spirit fruits in a row, refined the aura, refined the meridians, and evolved a natural skill, aura affinity LV6. The sound of the system's prompt made Qin Yi gradually understand. It turned out that the spiritual plants absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow, and in order to avoid being cut off, most of them deposited spirit poison in the body. This kind of toxicity will consume and destroy the potential of the martial artist, but the amount of spirit poison precipitated by different spirit plants is also different, such as the spirit plants that are recognized as harmless and beneficial by the Human Alliance. Most of them are varieties with less spirit poison deposited. As long as you don't slash too much, you'll be fine. But now that Qin Yi has evolved poison resistance, he can already ignore the spirit poison, and he doesn't need to have any fears about what he wants in the future. This shortcut to martial arts practice is beneficial and harmless to Qin Yi. Chapter 14, Martial Arts Federation. The matter of the spirit fruit was over. Qin Yi seemed to remember something, and asked Wang Lao, by the way, do you know about the Martial Arts Federation? Elder Wang led Qin Yi out of the storage room, nodded, and said, the Martial Arts Federation is an organization responsible for the overall management of human martial artists. And now that you have successfully broken through to a martial artist, you really have to go there. Under Wang Lao's explanation, Qin Yi gradually understood. Founded more than 80 years ago, the Martial Arts Federation is a superorganization in cooperation with the Human Alliance, and since its inception it has been implementing the purpose of preventing martial artists from violating the prohibition of martial arts and maintaining social harmony. The strength of those who practice martial arts is too detached, and it is indeed necessary to organize and suppress it to avoid chaos. However, the Martial Arts Federation's jurisdiction over martial artists is very loose. As long as they don't make big mistakes, they basically don't care. They just need to register and update their martial arts realm from time to time. This kind of registration is not without benefits, and when your file is updated to a warrior file, you will enjoy many conveniences in society, such as tax exemptions, discounts on public transportation, etc. Which is still good. Wang Lao stood back at the front desk and commented casually, the world of martial arts is so realistic. It seems that it is still necessary for the Martial Arts Federation to register once, and if you operate carefully there is not much risk of exposing the system. Qin Yi made a decision, thought about it, and asked another question. Elder Wang, I want to learn some killing techniques, but I don't know where there is a channel. Although Qin Yi now has a strong strength and physique, he lacks offensive means, and it is simply Wang Ba's fist fighting, and there is no discipline. If we want to deal with the upcoming crises, we must make up for this shortcoming. Wang Lao smiled slightly and pointed out, the Martial Arts Federation has it. After you have registered as a martial artist, you will be able to log into a website called Martial Realm with your ID card. This website sells everything related to martial arts, including exercises, and you can choose your favorite one when the time comes. I see. This Martial Arts Federation is also interesting, and it seems that it is intended to promote the cultivation of human warriors by creating such a website. Thank you to Mr. Wang for solving my doubts, and the younger generation will leave first. Qin Yi became more and more curious about the Martial Arts Federation and was ready to set off now to see the world and the city. Before Wang Lao answered these questions, he only knew that there was such an organization, but he did not know the specific situation. If Chen Xian hadn't mentioned a few words to him, he might not even have heard of the Martial Arts Federation. Go when you break through the martial arts, come back to me. Wang Lao closed his eyes and said no more. Qin Yi was overjoyed, saluted Wang Lao, and immediately retired. Wang Lao's identity is extremely mysterious and his strength is even more unfathomable. Qin Yi has seen so many martial artists, even if it is Lu Yi, he did not feel this invisible sense of oppression when he saw Wang Lao. Back to basics, the seemingly ordinary old body contains earth-shattering power. I don't know what realm Wang Lao is. Qin Yi thought wildly, but his footsteps did not stop. He did not go home but walked straight to the subway station, planning to leave the eastern suburbs and go to the city once. The Martial Arts Federation of Yuhang City is located in the urban area. Of course, it is only a branch. The headquarters of this organization seems to be in Tianjin, the capital of China. If I go home now, I may be ambushed by the people of the Xenos, but if I go to a crowded city, the Xenosis will not dare to arrest me again. Qin Yi glanced at the packed subway and calmed down slightly. Unlike the suburbs, the defense force in the urban area of Yuhang is very strong, and if Lu Yi dares to make a fuss in the urban area, he is afraid that he will be suppressed by the official warriors in less than a minute. Not long after, when the subway arrived at the station, Qin Yi followed the flow of people and squeezed out of the station, and when the tall buildings came into view, he was in a trance for a while, and Lu Jianji behind him breathed a sigh of relief. I used to be just an inconspicuous ant in this big city, humble and insignificant, and I didn't even have the ability to gain a foothold in the city, so I could only run to the suburbs. But from today onwards, everything will be different. Qin Yi didn't waste any time, immediately opened the navigation and walked towards the Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Federation. Bustling streets, bustling crowds, noisy traffic. About half an hour later, Qin Yi came to the city center and looked around among the buildings made of steel and glass. A huge martial arts hall made of mahogany was particularly conspicuous. At the gate of the martial arts hall there is a gilt plaque with 5 big characters on it: the dragonflies and the phoenix dances, implying sword intent. It is worthy of being a super martial arts organization, and just one branch is quite extraordinary. Qin Yi couldn't help but nod and stepped into the martial arts hall. On the surface, the gate of the Martial Arts Federation seems to be unguarded, but it seems to have some kind of screening method, and unless you are a martial artist, you can't enter. Qin Yi could see that there were a few ordinary people wandering at the door, and they couldn't walk in any way. And he himself came in without hindrance. Could it be that the plaque hides a mystery? Qin Yi guessed in his heart. Looking around, he was in the hall of the Martial Arts Federation. The space was wide, the ground was paved with white tiles, and the 4 huge pillars were arranged in all directions, on which were carved with vermilion bird, Xuan, white tiger and green dragon. Looking around, there is a wooden list of tens of meters in size pinned in front of the hall, on which there are names engraved on it, and if you count them you will find that the number is not too much, just 1,000. This wooden list is like the gold list of the ancient imperial examination, which is eye-catching. This list is called the Extreme List, and the records on it are all the 1,000 martial artists who have the strongest physical bodies below the martial artist realm in the past 100 years. This list was set up by Su Jinhe, the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, in order to explore the physical limits of the martial arts realm. In order to get on this list, many martial artists have spent a lot of energy and time, and they would rather stay in the 9-stage martial artist realm and not break through, but also polish their physical bodies to the extreme. In addition to this list, the realm of martial artists, grandmasters and great grandmasters, also has an extreme list. I don't know when there was a middle-aged man on Qin Yi's side with a figure-8 beard, squinting eyes, a white shirt, and his hands on his back like some immortal cultivators in the deep mountains and old forests. He looked at Qin Yi and introduced himself. My name is Su Ruoxu and I am the president of the Yuhang branch. It's the first time you've been here today, right? Chapter 15, Strength Test shocking the audience. When he came up he stared at the limit list with a puzzled face. The realm is a martial artist, so it must be that the newcomer has not run. In fact, there are not many new martial artists in Yuhang, and most of them are from professional classes from some martial arts families or martial arts schools, so they will gather together to register. Scattered people like Qin Yi who come to register alone generally have their own extraordinary. In this year Chinese martial arts prevailed and the 12 years of compulsory martial arts were promoted early, and the seedlings with martial arts talent were basically excavated in the process of compulsory martial arts practice and joined those precious martial arts schools. And a loose person like Qin Yi can step into a period of martial arts. Most of them have changes and adventures the day after tomorrow, and they are more likely to appear geniuses. Su Ruoxu has been stationed here for many years and has a lot of experience, especially the experience of distinguishing Tianzhou. The last time a scattered person came to register it had to be 7 or 8 years ago, and that one's current realm was extremely terrifying. Therefore he personally appeared to guide Qin Yi, wanting to see the foundation of this young man. Thank you, seniors, for solving your doubts. Qin Yi turned around and thanked him and then wondered, what is the use of setting up a limit list in the low realm just to motivate junior martial artists to practice martial arts? No matter how high the extreme physical strength of the low realm is, it is difficult to surpass the high realm. For example, in the martial arts limit list in front of him, the first place on it was a man named Qin Yi who set a record about 40 years ago. With the realm of the 9th stage of a martial artist, he blasted out 2 tons of power with one punch, which can be called invincible. You must know that the theoretical strength limit of the 9th-stage martial artist is 1.2 tons, and the strength of 2 tons is already comparable to the full strength of a low-level martial artist. But what's the point? For the sake of it? It is better to waste time pursuing the limit of the martial arts realm. It is better to break through the realm as soon as possible. It takes about the same amount of time, but the results are the same. Su Ruoxu glanced at Qin Yi with a slight surprise. Young people of this age are often enthusiastic and love to be in the limelight, and it is rare to have Qin Yi who disdains pretending to be X. It does take a lot of time and resources to be on the list, and it will make people trapped in the realm of martial artists for a long time, but Su Ruoxu's words turned sharply and he pointed out, if you are fortunate enough to be crowned the king in the future, you will know why martial artists have to spend a lot of effort to pursue the limit. Title: the Marquis? It is said that only the strongest in the mountain and sea realm can be crowned as a marquis, and after the mountain and sea realm it is the king realm. These 2 realms are too far away for the current Qin Yi, and he has only seen a few princes on the internet across the screen. I didn't expect that there would be such a secret on the limit list which hides the opportunity to be the king of the marquis. Qin Yi silently noted down the matter. He followed Su Ruoxu through the hall and came to several training rooms at the back of the martial arts hall. Along the way many staff members would greet Su Ruoxu, which showed that the other party was not a fraud and it was really the president of the Yuhang branch. Through chatting with Qin Yi along the way, Su Ruoxu had already determined that the young man in front of him was a pure scattered person who had not been trained by any martial arts school or martial arts family. The 2 stopped in a room full of special wooden figures. Su Ruoxu looked at Qin Yi and a flash of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Let's go and test it. We need to register your basic body data. These wooden figures are forged from a special wood from the secret realm, and they are extremely tough and they can recover on their own after taking heavy blows, and with the instruments embedded in them they are enough to accurately measure all the strength below the martial artist. Since the beginning of the record, the limit record of a martial artist is 600 kilograms of punch power. Maybe you still have a chance to break it. Su Ruoxu joked to Qin Yi. This record actually came from the hands of the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, Su Jinhe, and no one has ever broken it for more than 80 years. However, this record was only circulated among some martial artists and it did not reach the limit list. After all, it's only a first-stage martial artist. No matter how strong it is, it can't be stronger than a 9th-stage extreme martial artist. Okay. Qin Yi agreed, randomly selected a wooden stake closest to him and was ready to go. He devoured the spirit fruit, breathing 10 calories of qi in blood, and after stepping into a martial artist he had not tested his limit. It's just the right time to give it a try. In addition to Qin Yi and Su Ruoxu in the strength testing room, there were also a few martial artists who had just finished the test. About 3 levels of level, and a punch was blasted out which could leave a deep fist mark on the wooden man's body, and it took a long time to recover as before. 450 kilograms of power. This kind of fist strength is much higher than the standard of 400 kilograms for a standard third-stage martial artist, which is considered good. At this moment, after these martial artists finished the test, they did not leave in a hurry but observed Qin Yi with interest, wanting to see the results of his test. The person who can be brought to the test by Chairman Su himself will not be a mediocre talent, right? A few people stepped aside and waited quietly. Qin Yi didn't let everyone wait any longer. He stood in front of the wooden man, calmed his breath, lifted a force. The chi and blood in his body roared, and the power gathered on his right hand, slamming into the wooden man. Shout! The speed of this punch was beyond everyone's imagination. Qin Yi's right hand turned into an afterimage in an instant, and before they could see it clearly, they heard a deafening loud bang. Rumble! The terrifying power poured on the wooden figures, blowing up a circle of chi, and only the remaining power pushed the few wooden figures placed around them a few meters away. The onlookers were stunned for a moment and then stared over, but saw Qin Yi withdraw his right hand, lightly shook his fist, and said with a smile, "The results are not bad, right? The results are not bad?" Everyone's eyes wandered again, falling on the screen that showed power, and in an instant everyone was stunned. The previous third-stage martial artist who blasted out 450 kilograms of strength thought he was dreaming in a trance, and his mouth kept babbling. How is this possible? That's absolutely unrealistic, right? When I looked closely, the screen showed an incredible number. 601 kilograms. This is a strength comparable to the full strength of a fifth-stage martial artist, and it even happened to break the record held by the old leader Su Jinhe for 80 years. A warrior. Comparable to 5 Dawn? Chapter 16. Don't be in a hurry to be shocked first. Even more shocked in the back, Su Ruoxu stared at Qin Yi deadly. His originally squinted eyes widened. Ignoring anything else, he flashed to Qin Yi's side in 3 or 2 steps and was very excited. You try again, go all out, don't stay strong. Stay? Several people present were even more stunned, looking at Qin Yi's gaze as if they were looking at a monster. With such a record, this kid hasn't done his best yet? Several third-stage martial artists felt that their martial arts confidence had been hit by the martial arts they had cultivated all the way. However, Qin Yi just nodded and did not show any other expression. When he refined 5 calories of chi and blood and became a beginner martial artist, he had more than 300 kilograms of strength in one punch, and now that his chi and blood have doubled, isn't it normal to have more than 600 kilograms? I'm all hanging and I can't crush the rest of the people. That's really too wasteful. The wooden man in front of him was hit by Qin Yi with dozens of cracks, and it looked like it couldn't be recovered in a short time. Therefore Qin Yi changed to a wooden figure, trimmed it for a few seconds, and then took a deep breath, and after a simple run he threw a punch with all his might. Rumble! The force of this blow was even more terrifying, and after Qin Yi finished fighting, he felt that the chi and blood in his whole body were surging and boiling, and he had not stopped for a long time. The condition of the wooden man was even more exaggerated, with a fist mark 30 or 40 centimeters deep appearing on it, with the fist mark as the center. Hundreds of cracks were densely cracked, and the entire wooden man looked like it could be completely cracked and destroyed at any time. 780 kilograms. This punch was already close to the full force of the 7th-stage martial artist. However, the one who threw such a punch was actually just a first-stage martial artist. This sub. You have the qualifications to be crowned kings. Su Ruoxu was pleasantly surprised. Yu Hang had only one king in the past 100 years, and he barely stepped into the realm of the true king in his old age. The people who can be crowned kings are all dragons and phoenixes among people, and it is difficult to produce one among tens of millions of people. I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes today. Because of the movement caused by Qin Yi, there were more and more martial artists who came to the strength testing room to watch and almost surrounded the gate and aisle. But these people who hurried to see the excitement fell silent, not saying a word, just staring intently at the numbers on the screen. The numbers silenced them. All eyes on it. Su Ruoxu laughed and felt sorry for his talents and asked Qin Yi, "Xiaoyu, I am willing to accept you as an apprentice. I don't know if you have any intentions?" As soon as these words came out, everyone came back to their senses, showing admiration, looking at Qin Yi, hating to replace him. Su Ruoxu's realm is extremely high, and it is rumored that when he first arrived in Yuhang 7 or 8 years ago, he had already entered the realm of a great grandmaster. 7 or 8 years have passed and his current strength is unimaginable. The most important thing is that Su Ruoxa's surname is Su, and behind him stands the Su family, one of the top 10 families in Tianjing who dominates the martial arts federation and is powerful. If you can get in touch with the Su family, all kinds of high-level cultivation resources will definitely be endless. But it was such a great opportunity. Qin Yi actually thought about it for a while and then refused. I already have a teacher and I can't worship others anymore. Qin Yi politely refused, shocking the audience. In Yuhang, what master can compare to Su Ruoxu? Chief Archon Yuhang is not worthy either. Outsiders were puzzled and secretly scolded Qin Yi for being too young, having eyes but no beads, and not knowing the strength of the Su family. Su Ruoxu was also a little stuck, and it was the first time he was rejected. Qin Yi is not like a person who has been systematically trained in martial arts and he doesn't understand a lot of common sense. How can he have a teacher? Confused, he asked Qin Yi about his teacher's name. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi smiled faintly and confided out 4 inexplicable words: Dongjiao Supermarket. Eastern Suburbs Supermarket? Mr. Su asked you about your master's name. What do you mean by answering the name of a supermarket? Others were confused, but Su Ruoxa heard the deep meaning, suddenly realized, and kept bowing his head and saying, "That's the case. If you worship under that door, it is indeed me who is abrupt." Sure enough, Wang Lao's level was very high, and even existences like Su Ruoxa were in on knowing that he was living in seclusion in Yuhang. After learning that there was such a relationship, Su Ruoxa admired Qin Yi more and more and said while taking him to the next testing room, "If there are any difficulties in the future, you can come here to find me." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Qin Yi sincerely thanked him and became more and more curious about himself, the mysterious teacher. However, it was not good for him to ask Su Ruoxa directly. After all, he said that he was Wang Lao's apprentice, but Wang Lao didn't really say that he would accept him. At most, he is a registered disciple. The two continued to start the routine test. In addition to strength, Qin Yi also needed to test the 3 major items of speed, reflexes, and physique. As for spirituality-related items, that's something at the level of a grandmaster. If you don't get to a grandmaster, your brain can't be opened and you can't cultivate spiritual power, so naturally there's no need to test it. Because the strength test broke Su Jinha's record, it caused an uproar and a large number of people followed behind Qin Yi to see Qin Yi's follow-up test level. In the speed test, Qin Yi ran as hard as he could and the peak movement speed reached 21 meters per second, which was slightly higher than the average of the 5th stage martial artists. As for the reflexes, they are also very different, comparable to the 5th stage martial artists. Although the results of these 2 tests are good, they are still a little less impressive than the performance in the strength test. Nerve reflexes and speed are related to agility attributes, and my agility attributes are indeed a lot worse than strength attributes. Qin Yi secretly opened his personal panel, and at this time his strength attribute had increased to 17 points and his agility was only 14 points. However, the physique attribute soared to 20 points, which was extremely terrifying, almost surpassing the 9-stage martial artist. There's only one last physical fitness test left. Our Yuhang's physical fitness test is special, using multiple times gravity to test gradually increasing the pressure. If you feel that you can't bear it, remember to say it earlier. Su Ruoxa looked at Qin Yi, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and felt that if this sun didn't fall halfway, he would definitely be able to achieve great things. Why is Yuhang's physical fitness test special? Qin Yi was puzzled. Because other regions use the tempering method to test their physique, and Yuhang is very close to the Xiantian secret realm, a special gravity stone in the Xiantian secret realm which can strengthen gravity, and it is very good to use it as a testing instrument, which is several times better than the tempering method. Su Ruoxa patiently explained. I see. Xiantian secret realm? Qin Yi had already heard the name of this secret realm several times. Maybe after the registration information is over this time you can prepare a little and go directly to the secret realm to try. He thought so, and then stepped into a separate gravity testing chamber in full view of everyone. The onlookers looked at Qin Yi in the glass room, but they weren't as looking forward to it as they were at the beginning. They think that the special thing about this sun is the strength, and other aspects can only be regarded as the level of ordinary Tianjia. Although it is far beyond the ordinary martial artists of 90% of the world, they have seen a lot of geniuses of this level in the 1st stage of martial arts, comparable to the 5th stage, so there is no need to make a fuss. Haven't you ever eaten pork? Haven't you ever seen a pig run? The gravity test was about to begin, and among the crowds of onlookers there was one person who was unable to give up, as if he had been hit by the heart of the Tao, and his eyes looking at Qin Yi were full of fear. His name is Qin. He is from the police station in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. And he is the police officer assigned by Xiao Shi not long ago to secretly protect Qin Yi. Chen had read Qin Yi's detailed file and followed him all the way, witnessing that he had finished measuring 3 items, and at this moment he had been hit by Qin Yi's anti-heaven performance. Others don't know, but he knows. Just in the morning more than 4 hours ago, Qin Yi, who was staying at the police station, was just an entry-level martial artist who had refined 6 calories of qi in blood. In 4 hours, just 4 hours, Qin Yi not only became a martial artist but also showed such a fighting power against the sky, which was unimaginable. Who is this kid? Is it really possible that he is helpless and an orphan with no talent for martial arts as recorded in his files? Chen couldn't understand. But then the outrageous things that happened in the gravity testing room almost made his jaw drop. Chapter 17 100 times gravity is like drinking water. As Qin Yi walked into the gravity testing room, the crowd outside the room began to talk about it again. How many times do you think this person can withstand gravity? His strength is very strong and he can be compared to a 7th-stage martial artist, but in other aspects it is basically the level of a 5th-stage martial artist, so I estimate that my physique is the same. 50 times the gravity is up to the sky. Hopefully there will be a surprise. A surprise? It's already good to have one attribute to reach the peerless Tianjia level. Don't expect the dual attribute to be peerless. That's the demon that can only be cultivated by Tianjing. Chinese martial arts have been prevalent for 100 years, and there is also a vague division of the qualifications of young martial artists. Taking a 1st-stage martial artist as an example, if you rely on the 1st-stage martial artist realm, if you have an attribute that can be compared to a 3rd-stage martial artist, you can be called a genius and a genius. If you can compare to the 5th Dan, you are a super genius. As for a 7th-stage martial artist like Qin Yi, it is the so-called peerless Tianjiao. Of course there are also horizontal divisions among Tianjiao at the same level, and the more attributes that can break through the limits of the realm, the stronger the qualifications. Buzz. Just when everyone was talking, the gravity test had already begun, and there was a faint fluctuation in the test room. And the light blue crystals embedded in the ceiling burst out with a dazzling white light, tampering with the law of gravity in a small area. Qin Yi, who was staying directly below the gravity spar, was expressionless and sat in place, looking like there was no change, nor was he affected by anything. He raised his head and looked at the gravity hedron on the ceiling, constantly observing the appearance of the hedron and keeping it in his heart. I heard that this kind of gravity spar costs 10 million per kilogram, and the one inlaid in the gravity chamber weighs 5 tons, but the volume is only the size of a basketball. Remember what it looks like first and wait until you enter the Xintian secret realm in the future to see if you can get rich by mining. The gravity in the room soared wildly, and soon the big screen showed that the gravity in the core area reached 10 times that of the blue star. Under 10 times the gravity, ordinary people before the revival of the aura will go into shock and faint within a few seconds. Even if they are trained astronauts, they will be confused, their eyes will be dizzy, and their organs will bleed, forming internal injuries which will not last for a minute. But for a martial artist, after the revival of the aura, this gravity is nothing, and a martial artist can easily resist it. Gravity continues to increase. 15 20 25. When the strength of gravity reached 30 times, Qin Yi's black hair was pressed close to his scalp and his clothes were torn downward by gravity, gradually crumbling, revealing a strong and exquisite body. Fortunately his pants are still there. Qin Yi is not afraid of embarrassment, mainly because he is afraid that the pants will be gone, which will hit the male warriors present and make them feel inferior. 30 times the gravity is already the average level of the physique of a 3rd-stage martial artist, but for Qin Yi it does not cause pressure at all, and he can even wander and think nonsense. The gravity test chamber can create an extreme gravity environment. If it can increase gravity infinitely, it will be an opportunity for Qin Yi to evolve. Put some pressure on me, don't let me be ruined. Qin Yi secretly looked forward to it. 40 times, 50 times, 60 times. The gravity spar above his head diffused with a mysterious aura, as if it had touched the rules of the Great Tao, and continued to put pressure on Qin Yi. However, under 60 times the gravity, Qin Yi could still stubbornly straighten his waist and deal with it calmly. This has already touched the realm of the 6th-stage martial artist, and the average 5th-stage martial artist stays under 60 times the gravity and immediately has to prostrate on the ground. unable to hold his head. Does Qin Yi want to break the limit again and sprint to the 7th stage martial artist level? The martial artists on the periphery of the glass room changed their faces again. The peerless Tianjia with dual attributes comparable to the 7th stage, and there has never been a single person in Yuhang in 100 years. Do you want to witness history? Before today this young man was unknown and no one knew his name. But after today I am afraid that it will cause an uproar in Yuhang and become an irrevocable historical record. 7. 70 times the gravity. A 4th stage martial artist stared at the big screen, and when the number on it jumped to 70 he couldn't help but exclaim. As long as he can hold on for 10 seconds he can resist 70 times the force of gravity. With a piece of body it is hard to resist 70 times gravity, a proper peerless Tianzhou. And the capital of the king. Another son-in-law from a family was also shocked. He was in a high position, well informed, and had seen a lot of Tianzhou and Tianjing, but he had never seen it at the level of Qin Yi, but he had only heard of it. Because Tianjing has reached the peerless Tianzhou of Qin Yi's level, it is not something that he can access with his identity. Su Ruoxu, who had always been calm, was also a little nervous. He was not worried about whether Qin Yi would be able to withstand 70 times the gravity. He was only worried that Qin Yi would continue to resist a higher multiple of gravity, resulting in a dark injury on his body and damaging his future. Take it when you see it, don't be reckless. Su Ruoxu said to Qin Yi. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Qin Yi smiled and there was no pressure on him. 70 times the gravity was easily resisted, and when the gravity level exceeded 80 times the tone of the onlookers began to tremble. He. Still human? Even a fierce beast known for its physical body can't withstand 80 times the gravity in the same realm, right? They were still speculating about whether Qin Yi could resist 70 times the gravity, but they never thought that the other party would easily break through 80 times and was about to reach 90 times the gravity. What is the concept of 90 times gravity? Suppose a person weighs 70 kilograms and 90 times the gravity, it is equivalent to carrying a 6-ton mountain on this person's body. This is 6 tons. Even an 8th stage martial artist will be crushed into slag in an instant. Only a 9-dan martial artist can barely resist. Is Qin Yi's physical body so strong? You know, he's only been a while. However, in this extreme gravity environment, Qin Yi's face actually showed an excited look. He waved his right hand with difficulty, took out a chocolate bar that had been crushed into slag from the pocket of his pants, tore open the package with his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. What's the situation? He still has the energy to steal things. Everyone looked at Qin Yi's gaze as if they were looking. 90 times the gravity can't stop him, right? Even a respected 8th rank martial artist was shocked by Qin Yi. He had tested his physique many times, but the highest record was only 89 times the gravity. 90 times gravity is a field he would never dare to try before breaking through, because once he tries his life will be in danger. Today, seeing Qin Yi, a martial artist, easily challenge Qin Yi 90 times, he always felt that his cultivation was in vain. It's small. I reckon 100 times gravity can't stop him. 100 times the gravity martial arts level. Looking at the gravity room, Qin Yi, who was radiant after taking off the chocolate bar, everyone was a little dry for a while. You kid. I'm afraid it's going against the sky? Chapter 18, The Secret of the Human Race. The realm after the sealing of the king. As long as there is a sufficient supply of energy and an extremely difficult environment, Qin Yi can start the evolution of cellular adaptation. A chocolate bar went down and the gravity chamber finally reached 100 times the gravity, and in such an environment even the space began to tremble faintly, and the gravity spar above the head was even more buzzing, rippling layer after layer. Qin Yi felt that he had several mountains on his back. Even if he had a 20-point physique he couldn't bear it. His straight waist couldn't stop bending downward, and the whole person curled up as if there was a great pressure pressing on his body. Hundreds of millions of cells are constantly being crushed all over his body. His bones are broken, his organs are broken, and every pore on his body is spilling blood frantically. This kind of pressure is more terrifying than Lu Yi hitting him with all his might. After a while, Qin Yi's whole person was bathed in blood and he became a scarlet bloody man looking terrifying. He's still holding on? 10 seconds have passed and there is no need for it. Is it possible that you still want to defy 110 times the gravity? He's crazy. Damn this madman, it's so crazy. I'm afraid he's already in shock now and he can't cry out for help, right? The warriors were all frightened by Qin Yi's choice, and the body of a section was hard to resist 100 times the gravity, which was already an unprecedented miracle. But the young man in front of him obviously hadn't given up yet. Does he want to set a record that will never be broken? Most of the martial arts Tianjiu are resolute, otherwise they will not be able to go long on the martial arts. But it's really rare to be as desperate as Qin Yi. Su Ruoxu couldn't sit still. First he opened his hand, wanting to forcibly turn off the gravity amplification and bring Qin Yi out, but as soon as his hand was stretched out he was interrupted by a low roar in the gravity room. "Elder Su, doesn't need to be like this, I can still hold on, don't close." The young man, who looked like a dead corpse in a pool of blood, spoke. His tone was slightly anxious, probably because he really didn't want Su Ruoxu to turn off the gravity amplification. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions were completely uncontrollable in their minds. Qin Yi had become a complete martial arts madman. It's all like this and he still wants to insist? Perhaps he wants to temper his body under the pressure of death and create a stronger physical. An experienced middle-aged martial artist seemed to see through Qin Yi's intentions and spoke secretly. Some young martial artists with infinite potential can sometimes resist danger when faced with the trials of life and death and become stronger from death. But this kind of nirvana is unstable, and no one can guarantee that one's physical body really harbors that potential for rebirth. Qin Yi is so confident he will definitely succeed? The gravity room and outside fell into a dead silence again, and a pair of eyes stared at Qin Yi tightly, wanting to see what the final outcome was. The gravity amplification is still increasing and it is about to reach 110 times. Qin Yi's shattered bones and cells were frantically reshaped with the help of the first-level physical body recovery power, and in hundreds of destructions and rebirths he gave birth to mysterious vitality, polishing and tempering his physical body to the limit little by little. This kind of pain of crazy destruction of the physical body has surpassed cancer, and the level 3 pain tolerance is a little unstoppable. Qin Yi trembled violently like a sieve of chaff. He endured the pain without making a sound, and his back, which was bent by high pressure, gradually lifted upward as if he was adapting to the environment of 100 times the gravity little by little. Height in the stunned gaze of countless people, a young man who was as resolute as iron was defying 110 times the force of gravity, gradually straightening his curved torso. Eventually he did. Under the pressure of nearly 120 times that of the gravity room, Qin Yi relied on the strength of a martial artist, holding his head high, proud of the tens of thousands of heavenly arrogances throughout the ages. The blood on his body had long since dried up into a blood crust, falling off piece by piece, revealing the sparkling new treasure body below. This new body seems to contain infinite power and vitality, and every muscle is just the right size and shape, and it is extremely strong and handsome. Ding, the cells in your whole body have adapted to 100-fold high pressure and evolved into a passive copper skin and iron bone LV2. Ding, your meridians have been fully enhanced and you have evolved a passive skill, perseverance LV2. The passive skill perseverance and the copper skin and iron bone have been successfully fused, and it has evolved into a passive skill, steel iron bone LV2. Ding, the cells of your whole body have been reshaped in destruction and rebirth, and have evolved into passive physical recovery LV2. Hearing the sound of the system in his head, Qin Yi smiled slightly, and under the watchful eyes of everyone he stood up from the 100-fold gravity chamber without any pressure, manually turned off the gravity amplification and walked out. 120 times the gravity he simply opened up. Such an achievement, even if it is a peerless Tianjiu on the martial arts limit list, it cannot be achieved when there is only one realm. Looking at Qin Yi, who was triumphant from the testing room, the outside world was silent for a long time, and then thunderous applause rang out. Dude, you're awesome, I'm really convinced. Invincible, if you become a 9-rank martial artist in the future, won't it be easy to reach the top of the limit list? The limit list is comprehensively sorted through the 3 attribute tests of strength, speed and physique. After all, this list was cast by Su Jinhe, the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, which is quite miraculous as long as the test is conducted in the test room of the Martial Arts Federation. Once the test is completed, it will be automatically scored to determine whether it can be on the list. Yunyu, who is now at the top of the martial arts limit list, has a physique level of 96 points, which is equivalent to resisting 250 times the gravity for 10 seconds. But he achieved this at the age of 9 Dan. No one would doubt that Qin Yi would be able to easily break this record after 9 dawn. Don't take such a risk next time. Seeing that Qin Yi was safe and sound, Su Ruoxu relieved himself and intimately took out a coat from nowhere and handed it to Qin Yi. Taking over the coat, Qin Yi remembered that his upper body was still naked. His heart warmed and he hurriedly thanked him and put it on. This martial arts world didn't seem to be quite what he thought. Most of the martial artists were good people and they would not stifle human geniuses out of jealousy but would often help. For example, the surrounding group of passers-by and warriors who watched him create miracles from beginning to end, most of them did not see jealousy on their faces, but they admired him very much, and many people even wanted to win him over to join certain forces. Most of humanity seems to be united. Is it because of the oppression of alien races in the secret realm? Qin Yi guessed in his heart. He still looked kind on the surface and politely refused the pull of the rest of the martial artists. 100 times gravity is nothing to him. If he really wants to break the record, 1,000 times gravity has a chance to win. The reason is very simple: because he has an anti-stress magic skill, weak and boneless. This skill can turn his body into a sponge, and his ability to resist pressure is full, which is very suitable for high-pressure environments. After all 4 tests were over, Qin Yi got rid of the harassment of the crowd, followed Su Ruoxu and came all the way to the backstage of the Martial Arts Federation. After personally helping Qin Yi register a series of information, Su Ruoxu handed him a web address telling him that this was the martial realm, and that if there were martial arts resources that he wanted to buy or sell in the future, he could trade them on it. Qin Yi happily took it, and taking this opportunity he asked Su Lao a lot of questions. For example, what is the realm of the strongest person of the human race at the moment? Hearing this question, Su Ruoxu looked stunned and then sighed and said with a wry smile, after the realm of mountains and seas is the king, and the realm after the king is the venerable. The supreme powerhouse among the venerables is called Tianzuan. And every Tianzuan is a supreme existence that can suppress the luck of a clan and push a realm horizontally. His Holiness Tianzuan. It was the first time that Qin Yi knew about the martial arts realm after the king realm. After all, the martial arts realm that was widely circulated on the internet all stopped at the king seal. But, seeing Su Ruoxu's bitter expression, he suddenly had some ominous premonitions in his heart. Could it be that my human race doesn't have a heavenly venerable right? He asked cautiously. Su Ruoxu shook his head and sighed again. My human race originally had a Tianzuan. It's just decades ago the heavenly venerable of our human race died in battle. Chapter 19, The Mortal Race Honors the Mortal Race Suppressed the First Enemy. Killed in battle? Qin Yi's heart throbbed. Although he had never seen Tianzuan, he had seen a king-level power on the internet. Just the powerhouse of the king realm has the power to penetrate the heavens and the earth, let alone the Tianzuan, who is thousands of times stronger than the king? Will such an immortal giant also fall, or will he die in battle? Qin Yi was silent, waiting for Su Lao to continue speaking. A complicated look flashed on Su Ruoxu's face and he sighed faintly. You only know that the cave heaven's secret realm descended on the blue star 100 years ago, but you never know that the starry sky 10,000 clans who followed the cave heaven's secret realm are not good people. The Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, the Beast clan, the Sea clan. These alien races from the starry sky are far superior to our human race in terms of background and strength. They live in the secret realm of the cave sky, and every once in a while they will send people to the world as if they are searching for something. But whether they find what they want or not, they will kill people and slaughter human beings wantonly, especially to take pleasure in stifling the pride of the human race and kill until they are happy physically and mentally. The strength of my human race is too different from theirs, and at the beginning I could only endure humiliation and grit my teeth to practice. But more than 80 years ago, a group of Terran peerless heavenly pride was born, at the same time opening the first brilliant world in the history of our Terran race. They competed with all races for hegemony, pushed the holy son of the ancient race, and crowned the king in the tempering of blood and flesh. Among these Terran Tianjia, there is one person who has reached the end of the Great Tao Road, and he is the first venerable of the Terran race, and he is also the first celestial venerable of the Terran race, 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable. He rose in the midst of all kinds of calamities, and he was strong and domineering to the extreme, and finally became a calamity for all races. Talking about this past even after many years, Su Ruoxu was still honored and excited. But thinking of the ending of this Tianzuan again, his face darkened a little. On that day, each of the 4 ancient clans sent a venerable plus 2 ancient clan celestial venerables, a total of 6 people born from the South China Sea cave heaven with monstrous might, a large-scale invasion. On that day, the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable responded to the battle indifferently with 1 enemy and 6. He killed 2 venerables with his bare hands, severely injured 1 Tianzuan, and killed all the ancient clans, but he also spilled blood in the South China Sea and almost fell. On that day the heavens and the earth were mourning and the blood was pouring down, but the world was still peaceful and no one knew about the big war in the South China Sea. Su Ruoxa's old body trembled slightly and the whole person showed irrepressible sadness. Before the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable died, he looked back at the last look in this world, closed his eyes happily and laughed non-stop. He said, "Enough for this life." In the end he turned the remnants of Tianzuan into a supreme array and suppressed the largest cave heaven of the Blue Star, the South China Sea Cave Heaven. From that day on, unless the alien races above the King realm pay a huge price and damage the origin of the Great Tao, it will be difficult for them to cross the cave heaven and descend to the present world. How terrifying is the power of the heavenly venerable! In the end, the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable may not have reached the point of exhaustion. But he knew the killing intent of the alien race, so he did not choose to survive but took his last life in exchange for 100 years of stability in the world. Xuan buries loyal bones everywhere. Why do you need to return the body of the horse leather? Qin Yi has traveled to this world for so many days, in fact he has never had any sense of belonging, but at this moment he felt it. He believed that as long as it was a human race no one would feel it after learning about it. Emotions are universal. Su Ruoxa closed his eyes and told this past which seemed to consume all his strength. After a long time he spoke up again and said to Qin Yi, "If you go to the South China Sea Cave Heaven in the future you can go and take a look at the stone tablet left by the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable." Qin Yi's heart was heavy. That stone tablet. What's written? On the stone stele there is only one sentence, which is the last words of the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable. Swish! Su Ruoxa suddenly opened his eyes and his eyes burst out with boundless arrogance, word by word, sonorous and powerful. Whoever is honored by our human race should suppress the enemy of the world. This night, Qin Yi chose to stay overnight at the Martial Arts Federation, where there were many masters and there was no need to worry about the alien gods doing something to him. In just one day he experienced too many things. First he had a fight with Lu Yi, the martial artist of the Alien God Society, and was taken away for interrogation by the police officer. And then he ordered 3 first-order spirit fruits in Wang Lao's supermarket to advance to the first stage of martial arts. Eventually he came to the city and met President Su Ruoxa at the Martial Arts Federation, completed 4 attribute tests and by the way evolved a stronger passive. When I opened the dashboard I saw that it was a sea change. Name, Qin Yi, race, planetary Terran, 20%, strength, 20, constitution, 25, dexterity, 17, spirit, 10, talent, adaptive cell evolution. Skill, Reiki affinity LV6, low temperature resistance LV4, antitoxicity LV3, steel and iron bone LV2, physical recovery LV2. Combat power evaluation, on the surface it is only a 2nd stage martial artist, but in fact it can kill a 7th stage martial artist with one punch and even stand still, allowing the 9th stage martial artist to fight for 5 minutes first. That's right after the afternoon of gravity room exercise. Qin Yi upgraded again, breaking through from the 1st stage of the martial artist to the 2nd stage with 20 calories of chi in blood, which is 10 calories more chi in blood. Breaking through 2 realms in a row in one day, spreading it will definitely scare a group of geniuses to death. The 6th level aura is affinity. I don't know what it's like to cultivate this. Qin Yi secretly looked forward to it. He ordered 3 first-order spirit fruits which raised his aura affinity by 3 levels, and after a fight with Lu Yi he also raised it by 1 level. From this point of view, fighting with middle and high-level martial artists and bearing the other party's chi and blood also has the effect of improving the affinity of aura. Of course, as long as you don't get killed. When I get a little stronger and break through the martial arts, maybe I can let President Su make a move and beat me. Thinking like this, Qin Yi immediately closed his eyes, slowly settled down and tried to pull the spiritual energy into his body to cultivate. In almost an hour's work Qin Yi completed a Zhou Tian operation and moistened his whole body with aura. 10 Zhou Tian can quench 1 card of chi and blood. According to this efficiency, Qin Yi cultivates for 10 hours a day, and as long as it takes 10 days he can step into the 3rd stage of martial arts. This kind of cultivation speed has surpassed 90% of human martial artists and can be called a martial arts genius. You must know that just a few days ago Qin Yi was still a martial arts wastewood that couldn't even be perceived by his aura. But it's still too slow. Level 10 aura affinity may be a threshold. Wait for level 10, I'll spend more time cultivating. Before level 10 cell evolution was still the mainstay. A physical evolution allowed Qin Yi to increase his qi in blood by 10 calories, and it was self-evident who was fast and who was slow. Qin Yi finished his trip, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and boarded a wonderful website. Martial arts. This is a special area that can only be set foot in by martial artists, and it is said that in the martial arts world, as long as you have money, you can buy anything, including time and life. Chapter 20, a dazzling array of good 7 wounds and crazy fists. Exercises, weapons and equipment, spiritual plants, elixirs. On the main page of the martial arts world there are more than a dozen large categories of goods to choose from, and after clicking on a large category at random you can continue to select small categories. For example, Qin Yi now clicked into the exercise classification, and at the top of the screen a long small column of subdivided categories appeared for Qin Yi to choose from. There are all kinds of fist techniques, marksmanship techniques, swordsmanship, and even extremely rare breathing techniques. Qin Yi clicked on the breathing area and took a look, and his eyes almost straightened. Yang Yen breathing method. A-level exercises. The actual measurement of the Grandmaster can increase the cultivation efficiency by 5 times below, and the Grandmaster can increase the cultivation efficiency by 2 times in the future without side effects. Price, 250 million yuan, you can get a discount of 5 yuan coupons. A Class A-level breathing method with a clear price of 250 million. This is money that ordinary people can't earn for 1,000 years without drinking or drinking. $5 coupon. Am I missing the $5? Qin Yi's head was full of black lines, ready to take a look at how much the cheapest breathing method cost. He ranked the prices from low to high and soon found a D-grade breathing book. 9 wonderful breathing method. D-level exercises. The actual martial artist can increase the cultivation efficiency by twice as much, and the intermediate martial artist will be invalid in the future. Price, 15 million yuan, while it seems that Qin Yi can't afford the most rubbish breathing method. The more than 700,000 savings he earned by selling organs on his body were so pitiful that he couldn't even make a splash in the martial arts world. Xiwu really burns money. 100 million is not enough to watch. Qin Yi sighed sincerely, casually exited the breathing method area and clicked into the weapons and equipment area to shop. The weapons and equipment of the martial world are also distinguished by sapped E-rank weapons match the martial arts realm, D-rank matches martial artists, and so on. Of course, there is also a fine division of strength for weapons of the same tier, which is distinguished by the number after the letters. For example, D1 level weapons are stronger than D2 levels, and the weakest is D9 levels. Don't look at C-rank weapons and D-tier weapons that sound very weak. In fact, a D9 level weapon requires at least 1 million to take. As for the E-tier weapons, although they are much cheaper, the reserve price is still more than 100,000. After shopping around the classification of weapons and equipment, Qin Yi silently made up his mind. He still didn't buy weapons and equipment. It's not that he can't afford it, it's mainly that naked clothes are more cost-effective. With the magic skill, cellular adaptive evolution, he can completely build his physical body into an invincible weapon, and there is no need to use equipment. In other words, after using the equipment it may slow down the speed of his physical evolution. Exiting the weapons and equipment division, Qin Yi roughly looked at the entire martial arts world, and his heart was shaken, and he felt like he was shocked when he first arrived in the big city. In the spirit plant zone, the first order spirit fruit is a sky-high price, like the 3 first order spirit fruits that Li Wufeng lost to him. In the martial arts world it is said that it costs 100 million. Qin Yi didn't expect that he would lose 3 small goals in his small family of 3. As for the higher level second order and third order spirit fruits, they are already priceless treasures, and all of them require contributions to purchase. The Martial Arts Federation and the Human Alliance have their own contribution system for the warriors under their rule, and the warriors can exchange contributions for completing official tasks, exterminating the Cave Heaven secret realm, blocking the killing of alien races, and selling the corpses of fierce beasts. That's right. In the martial arts world you can even take tasks to do. There are official tasks, there are also private bounties, and the task rewards are mostly money and contributions, and a few are weapons and equipment in martial arts and spiritual plants. Having said that, the most expensive ones in the spirit plant zone are actually not those high-level spirit fruits, but some living spirit roots that can be planted. These spiritual roots have been preserved by the warriors in a special way, and as long as they are planted in a suitable environment they will immediately regain their vitality and blossom and bear fruit again. A living spiritual root, even the worst first-order spiritual root, is still infinitely valuable and needs to be purchased with contribution points which cannot be measured in money. After all, it symbolizes an inexhaustible spiritual fruit. Qin Yi definitely couldn't afford the things in the spirit plant zone. Maybe he could buy some non-advanced spirit fruits, but that kind of fruit was useless to him. The reason why the purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit that were not at the beginning were useful was mainly because he was still an ordinary person at that time and his physical body's resistance to the spirit fruit was very low, so he would react. Now with the physical quality of his second-rank martial artist, a non-level spirit fruit will not react if he kills 1,000 pieces a day. Without a reaction, nature does not evolve. However, this dazzling array of sky-high prices did not dampen Qin Yi's confidence because he knew that he would be able to buy these things one day in the future. In the Fierce Beast Alien Race section of the martial arts world, in addition to being able to buy precious materials on the Fierce Beast Alien Race, there is also a special, sold, button. If a warrior obtains the corpses of fierce beasts and aliens from the Cave Heaven secret realm, and he does not know how to deal with them, he can sell them to the local martial arts federation or the consulate in exchange for money and contribution points. The complete body of a first-order fierce beast is worth more than 1 million, and the alien race of the same rank is at least doubled. If I could dispose of the carcass of a ferocious beast in a simple way, the price could have been higher. Qin Yi's eyes lit up and he finally understood how the warriors made money. Those warriors who pick garbage spirit fruits outside Peru and resell them in supermarkets can only say that they are petty and can't make a few dollars. If you really want to make a fortune, you have to kill fierce beasts and alien races, go to the core area of the secret realm to pick high-level spirit fruits and dig high-level spirit roots. The Shen secret realm is a must-go. Qin Yi silently wrote down the characteristics of those valuable fierce beasts and alien species. If he could encounter them in the future, he would definitely seize the opportunity to take them. He clicked on the classification of exercises again and was ready to finally pick a cheap exercise that suited him. Since there is no weapon, then the choice of boxing is the most comfortable. Qin Yi has always advocated naked hand-to-hand combat, fist-to-flesh violent aesthetics. Setting the order of the exercises to the price from low to high, it didn't take long for a special exercise to enter Qin Yi's sight, which made his eyes light up. A-level boxing method, it only costs 100,000 yuan? Isn't that the price of cabbage? The seller accidentally marked the wrong price and I happened to pick it up? The A-level boxing method is at the level of the mountain and sea realm, in other words. As long as you learn it, at least it is enough before you become the king. Qin Yi hurriedly clicked on the detailed introduction of this exercise, and when the lines of text came into view, he somewhat understood why this A-level boxing method was so cheap. It's not that the seller marked the wrong price, but that this exercise is only worth this price. No matter how high it is, no one will buy it. Name of boxing: 7 Wounds Crazy Fist, Grade A, Author, Mad King. Introduction: this exercise is the main way of attack. Pay attention to the ultimate attack, know half of the intention and retreat a total of 7 layers. After practicing to the 5th layer, you can understand the true King's Taoism. Please note that since this exercise was created by the Mad King, the path of the Mad King that he realized after cultivating to the 5th level may affect the practitioner's Tao mind, causing him to fall into madness and be difficult to save. Please note that the lethality of this exercise is comparable to that of S-level boxing, but when you practice and use it, you will damage yourself, resulting in inevitable dark injuries. If you can't find a solution, it's best not to learn it. Please note that no refund is possible after purchase. Refund requests are not accepted, and all risks of martial artists practicing this exercise have nothing to do with our store and need to be borne by themselves. Price: 100,000 yuan. Chapter 21: Side Effects. This is a killing fist method with great side effects, injuring 1,000 enemies and 800 self-inflicted damage. Under normal circumstances, the lowest price of A-level exercises also requires tens of thousands of contributions, but if the exercises themselves have side effects, then the price is not easy to say. Qin Yi estimated that the side effects of the 7 injuries Crazy Fist were definitely not small, otherwise it would be impossible to reduce the price so much, and it would be possible to buy it for only 100,000 yuan. But the side effects that were unacceptable to other martial artists were good things here for Qin Yi. Practicing this punch hurts the body? I'm sorry, Qin Yi doesn't want to practice the exercises that don't hurt his body. Originally, he couldn't afford to buy good things for only the price of cabbage. What else is there to consider? Even if he paid 100,000 yuan, he officially filmed 7 Wounds Crazy Fist on the martial arts website. Facial recognition is required to purchase exercises, and a contract is signed with a promise not to pass it on. Qin Yi glanced at the contract and found that this seemingly ordinary electronic contract seemed to have some kind of moral meaning, and after signing it he would feel something in the dark, and once he broke the contract he would definitely be punished. Such a simple contract, but it faintly reveals the heritage of the human race, which is extremely extraordinary. Dawi and the concept of martial artists is actually two separate things. It is said that after ascending to the realm of the great grandmaster, the brain domain is opened, the sea of knowledge is revealed, and the martial artist can begin to contact the meaning, and the true strength of a great master often depends on whether he has perceived the meaning, such as sword intent, and so on. The so-called "E" is actually a kind of fuzzy perception of the great Tao by the warrior, and after the realm of mountains and seas and the realm of the king, this sense gradually deepens in the concrete images, Dawi, and this process is called enlightenment. Listening to Su Ruoxu, the birth of every true king, represents the end of an avenue. I don't know who drew up this contract, but at least it's a real king. Qin Yi was surprised. He was still wondering, selling exercises, isn't he afraid of being bought and then resold after being bought? It seems that the founders of the martial arts world have long taken this into account. The contract was successfully signed, and in the next second Qin Yi had an extra document in his mobile phone, which was the text of 7 Wounds Crazy Fist and its detailed explanation. The seller even thoughtfully gave Qin Yi a set of drill videos so that he could learn along with the videos. He couldn't wait to open the main text of the exercise and read it through, and then his eyes lit up with essence and his face was full of joy. This exercise. It's so suitable for him. The main focus of the 7 injuries crazy boxing is a lifeless, and the whole article does not talk about the word defending, only attacking. The 7th layer of the exercise corresponds to the martial artist from the realm of entering the gate to the realm of the king. But it symbolizes that the 7th layer of the realm of the king is not perfect, so the exercises are defective and have great side effects. Before the 5th layer, practicing this exercise will cause the killing chi to enter the body, damage the meridians and organs, and fall into the root of the disease that is difficult to cure. And after the 5th layer there will be a crazy Tao intent pouring into the sea of knowledge, washing the soul, and if you are not careful you will go completely crazy. Haha, great. Before the 5th layer, use the killing chi to exercise the body, and after the 5th layer, you can temper the soul with Tao intent perfect. After reading the side effects, Qin Yi laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. An A-level exercise, it only cost 100,000 yuan, and it solved several troubles for yourself, which is so cool. He didn't think much about it anymore and went straight to the first walkthrough video. In the video, a middle-aged man with white hair is standing in an empty backyard wearing a black power suit. His thick hair and beard cover his facial features, looking extremely dirty and sloppy, and it looks like he hasn't taken care of it for at least 7 or 8 years. He froze in place expressionlessly, and after a few seconds he suddenly laughed hee and suddenly punched. This punch hit the air, but it shook a small piece of the surrounding world for a moment, and the branches of the 2 big trees in the backyard swayed, dropping large branches and leaves. Isn't this the Mad King who created 7 Wounds Crazy Fist? Qin Yi was startled and then stared at the video intently, not daring to wander for a moment. As the middle-aged man gradually entered the state, his actions became more and more crazy, and Qin Yi was fascinated by it, and he was unconsciously immersed in the boxing technique, and his body unconsciously swayed. Crazy punch seems to be a random fight, but in fact every punch is a killer move and it goes straight to the opponent's door. One night past, Qin Yi followed the video to practice the first layer of boxing and benefited a lot, and a restless killing aura gradually grew in his body. The reason why the 7 Wounds Crazy Fist can be comparable to the attack power of the S-level fist method with A-level quality is precisely because those who practice this fist must use their own flesh to nourish the killing chi. This chi is domineering and boundless. And if you want to cultivate it, you must either cast an invincible body by yourself, or use the elixir and spirit fruit to make up for it, which is equivalent to taking medicine and returning blood while deducting blood. However, Qin Yi doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. It's all over if you resist it, and if you can't resist it, then evolve. Anyway, as long as he doesn't kill him in seconds, he will never lose. The killing chi in the body is still too small now. And the speed of damage to the body is not as fast as my recovery, and there is no evolutionary effect. After a long time of cultivation in the future, the effect will be obvious. Qin Yi felt the cold breath in the meridians and bowed his head silently. He now has a level 2 physical recovery power in steel and iron bones, and his physique is comparable to that of a martial artist, and the single layer of 7 injuries killing punch will hurt him too little. Shout! He clenched his fists coldly and threw a punch out of thin air. I saw that his right arm instantly turned into an afterimage, hitting in mid-air, shaking a circle of chi. The original strength of 800 kilograms with the blessing of the A-level boxing method broke through a ton. Not only that, but his punch was also mixed with killing chi. If the enemy wanted to rely on his physique to resist, he would be invaded by the killing chi, damaging the heart and hindering his recovery. After waiting for my martial artist, I can still release chi and blood, and when the time comes I will punch out and it will be the killing chi and the power of chi and blood, and the negative effects will be full, and a martial artist of the same level will lose most of his life if he punches it. Qin Yi withdrew his right fist and glanced at the sky outside the window. It was already noon on the second day. After practicing boxing all night, his stomach was also hungry, and it was time to say goodbye to President Su, have a full meal, and then enter the Shen secret realm. After making up for the shortcomings of the upper attack methods, Qin Yi was only a second-stage martial artist on the surface, but his real strength was comparable to that of a martial artist, which was enough to sweep the outer area of the Shen secret realm. After chattering about the secret realm for so long, I can finally go in and take a look at it in person. He opened the door to his room, took a deep breath and strode out. President Su treated him quite well, and he stayed overnight at someone's house, so he naturally had to say hello when he left. Qin Yi walked to Chairman Su's office, walking in from time to time, suddenly punched the air a few times as if he was sick. When passers-by along the way saw this scene, they thought that Qin Yi was mentally ill, showed disgusted eyes and stayed away. Only Chen, who was secretly following behind Qin Yi, saw the doorway of these punches and was shocked. He felt Qin Yi casually threw a few punches. If he hit himself, he was afraid that he would be able to kill himself on the spot. This punch is not simple, at least sea level. It's only been one night. Where did Qin Yi learn the high-level boxing technique? Chen's face showed a different color, and he felt more and more that director Xiao sent himself to protect Qin Yi, which was funny. This kid can kill me with one punch and he still needs my protection? Chapter 22, Storage Bag Commitment. Martial Arts Federation President's Office. Su Ruoxa sat on a chair holding a newspaper in his hand and drank a sip of hot tea from time to time leisurely. Nowadays young people like to use mobile phones to watch the news, but Su Ruoxa thinks that he is an antique left over from the previous era and he is not used to using mobile phones, but he still likes to order newspapers to read. Crunch! Suddenly the door of the office was opened and Su Ruoxa knew who was coming without even raising his head. Qin Yi. Putting down the newspaper, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the young man in front of him and said, "It seems that you have gained something in the martial arts world and now you are ready to leave?" "Yes, thanks to your care I plan to go to the Shen secret realm next." Qin Yi did not hide it and directly told Chairman Su about his plan. Shen secret realm? Also, with your current strength it is just right to enter a D-level secret realm to experience, but... Su Ruoxa frowned as if he had thought of something and pointed to the newspaper on the table. In the past few weeks there have been changes in the Shen secret realm and a large-scale beast tide has appeared which is not very peaceful. If you must go, don't go too deep. Beast tide? Qin Yi heard that the environment in the secret realm was completely different from the real world. The aura was more abundant and the origin of the great Tao often manifested naturally, belonging to the holy land of cultivation, among which there were countless terrifying beasts. It is said that if you put a newborn ordinary puppy into the secret realm, if the dog can survive to adulthood, it will also become a fierce beast. If it's just a beast tide, it shouldn't be a big problem. If Qin Yi wants to improve his strength quickly, he must go to dangerous places, and as his physique continues to increase, many behaviors in the real world can no longer have an effect on him. He now goes to play free fall, and it is estimated that it is useful to start with a 30-story building, but it is rare to see such a tall building in Yuhang City. Even if you really find such a tall building, it is very troublesome to discuss with the landlord to let yourself jump, which will attract the attention of ordinary people and cause unnecessary impact. After thinking about it, it is still convenient to enter the secret realm to practice. Therefore, no matter what happened to the Shen secret realm, he had to go in and explore. The threat of the xenomorphic society was a constant reminder to him to become stronger as quickly as possible. Chairman Su and Elder Wang have already helped him a lot, and Qin Yi still has to rely on himself to go on the road in the future. Su Ruoxa saw that Qin Yi's face was firm, and when he understood what the other party meant, he didn't say anything more, opened the drawer under the desk and took out a black leather bag from it. The pouch was about the size of a palm and seemed to be made of some kind of beast's leather with intricate silver lines carved into it, faintly exuding spatial fluctuations. Su Ruoxu handed the leather bag to Qin Yi and explained, "This is the space storage bag. Since you are determined to enter the secret realm, then naturally you have to prepare the backpack for storing the harvest first. I just have a lot of this, so I'll give it to you." Taking over the space storage bag, Qin Yi's heart warmed and he secretly remembered President Su's kindness to him. The use of this space storage bag is very simple. Just open the mouth of the bag, aim it at the item you want to store, cover it and keep touching it for 3 seconds to store it. However, it is still a bit difficult to get something out of it accurately. Only after the martial artist has stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster and opened up the brain domain can he use his spiritual power to control the storage bag, and in a flash he can save whatever he wants and he can take out whatever he wants, which is extremely convenient. Qin Yi remembered that the price of this kind of space storage bag was not cheap, and the worst one was hundreds of thousands. Its raw material is a fierce beast skin called Void Beast, and it can only be made by a professional rune master who engraves space runes. This B-grade storage bag has 1,000 cubic meters of space, which is enough for you to use the mountains and seas. Su Ruoxu glanced at the black leather bag that fell into Qin Yi's hand and his face was nostalgic. This bag has followed him for more than 20 years, from the time he became a martial artist to the establishment of a great reputation and finally retired to Yuhang. There are too many stories to tell. But he was finally too old to continue killing enemies. 1,000 cubic meters. It's too precious for me to take it. Qin Yi was shocked. The value of B-level equipment could no longer be measured by money. He really couldn't afford such love. Seeing that Qin Yi wanted to refuse this gift, Su Ruoxu waved his hand and his demeanor changed by 3 points. The so-called weapons and equipment, only those who can go into battle to kill the enemy and come in handy are not lonely. This thing is useless with me. Rather than accompanying me into the earth, it is better to follow you to rejuvenate. Su Ruoxu had made up his mind. Qin Yi was silent for a moment and finally put the B-grade storage bag into his pocket. He stared at the tired old man and said seriously, "I promise you that one day in the future I will personally go to the secret realm of Mount Tai." Qin Yi had seen Su Ruoxu's life deeds in the martial arts world yesterday and knew that the old man had entered the secret realm of Mount Tai, which was ranked among the S ranks with a group of Tianjia 8 years ago. But in that group only Su Ruoxu survived in the end. Since then Su Ruoxu has not appeared on the front line of the secret realm, and Yu Yuhang retired and became a branch president of the Martial Arts Federation. This is the first time Qin Yi has made a promise to others. Although it was particularly ridiculous for a second-stage martial artist to say that he would level the S-level secret realm, Su Ruoxu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stared at Qin Yi for a long time and then immediately looked up to the sky and laughed, laughing extraordinarily presumptuously as if he was dozens of years younger. Good. I'll wait for you." When I came out of the Martial Arts Federation, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance to the Xiantian secret realm is in the northern suburbs of Yuhang, and it is controlled by the secret bureau under the Yuhang consulate, and any martial artist who wants to enter must register in advance. Of course, the ticket money is not used. I heard that there are also some secret entrances hidden in the secret realm which are mastered by some organizations and used for smuggling, but the specific Qin Yi is not very clear. Boarding the crowded subway, Qin Yi inexplicably sensed that someone in the crowd had been staring at him. After his mental power increased to 10 points, he was much more sensitive to this kind of secret snooping. Secretly looking for this feeling and scanning the surroundings, Qin Yi quickly found a man in a brown windbreaker. This man looked upright, but his eyes fell on him unintentionally from time to time. Well, when I was in the Martial Arts Federation, I seem to have seen this person. Qin Yi had some impressions of him. He's stalking me? I didn't feel the killing intent. Was the other party hiding too deep and I couldn't see it, or was it not a member of the alien order? Qin Yi's eyes moved. He didn't plan to just consume it since he had already discovered the existence of the other party. It was best to take advantage of the fact that there were many people now and immediately go over to touch the reality. He took a step, squeezed through the crowd in front of him and gradually moved closer to the man in the trench coat. The other side. Chen also noticed Qin Yi's movements and the other party seemed to be walking towards him. Ha! Isn't it ready to get off? Shen's location was close to the car door, so he made this inference. He thought that he was tracking very hidden, but he didn't expect Qin Yi to see through him at a glance. Get off at this stop. What does Qin Yi want to do? Chen buried half of his face under his windbreaker, silently thinking about Qin Yi's next moves. But what he never expected was Qin Yi actually walked straight in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked condescendingly, "Brother, is there something you are following me?" Shen. Chapter 23, The Secret Realm of Blood. Sword Town. Chen is in trouble. Facing Qin Yi, who was standing in front of him in a daze, Chen was oppressed by the other party's momentum for a while, and he was in a trance for a few seconds. When he came back to his senses, his mind fluttered again and he felt incredulous about his reaction. He is the second in command of the police station in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, a low-level martial artist realm, and he will actually be scared by a second-stage martial artist? Chen couldn't accept this fact. But when he recalled Qin Yi's accidental punch, he felt that it seemed to be a matter of course. It would not be difficult for such a demon-level figure to cross a big realm in the early stage of martial arts to suppress people. The young man in front of him seemed to be kindly asking him why, but in fact he had a strong coercion which made Chen feel the taste of being interrogated. He vigorously propped up his bent waist, slightly supported the scene, calmed down, and roughly explained the reason why he was following Qin Yi. After explaining the pressure from the young man suddenly relaxed, Qin Yi grinned lightly and said with a haha, "It turned out to be a comrade police officer, and now the misunderstanding has been resolved." I'm here to prevent you from being retaliated against by the alien gods." Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Qin Yi was definitely stronger than him now, and the sense of oppression was simply overwhelming. "It's been hard work, but I'm going to enter the Shen secret realm next. Do you want to follow me in?" The dangerous aura on Qin Yi's body disappeared completely, replaced by a warm smile. "You want to enter the Shen secret realm?" Chen raised his eyebrows, thought for a few seconds, shook his head and said, "Then I won't go in with you." Just kidding, he thinks that his strength is not as good as Qin Yi, so at this time he naturally found a slope and went down. Where would he mention the word protection? Took out a business card from his arms and handed it to Qin Yi. Chen instructed according to the fixed procedure and then hurriedly got off while the subway arrived at the station. Looking at the back of Chen leaving in a hurry, Qin Yi thought for a moment and shook the business card in his hand. It seems that the Yuhang Police Department has also been staring at the Alien God Society for a long time, but it lacks a chance to do it. When I come out of the secret realm, I can take the initiative to contact them and cooperate once without seeking to completely defeat the Alien God Society. It should be no problem to catch a few big fish. Qin Yi put away his business card and such a thought flashed through his mind. In the online articles he read in his previous life, most of the protagonists were alone and they never thought about cooperating with official organizations. In Qin Yi's opinion, this is simply a moldy brain. Obviously he can lie down and win. Why do you have to tire yourself? The police must have my details and they must have analyzed that I had an adventure. But they didn't think of robbing me of the opportunity, which shows that the Yuhang Police Department is an official force that can be trusted. Thinking of the female police officer who took him away and all the things he saw in the police station, Qin Yi could basically be sure of this. However, let's wait until the end of the journey to the secret realm. The subway moved forward quickly and after a while I finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the northern suburbs. The environment of the 4 suburbs around Yuhang is very similar. Qin Yi did not stay open to mobile phone navigation and went straight to the Peru administration. Compared to the Martial Arts Federation set up in the center of the city, the location of the Secret Realm administration was very remote, and Qin Yi followed the navigation and even almost got lost in the twisting alley. What is lacking in moral navigation? He turned off his phone and noticed that there were often groups of warriors walking in the alley, so he randomly found a team of warriors to follow. The martial artists who can appear here obviously also have a secret realm. Qin Yi followed them all the way and finally found the Shen Secret Realm Administration. In front of me is a long street with trees on both sides, and the roadside is full of warriors setting up stalls selling the resources obtained from the secret realm. At the end of the street there is a Chinese-style building with a wide open door, green tiles and red walls, simple and elegant, and all the people who come and go are warriors. These people are really good at doing business. The lowest level E-level space storage bag is actually sold for 600,000 here, which is twice as high as the price of the martial arts world. Qin Yi noticed that there were warriors selling storage bags not far away, and the most exaggerated thing was that there were still many people in front of the stall to buy them. It is estimated that these people queuing up to buy storage bags are all newcomers to the same martial arts as Qin Yi, and when they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, They reacted to prepare storage bags in advance, and in order to avoid trouble they had to spend a little more money to buy one on the spot. After all, if you buy it on the martial arts world you have to wait for a day or two for express delivery. Qin Yi swept past these large and small stalls, walked into the secret realm administration and looked around. There were a total of 12 windows in front of him, and the windows were marked with a sign of registration and entry. Maybe it's because of the recent beast tide in the Xiantian secret realm and the increase in the danger factor. It seems that there are very few people queuing up to register to enter the secret realm, and there are only 2 windows with martial artists queuing and only 3 or 4 people are queuing. Qin Yi looked curiously at the hall of the Peru Authority, and gradually his eyes fell on a huge electronic screen in the center. On that screen official secret realm missions are displayed for warriors to receive in exchange for rewards. 18 gravity spars requiring a single one to be more than 10 kilograms can be handed over to the third window. Reward: 600 points of contribution, 100 million currency. The natal feathers of the 3 wind-colored peacocks require second-order quality. Scanning the various tasks that were constantly refreshed on the screen, Qin Yi's eyes suddenly froze and he saw a familiar name on it. Rescue martial artists, 3 days ago 4 low-level martial artists. Wang Lu Wang Xianfan Chen Shan by Shanhua entered the Xiantian secret realm and used the communication talisman in their hands to ask for help from all kinds of martial artists. Reward: 50 million renminbi, 100 contributions. Chen Xian? Almost 3 days ago Chen Xian sent a text message to Qin Yi asking Qin Yi not to give up hope of survival. After that Chen Xian never replied to Qin Yi's text messages. The time is just right. This is definitely not a coincidence. Of the same name, this task for help was sent by Chen Xian. Qin Yi's brows tightened. If he guessed correctly, Chen Xian was afraid that it was not to save him that he had personally entered the Xiantian secret realm. This kid wants to pick the spirit fruit and cure Qin Yi's cancer. But it happened to be the outbreak of the beast tide. Chen Xian was trapped in the secret realm, and after 3 days I was afraid that he would die for a lifetime. No, I have to save him. Qin Yi would not be a virgin to help strangers, but those who were kind to him would definitely not sit idly by if they were in trouble. Hurry up and find an unmanned window to take over the task and register the information. Qin Yi passed through the 2 detection doors under the guidance of the staff and came to an empty square. On the square there is a space crack tens of thousands of meters long, deep and pitch black, as if the real dragon is entrenched in the air. Shocking. Above the spatial rift a blood-stained sword hung in the air. The blade of the sword went downward and the vast sword intent poured out, suppressing the entire secret realm crack so that the creatures in the secret could not come out, while the human warriors could enter freely. What level of character does this have to be to leave such a sword? Qin Yi's heart was surging. He subconsciously clenched his fists and strode into the corner of the spatial crack, and in an instant the space around him was as rippling and blurred as flowing water, and he only felt that the sky was spinning and his eyes were black. The next second, overgrown with weeds and towering ancient trees, a completely different scene from the real world is reflected in the eyes. Chapter 24, Towering Insect Forest. Miscellaneous Wild Dogs. Few. Qin Yi stood in a primeval forest, took a deep breath, and only felt that the air was fresh, and between the breaths there was naturally a pure aura integrated into the body which made people feel happy. The concentration of aura in the D-level secret realm is at least 5 times that of the outside world, so it's no wonder that even if you let a dog come in and live for 10 years, you can become a terrifying beast. After passing through the spatial crack, human warriors will randomly appear in the outer areas of the secret realm. And some unlucky people may be surrounded and killed by a group of fierce beasts as soon as they land. Therefore, after Qin Yi took the position, he immediately raised his vigilance, looked solemn, and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He seemed to be in the middle of some mountainous area now, and everywhere he looked there were towering ancient trees with thick branches, and the smallest tree required 7 or 8 people to hug him. The giant trees are full of life, and the ring-shaped canopy of the trees obscures the sky like a giant umbrella, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to penetrate and shine down. The damp and dark land is overgrown with all sorts of unknown ferns and weeds, and occasionally a black beetle the size of a human head flashes through the weeds. Qin Yi stood alone in the woods as if he was in another world, and there were strange things everywhere. In the secret, the mobile phone naturally has no signal, but except for the core area, the Xiantian secret realm has long been explored by human warriors, so the secret realm administration will provide free maps for martial artists before entering the secret realm. I should be close to the middle level outside the Xiantian secret perimeter. Qin Yi stretched out his hand, took out a map from his pocket and gently unfolded it. In the process of using his hand, he sensed a kind of pressure appearing on his right hand, which was the special feature of the Xiantian secret realm. In the center of the Xiantian secret realm is a vast gravity spar mining area with hundreds of kilometers. Due to its large scale, the gravity of the entire secret realm is different from that of the blue star. And the gravity of the outermost part is twice that of the blue star. Thanks to the 10 spiritual attributes, Qin Yi has a strong perception of the body and can subtly perceive that the current gravity on his body is about 2.7 times. He looked at the map, skimmed directly over the outermost area, searched from the outer area near the middle level, and quickly found his location. His luck wasn't good. This place happened to be a dangerous situation. According to the brief marks on the map, this place is the towering insect forest on Shiyun Peak, rich in all kinds of fine spirit wood. But the number of zergs in the forest is huge, and it is not recommended to enter below the 9th stage of the martial arts. Zerg? Qin Yi frowned slightly and was thinking about walking casually, but unexpectedly he was shocked to find that his pants had torn a few small openings and his legs were crawling with yellow-brown software bugs at some point. These bugs are very similar to the leeches on the blue star, but they are several times larger, and the smallest one is the size of a palm. They used sucker-shaped mouthparts to attach to Qin Yi's legs, constantly grinding his skin, trying to suck his blood. In this process, Qin Yi didn't even notice it, and he didn't feel it at all. But these leeches have not even reached the first order. They can't be called fierce beasts. They can't break Qin Yi's steel and iron bones at all, and they can't suck blood even if they squirm for a long time. That's a piece of shit, you guys. Qin Yi deliberately waited for a while and found that these little things couldn't break through the defense at all, so he stretched out his big hand, grabbed them all, kneaded them into a meatball and threw them away. Immediately after, Qin Yi gathered in front of a towering ancient tree, gathered strength and threw a punch at the trunk with all his strength. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and under his full punch, the towering ancient wood didn't even move but left a shallow fist mark on the trunk. After 3 or 4 seconds, even the fist prints disappeared and everything was back to normal. It feels familiar. It is extremely hard and it can heal itself. This is probably the raw material used to forge and test wooden figures in the Martial Arts Federation, right? Qin Yi's eyes lit up and he remembered the name of this spirit wood. Cloud Peak Cedar. When this spirit wood grows to 100 meters, it is a first order, and then it is upgraded every 500 meters. The tree in front of him is estimated to be more than 600 meters high, and it is a second-order spirit tree which requires a middle-level martial artist to hold a D1 level weapon, and it is possible to cut it down. Looking around, there are cloud cedars everywhere, and all of them are first-order starters. He's been teleported to the deepest part of the towering insect forest. Although the second-order spirit wood can't be cut, it is very promising to get some first-order Yunfeng fur back. No, I came in to save Chen Xian, and I will talk about miscellaneous things like making money later. Qin Yi took out a glittering talisman from his pocket, which was a sensing talisman that could lead a martial artist to a specific area. Runes are another way for martial artists. Qin Yi has not been in contact with them much. He only knows that rune masters are very profitable, and a first-order rune can be sold for hundreds of thousands. The so-called array mages are actually rune masters in essence, and they are all professions that study runes and engrave the patterns of the Great Tao. The team that Chen Xian joined estimated that some people were worth a lot of money, not only bought a communication charm in advance to call for help but also issued a bounty task after being killed. The induction talisman in Qin Yi's hand was also bought by the local tyrant in Chen Xian's team, and he can only sense the direction of the local tyrant. He held the charm in the palm of his hand and a coordinate appeared in his mind. More than 200 kilometers northeast of me? They have already entered the core area of the Xiantian secret realm. Qin Yi did not hesitate, and after confirming the direction he immediately started to hurry. However, he had just run less than 10 meters when he heard a harsh quack sound on his side, and among the weeds a red armored bull the size of an adult swallowed a cloud of leeches in one bite and then suddenly turned around and collided directly towards Qin Yi. The leech meatball that Qin Yi had just dropped casually actually became bait and caught a big guy. This red celestial beetle is already a fierce beast that has initially stepped into the first-order category, and at this moment it is menacingly colliding with wings oscillating behind it, and its speed is amazing, far surpassing the first and second stage martial artists. The overgrown weeds were flattened by the fierce wind swaying from the heavenly bull. Qin Yi stared straight at the beetle as big as himself, and there was no fear on his face but laughed loudly. It's good to come. With that he lowered his head like a bullfight, stared down with his legs and rushed out. Since you want to bump it, let's hit it hard. In the snap of a finger the two afterimages collided, exploding a roaring shockwave. The beetle never expected that the human in front of him would dare to collide with his horn with his head. In his ignorant memory no human creature had ever dared to do so. Syllable. Without accident the beetle flew directly upside down for more than 10 meters and slammed into a cloud cedar. Its long horn snapped, its torso burst, and a disgusting green liquid splashed. Qin Yi stood in place expressionlessly without even a red mark on his forehead. Now he is not a mere first-order early-stage beast that can touch porcelain. At least a second-order fierce beast can make him feel the pressure. The flesh of the first-order red-armored heavenly bull seems to be a good forging material, and it is not a problem to sell it for 2 million. Qin Yi strode over, looking at the blurred piece of flesh and blood armor under the tree not far away, and felt a little remorseful in his heart. TSK, you should be careful, the flesh is broken like this, and it is estimated that it can only be sold for 5,000,000. That's it, no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Qin Yi slowly approached the lump of corpses and was thinking about taking out the storage bag to store it, but unexpectedly a sudden change occurred. A yellow and white wild dog suddenly poked its head out of the thick trunk of the cloud cedar, and with a leap it landed precisely on the beetle and devoured it with a large mouth. In just a dozen seconds an adult-sized red-armored longhorn was eaten clean, and even the hardest carapace on its body was eaten by the wild dog. Qin Yi, who was a few meters away, was dumbfounded. Where did the dog come from? Isn't this a forest of towering insects? He was stunned for a moment, then his face was unkind and he gritted his teeth at the wild dog. Dog meat is ready tonight. Chapter 25. Sea of Worms. Dog Master Qin Yi's murderous aura was so frightened that the wild dog slammed into the spirit, and he turned his head to climb back to the Yunfeng tree cave. How could Qin Yi let it run away like this? He has always prostituted others for nothing, and I have never seen anyone who dares to prostitute him for nothing. Oh yes, it's a dog trying to prostitute yourself for nothing. Swish. Qin Yi took a stride, instantly crossed a distance of 5 meters and caught the dog that flew into the air. He lifted the back of the wild dog's neck, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled. You kill my beetle, I kill you, it's fair, right? Phew. Woo. Grabbing fate by the throat, the big wild dog suddenly froze, whimpering, looking pitiful, no longer having the courage to snatch food from the tiger's mouth before. Seeing that Qin Yi was about to pinch himself to death, the big wild dog panicked, opened his mouth and actually spat out, "Brother, don't be like this, give buddy a way out. We also saw that we couldn't hold back for a while, I really didn't mean to rob you of something." Qin Yi's face darkened. This dog can talk, and if he opens his mouth and calls him a brother, am I also a dog? He glanced at the tree hole in the cloud peak cedar with his spare eyes and found that the tree hole was not big or small, just enough to accommodate the wild dog in and out. And the edge of the tree hole with canine teeth seems to be a hole that has been gnawed by this dog. The more than 800-meter tall Yunfeng fur is close to the strength of the third-order spirit wood. How can this dog bite it? Qin Yi's face was strange, and he looked back at the big dog in his hand. This big dog is also interesting. Seeing Qin Yi's gaze sweeping, he hurriedly put on a flattering smile, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. You gnawed out the dog hole on it? Hee, I have a vision, I am indeed gnawing on the bottom. How is it, am I awesome? Speaking of this tree hole, the big dog suddenly stood up, his spirit was flying and his tail wagged quickly. You're only at the first order level, how can you bite a second order top grade spirit wood? Qin Yi saw through the realm of the big dog that is the first order is right at most the middle of the first order, which is equivalent to a 6th stage martial artist of the human race. That's naturally Uncle Ben's talent. The big dog immediately kicked his nose on his face and boasted, by the way, you can call me the dog master. In the future you have to spare the dog, and spare the dog, let me live and I can save your life. Qin Yi's head was full of black lines, and when he saw the appearance of this big, he couldn't help but beat him. Hey, you a human being obviously only have a 2nd stage realm, why can you be so strong? The big dog had a blue nose and swollen face, and he was beaten by Qin Yi and suspected that the dog was born. He was not a passive master, he resisted desperately and in turn bit Qin Yi several times. The big dog's teeth were indeed miraculous, and they easily bit through Qin Yi's level 2 steel and iron bones, leaving several rows of tooth marks. Your teeth are good, you should be able to sell them for a good price. A glint flashed in Qin Yi's eyes and he didn't stop. He wanted to help the big dog pull out his teeth on the spot. When the big dog saw this formation, he immediately crawled on the ground and shouted, "Stop, stop, I was wrong, I'm the dog's grandson, stop fighting. I have a way to save your life, you really don't need to kill me." Save my life? Qin Yi is happy he hasn't encountered any danger now, just the other party is such a dog, what can he talk about saving himself? I'm in a hurry, you can either go and catch an equivalent beast for me now or sell yourself to me, choose one or the other. Seeing that Qin Yi no longer moved, the big dog slowly raised his head from the ground like a human, his legs stood up and said quietly, "Don't you wonder why I live in a tree as a dog? Not curious, I didn't study the fetish of wild dogs." Qin Yi shook his head. Wild dogs? Have you ever seen a talking wild dog? The word wild dog seemed to touch the scales of the big dog and made him jump off the wall. Well, don't you see it now? The big dog was speechless for a while, waved his paw angrily and said seriously, "I don't have the same knowledge as you, let's just say it, the main reason why I live in the tree is to prevent the sea of insects." Sea of worms? Qin Yi caught the fear that flashed in the big dog's eyes. That's right, the forest is full of bugs and every 2 hours hundreds of millions of bugs crawl out of the ground, gather in clumps and sweep through everything you see in the woods. That kind of scene, it's really overwhelming, like a tsunami. Except for this Yunfeng spirit wood, there is nothing that can stop the sea of insects. The big dog grinned as he recalled what he had seen. Don't you think it's strange that there are no other animals in a forest with such abundant aura? Well, it seems to be true. It stands to reason that in such a good forest you should be able to see animals within a few steps. But in fact, except for this miscellaneous dog who claimed to be the dog master, Qin Yi only saw insects in trees. How strong is the sea of worms? Qin Yi was not afraid but asked with interest. The big dog glanced at him obliquely and said, "As for the red-armored heavenly bull you just killed, there are 100,000 in the sea of worms." 100,000 first-order celestial beetles? This is indeed a bit exaggerated. Even high-level martial artists are difficult to survive, right? When the realm gap is not too large, when the number is large enough, it will cause a qualitative change and make up for the gap in strength. But there have been so many insect sea outbreaks, why are there no corpses left on the ground? Qin Yi was puzzled. The number of insect seas was huge, and every time he went out on an expedition, how many of them would die, right? Even if only 1% dies at a time, that's a very impressive number. Hearing this question, the big dog's eyes suddenly became disdainful, as if he was discriminating against Qin Yi's IQ for being too low. "Why did you ask such a stupid question? I said before, wherever the sea of worms goes, sweep everything. This so-called everything naturally includes the corpses of the same race." The feeling of being despised by a dog was too wonderful. Qin Yi's forehead was bruised and he couldn't help but beat the big dog again until the other party yelled and begged for mercy. "I'm your future lifesaver. It's estimated that there are only 10 minutes left until the next outbreak of the Worm Sea, and you won't have time to get out of Xian Peak, let alone the Shitin mountain range." The big dog grudged his paw and stroked the swollen face. Qin Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he only said lightly, "Lead the way and go up the tree." Xianfeng is vast, and judging from the map, even if Qin Yi rushes with all his might, it will take him a day and a night to get out. And this is just to get out of Xian Peak. Listening to the tone of the big dog, it seems that the core peaks of the Shitian mountain range will erupt in the Sea of Worms. The simple map provided by the official is still too brief, so it's better to spend real money to buy a detailed map. Qin Yi regretted it for a while. But what he didn't know was that for so many years no one had ever appeared in the deepest part of the Western Heaven mountain range just after entering the Xintian secret realm. Because this place, although it is in the outer area, the danger level is comparable to the core area of the secret realm. Ordinary 9-stage martial artists at most walked to the edge of the West Heaven mountain range, killed a few insects, dug up a few spirit plants, and never encountered the Sea of Insects, and they did not have their lives to encounter the Sea of Insects. Otherwise, so many high-grade spirit trees on Xianfeng would have been packed and taken away by the martial artists a long time ago. Where would they be left for Qin Yi? If a knowledgeable martial artist found out that Qin Yi was in Xianfeng at this moment, he would definitely drop his jaw in shock, thinking that Qin Yi would definitely die. Except for the true king of the one-sword suppression Xintian 60 years ago, no martial artist has explored the depth of Qin Yi. Chapter 26 The origin of the big dog. Strange food. A man and a dog deftly climbed up the yunfeng for in front of him. Originally this kind of big tree was extremely difficult to climb because of the material, but the big dog obviously often went up and down, leaving a lot of new traces, allowing Qin Yi to use the depression to climb up. I have to climb the yunfeng for 3 times a day, otherwise the claw marks left on it will soon disappear and I will go to create trouble again. The big dog climbed in front proudly, obviously very happy for Qin Yi to rely on himself to get up the tree. The recovery speed of the second-order cloud peak cedar is too fast, and if you don't maintain the claw marks often it may indeed completely dissipate in one night. The dog hole not out by the big dog is about 40 meters away, which sounds very high, but in fact compared to the main trunk of more than 800 meters it is not low. Rustling, just as a man and a dog were desperately climbing the tree, there was a faint commotion on the ground below as if something was moving in the grass. Thundered. Immediately afterwards the earth of the entire giant mountain began to shake violently and the tremor was extremely obvious, not to mention that there was a level 7 and it almost shook Qin Yi down. While maintaining a climbing posture he looked down and the eyes of the warrior were moistened by the aura, which was sharper than that of the falcon, and even if he was more than 20 meters apart he could clearly see what he found on the ground. In Qin Yi's sight, one after another insects of different shapes broke through the soil, shaking their bodies, shaking off the dirt and dirt on their bodies, and then stretched out their sensing organs, silently looking for their kind. With the help of their sensing organs or antennae or narrow mouthparts, a huge number of insects began to form in an orderly manner. Beetles followed beetles and mosquitoes followed mosquitoes, just like the appearance of the major arms assembled when ancient wars broke out. Be in apple pie order. The Zerg in this ghost place definitely has a female worm hidden deep underground conducting production command, and it is estimated that it is at least second order. The big dog also looked back at the ground and said with palpitations, "The first order female worm can even rely on explosive troops to surround and kill the human grandmaster, which is definitely not to be underestimated. The existence of the Zerg is very outrageous. They stand alone. Once they develop, they will destroy everything they see. They are the mortal enemies of all races. Once the people of all races know that there is a female worm, there will definitely be countless strong people of different races to encircle and suppress. Even between the mother and the mother, it is also a hostile relationship. An isolated race? Interesting. No wonder this site is almost unexplored. The Grandmaster level existence of the human race is already the pillar of the bright side, and it is rare to step into the D-level secret realm, let alone take his life to snipe a second-order female insect. Because the benefits that can be obtained are too small. For Grandmasters and Grandmasters, even a third-order spirit wood is not enough to make them blush, and if it is too difficult to obtain they will definitely give up. You stupid dog knows a lot of things. Qin Yi had already climbed to the entrance of the tree hole, and instead of continuing upward he firmly fixed himself to the trunk of the tree. Silly dog? The big dog looked displeased and said indignantly, "Master Dog, I have been with a supreme existence back then, and I naturally know more things than you, a rookie who has just entered the martial arts." Supreme being? Qin Yi became interested and asked, "Who is it? What race, what realm, what name?" Talking about these details, the big dog suddenly looked confused again, shook his head and said, "I can't remember the master. He placed me in Xi'an Peak, and before leaving he deleted all the memories about him in my mind. All I know is that there is a supreme being who was my master and has placed me here, and I don't know anything else." Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and guessed, "Leave your pet in the outside world. It is estimated that the supreme being is in trouble, and I don't want you to take risks with him. Erase your memory. I'm afraid it's not because you're worried that you'll be captured by his enemies, and through some soul-searching methods you can get his information and even gain insight into his weaknesses. Your master is really good, more dog than you." 1. Hearing someone mocking his master, the big dog subconsciously barked a few words at Qin Yi's dog, and the protector was anxious. But he couldn't beat Qin Yi, so he could only say a few words. He felt that Qin Yi's speculation was right, because whenever he wanted to leave Xi'an Feng he would have inexplicable heart palpitations. This was a reaction to foresee danger. As a dog raised by a supreme being, he certainly has his own extraordinary. In addition to teeth, he also has an instinct to avoid evil and seek good fortune. My instincts told me that it was dangerous to leave Nigyamoth, so I stayed in the trees all the time. Although the second-order female worm is dangerous, as long as you avoid her, this place can also become an excellent place of refuge and few creatures can enter it." The big dog said stupidly. Qin Yi remembered something because of his words, and his expression was subtle. "You just snatched my beetle. Could it be because you didn't feel the danger?" The big dog nodded. Qin Yi was a little speechless. Was he judged to be a good person? I obviously had killing intent on the big dog at the beginning, but I didn't kill him in the end. It seems that the talent of the big dog is really something, and it deserves to be a supreme dog. Qin Yi stared at it and saw the big dog slippery into the dog hole lying at the entrance of the cave, looking down at the vast sea of insects below with a comfortable face as if watching a movie. Occasionally when he was hungry he would bite the edge of the dog's hole and his mouth would be full of wood chips and chew on it. You usually chop bark and sawdust? Qin Yi's brows furrowed. The big dog had a dog hole to rest, but he couldn't get into such a small dog hole, so he could only maintain a tree climbing posture. That's right. After the outbreak of the insect sea it will last for about 5 hours, and there are almost no creatures in the forest except for insects and spirit trees, and the insects have to go down the trees to find them, and they have to spend strength to fight, so it is not as refreshing as cutting the bark. The big dog looked like a matter of course. His eyes flickered and he smiled at Qin Yi. Let me remind you first, you'd better not learn my lingmu mortals, you can't learn it. Without my titanium alloy dog mouth and dog stomach you can't bite this spirit wood, let alone absorb the nutrients and spirituality contained in it, and you will definitely break a mouthful of teeth when the time comes. Speaking of his own advantages, especially those that Qin Yi did not have, the big dog's tail cocked again, shaking happily. If you want to escape from the area covered by the sea of insects it will take 5 days to say the least, and it will take you 10 days to avoid the rest time of climbing trees to avoid the sea of insects. In the past 10 days you'd better think about what you should do early. Let me remind you first, the red armored beetle you killed earlier is actually a rare edible insect. Most of the insects in the forest are unstoppable and the trail is very secret, very difficult to find. The big dog put on a posture to watch the play, staring at Qin Yi with great interest, wanting to see what the young man would do next. But to his surprise, after listening to his story, Qin Yi didn't show any other expression. His face was flat. He just opened his mouth slightly and bit on the bark in front of him. Click, 2 of his teeth burst open and a mouthful of blood flowed out. Hey, are you crazy? I said that you humans can't gnaw on second-order spirit wood and you can't digest it. The big dog barked in shock, but Qin Yi didn't seem to hear his shout, so he just buried his head in gnawing on the tree. You say I can't do it, then I have to do it. The main thing is a rebellion. I've slashed leather sofas, just bark, what's the point? Chapter 27. What normal humans can't do. In the face of the big dog's persuasion, Qin Yi not only did not stop but gnawed more and more at the bark. His 2 rows of teeth continued to crack while the trunk in front of him barely changed, only a small layer of inaudible skin was lost. Finally Qin Yi's 2 rows of teeth were all broken and only flesh was left in his mouth and not a single tooth could be seen. So Qin Yi stopped biting as if he was stunned in place, motionless. Look, I said a long time ago that you can't bite the second-order spirit wood. If you don't listen to the dog you'll lose in front of you. The big dog lay at the entrance of the cave pointing at Qin Yi, who had a miserable face and looked like a tall dog outside the world. It's okay now, the teeth are all broken and it will take at least 2 or 3 days for you to regrow your teeth. You're going to be hungry. The physical recovery ability of the second stage martial artist is not bad, although it can't be reborn with a broken limb, but it is still no problem to spend a month growing a new pair of teeth. Considering Qin Yi's special physique, the big dog predicted that it would take 2 or 3 days to recover, which was already a high opinion of Qin Yi, and he tried to predict it in an exaggerated time. It's a pity that he still underestimated Qin Yi's regeneration ability. In less than 5 minutes pure white teeth grew out of Qin Yi's mouth, white and flawless, and they looked much harder than the previous old teeth. New teeth grow in 5 minutes, who are you? The big dog was stunned. Rao was a well-informed divine dog like him and he had never seen anything like this. This is already comparable to the recovery power of a middle-level martial artist, but Qin Yi is a second-stage martial artist. He didn't even go to watch the mighty insect sea drama below, staring at Qin Yi with a pair of dog eyes, his eyes full of doubt. He suspected that Qin Yi was hiding his cultivation. The big dog's pair of dog eyes suddenly burst into a bright luster and he seemed to have opened a kind of pupil technique and his eyes instantly sharpened a lot. However, even though under this A-level pupil technique, Qin Yi in the eyes of the big dog was also a normal second-stage martial artist and he didn't hide his cultivation at all. If it weren't for the old Yin ratio who hid his cultivation, then there was only one possibility. Qin Yi is a legendary immortal seed that is rare to see for thousands of years. The so-called immortal seed is actually an honorific title for a person whose qualifications crush the peerless Tianjiao, which means that if this person does not die halfway he will be able to ascend to the immortal. The big dog's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the way he looked at Qin Yi changed his gaze again. Immortal seeds are born. The path of cultivation is often extremely smooth and the body is full of luck. Follow and maybe you can walk out of the Shitin mountain range unharmed and go to the human world. Why doesn't the big dog want to see the outside world? He's just scared of death. If he can successfully tie up with Qin Yi, it is estimated that he will be able to get a glimpse of it in the future. Thinking of this, the big dog's eyes rolled slightly and he said to Qin Yi, although your recovery speed is fast, it is impossible to digest the bark of the spirit wood if you recover 10 million times like this. That's it. Why don't I be merciful and first use the precious titanium alloy dog's mouth to help you bite soft and then feed it to you? The big dog held his head high and there was a smell of uncle has sacrificed for you to this point. Don't come and thank me soon. However, he didn't know that the dog words that came out of his mouth were extremely harsh and Qin Yi's ears disgusting. Are you itching again? Qin Yi's face was disgusted. He locked it on the bark with one hand and took out a chocolate bar from his pocket. With the other hand tore it open with his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Brother, you used to take it with you, so why are you still gnawing on the bark of the tree? Isn't it? What are your special fetishes? The big dog's face was strange, suspecting that Qin Yi had masochistic tendencies. Qin Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. After digesting the chocolate bar, the energy stored in his body was full again and he could continue to try adaptive evolution. That's right, he is going to rely on the second order Yunfeng Shan and upgrade his level 1 hard mouth and level 1 iron stomach. Oh! Ignoring the big dog's subtle gaze, Qin Yi opened his mouth again and bit down on the bark. Syllable. Unsurprisingly, his teeth cracked again and blood flew out of his mouth, falling into the sea of worms below and vanishing. The pain of crushing his teeth was particularly terrifying, but fortunately Qin Yi had a level 3 pain tolerance and could fully withstand this pain. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, 10 bites. Qin Yi was like a madman who didn't want to die, trying to gnaw on the bark of the tree again and again, breaking all his teeth again and again, but he didn't mean to give up. The teeth were broken and long and broken, and in order to provide the energy needed for evolution, Qin Yi had already exhausted all the chocolate bars in his pocket. In this process, the big dog's eyes gradually changed, and the more he looked at Qin Yi, the more frightened he became. He saw Qin Yi's transformation in a short period of time. Those fragile human teeth had broken out in an instant for the first time and slowly evolved into being able to leave traces on the bark of trees, and then evolved into being able to bite off a little wood bark. Ultimately, under the 5th attempt of a new tooth, only a crunching sound was heard and Qin Yi bit off a large piece of bark and put it in his mouth to chew. This time his teeth were not broken, they were as solid as a golden stone, and he easily crushed the spirit wood. Ding, your mouth cells have successfully adapted to the second order spirit wood skin and you have evolved a passive skill, Mouth Hard LV3. The effort is really rewarded. After this tree gnawing, Qin Yi's Mouth Hard skill has been directly improved from level 1 to level 3. Even a second-order spirit wood can easily bite his mouth. His mouth is probably comparable to a D1 level weapon. Seeing that Qin Yi really succeeded in biting off the bark of the tree and swallowing it in his belly, the big dog was completely shocked. He even began to suspect that the dog was born. However, for the sake of face, he still forced it as expected expression and bared his teeth disdainfully. Even if you can cut off the bark, what if you can digest it? Without a dog master, I will use the dog's mouth to help you deal with the wood. It is impossible for a human stomach to digest the second-order spirit wood. Due to the fact that the evolution skill consumed too much energy, Qin Yi's current state was that he looked a little weak and his face turned slightly pale. But as he swallowed the spirit wood in a big gulp, his iron stomach first felt a heart-rending cramp, and then the pain gradually subsided and the iron stomach also evolved successfully. Ding, your stomach cells have successfully adapted to the second-order spirit wood and you have evolved a passive skill, Iron Stomach LV3. With a third-level iron stomach, Qin Yi could already easily extract nutrients and spiritual substances from the second-order spirit wood. His vein aura became solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. His cheeks were ruddy and he couldn't see the slightest weakness. Second-order Cloud Peak Cedar digestion is successful. Qin Yi smiled slightly and threw a sneering look at the big dog in the dog hole above, and the big dog came back to his senses in an instant and bit the bark twice. In front of the big dog, he provocatively gnawed a large piece of bark again, swallowed it, and when he swallowed it, he did not forget to make a ha sound indicating that the food was delicious. Isn't it just a second-order spirit wood? How could I not do something that you can do with a dog? Qin Yi was crazy and angry, wanting to provoke the big dog. But he didn't expect that the anger on the big dog's face suddenly dissipated and he saw his dog mouth crooked and sneered. What I can do you can do? Joke. Can you do it? Qin Yi. Awesome, even if you are ruthless there is such a trick. Chapter 28, Symbiotic Relationship? Qin Yi, who had a third-level mouth and a third-level iron stomach, gnawed on the second-order spirit wood. To be honest, Yunfeng Shan's own extremely strong recovery power and the gap he bit out had been slowly recovering, which was equivalent to Qin Yi having a steady stream of food sources. Moreover, the effect of the second-order spirit wood is not just as simple as emergency food. The spirituality contained in the spirit wood also has a nourishing effect for martial artists, and when swallowed in large quantities it can be compared to the second-order spirit fruit. Unconsciously, Qin Yi bit out a small tree hole that was large enough to accommodate him. This tree hole looked small, but it was more than twice as wide as the dog hole of a large dog. In fact, the tree hole created by the two of them was nothing compared to the stout and huge second-order cloud peak cedar, just like two black moles growing on a human body, inconspicuous. However, this bark gnawed and it also gave Qin Yi a wave of unexpected joy. After eating it for at least 2 hours, the sound of the system sounded in his head again. Ding, your cells have been spiritually washed by a large number of second-order spirit trees and have successfully evolved a natural skill, Aura Affinity LV7. The 7th level Aura Affinity has actually been achieved here. Qin Yi's heart was overjoyed, and when he sat down he stopped slashing the bark, wanting to try the effect of the 7th level Aura Affinity. However, as soon as his eyes were closed, the big dog upstairs stretched out his neck and barked a few words at Qin Yi's hole below. You get ready, the recovery power of the second-order spirit wood will surge in the future, and the time has come to compete in the speed of dry rice. If you dig too slowly, the hole in the tree that you managed to gnaw out will grow back. Well, will the recovery power of the spirit tree surge in a short period of time? Qin Yi was slightly puzzled and asked rhetorically, why is this happening? The big dog upstairs jumped lightly and jumped into Qin Yi's tree hole, accurately looking around with a smile while replying, I don't know. Anyway, every time the sea of insects appears about 2 hours later, all the spirit trees in Xian Feng will begin to burst out with vitality, thicken and grow, and the resilience will also increase several times. Then again, are you a person who has been transformed into a dog clan? This tree hole is more old than me, and the place where I live is called a comfort. The big dog Maizizi found a corner and lay down, crossed his hands on the back of his head, and the two dog legs were cocked into the shape of Erlang's legs, so uncomfortable. Come on, Qin Yi doesn't need to ask to know that this guy wants to stay here and not leave. As if to catch Qin Yi's disgusted eyes, the big dog sneered and said, gnawing tree bark is also hard work. You humans have a good saying, there is a lot of strength in people. Let's be responsible for maintaining a tree hole together. Isn't it a win-win situation? Qin Yi didn't bother to waste words with him, and after stopping his luck he walked to the edge of the tree hole, poked his head out and watched the situation below. At this moment the ground has been completely shrouded by hundreds of millions of insects, and as far as the eye can see there are dense insects everywhere. Most of these insects are at the level of first-order fierce beasts, and occasionally you can see huge insects in the insect group with 6 antennae on the top of the head, a single compound eye occupying the entire head, and 8 spear legs that look like spiders, but the body is more like a dragonfly, narrow and long, showing a strip. This kind of insect barely gave Qin Yi some sense of danger, and it was estimated that it was a second-order lord-level bug. In the definition of human beings, the only criterion that distinguishes an alien from an alien is whether or not it is intelligent and capable of communicating. Obviously, these insects in front of them have no intelligence, they are undeniably alien beasts, and as for the big dog, it would be more appropriate to call it interracial. I heard that there is not much difference between the high martial arts realm of the alien race and the human race, and the name is almost the same, although it is not mentioned in the history books. Qin Yi also guessed that the martial arts path of the human race must be a reference to the alien race. After all, the alien race has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and the human race has only just recovered its aura for less than 100 years, so it is impossible to create the human race cultivation method purely by originality. After all, the path of cultivation born from a foreign race cannot be completely suitable for the human race. Maybe in the future, when I am strong enough, I can create exercises that are perfectly suitable for the human race. Qin Yi thought silently. If his idea was made public, he would definitely be ridiculed by many parties, because now the cultivation path of the human race has not even been successfully improved by the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable. But people don't have dreams. What's the difference between them and salted fish? Qin Yi has a god-level talent. He will not be arrogant. What the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable can't do, it doesn't mean that he can't do it. By the way, that strange-shaped second-order lord-level bug obviously has wings and can fly. Why doesn't it fly up to attack us? Qin Yi suddenly felt a little confused. The big dog was instantly asked. In fact, he had thought about this question before, but he racked his brains and couldn't come up with an answer. For the sake of his own face, he could only stubbornly say nonsense. Well, it may be because of the power of the dogmaster. Qin Yi. Then your face is really big, the strength of a 6th or 7th rank martial artist suppressing a second-order lord, right? The big dog snorted coldly. No, my grandfather is naturally noble and he doesn't understand blood suppression. Qin Yi sank his heart and stared at the sea of insects on the ground. Suddenly most of the insects below stopped moving, and after careful observation it was not difficult to find that all the insects that stopped had harvest in their mouths or on their backs. These harvests are either spiritual soil or spiritual ore, and a few are the corpses of fierce beasts. These insects that stopped in place began to dig desperately with their bodies. The pit they dug was not big, but it was extremely deep. I don't know where it leads. Qin Yi could only see these insects enter the ground, and after a while they came up again, and the harvest they carried on their bodies was all gone. The harvest was left in the ground? At the same time he noticed that the edge of the tree hole was growing rapidly, more than twice as fast. Hey, don't be in a daze, come and eat with me. Seeing that the hole in the tree became narrower and narrower, the big dog who wanted to fish hurriedly set off to open the house and was very busy. However, Qin Yi didn't respond to him, still looking down at the sea of insects in a daze. In his sight, the bugs that didn't stop moving were bringing new harvests from afar, and waves handing them to the bugs in charge of burrowing and sending them underground. Between the Zerg, the division of labor is clear and the workflow is smooth like a robot. That second-order female worm can control so many insects, and her spiritual power must be strong. Syllable. Qin Yi bit down a large piece of bark that was about to block his vision and muttered as he chewed, I seem to understand. On the side, the busy sweaty dog said angrily, you understand what you still understand, hurry up. Qin Yi ignored the big dog's words, paused for a moment, and then continued to himself, the Zerg buries all the harvest they have scavenged in the ground, and they don't keep it all for themselves to eat. The big heads of these harvests were quickly decomposed by the Zerg and turned into pure spiritual nutrients which fattened the soil of Xuan foam, which led to the phenomenon of the sudden rapid growth of the spirit wood. The spirit wood of the western heaven mountain range and the mother insect hidden in the ground should be a symbiotic and mutually beneficial relationship. The big dog was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully he found that Qin Yi's words were really logical. Every time after the sea of worms began to bury things, Lingmu began to change. And as far as he knows, there is a special kind of nanny worm in the Zerg which can dissolve solid food with saliva to make his spiritual nutrient solution, which is used to feed the larvae and promote the growth of the larvae faster. Chapter 29, Wealth and Danger. Seeking stud gambling for life. I guess that the root veins of the spirit would have the effect of solid spirit, which can gather the spiritual energy of the surrounding area at the roots. The location of the spiritual root is very likely to be abundant in spiritual energy, and this concentration of spiritual energy is just enough for the growth of the Zerg, especially the growth of the Zerg mother. Otherwise those insects would have been able to bulldoze all the Yunfeng for long ago, not to mention the second-order spirit would, even the third-order spirit would. They wouldn't be able to withstand the offensive of the insect sea army, right? Qin Yi tirelessly speculated that the remarks he made gave the big dog a great feeling, and many questions that he couldn't figure out before were easily solved. 1. I didn't expect your kid's brain to be really a little wise, and it's already comparable to my dog's brain. The big dog bit off a few more pieces of bark and nodded in agreement. But even if you find out the secret, what can you do? It's useless except to solve the unsolved mysteries in happiness. Qin Yi shook his head. Your dog brain is really not good knowing this kind of setting. Naturally there is a new use. He leaned out, half of his body pointed to the sea of insects working hard below, and said lightly, didn't you notice since we stayed in the tree the insects didn't have the slightest desire to attack us? Do you think you didn't notice us, or did you? The big dog frowned and speculated. The insects produced by the second-order female worm are equipped with special categories for exploration, and each insect group will be followed by 3 first-order eyeworms. The so-called Olena is actually an extremely weird bug. They are born full of observation attributes and the rest of the attributes are almost zero. The insect has almost only a basketball-sized eye on its body with tens of millions of pupils in the eyeball suspended in the air like a balloon and a thin line of flesh underneath. Euglena usually uses a meat rope to randomly tie to the body of another worm and move with him, drawing energy from the opponent's body for its own survival. First-order eyeworms, you can easily see through the D-level masking exercises. The two of us don't even have D-level masking exercises and we will be 100% discovered. As he spoke, the big dog's eyes suddenly lit up. A look of disbelief appeared on his face and he asked tentatively, "Do you want to say that because of the symbiotic relationship between the spirit tree and the Zerg, we who are hiding in the spirit wood are shrouded by the breath of the spirit wood, so we are recognized as friends by the Zerg? Don't tell me your next sentence is for the two of us to bathe in the slag and then use the bark as a garment to walk out of the West Heaven mountain range." The big dog took 2 steps back, not even wanting to eat the newly grown bark. Qin Yi shook his head. "It's small, the pattern is small. I'm going to directly use the breath of the spirit wood to cover myself, sneak into the Zerg's hometown and do a big deal." "Big dog? Ha! You're such a complete lunatic. Wouldn't it be good to stay here, and when you get used to how to make holes it will take a while to get out more safely?" Qin Yi took out the induction talisman from his pocket and his expression was resolute. "I have a brother waiting for me to save him, so I can't afford it, so I have to rush over as quickly as possible. When the sea of insects breaks out, the number of insects in the mother worm's burrow must be less than that on the ground, and the safety is not low. The second-order mother worm can produce a limited number of Zerg, and it is impossible for her to control each bug herself in real time. Moreover, there are no natural enemies of the Zerg in the Shitian mountain range, and after such a long and leisurely time it is not unreasonable for Qin Yi to bet on the small number of insects left behind in the wormhole. The most important thing is that the big dog once said that the sea of insects covers almost the entire Shitian mountain range, so it can be determined that several of the holes made by the Zerg must lead to the outermost part of the Shitian mountain range. This bet you can have a fight stud." Qin Yi began to hurry up to collect spirit wood scraps. He planned to make a sharp spirit wood spear, and by the way, he was making a simple wooden armor. As for the materials for the preparation of fixed wooden armor, you can use the leaves and whiskers from the canopy of the spirit wood. The big dog looked at Qin Yi, who was actively preparing, and his heart was extremely entangled. For a while he wanted to follow Qin Yi out, but he didn't want to use such a dangerous method. In desperation he borrowed the induction charm in Qin Yi's hand and kneaded it for a while, and then the dog's face trembled and he said in shock, "Are you sure you really want to save your brother? I dare to ask, what is the realm of your brother?" Qin Yi looked back. "When you enter the secret realm it seems that you are a beginner martial artist." "Beginner martial artist? You are so is your brother a beginner martial artist actually dares to break into the Blood Mist Desert?" Blood Mist Desert? This place name is very unfamiliar and Qin Yi doesn't seem to have seen it in the map. This is a Jedi that just appeared a few months ago, and it seems to have something to do with the sudden outbreak of beast tides in the outside world. At that time there was scarlet blood in the sky, and several martial artists who were probably in the realm of grandmasters were seriously injured breaking through the fog and scolding in midair while fleeing, shouting noises such as Blood Mist Desert and Beast Tide, which woke me up from sleeping. The big dog glanced at Qin Yi and persuaded, "Beginner martial artists enter the Blood Mist Desert unless they are as evil as you, otherwise they will definitely die. You don't have to go through a lot of trouble in the past and then take your own life." Qin Yi's determination was still firm and he said lightly, "You want to see people in life and you want to see in death. If you don't want to go with me you can continue to stay here by yourself. Actually you have the instinct to warn of danger. You can make a wooden armor first and then wait and see if there will be any palpitations before jumping into the cave and then make a choice." "That's right. I have an early warning instinct." To be honest, the early warning instinct is not absolutely correct either, and when he followed the Supreme Lord after many instincts appeared, the crisis was also resolved by the Master. Although I can't remember how to resolve it, the big dog understands it. He hesitated but gritted his teeth and responded to Qin Yi's request to form a team. "Okay, I'll go crazy with you." With the existence of the suspected child of destiny, it stands to reason that there will be good luck to favor and turn the danger into a disaster. This time I bet. The big dog also began to actively prepare for the wood. Compared to the huge Qin Yi, his ordinary dog size does not use too much wood, but the big dog still frantically piles up spirit wood, asking for a stability. In addition, the tree climbing line is also a big dog is more proficient, so the task of going to the 800-meter high canopy to pick spirit leaves and whiskers is also entrusted to him. The big dog came and went along the trunk of the tree, and because he had to reopen the upward path and leave paw marks, he was not light on every trip. He seriously suspected that Qin Yi was trying to use him as a free and high-quality laborer, so he kept persuading himself to join the team. Damn good and hateful humans. I put up with it. Chapter 30 Dog Talk. It took a total of 8 hours and 25 minutes for one person and one dog to make his costume to the point of perfection. In the tree hole, all the fast-recovering spirit trees were dismantled by them and used as materials, and when they looked closely, Qin Yi's appearance seemed to have turned into a strange ancient soldier. Wearing a simple wooden helmet on his head, wearing wooden armor and a sassy wooden whisker skirt on his lower body, which was no different from a grass skirt. Wearing a mushu skirt is not because Qin Yi has any special women's clothing fetishes. The main thing is that such pants are easier to make and will not affect the movement of his legs, which is a barely acceptable choice. In addition, Qin Yi also had an extra wooden spear in his hand. The spearhead was sharpened by a big dog with dog teeth, and there was still his saliva remaining. I heard him say that this wooden spear pierced into the enemy's body, and it would be accompanied by a magic attack, causing the other party to be poisoned. Hearing the big dog's faintly proud explanation, Qin Yi's face turned black on the spot because he had also been bitten by the big dog several times before. However, after such a long time, his body did not appear abnormal. And it seems that the big dog still had a mouth at that time. Qin Yi glanced at the crazy narcissistic big dog on the side and couldn't help but shake his head. He had never seen such a strange dog. At this moment, every inch of the big dog's skin is wrapped in wooden armor. This set of wooden armor, carefully polished by himself, is several times finer than Qin Yi's, perfectly fitting his figure, and the surface is also carved with auspicious cloud patterns, which makes Qin Yi inexplicably reminded of the skill in a famous anime in his previous life, Susanunghu. Susa can put on the dog? Qin Yi really didn't have the eyes to look at the big dog because the dog had just peed, and now he was leaning in front of the pee, scratching his head and making a gesture, and kept asking Qin Yi, "Am I handsome?" Now that the Sea of Worms has faded, it is estimated that there will be more than an hour before the next outbreak. We can go down in advance, stay at a certain hole, and wait for the Sea of Insects to appear, and we can determine whether the spiritual wood covering is effective or not. If there is, then dive into the cave right away. It's the best way to get there. Qin Yi crawled out of the tree hole, first climbed down a few dozen meters and then jumped down and landed on the ground. He was not afraid of falling to death at a height of 50 or 60 meters, but he was afraid that the simple wooden armor would fall into problems. Woohoo! The big dog obviously had no such scruples and jumped directly from a height of more than 60 meters and landed easily. It has to be said that as a dog he has the same racial advantage as a cat, and he is not easy to fall to death by nature. Otherwise, if you change to an ordinary first-order fierce beast or a sixth-stage martial artist jumping from such a high position, at least the bones will be cracked. I've observed that a group of insects eventually disappeared here, and there is probably a downward passage left here. Following his memory, Qin Yi took the big dog and walked all the way to a muddy ground where there was no grass. The soil here is very sticky, but it is not because it is wet, but because a large number of Zerg have hoarded prey here, and the blood from those hunters has soaked the soil, which has led to the current situation. The big dog came to the mud floor, put his ears on the ground and listened for a while, and then shouted, "It seems to be hollow down there." I suspect that the Zerg deliberately bleed their prey, and the blood of these prey that has been bitten by bugs has become particularly viscous, like a binder which can hold the dirt together and act as a cover to cover the passage. The big dog's nose moved slightly as if it sniffed out something. Qin Yi didn't say anything wrong about this, glanced around, found the nearest Yunfeng cedar and walked over. To be on the safe side, it was best for them to test the reliability of the wooden armor next to the Cloud Peak cedar, and if something went wrong they could climb the tree and slip away as soon as possible. In this way, a man and a dog sat under the Cloud Peak cedar, quietly waiting for the Sea of Insects to break out. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. In the woods, except for the rustle sound of the leaves stirring by the breeze, no other sound can be heard, and even the usually restless big dog is rarely quiet. Time passed minute by minute, and gradually the emotions of one person and one dog became tense for 3 minutes, and their breathing became a little shorter. "Hey, you won't be scared? I can hear your heart beating so fast." "Don't worry, you're not afraid of this dog. How can I be afraid as a human?" Qin Yi and the big dog glanced at each other, and their nervous emotions were suddenly relieved. Whoa! Suddenly the earth trembled beneath their feet, and in the muddy ground not far away there was dirt thrown high in the air as if something was about to emerge from below. Immediately afterwards the sound of breaking the ground appeared more and more compactly, and it sounded endlessly. The earth trembled more and more and more and more insects came out of the ground. In less than 5 minutes the muddy land had already been occupied by insect swarms and even spread to Qin Yi's side. Less than 3 meters in front of Qin Yi there stood a firefly flying worm, a second-order lord level, and on his transparent and glowing tail there was also a eyeworm tied to look around. They were so close to the firefly that the big dog could clearly see the tiny fluff on each other's legs. Don't panic, fireflies are pathfinder insects. Their main advantage is speed and their combat effectiveness is very weak, which is the bottom of the observable insect group. Qin Yi tried his best to lower his voice and appease the big dog. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the big dog sounded in his head, "I'm sure I won't panic. However, you kid is a bit powerful. Did you deliberately choose this place as the entrance? Except for the eyeworms, the insect groups are all the same species acting together, and only fireflies will appear in this place, which is indeed a lot less dangerous. The big dog deserves to be the first class in the Go world and directly used the method of sound transmission without leaking any sound. In addition, he also taught Qin Yi the method of sound transmission. This is a sea-level sound transmission method without using spiritual power. Relying only on spiritual power in Qi and blood can achieve sound transmission in the air, which is very valuable. If you want to say that the only drawback it is that the name of the exercise is not very good, and at first glance it was deliberately taken by the big dog in order to discuss Qin Yi. This exercise is called dog words and dog words. Qin Yi didn't care too much. He was dedicated to two purposes: practicing the sound transmission technique and observing the situation of fireflies and eyeworms. At a certain moment the huge eyes of the eyeworms and the compound eyes of the fireflies suddenly looked at them together, and the big dog's heartbeat missed a beat. The concealment of the second-order spirit wood material was useful, and those bugs that were close to them were completely unaware of their presence and walked by the side one after another, ignoring Qin Yi and the big dog. Slowly the big dog's courage grew. He first patted the passing insect with his dog paw, and after seeing that it did not react, he jumped directly on the back of a certain insect. "Ha ha ha, these bugs are so stupid." The big dog stepped on a giant worm, smiled wildly, and kept transmitting the sound to Qin Yi to show off. But in the next second the giant insect froze in place, and the frightened big dog was almost scared to pee and quickly slipped back from above. Fortunately the giant insect still didn't notice them, and after staying for a while it walked away. "Okay, don't make a fuss, it's time for us to go in." Qin Yi sighed and looked at the reopened hole not far away, his eyes shining. Chapter 31. Going deep into the wormhole, carefully shuttling through the gaps where the insects walked, Qin Yi and the big dog returned to the hole they had found at the beginning. The insects in this area are all glowing flying insects, some large and some small, but what remains unchanged is that the tail is shining brightly and thousands of light clusters converge together, almost turning this place into a sea of light, so that the 24K titanium alloy dog eyes that are suspended for the big dog are blinded. On the ground, the thick soil that had been hidden here had been broken open by fireflies, revealing a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters from which a steady stream of fireflies flapped their wings and flared into the large army. A man and a dog found the right time and jumped into the tunnel, leaning against their own wall while sliding all the way down. With the help of the lights of the fireflies along the road, it can be seen that the tunnel dug by the Zerg is a regular circle. All the rock and soil are glued and compacted by them with some special means. The wall surface is smooth and flat, and the forging process is very fine. They slide down the sloping tunnel like a slide, which feels more exciting than drag racing because there will be fireflies galloping in front of them, and if you don't pay attention they will collide and attract each other's attention. It's a game of death. However, Qin Yi seemed to feel that this alone was not bold enough. In the face of an oncoming firefly flying insect flying at high speed, he did not dodge or dodge. His face showed a trace of madness, and he suddenly punched forward. Bang! The sound exploded, the air surged, and the force of this punch definitely exceeded a ton, and the head of the first-order firefly flew like a water bag, and large swaths of green juice splattered in all directions. Then the corpse that had lost its head fell out of the air, smashed into a small crater, and got stuck inside, blocking a small part of the tunnel. One punch killed a first-order Zerg in seconds. The big dog was stunned by the sudden change, and before he could say anything he saw Qin Yi pull out the wooden spear pinned to his back, exert his right hand and plunge it into the earth wall, drawing a long trace, and finally stop sliding. What's to be done? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the insects? The big dog could hear that there were a few fireflies in front of him who were about to come, so he stubbornly stopped moving with his paws, ran quickly to Qin Yi's side, and asked him what he was crazy about. But Qin Yi ignored him, sat on the ground holding a wooden spear, neatly dividing the insect corpse, and smeared the fluorescent substance that still emitted afterglow from the tail on the wooden spear. Suddenly the wooden spear glittered as if it had been enchanted, brighter than an ordinary torch. Then, before the rest of the insects passed by, Qin Yi took out the B-grade storage bag, opened the mouth of the bag, stuck it on the insect corpse, and waited for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later the corpse was gone, leaving only a patch of green blood. At this processing speed, those who don't know think that Qin Yi has already killed thousands of fireflies. Buzz! At this moment 2 later fireflies passed through this place, felt the blood and breath of their own kind, stopped flying, and stood on their own wall for a while. Subsequently, silently passed by the big dog and Qin Yi and went to clean and repair the broken tunnel. It is said that dogs are bold. I think you are more daring than my dogs. The big dog wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Qin Yi's expression was flat. It seems that the Zerg are not sharing thoughts with each other, and nothing will happen if you kill one of them. As long as we are quick enough, we can take the initiative to kill the worms in the cave. You're just trying to verify it? Bull, take your life to risk this kind of thing. You are really a talent. The big dog was speechless, stared at the fluorescent wooden spear for a while, and then followed Qin Yi to continue to explore the way. It was just a small episode on the road, and it passed quickly. Next they slid for about 20 minutes, and slowly the slope of the tunnel became lower, and finally it became a flat tunnel. This place was 10 kilometers away from the ground. The environment was dim and cold, and there was no light source in sight except for the wooden spear in Qin Yi's hand. The fireflies have been assembled, and there are no fireflies underground. The big dog's eyes exude a faint green luster, and as a dog clan he is born with night vision, so he is not afraid of the dark. This is a racial talent, and humans can only make up for it by relying on the pupil technique. Wait a minute. Thinking about it like this, Qin Yi deliberately dipped the wooden spear in fluorescent powder just to explore the way at this time. The dog suddenly realized. Tick tick, in the empty underground cavern the faint sound of water droplets can be heard for a long time. The big dog took the initiative to stand in front of Qin Yi, opened his eyes wide, looked into the distance, and then, dumbfounded, he found that his night vision had no effect here, and after switching to Hitomi he felt an invisible force blocking his observation. A-level pupil technique can be stopped? The big dog is a little scared. For intelligent creatures the most terrifying thing is the unknown. You can't see anything in this crypt, everything is unknown, and it's not even certain if you will bump into insects if you walk forward. Tick tick, the sound of water dripping was still echoing, and the big dog's ears moved and something was heard. The sound of water droplets does not come from one place but from all directions. He transmitted the message to Qin Yi and silently walked behind Qin Yi, by the way, leaning next to the glowing wooden spear. Light always brings security. The big dog isn't going to be ahead of the curve. He obediently stayed beside Qin Yi, looking at the surrounding environment with the help of a faint luster, occasionally glancing back at Qin Yi's expression, and found that the young man was standing in place in a daze, staring at the darkness, his eyes deep and confused. Don't look at it, even my dog eyes with A-grade pupils can't see through this darkness, let alone your eyes. Grab the wooden spear, let's leave as soon as possible. The big dog pouted. Qin Yi blinked and a look of doubt flashed on his face. Ding, your eye cells and optic nerves have successfully adapted to the darkness and evolved the passive skill night vision. Just now the system clearly prompted him to evolve night vision, but he still couldn't see through the darkness. It's not just brightness that obstructs the view. Qin Yi took a few steps earlier, using the light of the wooden spear to observe the environment of the cave, and soon sensed that something was wrong. In the enclosed underground cavern, both on the stone walls and on the ground, there are patches of green fungus blankets, some of which resemble normal mold, but they will keep wriggling as if they are doing things according to some kind of instinct. Qin Yi leaned down, stared at it, and was suddenly shocked. On closer inspection, these fungus blankets are actually densely packed with countless tiny insects, and they are acting collectively, so the fungus blanket seems to be wriggling. The big dog also saw this scene and couldn't help baring his teeth for a while, feeling that there were insects crawling on his body. After all, they've just been stepping on this bug. This little bug is very special, it can't be stepped on. I don't know what it's called. I guess that the mysterious power that blocks observation comes from them. The well-informed big dog had a hard time for the first time, and even if he searched through his memory he couldn't find the name of the bug. On the other side, Qin Yi stared at the wriggling insects and began to be in a daze again. I have to say that Qin Yi can still be distracted in this situation, which is really admirable by the big dog. Chapter 32 Ticking of the Insect Eater Cluster. Ticking, the sound of water drops was endless and a man and a dog walked forward with a light step on the stone wall, but Qin Yi was obviously absent-minded and his attention was focused on the small insects hanging all over the stone wall. Seeing that Qin Yi had been watching the little bug for more than 20 minutes, the big dog finally couldn't help it. "No," I said, "brother, what's so nice about that little bug? Could it be that after watching them for a long time you can see the wormholes clearly without the help of external light?" Qin Yi came back to his senses. His expression was full of joy and he seemed to have encountered something good again. He smiled and glanced at the big dog with question marks on his head and nodded naturally. "Smart, I can really do it." The big dog's face froze, thinking that Qin Yi was joking with himself. But in the next second Qin Yi actually threw the glowing wooden spear in his hand to the big dog and said lightly, "You can use it next, I can't use it." With that he took 2 big strides at once, walked in front of the big dog and led the way with great confidence. Damn! When the big dog saw Qin Yi striding forward, it didn't look like he was pretending, but he was obviously able to see the way clearly. This little insect has been watching for a long time. Can it really adapt to the special environment of the wormhole? The big dog held the wooden spear suspiciously, and while keeping up with Qin Yi in a hurry, he looked at the green fungus blanket and was stunned. Qin Yi glanced at Handan's toddler's big dog and suddenly felt a little funny. This big dog was a little suspicious of his series of operations, but unfortunately he is the only one who can adapt to evolution, and even if the big dog imitates it is impossible to evolve new dog eyes. That's right, just a few seconds ago the sound of the system sounded again. Ding, your eye cells and nerve cells have successfully adapted to the pheromone interference of the phagophyll group and evolved a passive skill, Bright Heart and Bright Eyes LV1. The system prompt was no different from before, but the information revealed in it allowed Qin Yi to get additional information. It turns out that these small insects everywhere are called devourers, and when they gather together in large numbers they will release a special pheromone that is used to shield the observation of other races. Not only the naked eye and pupil observation will be blocked, but even the spiritual power of the Grandmaster level is difficult to release here. The second-order mother insect is worthy of being a terrifying race that can kill the great Grandmaster, and the special arrangement of this hand on the hometown alone can disgust the opponent to death. However, thanks to the strength of the devourer, Qin Yi's evolved Heart Bright Eye LV1 ability is extremely strong, just such a first-level passive which is already comparable to the B-level pupil technique, making his eyes dozens of times sharper. And the most powerful thing is that his soul has also been buffed and he has a natural resistance to illusion skills, increasing the 10 points of mental power that have not changed for a long time to 12 points. Before he began to open up his brain domain he had 12 points of spiritual power, which was already beyond the same level of 90 out of 9. Damn, I'm dizzy when I look at these little insects. It's useless, don't look at it. The big dog is not a dog that can stand up to it after all, and he can't stand it after watching it for 2 or 3 minutes. His 4 calves ran fast, and in the blink of an eye he ran to Qin Yi's side, walking side by side with Qin Yi no longer staying behind. The underground wormholes extend in all directions. To be honest, from the beginning of coming into the present they have not seen a large Zerg appear except for the insects, and insects it seems that there are only 2 of them in the huge hole. They didn't know exactly how far they had walked, but at the top of the hair a large hole could be seen from time to time, presumably the entrance to the hive from different areas. Ha! There is a fork in the road ahead. Which way shall we go? Suddenly Qin Yi and the big dog stopped, and in front of them 6 holes appeared, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters, capable of accommodating the giant Zerg to enter and exit. At a casual glance you can also see that there are insect eaters at every cave entrance. This moss-like Zerg is very conspicuous and ubiquitous, like the carpet of a tunnel paved all the way, never broken. The big dog could still hear it, and the sound of water droplets echoed through all 6 holes. What the hell is this sound? They didn't see any water at all along the way. Previously Qin Yi Indigo had already gone through a fork in the road, and that time they immediately chose to move on. But this time Qin Yi didn't make a decision right away. The wormhole is intricate, you can't bury your head in it, otherwise it will be funny to go to the core place and stick to the face of the second-order female worm. Wait a little longer, when it's almost time something will show us the way. He sat on the ground in front of the intersection, closed his eyes, and actually cultivated in his Zerg hometown in such a grand manner. Something will show us the way? What is it? How did I not know? The big dog was confused, and he always felt that since he followed Qin Yi he had become a stupid dog. Obviously he never left Qin Yi from beginning to end. Why did he not know anything about the arrangement Qin Yi made? The big dog lay beside Qin Yi looking at the young man in front of him who was meditating and guiding the spirit and was silent. The concentration of aura in the wormhole is terrifying. The concentration of aura in the original Shin Tian secret realm is about 5 times that of the human world, and the concentration of aura in the wormhole is more than 5 times that of the Shin Tian secret realm. In this case, the aura can almost be compressed into a liquid state and turned into a spiritual liquid. Qin Yi, who had just been upgraded to level 7 aura affinity, was like a fish in water here, and he barely needed to spend much effort. A large amount of aura would rush towards him, merging into the meridians, flowing wantonly, nourishing the physical body and refining qi in blood. In this privileged environment, it took Qin Yi less than 10 minutes to quench a drop of pale golden blood. Accumulated 21 calories of qi in blood. At this moment Qin Yi almost couldn't help but want to hide here and cultivate until he was invincible and then go out. But thinking of Chen Xian, who was in danger for himself, he still suppressed this thought. Chen Xian, your brother Yi has sacrificed too much for you. Unconsciously, more than an hour passed and Qin Yi went directly from a 20-calorie second-stage martial artist with qi in blood to a third-stage martial artist with 30 calories of qi in blood. This kind of speed, even if it has the bonus of aura concentration, is also outrageous. It's so terrifying to be only level 7 aura affinity. If you wait for level 10 or level 100, how terrifying is it? Qin Yi secretly looked forward to it. On the other side, the big dog didn't say anything about Qin Yi's cultivation speed. Judging from his memory, this kind of speed can barely be regarded as the level of peerless Tianjiu, and on Qin Yi's body it feels a little slow. Big dogs aren't stupid dogs that will shock them when they encounter any situation. If you want to shock him, it must be something unbelievable, just like the 2 things Qin Yi did before. After waiting here for so long, when will the guiding thing come? The big dog yawned, slightly impatient. Qin Yi slowly opened his eyes, felt a faint vibration from above and stood up suddenly. It's already here. Chapter 33, Sprint. The big dog stood up with Qin Yi, and as soon as he raised his head he saw that 4 of the 6 caves in front of him were trembling, and the moss-like insect eaters on the cave walls suddenly went berserk and began to pour out in large numbers. These insect-eating herds actually take on the role of conveyor belts, carrying prey of different sizes on their bodies and transporting them little by little towards the depths of the wormholes like human assembly line factories. Not only that, Qin Yi also noticed that while the devourers were carrying their prey, they were also slowly eating and decomposing the prey, decomposing the huge prey into drops of black liquid that were easy to preserve, swallowing into the body and transmitting it to various areas through wormholes extending in all directions. The whole wormhole was covered with green devours, and at this moment the devours began to move like a green river began to flow. In an instant Qin Yi immediately understood where the sound of water droplets that had been echoing in his ears came from. The sound of water droplets is the nutrient solution decomposed by the phagophus, which is emitted by dripping on some specific areas. It is estimated that the devouring insects are watering the roots of the spirit wood, and the root system of the spirit wood group on the ground is located in some caves near Qin Yi, but he has not explored it, so he has never seen it. The originally quiet and stable wormhole suddenly became lively, and the big dog was a little worried about this and asked anxiously, "Damn, what about the thing you said to guide the way? Haven't you come yet?" "It's already here." "Wang? Keep up." "Wang?" Qin Yi spread his legs, selected a passage where the prey was transported, and ran wildly. The big dog was stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed. One person and one dog quickly raised their speed to the extreme and occasionally were pushed head-on by a large volume of prey on the conveyor belt. Qin Yi did not dodge or dodge and actually silently took out his B-level storage bag and directly took it away. This is the wool of the Zerg. The spoils of the Zerg's own hard work to hunt are estimated to be reaped by the fishermen in their hometown. The big dog clearly saw that in the past 5 minutes Qin Yi had already collected the corpses of 2 first-order fierce beasts plus half of the body of a second-order lord. Damn, it's too cool to be a white prostitute, right? The big dog was a little red-eyed and only hated himself for not having a storage bag. But at the same time he finally understood what Qin Yi meant by guide. It turned out to be these prey transported from the outside world. In the core area of the Western Heaven Mountains, the creatures that can be hunted have long been captured, and if the insects want to transport back a large number of fierce beasts, they must go to the marginal areas. And since these prey are transported back from the marginal area, then follow them upstream and naturally they can return to the marginal area. Simple and genius idea. The big dog's dog brain didn't figure it out at first, and it's really normal. A huge trophy was stolen by Qin Yi casually, and the devourers transported below were all a little stunned, still maintaining a posture of lifting up and running forward in groups. Qin Yi accepted it when he saw it, and the most taboo thing about wool was too greedy, which attracted the attention of others and caused himself to be exposed. But he prostituted more than half an hour of labor in the sea of worms, and the resources he got in the storage bag could already be used as a unit of 100 million. It is worthy of a secret realm, and getting rich is only a thought. I'm so tired I can't run. Behind Qin Yi, the big dog stretched out his tongue, tiredly panting. In fact, Qin Yi himself was also a little tired, not because the stamina of the two of them was not good, but the ground of the cave was full of devourers moving forward, and they stepped on this opposite direction to run, which was equivalent to spending twice as much strength as usual. In addition, the overall gravity environment of the Xintian secret realm is much stronger than that of the Blue Star, which is even more burdensome for exercise. Oh, I can't do it. The big dog was really about to reach its limit, and as soon as the dog's legs climbed, he jumped high and landed on Qin Yi's shoulder, lying still like a dead dog. You don't need to ask to know that this dog thing wants to treat Qin Yi as a hitchhiker, and then he will definitely pretend to be dead. Qin Yi didn't drop him, just took the big dog and continued to run forward, running until his legs were numb and he didn't stop. Tired? All you want is to be tired. While maintaining a high speed, he also had to avoid the corpses of the fierce beasts that collided with him. The requirements for physical fitness were exaggerated, and Qin Yi felt that every cell in his body was overloaded, as if it was about to burn. Extreme. Break the limits of my physical body. Under such circumstances, Qin Yi not only did not slow down but gritted his teeth and accelerated wildly, turning into an afterimage going against the grain. The potential and energy from the depths of the body have been turned into the power to break through the limit. The fatigue of the body is dissipating little by little, and a wonderful taste is bursting out all over the body, which is a kind of transcendent pleasure. Your cells have successfully adapted to overload, and you have evolved a passive skill, Storm Blood LV1. Cool. Every inch of Qin Yi's muscles and every meridian were releasing energy outwardly, and at this moment he couldn't help but let out a long roar. His chi and blood boiled, and he suddenly punched. Bang! This punch smashed like lightning on the corpse of a second-order lord, and in an instant the corpse comparable to a middle-level martial artist exploded, and the flesh and blood sprinkled down all over the sky. Qin Yi bathed in it, his face mixed with madness, extremely violent beauty. On his shoulder the big dog witnessed the crazy Qin Yi. His heart trembled and his eyes were full of shock. Just now he felt a kind of meaning from Qin Yi's series of crazy moves, a kind of meaning that seemed to be crazy but was actually profound. That is the meaning of the Tao that the princes have the ability to comprehend. Click. Suddenly Qin Yi quieted down, stopped. He looked at an exit not far away, suddenly grinned, looked back and said to the big dog, "Do you want to play the big one?" The big dog's heart trembled and he had a bad premonition. How big? Qin Yi turned his head again, stared at the exit and said lightly, "Face the sea of insects." With that he strode forward. The big dog is completely panicked. "Dog, you wanna go crazy and die? Don't take me with you. Isn't your brother waiting for you to save me, and you still have time to waste time here?" Qin Yi walked firmly. "It's just to save him that I have to become as strong as possible before entering the blood mist desert. Don't worry, I'll take you away if I can't bear it. It's not a big problem." He inserted his fingers into his wall and climbed the path to the surface. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Just half an hour later, Qin Yi and the big dog finally saw the light on the surface again. This light was different from the dimness of Xian foam that was covered by the spirit wood, shining warm and comfortable. Crunch, crunch. Qin Yi and the big dog crawled out of the wormhole, raised their eyes and looked. There were bugs everywhere, bugs everywhere. First-order fierce beasts, second-order lords, and faintly and closely third-order overlords are hidden in the dark, revealing an extremely dangerous aura. At the moment when Qin Yi and the big dog appeared on the ground, the spirit armor on their bodies seemed to have exhausted their spirituality, and there was no longer the effect of concealment. Swish! More than 100,000 insects sensed the breath of the human and stopped all their movements in unison, as if time had stopped for a moment. Followed by thousands of disgusting insect heads turned little by little, staring at Qin Yi. At this moment the big dog's scalp was numb. He felt cold everywhere and his palpitations erupted irrepressibly. "He's sorry, don't you call it a big problem?" Chapter 34, Bloody Battle. One after another insects crawled out of the mountains and forests in all directions, gathering in the open space around Qin Yi, squeezing the water in this area, and as far as the eye could see all the flowers and trees were withered and dilapidated and lost their vitality. In this place there are not only dragonfly giant insects that Qin Yi had seen before, but also a ground beetle that resembles a centipede, a whole 2 insect groups, more than 100,000 insects covering the sky and the sun, making the mountains and rivers gradually fall into darkness. Don't let me take the blame for the trouble you caused. The big dog lay on Qin Yi's shoulder trembling. He felt a powerful aura hidden in the insect swarm ready to move. It's definitely a third-order overlord level Zerg. Looking up, Qin Yi was completely surrounded and there was no other way out except to kill him. The concealment effect of the spirit would happen to end and they happened to walk out of the wormhole. I don't know if all this was a coincidence or if Qin Yi had calculated the time early. In a word, let's fight. The fierce and domineering fist tore through the air, erupting into a piercing scream, and before the sound spread, Qin Yi's fist had already slammed into the body of a ground beetle that leaped up. Rumble! The first-order beetle was smashed directly into the ground, blasting open a deep pit. Qin Yi's face was fearless and he began to fight with tens of thousands of Zerg with his physical body. This is a battle of flesh and blood, without any gorgeous spells and without the collision of high-level weapons, only the hard shock of flesh and flesh. Smack! In the sight of the big dog, a second-order lord-level dragonfly flying insect that flew at a gallop was scattered by Qin Yi's soul, and the emerald green juice burst and splashed, causing a green rain to fall in the sky. 10 heads. 100 heads. Countless insects didn't know what death was at all, and they didn't want to kill Qin Yi, surrounding Qin Yi and leaving no way out. If this batch of bugs dies, the next batch of bugs will be replenished immediately, and it will be endless, as if it will never be able to kill all the bugs here. The insect corpses on the ground were piled up and Qin Yi stood alone on the top of the corpse mountain, covered in mottled bloodstains, and his face was full of madness. Fight, fight, fight. His chi and blood were boiling so much that they were about to burn, and not an inch of skin on his body was intact and all of them were injured, but even so Qin Yi's face did not show any intention of retreating, but instead became more and more frantically swinging his fists to fight with the Zerg. The changing fists seem to be out of order, but every punch that smashes on the thick outer armor of the big insect will burst out with extreme power and shatter the insect beetle. The big dog faintly saw that Qin Yi was not fighting without rules but was using a boxing technique with true royal intent. Crazy punch. Qin Yi's every punch was carried with the killing aura, strangling and pouring into the body of the big insect, helping Qin Yi erase the vitality of the dying insect and saving him the trouble of mending the knife. On the other hand, the insects that were wiped out by the killing chi into the body in the corpse with residual heat would quench a few new wisps of killing chi on their own and integrate them into Qin Yi's body. After coming back and forth like this, the killing chi cultivated in Qin Yi's body became more and more refined, and the killing intent revealed was even more terrifying. Cultivating this kind of killing aura with human body storage, damn, it really is. The big dog caught the cold murderous aura that overflowed from Qin Yi's fist wind, and his heart was shocked. Martial artists have to damage their own hearts and veins when they do this kind of thing, but this kid is like no one. While cultivating his chi, he attacks and kills the sea of insects. What level of his flesh has he reached? Slaughtering first-order and second-order insects like this, although it seems to be a tough scene, in fact a martial artist who is also a peerless Tianjiao can do it. Merely. They can continue to kill for a day and a night, but Qin Yi doesn't look like he's exhausted at all, but instead kills more and more fiercely, looking like he is red-eyed. As Qin Yi gradually became familiar with the weaknesses of these two insects, the speed at which the Zerg replenished their forces was almost no match for the speed at which he killed. You're a third-stage martial artist, is there really no limit? Thundered. The earth trembled and a ground beetle with a long dragon horn suddenly burst out and killed Qin Yi. This is a third-order overlord-level insect master. His body size is as heavy as a mountain, and he is the strongest insect soldier that a second-order motherworm can produce. Although he has no intelligence, his pure combat power is comparable to that of a grandmaster. As soon as he appeared, he instantly squeezed away the hundreds of insects around him and fought with Qin Yi alone, and Qin Yi and the town retreated one after another, showing fatigue for the first time. Beyond his two great realms, no matter how lethal Qin Yi's 7 injuries crazy fist was, it would only tickle when it hit the body of the overlord-level earth beetle, unable to break the armor, let alone cause substantial damage. Are you finally going to get into trouble? Seeing this scene, the big dog was secretly relieved. He was really shocked and numbed by Qin Yi's exaggerated performance. If with the strength of a third-stage martial artist he can kill the existence of the overlord level in seconds, it is really beyond the imagination of a dog. But Qin Yi is in trouble. He seems to be in danger of his life. Why should he breathe a sigh of relief? The big dog was stunned. It was obvious that Qin Yi was challenging the Sea of Worms, but the various pictures he saw before were more like the Sea of Worms challenging the great demon king Qin Yi. Poof! The third-order overlord level earth beetle had a dragon-like head, and the terrifying dragon horn several meters long on the top of its head pierced Qin Yi's torso at once and actually directly penetrated his chest. Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps, obviously seriously injured, and his face turned 3 points pale. This was the first time he had been injured so badly since he had a level 2 steel bone. He wanted to rest for a while, but the insects wouldn't give him a chance to rest, and when he saw him retreat, dozens of insects gathered around him approached. The battle won't stop until one side dies. For a while, under the siege of hundreds of insects, Qin Yi was a little overwhelmed and the injuries on his body became even more serious. Damn, are you dying? Let's run away first. The big dog lying on Qin Yi's shoulder was the one who could best understand Qin Yi's weakness. The original youthful vigor and scorching sun chi and blood were 100 times dimmed at this time, and it looked like it was about to be extinguished. The big dog still has some life-saving secret techniques on his body, but it really can't work. He can escape with Qin Yi. But without experiencing a battle to the death and bathing in the essence and blood of all races, how can Qin Yi quickly transform and become a strong man? He was ruthless in facing the sea of insects here alone in order to temper himself as much as possible. He once swore that he would never be like himself at that time when he was terminally ill and waiting to die, lying in a cold rental house in despair, unable to do anything. Crunch! Crunch! Qin Yi tore off the wooden armor on his body, put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed and digested and decomposed the remaining nutrients and the spirit wood into the energy needed for evolution. Subsequently, his eyes were fierce and he rushed towards the third-order overlord level dragon worm again. What doesn't kill him will only make him stronger. He wants to use the endless Zerg as a battlefield for his transformation. Let's fight. Chapter 35, Let Her Come. Ho 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 dash! The overlord level dragon worm let out a low roar as if it thought that Qin Yi, who continued to walk towards him, was provoking, and the dragon horns with murderous intent pressed down and the tips of the horns were aimed at Qin Yi. Rumble. In the next second, as if a landslide, the earth beetle dragon insect rushed forward, and its body, which was as strong as a giant mountain, seemed to be able to crush the tank and directly crashed into Qin Yi. Get out of the way. The big dog felt a strong sense of oppression. This was the full force of the third-order overlord level Zerg, which could knock a martial artist into pulp. However, Qin Yi didn't dodge this, and his crazy fist burst out, heading straight for the dragon's horns. Hide? He didn't have that thought in his head. The killing aura was surging. Qin Yi's fist collided with the ground beetle dragon insect and it exploded into an endless wind, just like an ordinary person resisting a speeding truck, only to hear a crisp sound of pop. Qin Yi's whole body, bones and organs were shattered by the terrifying shock, and a smiling figure flew out sideways and smashed to the ground. Still can't beat it. With only a third-stage martial artist realm, the gap between him and the third-order overlord beast is too big, and this gap cannot be made up by simply escaping a few deaths. Why don't we withdraw first? Qin Yi's tragic situation was so shocking that the big dog could clearly sense that there was not a single bone in the young man's body that was intact, and now he couldn't even stand up. But if he left at this moment, Qin Yi would not be Qin Yi. He spat out black bruises and fragments of his organs, and his level 2 physical recovery was running at full speed, helping him grow new bones and organs. And these newly grown organs will only be tougher and stronger. Bang! Qin Yi took his head and pushed it forward, killing a first-order insect that took the opportunity to kill, and then staggered to his feet and continued to walk towards the third-order earth dragon insect. His pace was slow, but he walked sonorously, step by step, without retreating. Another bloody fight began. One person and one worm. The difference in size and realm was huge, but the fight between the two sides was extremely fierce and blood was constantly spilled in the air. This time Qin Yi lasted even longer, and his newly evolved body competed with the earth dragon worm for 3 minutes before he was defeated. Moreover, when the local dragon insect roared and wanted to come up to mend the knife, Qin Yi would stand up strongly and then wrestle with the dragon insect to restore his broken body. As for the first order and second order zergs around them, they didn't just watch, they kept coming to harass Qin Yi to stop Qin Yi from killing him and not to give Qin Yi any time to rest and recover. But this human being is like Xiao Chang, who can't be killed. He can never see where the upper limit of his physical strength is, and in the blink of an eye he can recover from a half-dead and half-disabled state. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The big dog watched Qin Yi fall down again and again, stood up again and again, fought to the end, and even picked up the weak points of the third-order dragon worm, drinking the blood of the dragon worm alive to replenish himself. The original one-sided situation gradually turned out to be Qin Yi began to gain the upper hand. The physical strength of the third-order earth dragon insect was actually consumed by a human being? Incredible. It's incredible. Big Dog has always only heard of the Zerg using the Zerg tactics to drain the enemy's physical strength and has never heard of the human Terran being able to consume the Zerg's physical strength. This is against the sky. The ground was covered with blood piled up into a sea of insect corpses, and only a young man with a weak body stood upright with a smile on his face, fighting to the point of madness like a never-ending machine, tirelessly killing the Zerg. The young man's clothes were already torn to rags, and he simply tore the clothes on his upper body, revealing his strong and crystalline muscles. Every inch of his skin was full of mysterious vitality, and the big dog looked closely and the dog's eyes almost popped out. Unconsciously, Qin Yi actually relied on the death pressure provided by the Zerg to squeeze out all the potential hidden in the depths of his physical body and complete his extraordinary transformation. His body at the moment, even the teeth of a big dog can't be pierced. It is comparable to a high-level martial artist and even comparable to the treasure body of some grandmasters. And in Qin Yi's perspective, he didn't know what physical potential he had, nor did he know what extraordinary transformations he had. He only knew that the cellular adaptive evolution had succeeded again. Your physical body has successfully resisted the attack of the third-order overlord level fierce beast, and you have evolved a passive skill, Steel and Iron Bone LV3. Your cells have successfully recovered from the ruins, and you have evolved a passive skill, Physical Recovery LV3. 3-level Steel and Iron Bones, 3-level Physical Recovery. When these two skills were at level 2, Qin Yi had a physique that was comparable to that of a middle-level martial artist, but now at level 3 I am afraid that not a grandmaster can compare with each other. He raised his hand, opened his palm and put it in front of him, only to see that the ground beetle dragon insect that rushed forward again was actually held against Qin Yi with one hand, and the solid dragon horn did not penetrate Qin Yi's palm but only slightly pierced the skin of his hand, and a little blood flowed out. Qin Yi was pushed backwards by a huge force 7 or 8 meters, but this time he didn't fly out sideways, let alone be punched through his chest. With one hand he caught the impact of the earth dragon beetle. Roar! Not to mention the big dog at this moment, even the earth beetle dragon insect itself was a little shocked. He roared suspiciously and did not continue to attack Qin Yi, but instead took a few steps back, one after another, and then a buzzing roar erupted. In an instant an oval-shaped beetle behemoth shaped like a 7-star ladybug came out from underneath, and with it a 6-winged flying insect. The 3-headed third-order overlord appeared in front of Qin Yi together, wanting to kill this human race as quickly as possible. It's a pity that Qin Yi, who has a 3rd-level steel and iron backbone, can already resist the 3-headed overlord head-on. Although he can't kill them, it is not difficult to pull some parts from them. On the body of the third-order overlord, whether it is blood or parts, it is an extremely valuable thing, and Qin Yi will not lose anything. Qin Yi's recovery ability was incomparable, while the overlords were far inferior to him, and this kind of Zerg that could be mass-produced would not focus on improving their recovery ability. Anyway, when the mother worm runs out of it, it will make them go back to the furnace and rebuild. And now the weakness of most of the insects of this Zerg has met Qin Yi, and they are directly pressed and beaten by Qin Yi's cross-border boundary. The 3-headed overlord, why can't he be a 3-stage martial artist? If he says this, the big dog estimates that others will think that he is a stupid dog. Can this happened in front of me in such a grand way? Even the big dog watched the 3-headed overlord keep beating him, and he sympathized in his heart. Let's just stop it. If you continue to make trouble like this, the second-order female worm will focus all her attention on you and gather her forces to kill you alone. The big dog felt that more and more terrifying aura appeared underneath, and the second-order female worm might have woken up and noticed Qin Yi's variable. Now if you see a good thing, you will accept it. You will be the most profitable. After all, Qin Yi will not be able to kill the third-order overlord in a short period of time. Spanning 2 great realms, his attacks are too difficult to break through. But no one expected that Qin Yi's head was true iron, so he just glanced at the big dog lightly and said with a smile, "Second-order female worm? Let her come." Chapter 36, Scare Old Acquaintances. "Damn, I'm done loading it all for you." The big dog snorted secretly, obviously being forced by Qin Yi's words. At present the three-headed overlord-level Zerg couldn't kill Qin Yi and Qin Yi couldn't kill them, and the two sides were in a stalemate, but as time passed the Zerg gradually slipped away and disappeared. The sea of insects will only last for 5 hours. This is the law that the Zerg has always had, and it seems that Qin Yi's appearance will not be able to break this law and let the Zerg stay a little longer. But looking at the mountain of insect corpses on the ground, the big dog rubbed his paws, and for the first time he felt rich overnight. This time the Zerg didn't leave with the corpse, probably because they were afraid of being stopped by Qin Yi and wasting their time to go back, right? In short, the sea of insects receded and Qin Yi stood in place for a long time, but he breathed a sigh of relief and his brows furrowed slightly. Just now a stinging spiritual force drilled out of the ground and landed on him, lingering for several minutes before dissipating. Qin Yi guessed that this was the spiritual power of the second-order female insect. She was aware of her existence and wanted to remember her breath and make a targeted attack next time. Don't be in a daze, hurry up and clean up the battlefield and leave. The mother worm is definitely eyeing you. She has a kind of individual producing a brand new insect that specializes in your weak points. The next outbreak of the worm, see, it is not so easy, it can make you resist. Seeing that Qin Yi was stunned, the big dog hurriedly reminded. The Zerg mother worm is very similar to Qin Yi in that she also has evolutionary abilities, except that she adapts to the enemy's production improvements while Qin Yi evolves herself in response to the external environment. Looking at it this way, the Zerg and him are a perfect match. Wouldn't the mother worm produce new insects that specifically target his weaknesses and help him to adapt to evolve indefinitely? I'm kind of looking forward to what new bugs will appear in the future. Qin Yi found that he had found a new way to use the Zerg, but unfortunately he didn't have enough time to wait for the second worm sea to erupt. It's okay, the mother worm won't run, it's a big deal to come back next time. He took out the B-level storage bag and began to gather the broken insect corpses on the ground. Because there were so many corpses, he didn't even ask for first-order insect corpses, only second-order ones. Even so, when the storage space of 1,000 cubic meters of Class B storage bags was filled, there were still a large number of second-order corpses lying on the ground. Rub, it's really a blood loss. The big dog was heartbroken, feeling that he was even more uncomfortable than Qin Yi when he left these precious insect corpses. There's no need to be uncomfortable, the sea of insects here will always exist and we can continue to come here to buy goods in the future. Qin Yi put down the stuffed storage bag, satisfied. You really think you're invincible? The next time there is a Zerg specifically for you, it's not easy to deal with. The big dog sighed. Qin Yi didn't think so, stepped over the corpse mountain, took out the induction charm that was still glowing and shook his head. The Zerg is getting stronger and I'm getting stronger. Do you think that the next time I come over my strength is void of female worms? He grabbed the charm and began to head northeast. The Blood Mist Desert is located in this direction. The big dog lying on Qin Yi's shoulder wanted to refute Qin Yi's words, but after thinking about it carefully, Qin Yi's speed of becoming stronger along the way was indeed exaggerated and he was speechless for a while. Don't you say? This kid is really a demon according to this cultivation speed. Next time he comes he may have to push the Shiten mountain range. One person and one dog quickly moved away from the Shiten mountain range. With their departure, coupled with the temporary end of the sea of insects, the Shiten mountain range fell silent again and a large amount of first-order and second-order insect blood seeped into the ground, adding nutrients to the barren land, prompting pieces of spiritual grass to grow rapidly. A few days later the place still maintained its tragic appearance, littered with scattered and broken insect corpses, many of which had not even shed their blood and continued to flow out. For some reason the sea of insects that broke out later did not come to clean up the corpses here. It wasn't until 4 days later that a team of several human warriors broke into the place, breaking the long-standing silence and making waves. It is said that there are a large number of Zerg entrenched in the Shiten mountain range, not to stay for a long time, let alone go deep. At most try their luck in the peripheral areas. Once they find that something is wrong they must evacuate as soon as possible. A young man in white with an extraordinary bearing walked at the front of the team, reminding the others in the team while admonishing the man in green shirt beside him. Wolfing, your pupil technique is the strongest in the team. When you enter the West Heaven and Earth realm, remember to always pay attention to the movements around you. Behind the white-clothed young man, Wolfing, who was slightly ruffian, restrained his casual demeanor and nodded solemnly. According to their family's intelligence, the Zerg in the western Heavenly Mountain range is very terrifying, and even the entry of a grandmaster is in danger of his life, let alone his little low-level martial artist. Of course, the more dangerous the place, the richer the reward, otherwise the group of three would not have come here together. That's right, this Li Wufeng who is good at pupil art is the young man who lost to Qin Yi's 3 first-order spirit fruits in the previous bet. At this moment he and his captain Fang Yu, as well as another team member Chen Xiaotian from the Yuhangchen family, were wandering around the edge of the Shiten mountain range, observing the situation inside the mountain range. Li Wufeng's eyes were deep and dark, revealing a ghost relying on his Li family's self-created B-level exercise, breaking the pupil of void. He could see through the danger hidden nearby in advance. But just like that, he looked at it, and suddenly a bloody and tragic picture like a battlefield came into his eyes, making him stunned in place, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Am I right? Corpse. There are so many corpses, countless second-order Zerg corpses. Hundreds of insect corpses were piled up, forming a hellish scene, a mountain of blood corpses all in front of you. Each of these corpses was extremely real, exuding a terrifying aura that made people palpitate, and taking out a second-order insect corpse at random could cause Li Wufeng a lot of trouble before he died. Not to mention so many corpses. The cold and dead breath was mixed with a sense of madness, almost ignoring the obstacles of time and space. Li Wufeng was shocked by the scene. His Dao heart was unstable, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. It wasn't until Chen Xiaotian and Fang Yu shouted at him with worried faces that he suddenly woke up and came back to his senses from fear. "What do you see?" Fang Yu asked anxiously. "Worm corpses, endless worm corpses." Li Wufeng lost his mind and muttered, "There are first-order ones, there are second-order ones, and there are even third-order overlords, broken bodies and blood." Third-order overlord? Fang Yu and Chen Xiaotian's hearts were shocked. As Li Wufeng's friends, they were naturally from the illustrious clan, and they knew the meaning of the third-order overlord. That's an existence that they can't resist, and if they encounter it, it's 9 deaths. Are all the bugs dead, and are there any living creatures? No, nothing, all killed. There's a monster that killed them all. Li Wufeng's face was fierce, and he seemed to see some blurred pictures of the past through the pupils of Breaking the Void. Chapter 37, Spreading Blood Mist. The three of them observed tremblingly for a long time, and only after making sure that there were no living creatures on the battlefield did they step into it. Fang Yu leaned down, carefully looked at the scars on the insect corpse, and his face was solemn. All of them were killed by 1 punch. This punch is at least 2 tons, and it directly kills the second-order insects in seconds. He rubbed the fist marks on the insect beetle, and suddenly his face changed and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Fist intent. These fist prints are accompanied by fist intent, a kind of fist intent that is extremely crazy. Which prince passed through this place and made a move? The so-called Dao, meaning is a realm that can only be touched by the strong of the mountain and sea realm. Of course, some peerless Tianjia may also participate in the enlightenment in advance, but the number is even less. He stood up respectfully and bowed to the fist seal he had touched, expressing his awe of the Marquis and the King. On the side, Li Wufeng was silent. He used the broken void pupil to probe the aura of this place and inexplicably captured an extremely familiar aura, like the person he had once met. Who will it be? He scrupulously rummaged through his memories, but the answers he found in the depths of his mind were unbelievable. That person? How can it be? He had seen that person before entering the secret realm, but when he entered the martial artist realm, let alone killing a second-order insect, even a first-order insect could easily kill him. I definitely misremembered the breath. Li Wufeng shook his head vigorously and immediately followed Fang Yu and Chen Xiaotian away from this place, not daring to have the slightest evil thought about the insect corpses everywhere. Princes are not to be humiliated, even if it is garbage left by others. They don't have the courage to pick it up. In the boundless desert there is not a single trace of green in sight except for the yellow sand flying in the sky. Only a few desert lizards the size of crocodiles crawl on the ground, buried in the wind and sand, crawling silently. Boom! Suddenly a muffled sound erupted, and Qin Yi's right hand formed a fist, suddenly jumped out of the shadows and accurately struck the desert lizard's head, killing it with one blow, taking the life of this first-order fierce beast. Rustling, sensing the danger, the desert lizard lurking in the surrounding area disappeared into the yellow sand, leaving only a fresh lizard carcass in its place. Make a fire, roast lizards today. After simply disposing of the flesh and blood of the desert lizard, he vigorously tore out pieces of white flesh and threw them to the big dog to dispose of. It had been almost 5 days since they came out of the western Heaven mountain range, and they had been traveling day and night, and they could be regarded as entering the desert in the northeast of the Xiantian secret realm. The vast desert is endlessly silent with no creatures in sight and only occasionally replenished with food and water through a few desert specialties. For example, the desert lizard in front of you or the supergiant cactus that is being burned as firewood by a big dog. This giant cactus is rich in pure water, and when it is squeezed dry it can be used as firewood, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone without wasting it. As for how to make a fire, it's up to the big dog. I saw that the big dog skillfully plucked a few dog hairs from his tail and threw them on the dry cactus, and then grinned grinding sparks with strong dog teeth and lit the dog hair in firewood and immediately raised the fire. Although the dog can't spit ivory out of its mouth, it's okay to make a fire. Under the high temperatures, several pieces of white and tender meat were quickly cooked, and a man and a dog began to gobble up. Since leaving the Shitian mountain range and following Qin Yi, the big dog has been hungry 3 times a day, and it is rare to have a full time. Qin Yi's ability to resist hunger is stronger than that of a dog. Every time he has to starve to death, Qin Yi still looks like he is fine. The big dog became more and more suspicious that Qin Yi was not human. There is no way how to think about his dog brain. It is impossible to think that Qin Yi has the ability to adapt to evolution, and through hunger and thirst he has successfully evolved a level 2 energy saving and flow saving. If he doesn't make a move, he can go 10 days and 10 nights without drinking. After swallowing a large mouthful of delicious lizard meat, Qin Yi felt more and more that it was a good choice to enter the secret realm. The meat of any fierce beast in it contained nutrients that were difficult to simulate with ordinary food in the outside world. After a lot of work, it also has a quenching effect on qi and blood, which can enhance physical fitness. The most important thing is that the meat of most of the beasts is quite easy to eat, and it is not disgusting at all. After a 5-day calm period, Qin Yi insisted on cultivating all the way. The level 7 aura affinity was not wasted by him, and in 5 days he refined more than 30 calories of qi and blood, coupled with the previous physical transformation to the ascension. Now, whether it is the realm or the strength, it is not what it used to be. Name: Qin Yi. Race: Planetary Terran, 55%, Strength, 34, Constitution, 50, Dexterity, 32, Spirit, 10, Talent, Adaptive Cell Evolution, Skill, Aura Affinity LV7, Low Temperature Resistance LV4, Antitoxicity LV3, Steel Iron Bone LV3, Physical Recovery LV3. Combat Power Evaluation: Qi and Blood. 85 cards has stepped into the ranks of 8-stage martial artists, but the physical strength is close to that of the Grandmaster, and the cross-border realm killing is as simple as drinking water. Ordinary mid-level martial artists can't even bear you to hit hard. In 5 days, from the 2nd stage martial artist to the 8th stage martial artist, he broke the 6th stage in a row, and this kind of shock directly made the big dog stunned. The current big dog is 100% sure that Qin Yi is the legendary immortal seed, and he is an existence that will definitely become an immortal ancestor in the future. Of course, the big dog didn't know that although Qin Yi's realm hadn't kept up, his physical body had been polished to the strength of the Grandmaster level early on, and how could he be unhappy to refine the martial artist's qi and blood with the Grandmaster's physical body? The 8-dan martial artist has about 80 calories of qi and blood, has a strength of about 1 ton, has a speed of about 35 meters per second, and is not afraid of small caliber pistols in the flesh, and reshapes the meridians with aura, and when the meridians are all reshaped, it is a 9-stage martial artist. But he was also an 8-stage martial artist, and the big dog was sure that Qin Yi could use his body to resist the tank. Do you call this an 8-stage martial artist? The big dog took all the lizard meat, patted the dog's paws, and the tip of his nose trembled slightly as if he smelled something. Shhhh, there was a strong smell of blood in our waft of blood. This taste. Could it be that the fog in the blood mist desert is spreading? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and sniffed seriously, but he didn't smell anything strange. The dog's nose is really smart. He didn't ignore the big dog's words, swallowed the piece of meat in his hand in 3 or 2 bites, took out the lustered induction charm from his pocket, and closed his eyes to feel it for a few seconds. It's close. The suffering squad is still 30 kilometers away from us at most. Qin Yi stood up, looked ahead, and faintly saw a large area of scarlet mist surging towards them on the horizon. The ominous feeling in the big dog's heart became more and more intense, and he couldn't help but jump on Qin Yi, clinging to Qin Yi tightly, and said nothing and not leaving. I feel like something is going to happen. Just the next second after the big dog finished speaking, the originally dazzling sun was instantly covered by a thick fog, and between heaven and earth it was hundreds of times darker in the blink of an eye, as if someone had turned off the lights in the room. Qin Yi turned around violently and looked into the distance. All around him was inexplicably shrouded in blood mist and he couldn't see anything clearly. Before he could enter the blood mist desert took the initiative to spread. Chapter 38, Master and Apprentice. The mist flowing like blood enveloped everything in the world, and when they looked up, Qin Yi and the big dog could only see a large area of scarlet and nothing else. The big dog hurriedly climbed onto Qin Yi's shoulder, feeling Qin Yi's active and restless chi and blood. His heart was a little calm and there was less tension. But soon he was shrouded in blood mist and he couldn't rest easy. Because he found that these strange mists seemed to have life and they were constantly burrowing into his body through the tiny pores on the surface of his body, eroding his life force, hooking up his chi and blood and transforming into new mist. 1. This mist will actively corrode creatures. If it weren't for the martial arts realm, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to hold out for a day. The big dog reined in his mind and used a certain technique to lock the blood in his body to prevent the outflow of chi and blood. After reaching the martial arts realm, the martial artist can control the flow of chi and blood in the body and even be able to release chi and blood to invade the enemy's body. Lu Yi of the Alien God Society had blasted the power of chi and blood into his body in the process of beating Qin Yi. Although the big dog has not yet reached the realm of martial arts, after all he has followed the Supreme Person and it is normal to know so many exercises to control chi and blood in advance. But Qin Yi is not so easy. The exercises of the big dog are specially used for dogs and there is no way to pass them on to Qin Yi. Not every exercise can be as multiracial as dog talk. That brother of yours is definitely dead and he hasn't reached the realm of martial artists. How can he live in the blood mist for 10 days and half a month? Don't go in and look for it while we're still on the edge. Turn back as soon as possible. Let's slip away. The big dog was still familiar. If he could stay away from danger, he would definitely be the first to remind Qin Yi. However, he has already come here. How can he turn back without caring about anything? I said if you live to see people, you must see corpses when you die. Qin Yi clenched the induction charm and he didn't see any retreat. If you can't hold on, you can go first. You don't have to follow me deeper. He could feel his chi and blood flowing slowly, unstoppably. At this rate, in about 2 days he would fall into weakness due to the withering of chi and blood and eventually die of exhaustion. But with this kind of negative effect of continuously damaging the body, it is impossible to kill Qin Yi at all. What he is afraid of is only a second kill. For the extreme environment that can't kill him in seconds, that is a good environment for him. There is only good and no harm. It's time to evolve again. Qin Yi sensed the vague direction of the rune in his hand, took a step and began to go deeper into the blood mist desert. On his shoulder, the big dog did not leave Qin Yi behind. As a dog who was proficient in Go Dao, he naturally knew that it was the safest to follow Qin Yi. Even if you follow Qin Yi into the blood mist desert together, it will be safer than leaving alone. No dog understands the gold content of the word immortal seed better than him. Although the blood mist reduced visibility, fortunately there was no obstacle in the desert and Qin Yi was able to walk all the way to the destination unimpeded according to the guidance of the sensor charm. In the blood mist, if you exercise vigorously, it seems that the flow of chi and blood will become much faster. Qin Yi realized the changes in himself and reminded the big dog. While reminding, he also accelerated and suddenly strode and ran. Big dog? Didn't you say you can't exercise vigorously? What are you doing? He couldn't understand Qin Yi's operation a little. As an 8th-stage martial artist running so fiercely in the blood mist, the speed of chi and blood flowing was almost the same as opening the gate and releasing water. Don't you want to die? The flowers bloom in 2, one on each branch. Just as a man and a dog slowly went deep into the blood mist desert. 100 meters above Qin Yi's head in the thick blood mist, 2 figures, one large and one small, suddenly appeared. One of them was wearing a white tracksuit with a flat expression, squinting his eyes and looking like a good old man. Beside him stood a respectful girl wearing a single ponytail in a heroic posture. Master, aren't we going to save the young man in front? The girl is only 16 years old, but her chi and blood have exceeded 300 calories and she has stepped into the realm of low-level martial artists. However, the martial arts realm is not yet able to step into the air and the girl can fly in the sky, but she still relies on the strength of her master. Walking in the air on its own is a symbol of the great master. That's right, the middle-aged man beside her is a great grandmaster named Zhang Tianfang, who was entrusted by the Yuhang consulate to come to investigate the blood mist and beast tide problems in the Xintian secret realm. The danger level of the Shen Tian secret realm is not high, but the blood mist that has appeared these days far exceeds the difficulty that the D-level secret realm should have, so it has attracted the attention of the official and a great grandmaster has been sent to investigate. Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. He clearly knows the danger of the blood mist and he dares to go deep into the blood mist with the 8th stage martial artist realm. He is young and vigorous, he should let him suffer a little and have a long memory. Zhang Tian put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. The girl on the side sighed secretly when she saw the master's profound appearance. Her master is this kind of character. He likes to pretend to be a master and often appears to point out strangers, especially strange Tianjia. Of course, as a great master in his 30s, Zhang Tianfang is indeed worthy of the word master. Moreover, the young man not far away was indeed determined to risk his life, so let him suffer a little and save him again, and no one could say that his master had done wrong. The master and apprentice walked slowly with Qin Yi and the big dog, and suddenly the apprentice Xuan let out a light ha, and a trace of doubt flashed on his beautiful face. Master, look, why did that young man suddenly run? It is impossible for him not to know that strenuous exercise will accelerate the flow of qi and blood, right? Zhang Tianfang frowned. Rao was experienced and he was also confused at the moment. It is impossible for young people not to be aware that their qi and blood are being pulled away from their bodies by the blood mist. How can they take the initiative to exercise? Isn't this suicide? Could it be? Does he have a blood-locking technique? Xuan guessed. Absolutely not, I can see his blood flowing. Zhang Tian looked at it. Qin Yi's qi and blood were like deflated balloons leaking out wildly. This doesn't look like there is a blood-locking exercise. Maybe he has any special way to save his life, but you can't see it. Xuan glanced at the master and his tone was teasing. Hey, he wants to save his life, I won't be able to see it? Joke. Zhang Tianfang obviously didn't want to fall in front of the female disciple. I have never heard of a way to save my life by bloodletting. If he just bleeds and lets him go, if I don't save him, he will definitely run out of blood and become a dry corpse. Surely we will die. Zhang Tianfang was extremely determined. You see, within an hour he will have no strength and will lie on the ground and wait for death. Xuan looked at the master's serious face, shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything to refute. In fact, in her opinion, Qin Yi really couldn't bear it for an hour. However, in their eyes the young man who was about to die seemed to have no concern about his doing death, and even disgusted that he was not fast enough to bleed while running and actually began to fight while running. I saw him in the blood mist urging the qi and blood of his whole body, frantically practicing the 7 injuries crazy fist, and the blood mist of the fight continued to ripple. The master and apprentice looked at the tiger's vigorous fist, looked at each other and were dumbfounded. They've seen people who don't die, but they've never seen anyone who doesn't die fast enough. Chapter 39, A Palace Under the Desert. It's not. Are you really okay? The big dog looked at Qin Yi and couldn't help it. In his eyes Qin Yi's steps were vain, his cheeks were sunken and his whole person was like a walking corpse, as if he might fall down at any time. I didn't see such a void in the bloody battle for 5 days and 5 nights in my daughter's country. Shio. Qin Yi ignored the big dog and walked towards the front in a daze, his hands suddenly swinging suddenly, and he punched the air twice. At this moment he is obviously extremely weak, but these 2 punches can actually swing the wind and there is a faint sound explosion. 7 wounds crazy fist. This A-level boxing method created by the Mad King originally had a crazy meaning, and now Qin Yi kept swinging his fists when he was about to die and gradually realized this madness and indulged in it. Took the initiative to send him to death, and he also punched crazy to speed up death. This kind of madness the Mad King had to say crazy when he saw it. Quietly the second layer of the 7 injuries crazy fist was fused by him, and the killing chi flowing in his body was surging, and it was condensed several times in the blink of an eye. Poof. Cold Qin Yi spit out a large mouthful of blood, in his body, which was fragile due to the erosion of the blood mist, could not resist the impact of the second layer of killing chi for a while, resulting in internal injuries and broken heart. A mouthful of blood spit out from his heart. Qin Yi suddenly lost his strength, collapsed to the ground and was no longer able to move forward, looking like he was dying. In the sky not far away Zhang Tianfang's face sank and he said speechlessly, "Sure enough, there is no way to save your life, you are simply sending you to death. Hurry up, let's hurry over and save his life. The young man is really deadly now and his brains are not very bright." Zhang Tianfang is also a knife-mouth tofu heart for the Tianzhou of his own family. Of course he will not sit idly by although he is complaining, but his movements are not slow. With the autumn chill of the apprentice, one step out is a distance of 100 meters. He was about to show up to help Qin Yi, but unexpectedly Qin Yi, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly trembled, and then his dry cheeks returned to their original state as if they were inflated, and in more than a minute the whole person turned from miserable white to ruddy and healthy. Woohoo, refreshed. Qin Yi got up from the ground, moved his muscles slightly and crackled. In his ears the sound of the system sounded. Ding, your blood cells have successfully adapted to the sucking of the deceased true god and have evolved a passive skill, Guban Peiyuan. It's another passive skill with no level. The effect of this skill is also very simple. It can guard Qin Yi's qi and blood in Yuan Yang, preventing external forces from sucking it away. Originally this was the ability of the Grandmaster realm, but due to the particularity of the blood mist, Qin Yi learned it in advance. But a few words in the system prompt caught Qin Yi's attention. The sucking of the dead god? What does this mean? Isn't it the blood mist that is eating away at me? Qin Yi was thoughtful. On his shoulder the big dog witnessed Qin Yi's resurrection the whole time and was so shocked that he couldn't say a word and even forgot about the dog's barking. Not to mention him, even Zhang Tianfang and Xiaoyihan, who were hiding in the dark, were stunned. Zhang Tianfang had never seen such a situation from a martial artist to a great grandmaster. If you want to resurrect with full blood like Qin Yi, you have to swallow at least a third-order spirit fruit, but Qin Yi obviously didn't have anything, so he naturally returned to normal. That's not normal, isn't it? Zhang Tianfang judged from the vision of the great grandmaster, but he still couldn't see through how Qin Yi did it. This teenager has a secret in him, and it's a big secret. Thousands of thoughts flashed. Zhang Tianfang did not have any greed but became more and more interested in Qin Yi. Let's go say hi to him. It's a little rude to hide and follow him secretly. Zhang Tianfang came out of the hazy blood mist with the autumn chill and came to Qin Yi. Wang? Two human warriors, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared, startling the big dog. He was naturally alert to everything around him, but he didn't perceive the existence of these two people at all. These two. Especially that man, his realm is not low and he is at least a great grandmaster. Where did the humans come out? It's been a while since watching us follow, and while there's no malice, you still have to be careful. The big dog pretended not to speak and obediently lay on Qin Yi's shoulder and secretly transmitted the voice to Qin Yi in dog words. Qin Yi naturally kept his distance from the two and looked at them cautiously. This 16 or 17-year-old girl is probably in the realm of a martial artist, and the realm of a middle-aged man can't see through it. Our master and apprentice have no malicious intentions. I originally wanted to save you, but I didn't expect you to recover by yourself. Zhang Tianfang didn't have any shelf, briefly told about his identity and took out a few official documents. Qin Yi couldn't understand these documents, but Zhang Tianfang's strength was not bad. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have made a move a long time ago. There was no need to say such a lot of nonsense. Therefore his expression was also kinder, and he briefly introduced himself to the master and apprentice. Hearing his introduction, Xiaoyihan was slightly surprised. You went deep into the blood mist. Did you want to save a brother? But the range of the blood mist is so large. How did you find him? Qin Yi shook the induction charm in his hand. Seeing this first-order charm that was still glowing, Xiaoyihan's brows furrowed even deeper, and there was a hint of incredible color on her pretty face. The blood mist has the effect of shielding the power of spiritual power and rune detection. How can the first-order induction charm take effect in the blood mist? This charm of yours, can it really be guided? The first-order induction charm will be invalid in the blood mist? Qin Yi was stunned, then a chill ran down his spine and became silent. This induction charm that is still in effect, is it really guiding him to find Chen Xian and their team? After a while he took a deep breath and said solemnly, I still have to try it with the induction charm. What if I can really find it? For his sake, Chen Xian dared to go deep into the Xiantian secret realm at the entry martial artist stage. It was only natural for him to go deep into the blood mist to save Chen Xian. Maybe there is something special about this induction charm. Let's go. Since you want to save people, don't hesitate. Zhang Tianfang glanced at the induction charm in Qin Yi's hand and didn't see anything special at all. But he was very curious about Qin Yi, so he wanted to follow him to take a look. Moreover, saving his fellow clan trapped in the blood mist was the purpose of his trip, and it didn't hurt to save him. After all, he loves to be nosy. Qin Yi glanced at Zhang Tian a few more times, but he never thought that this big guy was actually willing to follow him to go deeper. The heart of guarding against people is indispensable. He kept a few more eyes and then relied on the induction charm and began to wander in the blood mist. The group continued deeper into the desert. Slowly the blood mist floating around his body became thicker and thicker, and Qin Yi touched it with his hand and he could almost feel the cold liquid staining his palm. Boom! In the fog there was a faint sound of wailing, like crying and complaining, and it was impossible to distinguish between men and women. Qin Yi always felt that something was secretly watching him. He tensed his heart, suddenly stopped, looked at the surging mist in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We have arrived." Zhang Tianfang and Xiaoyihan then stopped, only to see Zhang Tianfang snort coldly, and a powerful divine thought wave burst out and slowly lifted the mist, revealing something hidden under the fog. It was a decaying stone staircase about 5 or 6 meters wide, all the way down, bottomless. Qin Yi stared at the stairs and suddenly felt that the wailing sound became louder, as if it was coming from under the stairs. Chapter 40, Titan. Qin Yi's gaze moved back and forth at the mouth of the staircase, and he also observed that among the fine sand wisps of blood mist were constantly seeping and floating upward, merging into a large cloud of mist. So the blood mist comes from underground? Are you going to continue? On his side, Zhang Tianfang's face became a little heavier and he felt danger from under this staircase. Now it's coming. Qin Yi's expression remained unchanged. Do you need me to help you carve a night vision pattern? Xiaoyihan bit the index finger of her right hand at some point, and a little blood smeared out, and she outlined a delicate, strange pattern like a lotus blooming in the corner of her eyes, pure white and holy. This girl turned out to be a formation mage. The formation mages in this world are different from the traditional concepts. In addition to arranging formations, they must also be proficient in various formations, and they can engrave formation patterns on themselves or others to trigger magical effects. Of course, if the formation pattern is engraved on some special objects, the so-called runes can also be created, such as the first-order induction talisman in Qin Yi's hand, which was made by the formation mage. Rune masters and formation mages, in fact the essence is the same, but the direction of proficiency is different, and some formation mages who are talented enough can also make high-level runes. Second-order night vision formation. The degree of fineness is very high, and it is estimated that it is an exclusive secret recipe, and this woman has something. The big dog secretly commented. Formation mages are also divided into high and low, and the formation mage who can engrave the formation pattern on his body is definitely the most genius one. No thanks. Qin Yi rejected the girl's kindness. He had the level 1 passive skills, heart, bright eyes, and night vision, and without applying any pupil technique his eyesight strength could beat the second-order formation pattern. So Qin Yi and Zhang Tian walked in front and the autumn chill was behind, and the three of them carefully stepped into the first step of the stairs. Their steps were gentle and they didn't make any sound. Xiaoyihan glanced at Qin Yi's bright eyes and found that the other party actually didn't use any pupil techniques and could penetrate the darkness with the naked eye alone. No wonder the blood mist from the outside world didn't obstruct his vision either. Qin Yi's eyes are inherently special? The curiosity in her heart about Qin Yi was a little more. This man obviously only had the 8th rank martial artist realm, but he was even more mysterious than his great grandmaster teacher. Click click, the three of them explored step by step, and in the process the big dog lay on Qin Yi's shoulder without saying a word, not daring to use the pupil technique, completely pretending that he was an ordinary fierce beast. He seems to have some kind of special concealment technique. Zhang Tian let go of the great grandmaster, but he didn't see his miracle. Big dog, do you have any awesome exercises to cover your realm and breath? Can you teach me? Qin Yi silently said that as he gradually became stronger, the people he met became more and more powerful, and if he didn't cover it up too much, I was afraid that there was a possibility of exposing his adaptive evolutionary talent. Only dogs can learn. Do you want to be a dog? The big dog stuck out his tongue and sighed. It seems that it is not good to learn the concealment technique from the big dog, and I have to return to Yuhang to buy it from the martial arts world. At this moment the steps down seemed endless, and Qin Yi and the three of them walked for almost half an hour, but they still didn't see the bottom. Suddenly Zhang Tianfang stretched out his hand and motioned for Qin Yi and Xiaoyihan to stop. Then he pointed to a corner more than 10 meters away, frowned and said there were two bodies. Qin Yi and Xiaoyihan's eyes condensed and they looked at the situation. Xiaoyihan, who relied on the second-order night vision formation, actually didn't see anything. Her vision was somewhat obstructed and she only had visibility of 5 or 6 meters. On the side, Qin Yi clearly saw the two corpses and his face was a little solemn. He felt the charm in his hand tremble and the luster brightened. The three of them took a closer look and Qin Yi could basically determine that the locator corresponding to the induction charm was on the two corpses. It's the rescue mission they issued. Qin Yi's expression was cloudy, but he finally calmed down. The aura of these two corpses was not Chen Xian's. Xuan leaned down and observed the two corpses up close, and after some effort he didn't see any scars. The two corpses had turned into white bones, and one of them had a locator between his hand bones, and there was no flesh and blood on his body, as if he had been dead for more than 10 years. But Qin Yi knew that the time of death for the two of them would not exceed a month. The fog here is several times thicker than above, and the two of them should have died of qi and blood separating from their bodies. Not only the qi and blood but also the essence and spirit of the whole body have been sucked dry by the blood mist. Zhang Tianfang said in a deep voice. Qin Yi found some clues from his speculation and wondered, the blood mist under the stairs is obviously thicker than on the ground. Since these people want to take refuge, why do they have to go down the stairs? This is so counterintuitive. As soon as these words came out, the three of them all fell into deep thought, and at this moment Qin Yi's ears once again sounded a bitter wail. This time Qin Yi heard the content of the wailing clearly. Blood debt and blood repayment. Blood debt. Blood payment. As if a ghost was whispering, this mysterious voice was full of violence and resentment, but mixed with a hint of sacredness, and it was extremely contradictory. Qin Yi's heart moved. He turned his head and was about to ask Xuan and Zhang Tianfang if they heard the wailing, but unexpectedly, Xuan's eyes suddenly turned red and terrifying, and she looked confused as if she had lost control and rushed towards the bottom of the stairs. On the other side, Zhang Tianfang's situation was not quite right. His facial features were fierce and he seemed to be fighting against something, and he didn't care about his apprentice for a while, and he didn't pay attention to Qin Yi. They are illusion? A wail from the depths of the stairs with the ability to control minds? Qin Yi woke up suddenly and instantly understood why the existence in Chen Xian's team would take the initiative to walk down the stairs and die. They are controlled by mysterious wails. So Chen Xian is also below? Qin Yi glanced at the big dog, who shook his head and barked wildly. Obviously the spiritual power of the big dog was stronger than Xuan. Although he was attacked by the spirit of wailing, he could resist and would not be controlled. As for Qin Yi himself, thanks to the passive skill, Bright Heart and Bright Eyes, obtained earlier, he didn't have any special feeling at all in a short period of time. The brightness of his heart and eyes greatly enhanced Qin Yi's spiritual resistance, and he was immune to many illusions. The second-order female insect nest is really awesome, and through the skills it has evolved, even the mysterious wails can be ignored. Even Zhang Tianfang, who was at least the great grandmaster, was tricked, but he was fine. Qin Yi held his breath, raised his vigilance to the highest, and immediately ignored Zhang Tianfang, who was still struggling in place, let go of his steps, followed the autumn cold, and ran downward. As he descended step by step, the blood mist around him became more and more condensed, and the wailing was no longer faint but resounded all around from moment to moment. Finally, Qin Yi walked to the end of the stairs, stepped on a large empty flat ground, and looked around. In front of him was a large pool of peaceful blood pools, and Xuan stood in front of the blood pool in a daze, not knowing what he was doing. The blood mist dissipated here, and except for the pool of blood there were tall red walls on all sides, and the walls were rough and uneven. Looking over the pool of blood, the blood water flowed into several holes, and I don't know where it leads. Qin Yi took a few steps forward and suddenly saw a broken stone tablet standing in the center of the blood pool, and on the stone tablet several large characters were crookedly engraved. It wasn't a Chinese character, nor was it any kind of writing currently used by human beings, but the first time Qin Yi saw the text he could understand what it meant. Today I slay the giant god in Xiantian. In just one line of words the murderous aura was overflowing, and just by looking at it Qin Yi's eyebrows ached and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Chapter 41, The Revenant Wang. Qin Yi's gaze hurriedly detached from the stone tablet, and before he could think about it the shouting of a big dog sounded in his ears. It was out of the control of the wailing ahead of time? Faster than Zhang Tianfang, who was suspected of being a great grandmaster? Is it true that the great master is not as good as a dog? Qin Yi slipped quickly. Be careful not to listen to that wail, that's a soul trap. The big dog can be regarded as a conscientious person, and the first thing he said when he woke up was actually to send a voice to remind Qin Yi. However, when he saw Qin Yi staring at him speechlessly, he was stunned. Just like Qin Yi, where does it seem like falling into a soul trap? Are soul traps of such a high level ineffective for you? The big dog found that he couldn't see through Qin Yi more and more, and his physical body was just that, and his soul was so terrifying? Could it be that all immortal seeds are so demonic? That great grandmaster will take a day to break free from the trap, you'd better. The big dog originally wanted Qin Yi to stay where he was and wait for Zhang Tian to wake up, but after thinking about Qin Yi's performance in the past few days, he felt that his reminder was superfluous. Just walk around and stay safe. Finally, the big dog waved his paws, not knowing what else to say. Qin Yi glanced at Xuan, who was motionless by the blood pool not far away, and asked while walking in small steps, "Your spiritual power is stronger than that of the great grandmaster? How did you wake up so quickly?" Speaking of this, the big dog also showed a trace of doubt on his face. "I don't know, it doesn't seem to be my own credit, but it has something to do with the steel. The killing intent pouring out of the stone tablet made me sober up in advance." "I see. Perhaps the wail in the blood mist desert was the death of the giant god killed by the owner of the stone tablet. Therefore the residual breath on the steel will restrain the wailing. So, is the corpse of the giant god hidden in the deepest part of the pool of blood?" Qin Yi's thoughts were complicated, and before he knew it, he came behind Xuan and was thinking about taking her to the stone tablet, trying to help her regain her consciousness with the help of killing intent, but unexpectedly the originally calm lake suddenly set off waves. Crash! Drops of viscous blood splashed out, creating a large area of mist which gradually condensed into a mist man with a distorted face and slaughtered towards Qin Yi. A strong sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. In an instant, Qin Yi didn't even think about it and immediately threw a punch. Although this punch was hasty, it was definitely full force with a power of more than 2 tons, and even the golden stone could be shattered in an instant. However, even this high-level martial artist's fist strength that he didn't dare to resist penetrated the body of the fogman without hindrance, piercing through a gap. In the next second, all the power poured out, and the gap that the fogman had penetrated closed in the blink of an eye, only to hear a poof. Qin Yi's right hand was amputated from his wrist and the entire fist disappeared, directly being swallowed by the fogman. This monster, composed of blood mist, can't see through the level and is immune to all physical attacks? A large amount of blood sprayed to the ground. Qin Yi's face turned pale and he hurriedly withdrew his right fist. Fortunately, the physical recovery power that had been promoted to level 3 was strong enough, and the bleeding from the severed limb immediately stopped, and in the cross-section flesh buds grew out and the new right hand could grow in 5 minutes. The core of this fogman is the soul of the deceased. Those creatures were sucked dry by the blood mist when they were alive, and finally even the soul fell into the blood pool and turned into the fogman. The big dog's dog eyes sparkled and saw through the essence of the fogman. Normally, the stronger the soul before death, the more terrifying the fog people will appear after death. Get out of here as soon as possible. There is definitely more than one misty person in the blood lake. Thundered. As soon as the transmission of the big dog ended, the entire blood lake began to fluctuate violently and the blood water seemed to be boiling, and it was crazy and restless. "You unlucky thing, whatever you remind, come here." Qin Yi's face darkened. He took 2 steps and walked to Xuan's side. His eyes must have been clear, and he suddenly found that Xuan had blood pouring out all over his body, and the whole person seemed to be about to dissolve into a pool of blood and melt into the blood lake. "I'm afraid that's not how the fog people evolved. Don't think about saving her. The hemolytic state requires you to hurt her to wake her up. You can't even hit the fogman, and it's also impossible to hit her." The big dog couldn't even care about the transmission. The dog's eyes glared, and he saw that there was an extremely terrifying fogman in the depths of the blood lake who was about to be born, and Qin Yi would not be able to stop it at that time. Qin Yi turned a deaf ear. His left hand clenched into a fist and slammed it towards Xuan's shoulder. The big dog stared at Qin Yi's fist, and the next scene that happened was beyond his imagination. Scold! Qin Yi's punch seemed to have entered the pool, and he was about to penetrate Xuan's body by inertia, but a sudden change occurred and a cold breath overflowed, making the originally sluggish Lin Xuan tremble, and then his godless eyes had color. Physical attacks don't work, so what about the killing gas? In Qin Yi's body there was a second-level killing aura, and this aura was not a physical attack. The big dog didn't expect that Qin Yi would keep such a hand. Ahem ahem. Lin Xuan woke up from his confused state in an extremely bad state, spitting blood, and before he could thank Qin Yi, he was grabbed by his arms, his legs off the ground, and rushed towards the violent pool of blood. Qin Yi didn't prepare to go back the way he came but instead wanted to go deep into the ground and go into the blood cave directly in front of him to explore. Compared to returning the same way, it was obvious that the hole in front of him was closer, and he kicked hard with Xuan easily crossing most of the blood lake and falling towards the blood cave. Syllable. The two small fog people blocking the road along the way were directly destroyed by Qin Yi with a killing aura, and there was no way to stop him half a step at all. The two of them landed steadily at the entrance of the black cave, looked at the deep hole where the blood-colored stream flowed, and without saying a word plunged into it. Outside, terrifying fog people formed one by one. Mad demons danced wildly, almost filling the entire palace. They seemed to sense the breath of the living, and hundreds of misty people followed all the way along the path that Qin Yi had walked, wanting to enter the blood cave together. However, the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake shook suddenly, and for a moment all the fog people present were stunned in place, and then step by step they withdrew from the mouth of the blood cave, not daring to continue to catch up. This stone tablet seems to have locked the fog people in this empty blood lake, and they can't go too far. Qin Yi was right again. If he chose to turn back and walk the ladder, there was a high probability that he would not have time to escape too far and he would be caught up by the fog people. But on the other side, the narrow blood cave seemed to never end. Qin Yi and Lin Xuan were dripping with blood up to their knees, struggling forward. The wails around them became clearer and louder, and they were likely to be getting closer to the dead giant god little by little. Ron. The Titan. Is it really dead? On the steel it was only said that the giant god Tian was killed but not killed. The difference between one word and the world of difference. Chapter 42. Peerless divine soldier. In the long and narrow cave, Qin Yi and Xuan walked side by side, walking lightly, stepping on the blood water without splashing. Xuan was eroded by blood and water, and he was also punched by Qin Yi with a killing chi, and his injuries were extremely serious and it was difficult to recover in a short time. Especially Qin Yi's punch, it was completely beyond her expectations. There were several wisps of terrifying killing chi remaining in Xuan's body, hindering her recovery of her strength, and the meridians of her whole body were extremely cold and there were bursts of tingling pain. No one would believe it. She was a low-level martial artist and her bones were engraved with second-order formation patterns, and she was actually beaten half to death by Qin Yi's punch. What's even more bizarre is that both she and Master are affected by the mysterious wail, while Qin Yi is completely fine and still as usual. Are you really not hiding your strength? Xuan couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi glanced at him very strangely, shook his head and said, "No, I am the 8th stage of the martial artist." What's the matter? Isn't it strange that the martial artist Badan can ignore the bewitchment? Autumn chill. Where is it not strange, big brother? She sighed forcibly, condensed her chi and blood, bit off 2 fingers and engraved a formation pattern on the wound on her shoulder, trying to stabilize the injury and dispel the killing chi. But he didn't expect that as soon as he sank down and engraved his heart, he was distracted by Qin Yi's casual words. Qin Yi said, "You see, my big dog has not been affected by the wailing and he is still alive and kicking now." He pointed to the big dog on his shoulder, and Xuan looked at it and saw that the big dog's eyes were burning and he almost didn't catch his breath, aggravating the injury. Do you see, this is talking about human language? It's really better to be a human than a dog. Autumn was speechless, silently calmed down and engraved the formation. A few minutes later, a pure white pattern that bloomed like a lotus flower was inscribed, exuding a pure breath of life to help Xuan recover from his injuries. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. The formation pattern is really peculiar. There are many types and it can even be used as an auxiliary treatment. But he doesn't seem to need a foreign object like a formation pattern. There is adaptive evolution and all problems can be solved by evolution. Don't look at it, I will do it too. When my strength becomes stronger, I will help you carve it in the future. The big dog secretly said to Qin Yi. This couldn't help but make Qin Yi look at the big dog a few more times and secretly sighed that the way of the world has really changed and every dog will be arrayed. I don't need a formation pattern, but you can make some runes for me in the future and I'll sell them for money to make a good contribution. Qin Yi thought of the future usefulness of the big dog. The big dog rolled his eyes and ignored Qin Yi no more. The human in front of him is a real dog and he still wants to use himself as free labor, exploit himself and work for him in vain. It's bad. A small episode in the middle of an exploration has passed and the otherwise dull and dead atmosphere has become much better. Qin Yi didn't continue to walk inside. He found that in the depths of the cave the fog actually gradually dissipated and there was nothing else here to block his vision except for the darkness. He raised his fist, exerted all his strength and threw a punch forward with all his might, hitting the black and red wall. Boom! With this punch the wall in front of him was not blasted but only sunken inward, leaving an extremely shallow fist mark which was restored in a few seconds. Something is wrong with this wall. It's not hard, it's a little soft like a sponge. Qin Yi frowned. He wondered if he had a special connection with the cave. How could he always wander around the underground cave after entering the Xiantian secret realm? Am I a gopher reincarnated? On the side, Xuan leaned most of his body against the red wall, closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Do you feel the regular tremor of the walls beneath our feet or around us? It shakes about every 2 minutes, very slightly. Shake once every 2 minutes? Qin Yi felt it seriously for a while and then really felt the vibration that Xuan said. This kind of movement is difficult to detect if you don't understand it carefully. But what does this mean? Neither of them figured it out, but they just had a guess in their hearts and they didn't know for sure. Keep going deeper, you won't see anything here. Qin Yi looked at the road ahead and made a decision. When your master Zhang Tianfang wakes up, it will be difficult to cross the blood lake and come to the cave to join us. In the lake of blood. It seems that the birth of the fogman, whose level of danger surpasses that of the great grandmaster, will stop your master. The back road is blocked and it may be dead if it is dry here, so it is better to continue deeper. Of course Xuan also understood this. She nodded and did not object. The two of them then walked deeper into the cavern, walking and walking, when they suddenly stopped together and their faces were suspicious. In front of them a huge iron plate appeared like a curtain, blocking the way ahead, leaving no gaps. This iron plate is snow white all over and it is impossible to determine what the specific material is, but it is a little like iron, so it is called an iron plate by Qin Yi. On the iron plate, stained with blood, revealing a boundless murderous aura, Qin Yi got closer and began to vomit blood crazily and his skin was chapped. There is a kind of Taoist meaning left on this iron plate. Above the mountains and seas. Qin Yi took 5 steps backwards in succession and was 4 or 5 meters away from the iron plate before he eased up. He was sure that if he stayed on the edge of the iron plate and didn't leave, he would die in a minute and he wouldn't even have time to evolve. The difference in power is too great. He had seen the way of the Mad King, and the Tao meaning left on the iron plate in front of him even felt stronger than the Mad King. In addition, this kind of murderous aura and Tao intent was very familiar, and Qin Yi felt that he had seen it before. No. I'm afraid this is not an iron plate but a weapon. Xuan's vision is far better than Qin Yi's. He has seen many high-level divine soldiers and he faintly recognizes the essence of the iron plate. It's either part of a piece of a peerless artifact that has been left here, or it's the body of the divine soldier, but the size is too huge, we can only see a corner of it inserted in the cave. Qin Yi was stunned. What do you mean? If we go to other caves we may end up with similar iron plates blocking the way? A huge peerless divine weapon slashed into the ground, cutting off several caves, and just thinking about it felt incredible. A high-level martial artist really has the ability to defy the sky. Wait. A peerless divine soldier who slashed into the ground? Qin Yi suddenly recalled the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake on which a sentence was written. Today I slay the giant god in Xiantian. This soldier who cut off the way forward may be the weapon of that warrior left behind in the Xiantian secret realm. The more Qin Yi thought about it, the more he thought about it, and even had a wild idea in his heart. But at this moment, Adamihan found something wrong again. Have you noticed that the wails that have been haunting our ears have disappeared? Qin Yi was taken aback. Yes, the deeper you go into the cave the louder the wail should be. But at some point the wailing disappeared. Chapter 43, The Big Dog and the Divine Soldier. Chen Xian's chance. What to do? Shall we turn back now? The uneasiness in Xuan's heart has become more and more solemn since she walked down the stairs. She has encountered more and more strange things, and she always feels that in the deepest part of the cave there is a danger that can be fatal. I thought that with the master here there would be no trouble, but I never thought that it was so terrifying as just a D-level Xiantian secret realm. At this time, as a martial artist, she subconsciously asked Qin Yi's opinion, and obviously Qin Yi was the main one. Qin Yi didn't speak and looked at the divine soldiers blocking the road in front of him in a daze, and his heart was entangled. Walking all the way from the desert to here, he didn't find any trace of Qin Yi. Could it be that Xuan had been pulled into the blood lake and turned into a weak fog man, right? In addition, he had a premonition that he had to keep moving forward and not turn back. But a weapon that can't see through the level lies here. How can it continue to move forward? He couldn't make a decision and fell into a long hesitation. In the silence, the big dog lying on his shoulder suddenly seemed to sense something, stood up and yelled a few times at the divine soldier in front of him. Woohoo! Immediately afterwards, the huge divine weapon gradually exuded a brilliant luster, and there was a thick Dao rime on the surface, but it was extremely soft without the intention of attacking. Xuan and Qin Yi were both startled by this sudden change. They glanced at each other and hurriedly tensed their whole bodies to prevent the danger that might arise at any time. 1. The big dog jumped off Qin Yi's shoulder, ran to a position extremely close to the divine soldier, and barked again. Then the unthinkable happened. The extremely high-level divine weapon did not obliterate the big dog, but instead hummed, and a cheerful mood fluctuated out. Thundered. Then the entire cave, or the entire underground area, began to shake violently, and under the stunned gaze of Xuan and Qin Yi, the divine soldier slowly moved his body, and the tightly blocked road revealed a gap, little by little, just enough for adult humans to pass through. This weapon. It can't be your master's stay, right? Qin Yi came back to his senses and said to the big dog, "The person who slays the gods is your master?" The stone tablet in the blood lake helped the big dog regain his senses, and now the divine soldiers who blocked the way were related to the big dog. The truth shown in this is not something that fools can guess. Maybe I've forgotten all the memories of my master, so I'm not 100% sure. The big dog looked in a trance, scratched the dog's head, and jumped back to Qin Yi's shoulder. A few meters away, Xuan glanced at the big dog, then at Qin Yi, and stopped talking. Until now she had seen the extraordinariness of this pet dog. She had always thought that the big dog was just an ordinary spirit animal raised by Qin Yi. After all, the big dog is only a first-order level. To be precise, it is a first-order top-level realm, which is nothing for a martial artist. First-order top-level spirit beasts. The martial arts world can sell a maximum of 1,000 contributions unless it is a special variety. But a fierce beast like a big dog that can affect mysterious weapons must have a big secret behind it. Xuan didn't want to offend Qin Yi, so he didn't want to delve into the matter, so he didn't see it. "I'll keep it a secret for you, don't worry, I'm not a talkative person." She mentioned it casually. Qin Yi bowed his head and didn't mention this matter again. The two of them walked one after the other, walking towards the small entrance vacated by the divine soldiers, but before they could enter, Qin Yi's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart was shocked. Below this entrance there was a bottomless ravine and the red wall that he couldn't shake with the autumn cold. The divine soldiers easily cut a gap, leaving indelible traces. And most importantly, at the bottom of the ravine there seemed to be two people lying down, their bodies covered with thick blood vessels, almost merging with the surrounding red walls as if they were about to form blood figurines. One of these two people, young and with a beautiful face, is Chen Yi. How did he end up here? Qin Yi was a little anxious. He saw that Chen Yi was still holding a round object in his right hand, which seemed to be a spirit fruit. This is. Chen Yi desperately wanted to bring out the secret realm and give him the spiritual fruit to heal his illness. Trapped in a desperate situation and on the verge of death, Chen Yi didn't cut the fruit, let alone drop the fruit. Don't be impulsive. First, your brother is not dead, but the state is a little wrong. Seeing Qin Yi's appearance that he was about to jump down to save people on the spot, the big dog hurriedly sent a message to dissuade him. The two people below, the one on the left is already dead and his whole body is gone and only dry bones remain. The one on the right, who is still in good shape, seems to have fallen into some special state and is transforming, maybe by chance. Chen Yi is the person on the right side of the big dog's mouth. Qin Yi calmed down, and just at this time Xuan also came to his side, and following his gaze he also saw the two people at the bottom of the ravine almost merging with the red wall. After learning from Qin Yi that the person below was the person Qin Yi had entered the blood mist desert to save on this trip, Xuan Yi's cold eyes flickered and he observed it carefully for a while. Then most of the questions in my mind were solved at once and I suddenly became clear. That friend of yours is very lucky he can survive this. I guess he absorbed almost all the blood mist in the cave, stayed next to the divine soldier, and through the Dao emitted by the divine soldier to resist the blood mist he reached a wonderful balance and fell here. The man next to him obviously did the same thing, but he didn't resist, and your friend resisted, and he is likely to be transformed and get a big opportunity. The divine soldier and the blood mist are clearly two hostile beings opposing each other. Chen took advantage of this hostile relationship to contain a large amount of blood mist with his physical body and then used divine weapons to suppress the mist, taking risks and finally benefiting, relying on the blood mist to be reborn. This is a logical method, but it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to think of. If it weren't for a strong will, it would never have been possible to endure this painful process. No wonder in the cave there is no blood mist and the wailing has stopped. I am afraid that Qin Yi had activated the power of the divine weapon before, which caused the wailing sound to be isolated and eliminated here. Big Dog and Xuan both said the word transformation, and with the vision of the two of them they will not be mistaken. Qin Yi calmed down a little. His brother had a chance, he would only be happy. Let's go in first since it's his opportunity. Don't disturb him so as not to do bad things with good intentions. Qin Yi and Xuan stepped across the ravine and then walked forward. Sure enough, on the other side of the divine soldier the blood mist diffused out again and did not disappear. As they moved away from the divine soldiers the wail sounded again and Autumnihan's expression was cold, struggling to cope with the bewitchment of the wailing. Those who have already experienced a wail and are separated from it will gain some resistance, but they still can't ignore the wailing like Qin Yi. In this way they stumbled and continued to walk for more than 10 minutes and finally came to the end of the cave. Further on there is no way out, only the vast sea, the boundless sea at a glance. Chapter 44, Sea of Souls, Blood Mist. Truth. The vast sea surface is calm like an ancient mirror, and there is not a trace of waves to be seen. The seawater is not as thick as blood like a blood lake, but it is pitch black like thick ink. Standing on the shoreline, Qin Yi and Lin Xuan could clearly hear that every drop of seawater was wailing, and the sound came from it seemed like someone was pouring out in their ears, hoarse and sad. That weird wail was actually made by the sea of ink in front of him. The talking sea? Qin Yi glanced around and found that the surroundings were very empty and he didn't see anything else except for the red wall that was still shrouded in the top of his head. Xuan and the big dog were staring at MokbhaiMJ intently and they didn't know if they had seen any clues. Qin Yi thought for a moment, took out part of the carapace of a second-order Lord-level Zerg from the B-level storage bag and gently threw it into the sea of ink. Puff, the second-order carapace sank into the sea, splashed a few drops of waves and then floated up, hovering on the surface of the sea, not sinking, not drifting around, just so quietly stagnant. Qin Yi sank his heart and stared at the carapace, and even the autumn chill and the big dog on the side were also attracted, and they turned their eyes together. Slowly the second-order Zerg carapace was dissolved by the mysterious power, thinning slightly, and finally after 10 minutes it completely disappeared and turned into nothingness. In the process Qin Yi keenly caught a trace of strange fluctuations, but he couldn't discern what the fluctuations were. As for the autumn cold, he didn't feel anything, including the strange fluctuations that Qin Yi perceived. The seawater of the Mohai Sea is corrosive? But look at this time, the corrosion speed is not fast. If I soak in it I will not be killed in seconds. Qin Yi's current physical body is definitely stronger than the second-order Lord-level Zerg. The second-order carapace can last for more than 10 minutes. He should be fine if he soaks in the ink sea for half an hour. Don't worry, the fluctuations emitted by the erosion of the sea of ink are a bit strange. The big dog frowned and his expression was solemn. This kind of fluctuation, it's a bit like a mental fluctuation, not chi in blood or Taoism. Mental swings? Terran warriors need to cultivate at least to the Grandmaster realm in order to open the brain domain, cultivate the soul and improve their spiritual power. And want to release mental fluctuations and even release divine thoughts. It is not to mention that it is a high-grade Grandmaster or even a great Grandmaster. The big dog jumped off his shoulder, walked to the seawater and observed it for a long time and then said in shock, "This black seawater is so weird. Every drop seems to contain pure spiritual power, and the total spiritual power composed of it is endless, really majestic like the sea. Such terrifying spiritual power, no matter how bad it is what a true king may have. This is a sea of spirits or souls. Then this sea of ink, can I take a bath in it?" Qin Yi was more concerned about this. The corners of the big dog's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Qin Yi's brain circuit to be so strange, and the voice transmission replied, "It shouldn't be a big problem. These seawater are not corroding the second-order carapace but decomposing the second-order carapace. Countless spiritual powers spontaneously activated, tearing apart the carapace little by little and throwing it away. Your physical body is stronger than a second-order carapace, and you won't be able to get an accident if you soak it for an hour." That's what Qin Yi was waiting for. After getting the big dog confirmed, he no longer wasted time and walked directly into the sea of ink in front of the cold of autumn and soaked his whole body under the sea of ink. "You, what are you?" Xuan was dumbfounded for a moment. Qin Yi was really uneasy and played his cards with common sense, knowing that there was danger, but he went straight to danger again and again. Could it be that there is something profound in this kind of action? Xuan recalled that when he first met Qin Yi, the other party took the initiative to let the blood mist absorb Qian blood, and his heart throbbed. She had read from some ancient books that in the starry sky many supreme Tianzhou of different races would deliberately enter the forbidden area to experience, and in the tempering of life and death they would squeeze all their potential. This kind of martial artist is revered as the extreme martial artist, and what they do is just like the intention of the extreme list set up by the Martial Arts Federation. It is rumored that extreme martial artists are invincible in the same realm, and many of them also have the ability to fight across the border. Qin Yi can be so strong now. I am afraid that he has also embarked on the path of extreme martial artists. Xuan was thinking nonsense on the coast, while on the other side Qin Yi was very uncomfortable. The big dog looked away. Although the sea of ink is indeed a sea of spiritual power, but for dead and living things the treatment is different. Dead things will only be dismantled by countless spiritual powers, but when living creatures enter the sea of ink there is nothing wrong with their physical bodies, but their souls will be torn apart by madness. If it weren't for Qin Yi's 10 points of spiritual power, otherwise his soul would have almost been dissolved by the sea of ink. Golem. Floating in the sea, his features twisted together and he felt a knife slashing and splitting his soul. This kind of pain from the soul has surpassed the pain caused by the terminal stage of cancer, and the level 3 pain cannot be endured. His whole body was sweating like a waterfall, but as soon as he came out of his body he melted into the sea of ink and disappeared. There are no words to describe this kind of pain. Even if it is a needle piercing 10 fingers at the same time, it is not as painful as 1/100th of the soul splitting. Qin Yi was almost in pain until he fainted. His consciousness was already in a trance, and in a haze some unique memories poured into his mind along the waters of the ink sea. He saw a spear that pierced the sky as if it could pierce the sky. This spear was held in the hand of a man who was above the 9 heavens, and it was thrown downwards suddenly. Rumble. The space was silent, the avenue trembled, and an incomparably powerful giant god was pierced through the neck by a spear, blasted hundreds of meters into the ground, and finally crucified to death. Before dying, the giant god roared unwillingly to the sky, but to no avail. A broken stone tablet descended from the sky, infiltrated the chest of the giant god, suppressed it in the heart position, and sealed the giant god forever, in vain to resurrect it. Since then only the wails of pain have been left in heaven and earth. Crash. The memory ended. Qin Yi suddenly woke up and poked his head out of the sea of ink. The familiar sound of the system sounded in his ears, but he didn't have time to care, and he looked back on the strange memories he had just read, and all the puzzles were solved at this time. "What's wrong with you? Are you all right?" On the coast, Xuan saw Qin Yi's dejected appearance and hurriedly asked. However, Qin Yi didn't answer her, but just said to himself, "I see. I see. It's been in the body of that giant god." Chapter 45, Immortal Gods Gone. The tunnel they had walked through before, where a large amount of blood had been deposited, was the veins of the giant god. The ubiquitous and incomparably sturdy red wall is actually the flesh and blood in the body of the giant god. A martial artist who has cultivated to the realm of gods, his flesh and blood are naturally tough and extraordinary. Even if it is a body that has been dead for many years, it will not decay, let alone be broken by ordinary creatures. Only the man in his memory who held a war spear so powerful could pierce the giant god's neck with a spear and nail him to the ground. It's no wonder that when we touch the red wall and stand on the ground we feel a slight vibration at regular intervals. It's the vibration of the Titan's faint heartbeat and breathing. The suppressed giant god is coming back to life? Hearing Qin Yi's refined explanation, Xuan and the big dog suddenly realized, and their faces revealed an irrepressible look of horror. It turned out that they had been walking in the body of the dead giant god all along. Now it seems that the so-called blood mist is probably the abnormal change in the body of the giant god after his death. His chi and blood left his body on its own, permeating the outside world, devouring the chi and blood of all living beings within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After the chi and blood of these creatures are devoured, they will be converted into nutrients for the giant god's recovery, providing him with the ability to repair his injuries and wake up again. In his memory, the giant god was definitely killed by a war spear, but at his level, maybe even if he died, he could gradually resurrect himself. Otherwise, there is no need for the mysterious man holding a war spear to leave a stone tablet before leaving to suppress the heart of the giant god. The Blood Lake area we passed through earlier is probably the heart of the giant god, and that stone tablet suppressed the most core area of the giant god's resurrection. Along the heart all the way up we were stopped by the divine soldiers halfway through. And you say that the spear was nailed to the neck of the giant god? Xuan suddenly paused, looked at the sea of ink not far away, and his tone trembled slightly. We should be in the mind of the giant god now. The strange sea of ink in front of you is the sea of consciousness of the giant god, that is the sea of mind opened up by the martial artist in the Grandmaster realm. Jihai is a fantasy space for fostering souls and accumulating spiritual power. Qin Yi originally thought that Jihai was not real but an illusory spiritual world. But today it seems that after cultivating to a high enough level, even the sea of knowledge can be turned into real matter. Not to mention the sea of knowledge, the body of the giant god is big enough to rival a city. What kind of existence is he? How strong does the man who can kill the giant god have to be? Qin Yi couldn't help but think deeply. For the realm above the great grandmaster, he didn't know anything except the name of the realm. However, although he doesn't understand, the big dog does. As a family dog who has followed the supreme existence, he just lost the memory of his master, and he still remembers the secrets of a large number of other martial artists. This so-called giant god is likely to be a venerable. It is rumored that the venerable has a lifespan of 100,000 yuan, immortal and indestructible, and can be reborn with blood. Even if you really die, you can rely on the immortal golden body to condense a wisp of spirituality, gradually recover your soul, and return again. In the starry sky as well as in the heavens, in 10,000 realms, the venerable level powerhouses are already top-level existences, so they have another name. Sentient beings also call them by 4 words. Immortal gods. Venerable. Qin Yi recalled this term, and in his impression someone else had mentioned it to him. Before he entered the Xintian secret realm, Su Ruoxu, the president of the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, had told him that the human race had a super strong person, 10,000 tribulation, heavily venerable. Above the realm of mountains and seas is the realm of the true king, and above the realm of the true king is the venerable, so above the venerable is the heavenly venerable? Qin Yi was very curious. The big dog shook his head. No, the Tianzuan realm is not a separate realm but a strong person in the venerable realm who has broken through the limit and can be called Tianzuan. Just like a martial artist who breaks through the limits in the mountain and sea realm and is called the Fengho realm, Tianzuan is the honorific title for the strongest martial artists among the venerables. The strong one who breaks the limit in the mountain and sea realm is the feudal realm, and the strong one who breaks the limit among the venerable ones is called Tianzuan. No wonder Su Ruoxu once said that the martial arts limit list hides the secret of a high realm. Only by touching the limit of the realm and breaking through the limit you may become the strongest person in this realm, thus affecting the promotion of the next realm. Qin Yi completely understood. But before the big dog's words were finished, with a hint of excitement in his solemn eyes, he continued to say to Qin Yi, "Legend has it that in the body of the immortal god there is a drop of pure divine blood, which is the root of the immortal divinity. If you haven't reached the venerable realm yet, if you take the pure divine blood, you can lay the god-level qualification, and then your cultivation will be unimpeded all the way. Now that the giant god is dead and is still struggling to recover, it is the best time for Qin Yi to obtain the pure divine blood. In normal times it is difficult to encounter the opportunity to obtain the purest divine blood in 10,000 years. But where will the purest divine blood be hidden?" Qin Yi pondered carefully and felt that he was either at the bottom of the Mahai Sea in front of him or at the bottom of the blood lake being suppressed by the stone steel. In these two places, no matter which one is in danger of his life, maybe he won't even have time to adapt to evolve and he will be killed in seconds. Wrong. Qin Yi touched his chin and suddenly remembered that he had just successfully tempered his soul through Mahai, and his attributes had changed greatly at this moment. When I opened the personal panel, I saw that his mental power had soared from 10 to 20 points and he had a new passive skill. My heart is like iron LV2, your soul has been tempered by the venerable incomplete sea of knowledge, completed the transformation and successfully evolved this skill. This passive skill can increase your soul strength and, by the way, increase the total amount of mental power. Spiritual power and soul have always been his shortcomings. Now that he has a bright heart, and a bright heart, his huge shortcomings have been made up for a bit. Maybe I can try to dive into the sea of ink. If there is no supreme divine blood at the bottom of the ink sea, then forget it. Qin Yi stared at the calm surface of the Mokhbhai Sea for a while, then gritted his teeth and decided to take another adventure. If you are not bold enough, how can you create an invincible body and crisscross the starry sky? Fight! He entrusted the big dog to Xuan and walked back to the beach of Mokhbhai, ready to enter again. The dark waters reflected a strange face tearing at his body and wailing incessantly. Qin Yi ignored him, stared at the abyss-like sea of ink, calmed down and jumped forward. Poof! The waves were surging and his tiny body sank into the sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xuan looked at Qin Yi's position in the water. His expression was complicated and he didn't look away for a long time. The Sea of Immortal Gods is really the same as a swimming pool. You can go up and down if you want. Thinking like this, she silently moved closer to Mokhbhai. Chapter 46, Broken World, Resurrected Divine Soul. The conversation between the big dog and Qin Yi has always been transmitted by dog words in dog language, and it has not been heard by Xuan. Now Qin Yi sneaked into the sea of ink to find the pure divine blood, and the big dog followed behind Xuan like an ordinary puppy, inconspicuous. Gradually, though, the big dog noticed that something was wrong. This Nizi. Why is it getting closer and closer to the sea of consciousness of the dead giant god? The big dog tilted his head in confusion. And then he saw Xuan stretch out his hand and reach into the sea of ink. The big dog was startled and wanted to stop it, but he didn't want to expose too much, so he kept silent in a hurry. Whoa! Xuan's entire right hand was submerged under Jihai. She thought that her right hand would be eroded, but she didn't expect that Jihai would not attack the flesh at all for living creatures, but directly tore the soul. Airplanes. The small piece of Jihai that was touched by Xuan let out a hum, and then a domineering and treacherous spiritual power instantly pierced Xuan's eyebrows, grabbing her soul. At this moment, the heart-rending pain spread from the head to the whole body. Xuan was about to faint in the blink of an eye. She had grown so big she thought she had suffered a lot, but this level of pain was still not something she could bear. A second before she fainted, she pulled out her right arm that had dived into the sea, and then her eyes went black and she passed out on the shore. The big dog stared at the dog behind her. According to his observations, Mokhbhai should only tear the intruder's body. Why did Xuan faint without holding it for a second? Moreover, her right hand, which was stretched into the sea, was clearly intact. The big dog was puzzled. He tiptoed to the shore of Mokhbhai, learned the movements of the autumn cold, stretched out the dog's paws and carefully probed into the sea. Woohoo! Then only a terrible dog bark was heard, and the big dog withdrew its paws like lightning, and the dog's eyes turned white and he fainted in pain. On the empty and dead coastline, a man and a dog lie together and sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, Qin Yi is constantly diving in the sea of ink. The sea of knowledge is not only wide but also extremely deep, which can be called bottomless. He's been diving for more than 10 minutes and he still hasn't seen the bottom. Moreover, as the depth he was in increased rapidly, Mokhbhai's mental pressure on him became more and more terrifying. If it hadn't just evolved, my heart is like iron LV2, he would have been scattered by now, leaving only a physical body to dive silently. The immortal gods are really terrifying. They have been dead for so many years, and the remaining sea of consciousness still has this kind of strength that is difficult for the great grandmaster to resist. With the blessings of level 2, my heart like iron, and level 1 heart bright eyes, Qin Yi's soul strength even surpassed that of ordinary great grandmasters, reaching the point of being a powerhouse in the mountain and sea realm. What he lacks now is spiritual power. The great grandmaster has cultivated to perfection, and he can generally release his spiritual power and become a divine thought, but Qin Yi has soul strength, but he can't do it. I'm definitely going to dive more than 500 meters deep, right? After diving for a while, Qin Yi's heart became a little bottomless. He was afraid that he would never be able to see the bottom of the sea, and because he was too deep, he didn't have time to surface for ventilation. Mokhbhai is an immortal god's spiritual consciousness sea which naturally cannot contain oxygen. If he hadn't evolved anaerobic resistance LV2 early, it is estimated that he would have been dizzy from lack of oxygen. Anaerobic tolerance LV2 gave him the ability to hold his breath for nearly 3 hours. I have to say that the talent of adaptive evolution is indeed too practical, and it has given Qin Yi a lot of convenience. After continuing to dive for more than half an hour, Qin Yi estimated that he had already dived to a depth of more than 1,000 meters, and at this time his soul was in a faint pain, and the sea of knowledge at this depth could already cause him harm. Thankfully, after his first dive, his pain tolerance was upgraded from level 3 to level 4, which allowed him to endure the pain of soul tearing for the time being. 10 minutes, another 10 minutes of diving. If you haven't seen the bottom yet, give up. Qin Yi thought in his heart. He will take risks, but he will never die. It is not worth dying for a drop of ethereal supreme divine blood. The pure divine blood is a supreme divine medicine for others, but for him it is dispensable. At most, it is just to speed up his cultivation. With adaptive evolution, he can cultivate to invincibility without relying on these external objects. Time passed minute by minute, and finally in the 8th minute Qin Yi saw a different kind of light. In the endless sea of ink, this pure white light cluster was particularly dazzling, like a star in the night sky, which instantly attracted Qin Yi's attention. He observed and probed for a while, and after making sure that there was no danger in approaching the light cluster, he began to slowly approach. In this group of light, new soul water is constantly flowing out, merging into the sea of ink, expanding the area of the sea of ink. Outside the light cluster, a little starlight condensed from all directions and fell on top of the light cluster, allowing the vast aura of the light cluster to gradually condense. Qin Yi guessed that this was the source of MokbhaiMJ. And MokbhaiMJ is the sea of knowledge, and its source can only be one thing. That's the soul. The light in front of him is most likely the remnant soul of the dead giant god, still asleep, unable to wake up. The starlight gathered around is probably a sign that the soul of the giant god is recovering. But just because the soul is here doesn't mean that the purest divine blood is here. Qin Yi came to the front of the light cluster. The distance was less than a meter, and at such a close position he was surprised to find that the volume of this light cluster was even larger than his own. He got rid of distracting thoughts and stared at the light cluster with all his attention, his eyes penetrating deep into the light cluster through the dazzling luster. No, slowly. To be precise, it should be the light group that took the initiative to absorb his gaze. At this moment he saw a very different world. The sky and the earth were dark, and there was a dead silence. He didn't see any creature, not even a weed, not a single wildflower. There wasn't even a single cloud in the sky, and in one corner of the firmament a huge hole was cracked and starlight continued to fall from it. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere on the cracked earth, countless corpses. Some of the corpses were not even decayed, their appearance was intact as before, exuding an aura of terror, and the realm was definitely not low. These corpses. It looks slightly different from ordinary people, and there is a thin slit on its forehead which seems to be a third eye, and withered wings grow on its back. Their faces are all very handsome, revealing a divine temperament which is difficult to compare with even the best-looking stars among human beings. Is this interracial? In the soul of the dead giant god there is still a withered world buried in countless alien races. Chapter 47, Mortal Body Town Divine Soul. Subconsciously Qin Yi moved closer to the light cluster, wanting to see a more realistic and clear picture. But at this moment the dazzling light on the light cluster suddenly dimmed for a moment, and then a wisp of golden spiritual substance flew out sideways, directly drilling into Qin Yi's eyebrows. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. The cramping sensation that could not be relieved by level 4 pain tolerance spread from his head all over his body. Qin Yi covered his head, only feeling that his head was about to crack. He felt like there was one more person in his body, and a new thought was in his head. The remnant soul of the giant god who was reviving drilled into Qin Yi's head, wanting to erase Qin Yi's soul, occupy the magpie's nest, and take away this body. The vast memory picture poured into Qin Yi's mind like a tsunami, mixed with a large number of violent emotions, making his facial features fierce and wanting to scream. But a bubble gradually appeared in the sea of ink around him, wrapping him in the middle, unable to escape but also temporarily possessing enough oxygen to breathe. The remnant soul of the giant god was premeditated, and when he saw Qin Yi going to the sea, he was ready to take Qin Yi away. The bubbles he released now were like a cage which could not only preserve the vitality of Qin Yi's physical body but also prevent Qin Yi from coming ashore again, giving the remnant soul enough time to start taking it. But the remnant soul's operation also happened to expose his weakness, otherwise he could have directly suppressed Qin Yi. Even if it was 1,000th of the strength of the giant god peak period, it was enough to control Qin Yi, but the remnant soul did not do so. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. The chaotic and complicated memories and the heart-piercing spiritual power were shining Qin Yi's soul, but the process was not fast, but it seemed a little difficult. Qin Yi's soul strength exceeded the expectations of the giant god's remnant soul. Looking at his tens of thousands of years of experience, he had never seen an existence with such a tough soul as Qin Yi in the 8th stage of the martial artist. This body is definitely a demon-level genius. Although the consciousness of the remnant soul could only think intermittently, this did not prevent him from seeing through Qin Yi's details. This human body, he is going to die. Woo! In the sea of chaotic consciousness that Qin Yi had not yet opened up, there was a dead silence, and there were two balls of light frantically blending with each other, one gold and one white. The golden one was a touch of the remnant soul spirituality of the giant god, and the white one was Qin Yi's soul. The memory of the giant god for tens of thousands of years blasted into Qin Yi's head compared to the memory of Qin Yi's 2 lives of less than 50 years. The scale of the giant god's memory is too exaggerated. If the two are compatible, it must be the giant god's memory that dominates and assimilates Qin Yi's soul. If I continue like this, I will definitely be defeated, and the remnant soul of the giant god specially released a bubble, and it is ready to fight a protracted battle and slowly consume my soul. Qin Yi stood in the bubble and gasped for breath. He once again felt the threat of death. An immortal god plotted an 8th-rank martial artist, and the gap was so outrageous that he wanted to break free. Maybe he only had one chance. The influx of massive memories made Qin Yi have a splitting headache, but at the same time this pain was gradually weakening and he was used to it. His soul is undergoing some kind of transformation, relying on the invasion of the remnant soul of the giant god. The surface of the giant god's remnant soul was wrapped in a layer of burning golden flames, and at this time most of the golden flames had already merged into Qin Yi's soul, dyeing his pure white soul into a pale gold. Most of the soul snatching has been completed. In this kind of seizure is not to directly erase the opponent's soul, but to take some tricks, greatly weaken the opponent's soul, and then carry out soul fusion. There is no way the remnant soul of the giant god only has the strength to do it to this extent at present. Let him directly erase Qin Yi's soul, not for the time being. After the soul is fused, the giant god with tens of thousands of years of memory will occupy the absolute dominance, and Qin Yi's 50-year memory is just a drop in the ocean for him, and it is difficult to have an impact. After using Qin Yi's physical body to recover a certain strength, the giant god will be able to remove his soul again to prevent future troubles. However, Qin Yi is not sitting still. He's just waiting for an opportunity, a chance to mess up the remnants of the giant gods. Now here's your chance. Ding, your brain cells have been washed by the torrent of memories of the remnants of the gods, and you have successfully evolved a passive skill, Brainhole LV2. Ding, your cells endured the pain of soul splitting and successfully evolved a passive skill, Pain Tolerance LV5. The headache and discomfort completely dissipated the moment the sound of the system appeared, and the swollen feeling in the soul that could not hold the memory was gone, and the tens of thousands of years of memory of the remnant soul of the giant god could barely accommodate Qin Yi at this time. This is the effect of level 2 brain opening. Buzz. The remnant soul of the giant god in the brain domain fluctuated for a moment as if it had been hit by something and overflowed with unbelievable emotions. Under his gaze, Qin Yi's soul had become stronger again in such a short period of time. What kind of talent is that? Immortal seed? The remnant soul of the giant god is crazy. If the physical body in front of him is really an immortal seed, then after he is reborn the potential will be even stronger than the original god body. Even in the future there will be a chance to seek revenge on the man with the war spear. The remnant soul of the giant god was silent for a few seconds and then burst out with even more amazing spiritual power. He was going to fight hard. But Qin Yi had expected this and also set off his whole cards. He didn't know what he had done to the giant god remnant, but for the next 3 minutes he made the giant god remnant soul freeze in place and didn't continue to move. It was these 3 minutes that gave Qin Yi a chance to fight back. He gritted his teeth and rushed the qi and blood of his whole body into the brain domain, only to hear a roar and explosion. A certain strange area was forcibly rushed out of the gap by Qin Yi, and the invisible spiritual power was condensed into liquid and deposited in it. The brain domain that can only be opened up by the Grandmaster realm was forcibly opened up by Qin Yi in the 8th rank martial artist realm. In an instant Qin Yi found that he had a clear perception of his own soul, and with all his heart he could barely pull his spiritual power. At this point he had already begun to fight hard regardless of it, controlling the few spiritual powers, bombarding the remnant soul of the giant god with all his might, suppressing it at the bottom of the sea of knowledge. Fortunately, in this process the remnant soul of the giant god seemed to have lost consciousness, completely immovable and unresponsive, and was so easily suppressed by Qin Yi. Qin Yi departed some of his strength and began to slowly consume the remnant soul of the giant god, converting it into pure spiritual power and strengthening his body. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, the process of fighting with the remnant soul of the giant god seemed simple, but it was actually because the whole card used by Qin Yi was strong enough. Soul fusion. Not only Qin Yi can see the memory of the giant god, but the remnant soul of the giant god can also see Qin Yi's memory. He originally thought that Qin Yi's memory was no big deal and he couldn't affect him. But, unexpectedly, Qin Yi actually gave his memories about the existence of the system to the giant god remnant soul to watch, and he was stupid to look at the giant god remnant soul on the spot, and even his consciousness was scattered. The existence of the system is Qin Yi's biggest secret, but at the moment of life and death he used it as a weapon against the remnant soul of the giant god. Now it seems that the effect is remarkable. Ho! Phew! After temporarily out of danger of his life, Qin Yi lay in the transparent bubble, his expression pale and weak. Adaptive evolution is energy-driven. After 2 successive adaptive evolutions he had exhausted the energy in his body and now he had to eat immediately. However, although the current state is not good, looking back on the thousands of years of memories that came out of thin air in his mind, Qin Yi's heart was happy and he forgot his fatigue for a while. After this battle he not only obtained a large number of precious memories of the giant god but also opened up the sea of knowledge in advance, and his spiritual power has been comparable to that of the top great masters. The greater the risk, the greater the gain, and that's true. Chapter 48, Anti-Guest Oriented. After a brief rest, the hunger in Qin Yi's stomach became more and more intense. He got up, looked at the bubbles that wrapped him, and frowned. This bubble is a bit ingenious. It seems to be constructed with spiritual power. It has an entity and it can touch living beings, which belongs to the high-level use of spiritual power. It seems that there is a record of this in the memory of the giant god he obtained. When you return to Yuhang you can meditate and try. Qin Yi opened his hand, just about to burst the spiritual power bubble out, but found that the soul light cluster not far in front of him began to weather rapidly like wind and sand, gradually dissolving and dissipating along with the strange world in it. The core of the soul light group, the giant god remnant soul, was suppressed by him in the depths of the sea of knowledge, and without the core the light group naturally could not exist for a long time. After the soul light cluster dissolved, it quickly triggered a series of upheavals. Bo! The bubble of spiritual power that Qin Yi was in burst in response, and immediately after the sea of ink began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sea level sank rapidly, almost disappearing before Qin Yi could swim up by himself. He sank with the sea of ink and finally stepped on the bottom of the sea, witnessing the complete dissipation of the vast sea of ink. Looking at it again, not a drop of soul water could be seen. The sky was dark. Qin Yi was standing at the bottom of a huge sinkhole, and if he wanted to climb up he needed to climb more than 1,500 meters. The source of the Sea of Souls was cut off, and he did not expect the resulting changes to be so large and so rapid. But there's nothing more to say now, just find a cliff and climb up. Facing extreme hunger, Qin Yi struggled to climb upward, and it took him more than 2 hours to climb back to the original coastline. His physical strength was almost emptied and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, panting. Dingyu insisted on vigorous exercise in extreme hunger so that the cells successfully adapted to extreme hunger and evolved a passive skill, Energy Saving LV3. The energy saving skill was upgraded to level 3, which allowed Qin Yi to relieve his hunger and gradually have the strength to stand up. He staggered and walked around the coastline for a while, but he found Automi-han and the big dog. But why did the two of them lie on the ground? Did something happen? Qin Yi was puzzled, and when he looked around he didn't see any traces of the battle. There were no new injuries on the big dog and Shoei-han's bodies, and they didn't look like they had been attacked. Coincidentally, the big dog and Shoei-han woke up at this time, stood up with a blank face and rubbed their eyes. Afterwards the two of them saw Qin Yi beside them, as well as huge sinkhole in front of you. Belch. Haven't I woken up yet? What about the sea of ink? What about such a big sea of ink? The big dog and Shoei-han reacted surprisingly in unison, completely falling into a state of confusion. It wasn't until Qin Yi briefly told them what had happened at the bottom of the Mohai Sea that they came back to their senses, their faces full of incredulity. You mean you met the resurrected remnant soul of the giant god at the bottom of the Ink Sea, and then you were possessed by the remnant soul? That's right. Qin Yi nodded. Then you forcibly opened up the Sea of Brain domain in the martial arts realm, suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god, and also used the remnant soul of the giant god to refine it into pure spiritual power to nourish your own body? That's right. Qin Yi nodded again. The remnant soul of the giant god is still unconscious now. He is indeed wearing down the other party, although it is very slow, but it will take a few years and there is still a chance to completely devour the remnant soul of the giant god. Xuan was silent. Even if she couldn't believe it, she couldn't deny that it was probably the truth. Didn't you see that MokbhaiMJ was all gone for Qin Yi? You. After you go out, can you add a contact information for the martial arts world? After a while Xuan proposed. Okay. Qin Yi has nothing to do, but the trivial matter of adding friends is not the key at the moment. The key now is to find something to fill his stomach that is about to dry up. Level 3 energy saving is almost starving. He asked Xuan if there was any surplus food, but unfortunately Xuan shook his head. My storage bag was lost in the blood lake and the food was in the storage bag. As for this area, there is nothing to do unless you can bite the flesh of the giant god. The flesh and blood of the titans? Qin Yi lowered his eyes and looked at his feet. That's right, they are in the body of the giant god, and the high walls and cliffs around them are actually the flesh of the giant god, and they are things that can be slashed. It's a pity. I can't bite it. He didn't have the energy to continue evolving until he had the teeth to bite the flesh and blood of the titan. Adaptive evolution requires energy. What should I do? He can't cut off the flesh and blood of the giant god. What else can he do to satisfy his hunger? Qin Yi and Xuan pondered together, thinking about it, and looked at the big dog silently. Big dog? Hey, can you two stop looking at me? I'm panicking. You can't really use me as a backup, right? The big dog subconsciously took a few steps back. Of course Qin Yi was just teasing the big dog, and it was impossible to really eat him. Looking back at the details of this journey, Qin Yi wanted to search for some clues of food from his memory, and after spending a few minutes he really found it. Embedded in the red wall, Chen, who was transforming, gave him inspiration. Good brother, it's up to you at a critical time. Qin Yi's eyes lit up and he said to Xuan, let's return to the blood vessel. There is enough food, enough to deal with us walking out of the giant god corpse. Blood vessels? Xuan was a little puzzled. She couldn't think of anything in her veins. But for Qin Yi, she was already convinced and completely obedient. The big dog jumped on Qin Yi's shoulder again, and the two of them quickly returned to the blood vessels. Here everything was still the same. Blood was deposited on the ground and blood mist was floating in the air, but the wailing sound had disappeared. The remnant soul of the giant god was suppressed, but the blood mist still obeyed the instinct of the divine body, sucking the chi and blood of past lives to replenish the divine body. Qin Yi walked to the area where the mist was thickest and immediately opened his mouth and actually took a big breath, inhaling a large amount of blood mist into his body. Xuan's eyes widened suddenly. Are you going to be anti-customer oriented? The fog sucks people, you suck the fog? She just thought that this was a very crazy move, but after thinking about it, Qin Yi's friend Chen seemed to have completed his transformation by sucking blood mist. The blood mist contains pure qi and blood, and if this qi and blood can be digested and absorbed, it is definitely incomparable to a second-order spirit fruit. But can Qin Yi really digest it? You must know that after Chen inhaled the mist, everyone fainted and almost fell. Chapter 49, Cool Crazy. Qin Yi's abdomen bulged rapidly and a large amount of blood mist was inhaled into his body without spitting out a single slight. These blood mist already had the ability to invade the flesh and devour qi and blood, but at this moment Qin Yi took the initiative to inhale it, and his ability to pull and swallow qi and blood was even stronger. For a while Qin Yi's blood was boiling and restless, and he unconsciously rushed towards his stomach, which was difficult to control. The digestive system, blessed with a level 3 iron stomach, was running at full capacity, absorbing the nutrients and spirituality in the blood mist, but the efficiency was extremely slow and it couldn't keep up with the speed at which the blood mist devoured Qin Yi's qi and blood. If this continues before Qin Yi can digest the blood mist in his stomach, he will die because of the withering of qi and blood. Fortunately, Qin Yi soon developed a passive skill, Guban Peiyuan. This skill has no level, but the effect is extremely special, giving him absolute control over his own qi and blood. This kind of control has even surpassed the true king realm and reached a level of nuance. Even if it was the blood mist emitted by the divine corpse, it would not be able to snatch any qi and blood from him. Airplanes. With a single thought, Qin Yi calmed down the manic qi and blood and sent the blood and qi back to all parts of the body. No matter how the blood mist was involved, these blood qi would not move a bit. Solid foundation Peiyuan, even yang energy can be fixed, let alone chi and blood. Xuan and the big dog stared at Qin Yi tightly, but they saw that his face was white and red, constantly changing, and his breath was also fluctuating, sometimes surging and sometimes faint, and he didn't know what the situation was. Are you really okay? Xuan subconsciously worried. Qin Yi shook his head with a smile and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood mist like a cigarette. It's okay, this little blood mist is not enough for me. As he spoke, he took another long breath, his mouth like an abyss, and swallowed a large mouthful of blood mist. His stomach was like a balloon that was constantly pumping and deflating, constantly inflating, constantly dry, back and forth, and so on. After more than half an hour, the mist in this vein was obviously much thinner, and Qin Yi still didn't stop eating. The divine spirit blood mist was composed of pure qi and blood supplemented by some kind of relic Dao intent, and its nutritional value was extremely high. Qin Yi felt even cooler than a second-order spirit fruit. It's a pity that half of the blood mist in this vein was wiped out by Chen and his teammates, leaving Qin Yi with only the other half. It didn't take long for him to get rid of all the blood mist in his veins, and his stomach was full of burps. It's been a long time since I've had such a refreshing meal. The giant god is really a good person. After he died, he not only used the remnant soul to strengthen my soul but also strengthened my physique with blood mist, and he really thought about me everywhere. Qin Yi stretched his waist only to feel that his whole body was full of strength and every cell was filled with pure energy. At the same time, the system's prompt sounds sounded in his head. Ding, your digestive cells have successfully adapted to the violent qi and blood of the deceased true god and have evolved a passive skill, Iron Stomach LV4. Ding, you absorb the divinity contained in the flesh and blood of the immortal gods and evolve a natural skill, Aura Affinity LV9. This time I actually improved 2 skills in a row. It was Qin Yi's expectation that the Iron Stomach would be upgraded to level 4, but this Aura Affinity was upgraded to 2 levels in a row, which was really an unexpected joy. It's only 1 step away from level 10 Aura Affinity. Phew. Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm full enough to try to get out of here. Qin Yi exhaled a breath of turbidity and his face was radiant. Xuan could sense that Qin Yi had completed some kind of transformation again, but he didn't know what was going on. Devouring the blood mist. Is it really that simple? She looked at Qin Yi in the process of mist as if she didn't encounter any trouble. Xuan was curious again, but recalling the picture of imitating Qin Yi to touch the sea of ink before she couldn't hold it for a second and fainted in pain, she hurriedly shook her head and threw the idea of imitating Qin Yi out of her mind. This man. It's not something that ordinary people can imitate. Those who learn from others will die. It's okay, where are we going next? After breaking through the realm of martial artists can simply rely on aura to survive, although they have not completely cleared the valley, but they can also go without eating for a long time so they are not hungry in autumn. It's almost time to return to the Blood Lake. Qin Yi's eyes flickered and his tone sank. Okay. Xuan nodded blankly and didn't even ask Qin Yi how to deal with the Fogman in the Blood Lake, just followed him out. Qin Yi looked back at Xuan, who was a little distracted, and said strangely, by the way, why did you and the big dog faint on the coast before? Is something wrong? Speaking of this, Xuan suddenly came back to his senses, his pretty face flushed, and he held back a sentence for a while. It's okay. There was a little accident, but there was no danger, you don't have to think too much. She didn't tell the truth and chose to deal with it perfunctorily. If he told Qin Yi the truth, Xuan estimated that he would be so embarrassed that his toes and thumbs were clenched. Oh. Qin Yi's reaction was a little strange when he saw Xuan, and he became more and more confused. Is there anything hard to tell me about the truth that is inconvenient to tell me? Women are really creatures that are hard to fathom. Qin Yi was also embarrassed to continue to ask, sighed secretly, and turned to ask the big dog on his shoulder, Big dog, what happened when I was away? The big dog glared at Qin Yi, but he didn't tell the truth and said lightly, it's nothing, it's really just a trivial matter, our fainting is just a small accident, don't ask. He was more willing to die than to let the big dog admit that his soul was crushed by Qin Yi. The big dog has been following the Supreme Existence for so many years, in fact he has already broken through to an extremely advanced realm, but later he took the initiative to disperse his cultivation, only retained the strength of his soul and rebuilt his life. But he retained the soul of peak strength and he couldn't resist the spiritual impact of Mohai, but Qin Yi, an 8th stage martial artist, could bear it. What a shame. The two of them fell silent and they returned the same way, and gradually they came to the location where the peerless divine weapon had severed the blood vessels. Qin Yi stopped here, came to the ravine stabbed by the divine soldier, and looked down, wanting to take a look at Chen Xian's situation. During this time the blood vessels on Chen Xian's body continued to intertwine, slowly forming a blood chrysalis enveloping Chen Xian. And the teammate next to Chen Xian, even the dry bones have rotted, turned into a handful of blood, and there is no one in sight. At this time Qin Yi observed the blood chrysalis where Chen Xian was, and languiding felt a trace of vitality leaking out. After opening up his mind and knowing to see, his soul strength has increased by 3 points and his mental power is full, and it is impossible to feel wrong. Sure enough, a few seconds later a small inaudible gap broke open on the side of the blood chrysalis. The gap continues to expand and spread, and the entire blood chrysalis has a tendency to disintegrate. Chen Xian, are you about to complete your transformation? Chapter 50. Did I really only sleep for a month? Qin Yi was a little excited. Chen Xian should be the closest person in his life. Let's wait a while, Chen Xian may be coming out. He turned his head to Xuan and said, the tone that had been calm and unfazed finally had some ups and downs. Xuan came to Qin Yi's side, looked down with him, and looked at Chen Xian's blood chrysalis. I saw that the blood chrysalis wriggled twice, and then a strong and powerful drum sound spread in all directions and Huoran resounded. Knock 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 knock. This sound is loud and deafening, and if you distinguish it carefully, it is not the so-called drum sound but the loud sound of Chen Xian's heart beating. Poof! With a round of heartbeats the blood chrysalis broke a large hole along the gap and gradually dissolved, revealing the human wrapped in it. Thousands of blood mist merged into one and merged into his heart. Chen Xian completed the absorption of the blood of the gods, and at this moment it was like a new life, revealing a strong and majestic vitality. He's been reborn. Xuan's gaze swept over Chen Xian and made a judgment. If Chen Xian in the past was equivalent to an ordinary person with a level 2 aura affinity blessing, then now he is an ordinary person comparable to a level 10 aura affinity blessing. Even the current Qin Yi could not surpass Chen Xian after his transformation in martial arts talent. After all, Qin Yi is not an ordinary person. He is a wastewood with no martial arts talent at all, and he blesses level 9 aura affinity, which is far inferior to ordinary people who bless the same skills. However, martial arts talent is not everything for a martial artist in terms of combat power and potential. Chen Xian is still not Qin Yi's opponent, and he can't even see Qin Yi's taillights. After all, the Son of Luck is difficult to defeat the system. Boom! Chen Xian, who was lying flat at the bottom of the ditch, slowly opened his eyes and a light burst out, dazzling and fleeting. Then with a blank and stunned look in his eyes he scratched his head, got up from the ground and was about to observe his surroundings, but unexpectedly he saw a familiar face. Qin. Brother Qin Yi? Am I dreaming? How could Brother Yi appear in the blood mist desert? Chen Xian clenched the second-order spirit fruit in his palm, suspecting that he had been bewitched by a mysterious whale. The constantly echoing wail had a tempting effect on the human mind, and Chen Xian was also crooked, and he happened to use the remaining power of the Blood Lake Stone Tablet to come here reluctantly. But when he listened carefully he did not hear any wailing. Xiao Xuanzi, why are you stunned? Hurry up and climb up! Qin Yi shouted below. Chen Xian was stunned. This kind of title, this kind of voice is really Brother Yi. The two of them have lived together in the same orphanage and the same dormitory for more than 10 years, and they can't know each other better. But isn't Brother Yi suffering from cancer and dying soon? Why does it look like he is full of spirit now? His blood is like a rainbow. He has obviously stepped into the realm of martial arts, and he is still an 8th-stage martial artist. How long have I been asleep, and how many years have passed? Right. He shifted his gaze and looked at the beautiful autumn chill beside Qin Yi, becoming more and more sure that he had been asleep for a long time. If it weren't for that, how could Brother Yi have cultivated to the 8th stage of martial arts and found a girlfriend? He hurriedly climbed onto the ground along the flesh cliff, and after the divine blood training he not only jumped over the barrier of quasi-martial artists and became an official martial artist, but also directly became a 9th-stage martial artist with 99 cards of chi and blood, only one step away from a martial artist. But even so, when he stood in front of Qin Yi he actually felt an inexplicable coercion and subconsciously lowered his posture. This coercion was not deliberately released by Qin Yi, it was just that he had just finished digesting the blood mist and the chi and blood contained in his body were really too active, so he passively exuded the coercion. I can't beat Brother Yi of the 8th rank martial artist? Chen Xian was a little surprised he and Qin Yi had a brotherly relationship and there was no such thing as jealousy. Maybe Brother Yi has also had some adventures in the past few years when I have been asleep. He thought happily and asked casually, Brother Yi, why did you come to the Blood Mist Desert and how was cancer cured? Is this one on the side a sister-in-law? Xuan was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand to explain, Qin Yi and I are just friends. Is that so? Chen Xian nodded, didn't think much about it and looked at Qin Yi with raised eyes. Faced with a large number of questions asked by Qin Xian, Qin Yi was unhurried and answered them one by one. He answered most of the questions truthfully, but the existence of the system was too bizarre and there might be some top-level bigwigs in it. Qin Yi really didn't want Chen Xian to be involved in inexplicable cause and effect, so he hid the system. The cure of cancer was compiled by him into a first-order spiritual fruit obtained by accident and cured. After listening to Qin Yi's brief overview, Chen Xian was shocked and said incredulously, I just slept for less than a month? Yes. Really less than a month? Really, why am I lying to you? Qin Yi felt inexplicable. Chen Xian was silent. He relied on the blood of the gods to break through to the 9th rank of the martial artist in less than a month. What did Brother Yi go through? He was able to cultivate all the way from the waste wood of the martial arts to the 8th stage of the martial artist, and it even took less than a month. Xuan and the big dog glanced at Chen Xian's expression and secretly said that this kid's psychological endurance is still too weak, and he is so shocked to know such a thing. If he knows that Qin Yi single-handedly suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god, I am afraid that he will be so shocked that he will faint. After staying with Qin Yi for a long time, their shock threshold was much higher and ordinary things could no longer make them react. Qin Yi continued to tell about his experience in the Blood Mist Desert and Chen Xian listened. The horror on his face became more and more difficult to hide. Did he hear him right? This place is actually the body of the deceased gods, and the cave they are in is actually the meridian blood vessels of the gods. Soul Link, see Giant God Remnant Soul Blood Mist. When Qin Yi finished telling a series of events, Chen Xian couldn't describe his mood anymore. Brother. You tell me honestly, is it open? He looked dumbfounded. Qin Yi laughed, nodded and said, you guessed right, your brother and I are really stubborn. The two brothers hooked their shoulders and did not become rusty because of the problem of realm strength. Qin Yi's joking words were actually telling the truth. It's just that whether it's Big Dog Xuan or Chen Xian, they won't really believe it. Brother Yi, where are we going next? Get out of the veins and return to the Lake of Blood. Return to the Blood Lake? Worry appeared between Chen Xian's eyebrows. There is a fog man in the depths of the Blood Lake that is comparable to a powerhouse in the mountain and sea realm. Won't we go back and die? Qin Yi shook his head, lightly pointed to his head and said calmly, don't worry, the way to break the game is here. I'm not stupid enough to send him to death. The way to break the game? In the head? Xuan and Chen Xian thought about it carefully and quickly understood. Qin Yi suppressed the remnant soul of the giant god and obtained a lot of secrets about the immortal gods. I am afraid that there is a part about the fog people. Chapter 51, The Strongest Fogman. Qin Yi and the three of them tossed in the veins of the giant god for most of the day, and they were finally about to return to the Blood Lake. As they turned around and hurried away, Qin Yi walked and suddenly broke through the realm and was promoted from an 8th rank martial artist to a 9th rank, just one step away from a martial artist. Can you break through by walking? Xuan realized the horror of Qin Yi's talent more and more. No, I felt that walking was too boring, so I practiced while walking and I was lucky to break through. Qin Yi modestly explained, the blood and qi contained in the blood mist are very sufficient after absorbing and digesting it. If you condense it a little, you can refine your own qi and blood. Today's Qin Yi has 90 calories of qi and blood because he has lost too much blood mist. There is a large amount of scattered blood qi hidden in his body, which has twice the effect on qi and blood cultivation with half the effort. As for dual-mindedness cultivating while walking, Qin Yi, who has a level 9 spiritual energy affinity, can already do it without any pressure. Dago and Chen Xian were not surprised by this, only Xuan was slightly surprised. In the heart of the big dog Qin Yi is an immortal seed. It has been recorded in some ancient books that the talent of the immortal seed level can already enable a martial artist to achieve passive cultivation, that is, at all times, no matter what he is doing, his body can automatically remain in a state of cultivation and refine his qi and blood. In other words, this is at least an effect that can only be achieved by an aura affinity of level 50 or above. Although Qin Yi can't do it yet, he has a lot of opportunities in the future. Now it seems that the beast tides that have erupted one after another in the Shen secret realm during this period are probably also caused by the corpses of the gods. This body is huge and we've been walking for so long, but we're just hanging around on our chest, neck and head, and we're not done yet. The lower body of the god is likely to cover the area outside the desert. He released the blood mist which disturbed the strange beasts in some areas of the Shen secret realm, which led to the beast tide. The so-called beast tide may just be a large-scale migration of fierce beasts in desperation. Qin Yi coughed and changed the subject. Let's put aside the problem of the beast tide for a moment. Shouldn't we discuss the matter of the blood lake first? Chen felt that Brother Yi and Xuan were too relaxed and there was a danger in the blood lake, so there was really no pressure at all. The group of 3 people was already infinitely close to the mouth of the blood vessel, and the straight-line distance would not exceed 10 meters, and Chen even saw the blood flowing slowly at the mouth of the blood vessel. What's next for us? Chen scratched his head. It's very simple. You and I just go inside and the autumn chill and the big dog stay in the veins and wait. Qin Yi had already made arrangements. Wait until the 2 of us take the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake and then come back to take them. That's it? Gone? How did the most terrifying fogman in the blood lake feel ignored by Brother Yi, and he didn't mention it? Qin Yi looked at Chen Zuannian's appearance, guessed the confusion in the other party's heart, and answered in detail, "Don't worry, the 2 of us have sucked blood mist and have been contaminated with a similar aura as the fogman. No matter how strong the fogman is, he will only treat us as the same kind and will not do anything." And the stone tablet in the center of the blood lake was left by the person who killed the giant god, and it has the ability to suppress the blood mist, so if you bring it you won't be afraid of the fogman. The memories given to Qin Yi by the remnant soul of the giant god are really useful, and there are too many secrets recorded in it which are enough for Qin Yi to digest for many years. After listening to this detailed explanation, Chen was relieved. He didn't expect that there would be such a relationship. If you think about it seriously, when you first passed by the blood lake you really didn't see the fight between the fog people and the fog people. Rumble. However, just as the 2 of them were about to enter the chest of the giant god hand in hand, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the mouth of the blood vessel, which was deafening. The blood flowing into the veins rippled wildly and bubbled. What's going on again? The 3 of them looked at each other, hurriedly gathered together at the mouth of the blood vessel and looked out. I saw a middle-aged man in a white tracksuit standing in the air, his blood surging, fighting fiercely against the 3-headed giant fogman. Zhang Tian is here. As the master of Xuan, he woke up from the wailing of the gods in advance and chased after him without hesitation, wanting to save his apprentice. At this moment Zhang Tianfang's white clothes were stained with blood everywhere. His hands were in his hands, wrapped in the Tao intent of heaven and earth, breaking the blood mist, and actually pressed the 3 giant fog people to fight, and the mist dissipated and shrunk continuously. Those in the realm of the great grandmaster have already comprehended at least one Tao intent, and one punch and one palm is no longer pure physical killing, and it is extremely restrained from the fogman. Under his full strength the giant god's chamber roared continuously, the chi and blood overflowed, the wind rose in all directions, and the fierce blood lake swelled. The terrifying fog people hidden in the deepest part of the blood lake gradually woke up, and the boundless mist gathered away, and the most powerful beings were about to recover. Zhang Tianfang felt threatened, but he was reluctant to leave because there was a cold breath of autumn here. He kept getting closer to the lake of blood, wanting to find out where his apprentice was, and he wouldn't leave until he found him. Smack! His muscles and bones exploded, and mysterious lines were imprinted on the meridians and bones, weaving into a heavenly formation. In an instant Zhang Tianfang's aura was several times stronger, and he slapped it out with a light palm. The void shattered, and the fogman who was blocking the way at 3 ends instantly dissipated, and there was no trace of him. Boom! The rolling airwave was agitated, blowing a blood mist in all directions, and it swept away the originally foggy chamber. Zhang Tianfang is also a formation mage, and he is a 5th order formation mage with strength comparable to that of a powerhouse in the mountain and sea realm. He stepped out, and one step shrunk into inches and flashed several meters apart, appearing directly above the blood lake. Looking down, his eyes were glowing with starlight, and the formation pattern spread to the corners of his eyes. Zhang Tianfang saw through the dirty scarlet blood water, and at the bottom of the blood lake he saw a drop of pure golden blood filled with an immortal aura. At the moment when he looked directly at the golden blood droplets, Zhang Tianfang's eyes suddenly stinged and blood flowed out. He didn't find autumn chill, nor did he see through the rank of the golden blood droplets. The danger of this blood lake is probably beyond his imagination. Boom! A blood-colored giant nearly 100 meters old drilled out from the bottom of the lake, setting off a monstrous wave, and the entire chamber seemed to be raining heavily. The mountain-like mist and blood hand cover pressed down, rolling up the boundless wind pressure, and pressed Jiang Tianfang, who was walking in the air, down a few meters and almost fell into the blood lake. Jiang Tian was relieved to be silent. This fogman was really terrifying. Even if the strong people of the mountain and sea realm came over, they would have to hate it. Not to mention his half-step mountain and sea realm that relies on formation. He desperately tried to dodge, but the endless killing machine carried by this palm locked him on, making it difficult for him to break free. Are you going to die? Jiang Tianfang didn't expect that he would die so suddenly. But at this moment, at the mouth of a certain hole on the other side of the blood lake, a young man strode out and shouted to him, "Take a sip of the water of the blood lake quickly." Jiang Tianfang looked stunned. He didn't have time to think about it. He immediately did it, gave up resistance, was pressed into the blood lake by the palm wind, and drank a big mouthful of lake water. Chapter 52, A Bit of a Dog. Grunt. A huge amount of blood poured into Jiang Tianfang's stomach, and suddenly he felt a strong burning sensation, as if something was burning in his stomach. The burning sensation is spreading quickly to the rest of the body, first to the limbs, then to the head, and finally even to the soul. It hurts, it hurts. He was in so much pain that his facial features were distorted into a ball. At the moment his consciousness was blurred, and he didn't even have the strength to wonder if Qin Yi was lying to himself about drinking blood and water. But after hurting for so long, the giant fogman above didn't even snatch him away from the blood lake, and the killing machine locked on him suddenly disappeared. Jiang Tianfang's current crisis is the blood water that is constantly corroding his body, as well as the blood mist that evaporates and boils in his body. Blood water is actually a concentrated state of blood mist, which is more corrosive than mist. Swish! The luster of the formation lines on Jiang Tianfang's body gradually dimmed, and it seemed to be consumed by blood and water, and it was about to lose its effect. In the case of unconsciousness of pain, even if Jiang Tianfang is a great grandmaster, he can't control his own qi and blood to prevent blood from sucking himself. Once the formation pattern is shattered, he will inevitably turn into dry bones within 10 minutes, and his flesh and blood will be scattered. Fortunately, Qin Yi would not watch him die. A minute before the formation completely failed, a figure fell into the water, grabbed Jiang Tianfang's shoulder, and swam towards the lake with him. Crash! A few minutes later, the water splashed. Qin Yi poked his head out of the blood lake, first threw Jiang Tianfang ashore and then climbed out by himself. His current state is a bit dangerous. We have to hurry up and get the stone tablet and use the stone tablet to help him digest the blood and water. Qin Yi wiped his face and said to Chen Xian. After Jiang Tianfang drank the blood water, he had the same blood mist breath as them, which was able to escape the killing lock of the fogman and save his life. However, the digestive system of the great grandmaster level was not as good as Qin Yi's level 4 iron stomach, and if he wanted to digest blood and water, he had to imitate Chen Xian and borrow the power of the Godslayer. There is no way even the great grandmaster will not specifically exercise his stomach and intestines. Qin Yi handed Jiang Tian over to Chen Xian's care while he was a fierce man, plunged into the blood lake again and swam quickly towards the center of the lake. 7 or 8 minutes later, he came to the edge of the stone tablet, and when he looked around, he could see a few big characters engraved on the stone tablet. The dragon flies and the phoenix dances, and the killing intent is cold. He tried to reach out and approach the stone tablet, but suddenly a wave of air swept through Qin Yi's black hair, making him squint his eyes, and his heart was cold. No, if I make such a rash move, I will die before I touch the steel. He retracted his hand, sweating profusely in the blink of an eye. The stone tablet left by the Slayer of the Gods is not allowed to be touched by any being. What to do? If there is no stone steel, the autumn cold will definitely die, and Jiang Tianfang's life is also in danger. Although these two people didn't get along with Qin Yi for too long, they released kindness to him from the beginning and wanted to help him. They are all Terran compatriots, and if they can help, they will naturally help. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, looked back at Jiang Tianfang, who was blood red all over the shore in the distance as if he was about to be ignited, gritted his teeth, and decided to try a dangerous trick. He turned his head to look at the blood vessels where the big dog and Xiaoihan were, and said in dog language, "Big dog, pluck a few dog hairs and throw them to me." Ha! The big dog didn't figure out the situation for a while, but he still scratched a handful of dog hair with his paws, released a trace of qi and blood attached to it, and threw it to Qin Yi far away. The dog hair with Qian blood attached to it accurately fell into Qin Yi's hand, and he lifted the big dog's dog hair and tried to get close to the stone tablet again. Call. The palpitating murderous aura fluctuated wantonly, penetrating Qin Yi's body, making him tremble suddenly, and he had a premonition of death. But in the next second it seemed that he felt the breath on the dog's hair, and the steel suddenly restrained its killing intent just like an ordinary steel, and there was no movement. It worked. Now he can be sure that the owner of the big dog and the man who slayed the gods are the same person. Qin Yi put away the dog's hair and held the steel in his arms. Nothing happened. In his heart he must have hurried back to the shore of the lake and placed the stone tablet beside Jiang Tianfang. Gradually a layer of strange light and flame permeated the stone tablet, causing the void to fall and submerge into Jiang Tianfang's body. Then Jiang Tianfang's extremely hot body finally cooled down, slowly returning to normal, and his tangled facial features were also relaxed. Sure enough, whether it is the divine soldier left by the person who killed the gods or the stone tablet, it has the effect of suppressing the blood mist in the giant god. According to this efficiency, Jiang Tianfang can be cured in less than half an hour. Qin Yi motioned for Qin Shen to put Jiang Tianfang on his back while he took the stone tablet and went to the mouth of the blood vessel to pick up Xuan and the big dog. In such a state close to the stone monument, the blood lake was extremely calm and the fogman did not appear again, exterminating Autumn Chill and the big dog. It worked. The three of them all breathed a sigh of relief, and the big dog could be regarded as having the heart to blow it. What's going on? Isn't it amazing, you dog? He blinked angrily as he transmitted the voice to Qin Yi. This time Qin Yi didn't say anything to refute and left him in front of him. After all, the big dog has indeed made two great achievements, and it is a bit of a dog. If it weren't for him, Qin Yi would have fallen inside the corpse of the giant god. The three of them rested for a while, and after a while they only heard a low sound. Jiang Tianfang groaned and slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. The first thing he did after he woke up was to look at his apprentice Xuan and confirm that she was okay before he calmed down. Immediately he looked at Qin Yi again, his expression inexplicably complicated. I was saved by you? Well, it's just a small thing, you don't have to worry too much. Qin Yi smiled, and by the way, he informed Jiang Tianfang of the general information and situation in the corpse of the giant god. Jiang Tianfang was stunned when he heard this. If he hadn't seen Qin Yi ignore the fogman and save him, he would definitely say that the other party was daydreaming. It's an exaggeration. Discover the God Slayer soldier, see through the source of the blood mist and suppress the remnant soul of the giant god. No one dared to imagine that this was something that an 8-dan martial artist could do. Jiang Tianfang originally wanted to save Qin Yi and Xuan. Now that he saw it, it turned out to be the other way around, and it became Qin Yi who saved him. I have another demon in Huaxia. He was full of emotion and silently remembered Qin Yi's kindness in his heart. Then, as if thinking of something, he suddenly spoke. By the way, when I was observing the blood lake, I found that there was a mysterious golden blood drop at the bottom of the lake, which was extremely extraordinary. Do you know what that is? Hearing this, Qin Yi was taken aback. Golden blood drops? Could it be pure divine blood, right? Chapter 53, Divine Blood? Take it for dogs. After the death of the nameless immortal gods, they left behind 3 relics, namely the immortal god body. They are currently in a wisp of revival, remnant soul in the depths of the brain domain, and the purest divine blood that gathers all the immortal spirits of the gods under the blood lake. If the body is cleansed with pure divine blood, it will surely obtain a unique creation. But for some reason Qin Yi was only excited for a moment and then calmed down, and even had some rejection of that drop of pure divine blood instinct. Weird, why did I instinctively react this way? Qin Yi never ignores the subtle changes that occur in his body, even if it is a fleeting strange mood and feeling. He guessed that this sense of rejection of the purest divine blood might be related to his suppression of the remnant soul of the giant god and the acquisition of some of the divine memories. You can recover with peace of mind first, and don't think too much about the problem of golden blood for the time being, Qin Yi said to Jiang Tianfang and Xuan, and as soon as he finished speaking he sat down on the spot, his eyes closed, and he seemed to have begun to cultivate. Chen saw that Brother Yi had started to cultivate, and of course he didn't want to be left behind, so he also held his breath and calmed down to consolidate his martial arts cultivation. Hey, the golden blood droplets in Jiang Tian's mouth are 100% pure divine blood. Don't you hurry up to collect it and still have the heart to cultivate here? The big dog was puzzled and couldn't help but remind Qin Yi. That's the purest divine blood. A venerable person has refined the immortal spirituality for 10,000 years, even if it is of great use to the immortal seed. However, Qin Yi seemed very indifferent about this, and he was silent for a long time and replied, "There is a problem with the supreme divine blood." "Huh? Really fake? How do you know?" The big dog general was skeptical. In his memory, the purest divine blood was a top-level divine artifact, at least 7th order quality, and he had never heard of a problem. "How does your brain go good and bad?" Qin Yi opened his eyes and there was disdain in his eyes. "Have you forgotten some of the memories I have gained from the immortal gods? I just reviewed the memories of the giant god and found that the immortal spirit he left behind implies a hindsight, and if we take it, it will definitely become the seat of his resurrection. If you want to eliminate the backhand, you must have the power of the same level to purify to pure divine blood, but where do we go to find a venerable level existence?" Speaking of this, Qin Yi suddenly changed his words and the voice asked, "You can drive that divine spear. Maybe we have the opportunity to use the pure divine blood, otherwise forget it. We will only be assimilated by the divine nature and become the next giant god." The big dog was a little upset by Qin Yi's disdainful eyes and snorted, "If I could drive the divine spear, I would have killed it alone earlier, and it would be my turn to find you to seize the pure divine blood?" Because of some special connection, the big dog can make the spear react some passively, but if you want to drive the artifact, it is still too far away. Even if it was a stone tablet, the big dog couldn't urge the power contained in it. Alas, it seems that this supreme divine blood can only be missed. Seeing a 7th order artifact slip away from under his hand, the big dog sighed. His heart was depressed. The corners of Qin Yi's mouth twitched and he said speechlessly, "No, why are you still sorry? Even if I can take down the pure divine blood, it will definitely be my use, and it won't be your turn anyway. You don't understand. Although the pure divine blood is not my turn to use it, the giant god itself is most likely killed by my master." The big dog showed a serious expression. "If you take the pure divine blood, you can completely cut off the possibility of the giant god's recovery. Otherwise, even if you take away the remnant souls of the gods, hundreds of years later new remnant souls will still breed here because of the existence of immortal spirits trying to resurrect them. Cultivating to the venerable realm the martial artist is already difficult to kill to the extreme, and there is a chance to be resurrected if he dies. The big dog is worried that the giant god will find trouble for himself and his master after his resurrection, so he wants to cut the grass and eradicate the roots." Qin Yi was a little surprised by this. He never thought that the big dog was quite loyal. Even if he didn't remember his master anymore, he was still thinking about that master. "My master didn't deal with it after killing the giant god. Apparently he was in a hurry and he couldn't delay for half a second, so he had to leave immediately." The big dog was sad in his heart and he had a premonition that his master was dead, but he didn't want to say it, let alone face it. The owner cleared the memory in his head, I'm afraid not to protect himself but to protect the big dog. After saying this, the big dog lay down on the ground and said no more. The atmosphere grew sad. Qin Yi didn't like this kind of atmosphere and said, "Don't worry, I've always been righteous. Even if you are a dog, I won't dislike it. You helped me and I will help you find the master in the future. If it's impossible for your master to find him, then I'll help you kill the enemy." Qin Yi said these words half jokingly and half seriously. The big dog could hear the solemnity and seriousness in Qin Yi's joke and knew that the other party was sincere, and he was a little moved for a while. He wanted to say something more, but Qin Yi's face suddenly turned happy and he took the lead in transmitting the voice, interrupting him. "I thought of a way. It's very risky, but there is a big chance in it, a big chance for you. Do you want to try it?" The big dog raised the corner of his eyes, regained his spirit, and said, "Adventure? Would I be afraid of this? Say whatever." Qin Yi immediately replied, "It's very simple. You take the initiative to take the pure divine blood." "Huh?" The big dog couldn't hold back. "What's the difference between you and letting me die?" "It makes no difference." Qin Yi's face was reasonable. "I just want you to die." The big dog was puzzled at first, and then his eyes rolled and guessed Qin Yi's thoughts. "I have to say that the idea proposed by this kid is really a bit feasible, and it is indeed risky. If you make a mistake, you will definitely die. But if you bet right, if he reopens in this life, there is a high probability that he will be able to break the limit of his previous life and go further. It is even possible to avenge the master with his own strength. A small heart of the big dog poofed and beat wildly, and there was a burst of palpitations in his heart which was an early warning of possible danger to his life, and it was his natural instinct to seek good fortune and avoid evil. But this time, I don't know if I was moved by Qin Yi's desperate method of becoming stronger or finally decided to fight hard. The big dog ignored the palpitations and decided to have a big fight with Qin Yi. He rose from the ground facing the lake of blood, his head held high. "Let's go, I'll take it this time." "Okay, it's worthy of a big dog. A dog is bold." Qin Yi laughed and secretly gave him a thumbs up. The two of them got up and prepared to walk towards the blood lake, and the movement caused by it woke up the three of Xuan's master and apprentice in Chen. "You're looking for that golden drop of blood?" Zhang Tianfang asked. "That's right." Qin Yi nodded. Zhang Tianfang wanted to say that he could help, but he was afraid that Qin Yi would mistakenly think that he was going to seize the opportunity, so he still chose not to say it. The golden blood droplet looked like a big opportunity, but he had no intention of fighting for it. "After removing the golden blood droplet, do you want to use it yourself? Autumn is cold, but there is no more mouthful." Chen on the side was full of black lines and said with a smile, "The golden blood droplet must be a transcendent artifact. If Brother Yi doesn't use it himself after taking it, can it be used by the dog?" Chen wanted to make a joke, but as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yi actually nodded and said seriously, "Xuanzi, you guessed right, the golden blood droplets are really for dogs." "Chen Zhang Tianfang?" The three of them looked at the angry big dog not far away and then at Qin Yi, who had made up his mind, their brains buzzing. "No, big brother, you're really not kidding?" Chapter 54, Immortal Golden Body. By the lake of blood without wind and waves. A large dog stood on two legs, two paws clinging to the stone monument, staring at the deep surface of the lake, swallowing his saliva. Behind him, Qin Yi put away his smile and said, "Don't rush down, first send Xuan out of the giant god's chest before jumping." Among the four people and one dog here, Qin Yi, Chen and Zhang Tianfang have all smoked blood mist and have the breath of a fogman, which will not cause an attack from the fogman in the lake. But the big dog and the autumn cold have no foggy breath, and they must rely on the stone monument to protect themselves from harm. Now the big dog wants to jump into the lake with the stone steel, and the autumn cold naturally has to take refuge in advance. Everyone knew by now that the misty man would not leave the blood lake. "Didn't you say it sooner?" The big dog was so depressed that he couldn't do it. He made mental preparations for a long time and just wanted to jump, but was interrupted by Qin Yi again. A man and a dog carried the stone tablet and escorted Xuan back to the stairs to the ground and then returned with peace of mind. As for Chen and Zhang Tianfang, they still stayed near the blood lake in case of a change, and Qin Yi was isolated and had no helpers. Standing on the shore of the lake again, the big dog began to hesitate again and slowly began to do psychological construction. Qin Yi behind him was impatient, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he directly pushed the big dog into the lake. Immediately after, he waved his hand to Chen and jumped down himself. Poof! The water splashed and the shouting and scolding of the big dog was heard. "Fried, I may not be human, but you guy is a real dog." After entering the blood lake, the boundless blood water enveloped the big dog, gradually eroding his flesh and devouring his chi and blood. At first it felt like ants crawling on top of the body, slightly itchy. But after more than a minute, the itching slowly turned into pain, and the sharp pain like pulling the marrow and pulling the tendons. The big dog bared his teeth in pain and wanted to scream, but he was afraid that the blood would enter and cause a greater risk, so he could only hold it, and the dog's face turned red. In such a painful situation, he still had to insist on running the chi and blood control exercises, forcibly calm his mind and carefully manipulate the chi and blood in his body so as to prevent one from being swallowed by the traction of blood and water without paying attention. This feeling is equivalent to human beings who do not use anesthetics to do surgery, and they have to solve math problems while operating. If it weren't for the extremely high strength of the big dog's soul and the experience of his previous life, he would have been unable to withstand it a long time ago. Buzzing in the arms of the big dog, the broken stone tablet kept humming, making the surrounding blood more and more restless. Not only did not protect the big dog, but increased the pressure of the big dog. The big dog was really exhausted at this time and glanced at Qin Yi, who swam in front of him to lead the way, but saw that the other party had a calm face and couldn't see any pain. "Damn it! You're a wicked person. This cannot change the color. I am afraid that it has already adapted to the corrosion of the blood lake." After more than 10 minutes of swimming with one person and one dog, Qin Yi sensed the location of the purest divine blood by virtue of the connection of the giant god remnant soul in the brain domain. He turned his head, and more than 10 meters below there was a drop of pure golden blood suspended impressively, which was particularly conspicuous in the scarlet blood lake. Looking closely, the surface of the golden blood droplets is surrounded by tiny chains filled with a strong aura of the great Tao, sacred and pure, so that after taking a look people can't take their eyes off and their minds are full of thoughts about swallowing the pure divine blood. The big dog is going to be sucky when he sees it. Even if it is Qin Yi who has blessed my heart like iron at level 2 and Qin Yi with a bright-eyed heart at level 1, he can't resist the temptation and is ready to move. He yanked the big dog's dog meat hard, and the sudden flesh pain was superimposed on the continuous erosion pain of the blood lake, which instantly woke the big dog from his psychedelia. Damn, why are you squeezing me? Just remind me of me. Your meat feels good, I can't help it. Qin Yi found that chatting with the big dog Transine could effectively resist the resistance of pure divine blood. You. Forget it, Master Dog, I don't care about you in general, go first and wait for my good news. After teasing a few words, the big dog's mentality also relaxed a lot. He spit out a few bubbles and in one go he held the stone tablet and swam to the pure divine blood in a dog crawling style. Woo! The closer the big dog got to the pure divine blood, the more amazing the luster burst out of the stone tablet, and later when it was about to touch the divine blood, the stone tablet had already begun to tremble violently, driving the entire blood lake to boil. Qin Yi followed behind the big dog, swimming to the pure divine blood together, ready to take the big dog ashore at any time. However, he gradually discovered that the closer he was to the divine blood, the more irritable the characteristics of the blood water became, and the pressure on the physical body suddenly increased, and every meter he advanced it was several times different. Qin Yi suddenly swam forward with a big step, and the flesh with level 3 steel and iron bones was as fragile as glass, gradually shattering and bursting with blood. And this blood, first class, like encountering a water pump, rushed out frantically and was swallowed by the blood. He was shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back. The pressure suddenly decreased and the level 3 physical recovery force took effect, healing the cracked wound. Looking around, the big dog holding the steel was actually moving forward unscathed, although it was as slow as a turtle, but there was no accident after all. Before swallowing the blood of the gods, the steel can protect people from harm. Qin Yi calmed down for a while and then continued to swim forward. This time he learned to be obedient, slowed down and gradually adapted to the increased pressure, using the pure divine blood to temper the physical body and activate adaptive evolution. Minutes and seconds passed. At a distance of more than 100 meters, big dog and Qin Yi swam for almost 2 hours, and they were finally about to touch the pure divine blood. In these 2 hours, Qin Yi's physical body did not break and continued to heal, and gradually he completely adapted to the extreme erosion and oppression brought by the supreme divine blood and transformed into a new physical body. Ding, your cells have successfully adapted to the Tao pressure of the venerable immortal spirit and have evolved a passive skill, reinforced iron bone LV4. Ding, your cells have recovered from the ruins many times and you have successfully evolved a passive skill, physical recovery LV4. These two skills that have the most to do with combat power can be regarded as level 4. Level 3 steel and iron bone plus physical body recovery can make his body compete with the Grandmaster, and now level 4, I'm afraid it is comparable to the Great Grandmaster. But the harvest brought by this close to the pure divine blood is far more than that. There is also an unexpected joy. Ding, your cells have absorbed a trace of immortal spirituality in destruction and rebirth. Immortal Spiritual Fusion Steel Iron Bone LV4 Fusion Physical Body Resilience LV4. You evolved a Talent Divine Power Immortal Golden Body LV1. The sound of the system broadcast ended, and the erosion and oppression brought by the pure divine blood could no longer make Qin Yi feel it, and he found that there were faint golden lines on the surface of his body filled with an immortal aura full of vitality. And the other side. The big dog was suspended in front of the purest divine blood, and the dog's mouth was opened and the purest divine blood was slashed out in one mouthful. Immediately after, he anxiously transmitted a message to Qin Yi. I estimate that I will be in a coma soon. You hurry up and send me to the peerless divine soldier. That's right, Qin Yi's risky plan is to let the big dog deliberately swallow the pure divine blood and send it to death, and then help the big dog send it to the peerless divine soldier, betting that the peerless divine soldier will not sit idly by and will save the big dog and help him regulate the pure divine blood in his body. This plan is very gambling, but once the bet is successful, the benefits are immeasurable for the big dog. Chapter 55, The Divine Soldier Strikes and the Big Dog Transforms. The next second the big dog swallowed the pure divine blood. Qin Yi didn't hesitate at all. His muscles and bones roared and a layer of brilliant golden light appeared on the surface of his skin. He broke through the viscous blood water with a pout, grabbed the big dog and rushed to the lake with it. The strength of the immortal golden body exceeded Qin Yi's expectations. Whether it was the erosion of blood or the obstruction of the lake, it could not slow down the speed of the immortal golden body. He was like a fish running through the water and reaching the destination. Skills that can bring the word immortal will not be bad no matter how you think about it. Crash. The distance that could originally be completed in more than 2 hours, Qin Yi only took more than 10 minutes to finish. This time he rushed out of the lake and stepped down hard. The rich power of qi and blood roared out, supporting Qin Yi's feet so that he did not fall into the lake again but instead used his strength to sprint and rush towards the mouth of the blood vessel in the distance. He tapped the surface of the blood lake with his toes like the rumored Lingbo microsteps, treading the water agile and light. This unbelievable scene fell into Jiang Tianfan's eyes and he was so shocked that his eyes widened and his breathing stagnated. The release of qi and blood is something that can only be done in the realm of martial artists, and it is just that Qin Yi can do this with the realm of a 9-rank martial artist. But this kid can still use qi and blood, so finally with the help of a small amount of external qi and blood to step up for himself. It seems simple, but it is difficult for a grandmaster level martial artist to do. Polishing the qi and blood control to the subtle level. Even if Jiang Tianfan can't do it now, he can step into the air mainly with the help of the power of divine thoughts. How much fright and surprise can Qin Yi bring to himself? Jiang Tianfan was silent. He had practiced martial arts for so many years he thought that he had seen countless Tianjiao, but he never thought that he was worse than them. However, this time the gap between him and Qin Yi is already visible to the naked eye, and there is a world of difference. For the first time he felt from the bottom of his heart that he and Qin Yi were not at the same level as a martial artist. The crunch of dragonflies is still echoing. Jiang Tianfan would never have imagined that Qin Yi, who had evolved the solid foundation Peiyuan skill, was far from being able to touch porcelain with his qi and blood control. He held the big dog that had passed out and his pace kept accelerating like a phantom running above the water, and in less than a minute he reached the familiar mouth of the blood vessel and stepped into it. At the same time, the big dog in Qin Yi's hand was blood red. All over his fur was scorched black and the blood all over his body seemed to be ignited, and the temperature on his body's surface skyrocketed. If it weren't for the constant humming of the stone monument and the use of Dao intent to contain it to pure divine blood, the big dog would have become mature dog meat. It stands to reason that after taking the pure divine blood, the steel will no longer care about the divine blood. It's still working hard. It should be, because the big dog is in danger of life and the remaining Dao on the steel is intended to take the initiative to rescue the big dog. In this way there is a high probability that the divine soldiers will also make a move. Qin Yi was sure in his thoughts. He didn't waste time. He ran wildly all the way and he didn't dare to stop at all. But after the big dog was subdued to pure divine blood, it was not only the big dog itself that suffered, but Qin Yi, who was holding the big dog, also felt a strange change, and there was an inexplicable gravity pressing on him which increased wildly and was about to break through 150 times the gravity pressure. 100 times the gravity is the limit that a 9-stage martial artist can withstand, and the next 150 times the gravity has already reached the realm of a martial artist. Fortunately, this kind of pressure is not worth mentioning for the immortal golden body, and he doesn't even feel much. Qin Yi is still walking like a fly. From the memories left behind by the remnant soul of the giant god, Qin Yi also knew a secret, that is, the clan of the giant god is called God Clan, which is extremely extraordinary, born with a divine soul with white wings on his back and a third eye on his forehead, which can peek into the mysteries of life and death. As a venerable one, the giant god once held the Yi gravity avenue, and broke the law of gravity so the purest divine blood could bless the terrifying gravity pressure on outsiders. Qin Yi even suspected that the native specialty gravity spar in the Xiantian secret realm was also related to the deceased giant god. After a few seconds the gravity blessed on Qin Yi's body has reached 200 times, and it seems that he has a big mountain on his back. If he steps on the normal ground, I am afraid that every step will step out of a big crater, causing an earthquake. But in the body of the giant god this gravity can't make any waves. Finally, before the gravity broke through 300 times, Qin Yi saw the part of the giant spear that pierced into the body of the god, and without thinking about it he immediately put the big dog on the side of the giant spear. The dog hair on the big dog's body has all been burned and the air is filled with a thick smell of burning. Qin Yi touched the big dog's neck. His face was solemn, his right hand was hot, and he didn't feel the pulse. You must know that Qin Yi has evolved a level 1 high temperature resistance, and at a temperature of less than 300 degrees he will hardly feel it. But at this moment the flesh of the big dog made him feel hot. How hot is that? It's not going to be ripe for dog meat. Qin Yi was a little panicked. He thought that with the help of the stone tablet the big dog would not have an accident for at least an hour. However, after taking pure divine blood you must first go through a series of extreme states and you will begin to face the contamination of divine assimilation. After all, the giant god also doesn't want to live on a waste body, so the purest divine blood must have a certain degree of screening to screen out people who are not very good at the physical body. The big dog's body has been incinerated at this time and all organs have been crushed by high pressure, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dead dog. But Qin Yi could still find some vitality through careful exploration through his weak spiritual power. The life of the big dog is very hard and it is not completely dead. Now we can only pray that the spear will take the initiative to save the dying big dog. Qin Yi squatted beside the big dog, nervous in his heart, and he didn't dare to breathe. During the time that the big dog followed him, he had already regarded the other party as a friend. With his character, he naturally doesn't want his friends to pass away. It must be a success. Damn, if you die here, how are you going to find your master? Calling himself a dog master and finally becoming a mature dog meat and dying, it's too embarrassing. You hold it up for me. Qin Yi clenched his fists and roared secretly. Swish. As if hearing Qin Yi's words, the big dog's body trembled slightly. Immediately after, the giant spear in front of him burst out with 1,000 rays of light and a fierce murderous aura poured into the big dog's body, suppressing the power of the pure divine blood in the blink of an eye. Yes. It worked. The divine soldier left the mark and power of the big dog's owner, and this power finally took action to help the big dog digest the pure divine blood. Although the divine soldier and the steel are unconscious, they instinctively get close to the big dog and they will not sit back and watch the big dog die, and they will not save them when they see death. The side effects of the supreme pure divine blood were forcibly suppressed by the divine soldiers, and the power of the big dog's owner was squeezing the immortal spirituality in the golden blood droplets little by little, integrating it into the big dog's body. The dog hair on the whole body of the big dog began to grow and recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the newborn dog hair showed a faint luster full of vitality. Quite good. Wisps of blood floated out from the big dog's 7 orifices, intertwined and converged, gradually enveloping the big dog, forming a red blood chrysalis. The transformation of the big dog begins here. Chapter 56. Leaving the divine corpse. The blood chrysalis formed by the big dog was about the size of about 1 meter, and the surface temperature was as high as 200 degrees, which was extremely hot. However, this temperature is nothing to Qin Yi, and he has not even reached the critical point of level 1 high temperature resistance. After the blood chrysalis was coagulated, in addition to the big dog, the stone tablet that the big dog had been holding also stayed in the blood chrysalis. All the commotion subsided. The divine soldier also dimmed, the luster dissipated, and there were no more fluctuations, as if it had become an ordinary iron plate. Is this to save the big dog from running out of strength? Qin Yi touched his chin and tried to touch the divine soldier and found that it was easy to do it. Originally, if he got too close to the divine soldier his life would be in danger, but now it's okay to touch it directly. Being able to pass by the side of the divine soldier is still protected by the breath of the big dog. However, even though the divine soldier had lost most of his strength, there was still a tingling sensation in his right hand that touched the divine soldier's body, and when he retracted it there was a flat scar on the skin of his index finger that was deep and visible to the bone. Just by relying on the material I can break through my immortal golden body, and I'm really still far behind. In the few hours when Qin Yi had just refined his immortal golden body, he had the illusion that Lao Tzu is already invincible in the world. Now this illusion has been removed. At least before the title of honor, the word invincible has nothing to do with Qin Yi. I'm just a 9-rank martial artist, not even a martial artist. Guard against arrogance and rashness. Guard against arrogance and rashness. If you are boasted about for a long time, you will drift unconsciously, which is not advisable. He put the blood chrysalis formed by the big dog on his shoulder and then strode out of the blood vessels, preparing to leave the body of the giant god with Jiang Tianfang and Xiuihan. Since they came down from the stairs, they had been in the body of the giant god for 2 or 3 days, but these 2 or 3 days made Qin Yi feel that several years had passed. There's so much going on. After returning to the blood lake and losing the purest divine blood, the color of the blood lake slowly faded. The scarlet color faded and gradually turned into a clear ordinary lake. countless fog people who relied on the existence of the blood lake broke up and died in a roar, and at the bottom of the lake the two top-level fog people who were comparable to the powerhouses of the mountain and sea realm were also struggling, but to no avail. Without the continuous supply of power from the source, it is impossible for the fog people to survive. This giant god who tried in vain to resurrect was completely killed by Qin Yi and the big dog, and there was no chance of recovery. "Let's go, it's time for us to get out of here." Qin Yi withdrew his gaze and said to Chen Xian and Zhang Tianfang, "I'll just say that Brother Yi can do it, right?" Chen Xian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when he saw Qin Yi return safely. Zhang Tianfang glanced at the blood chrysalis on Qin Yi's shoulder a few more times, basically guessed the ending of the big dog, and nodded, "It's time to go." The three of them stepped up the stairs back to the ground, and within a few steps they saw the autumn chill that was waiting for them in place. "It's all settled?" Xuan curiously observed Qin Yi and the blood chrysalis. Qin Yi bowed his head. "It's solved. The pure divine blood has been swallowed by the big dog and it needs to be slowly digested and transformed." Although Zhang Tianfang and the others had expected this ending when Qin Yi said it himself, his expression was still a little subtle. The legendary 7th order spiritual creature is pure divine blood, and it really feeds the dogs. And on Qin Yi's face there was no regret and distress, which showed that Qin Yi really didn't care too much about the belonging of the purest divine blood. "It doesn't matter if it's given to the dog. You may have a more mature heart than my old fellow." Zhang Tianfang was full of emotion and suddenly caught a mysterious fluctuation. He followed the fluctuation sense, and in the end his divine thoughts fell on Qin Yi. It seems that although the purest divine blood was given to the dog, Qin Yi also had a big harvest, and he completed the transformation again, or the transformation in the flesh. This fluctuation. It is somewhat similar to the purest immortals, both with immortal spirituality. Or a 9-stage martial artist. Has Qin Yi already begun to touch the key to the venerable realm? People are more angry than people. Zhang Tian couldn't let go of his expression and did not expose the information that Qin Yi had conceived an immortal spirituality in advance, but only hinted to Qin Yi, "When you go back this time you have to go to the martial arts world immediately to exchange for a B-level or above masking technique to cover up your aura and realm. Otherwise there is a risk of trouble. If you don't have enough contribution points you can come to me and then we can add a martial arts friend." Zhang Tianfang's own masking technique needed to be used in conjunction with the formation pattern, which was not suitable for Qin Yi, so he didn't directly give Qin Yi a technique but asked him to buy it himself. Qin Yi heard the concern and deep meaning in Zhang Tianfang's words. His heart warmed and he nodded vigorously. There was nothing to say all the way, and the four of them walked for more than 2 hours, but they returned to the ground and saw the dawn again. Scanning the surroundings, the yellow sand covered the sky, the scorching sun hung in the air, and there was a dead silence. But the blood mist had receded and there was no trace of it. The blood mist desert which will cease to exist. Qin Yi subconsciously looked back, looking at the deep staircase. His heart was full of mixed feelings. There are still many good things in the body of the giant god that he can't take away, and in the future he will definitely return to this place again. The danger level of this forbidden place is far beyond the D level, and it is not suitable for the martial arts experience of entering the Xintian secret realm. I am ready to seal this entrance. Zhang Tianfang began to carve a large array pattern on the ground and constantly took out the materials from the storage bag to prepare the array. Think about it again, if there is anything left below and after the sealing array is arranged, it will not be easy to untie it. Qin Yi and Xuan glanced at each other and shook their heads. Everything that should be taken has already been taken. Then I'll get started. Zhang Tianfang devoted himself wholeheartedly to the formation arrangements. Sealing the entrance of the giant god's body was a big project. He didn't dare to be careless and took out all his strength. On the side, Xuan was carefully observing his teacher's techniques and learning to accumulate experience in the layout of high-level formations. Chen Xian squatted on the ground, thoughtfully looked at the blood chrysalis formed by the big dog and couldn't help but touch it lightly with his index finger. Suddenly a wisp of black smoke rose and Chen Xian was burned by the high-temperature roasted index finger and hurriedly retracted. "It's so hot, why did Brother Yi come all the way back and his face didn't change?" He turned his head to look at Qin Yi but saw that the clothes on Qin Yi's shoulders had been burned by the high temperature, but his skin was as white as jade and his body surface was full of vitality and flawless. Brother Yi's body, is it already terrifying to this extent? Chen Xian's heart was shocked. He was originally proud of his top talent after the transformation, but now he couldn't be proud at all. Brother has been practicing martial arts for a shorter time than him, and now he is so strong that he can't understand it. No, you have to cultivate right away. Chen no longer looked at the blood chrysalis, sat on the ground and concentrated on his cultivation. And Qin Yi in front of him didn't expect that he would still have an incentive effect on Xuan at this moment. He was watching his personal panel wholeheartedly. After experiencing so many things and evolving so many skills in the body of the giant god, his various attributes have already undergone earth-shaking changes. Chapter 57 Return to Yuhang. Future planning. A curtain of light flashed out and no one could see it except Qin Yi himself. Name, Qin Yi. Life level, race Stellar Terran, 1%, strength, 65, constitution, 500, agility, 50, spirit, 150, talent, cell adaptive evolution, skills. Weakened boneless face, not red heart without heartbeat, aura affinity LV9, immortal golden body LV1, pain tolerance LV5, iron stomach LV4, hard mouth LV3, antitoxicity LV3, my heart is like iron LV2, heart and eyes bright LV1. Combat power evaluation, not afraid of high temperatures, not afraid of high toxicity, not afraid of oxygen, severed limbs can be reborn, birds can grow from the palace, and the flesh is beginning to be immortal. You only need time to make up for the gap in the realm and you can sweep away all the heavenly pride of the blue star human race. From the terminal cancer at the beginning, the wild dogs couldn't beat it, and now the physical body is comparable to the great grandmaster Qin Yi, only took less than 2 months. Looking at the various passive skills with a long skill bar, he suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment in his heart. It's one step closer to being completely invincible with passivity all over the body. Although Qin Yi's current physical body is comparable to that of a great grandmaster, his strength and agility are at the level of a martial artist, and his physique is 2 great realms behind, which is extremely unbalanced. The total amount of qi in blood also stopped at 90 calories. If this continues, some problems may arise. When I return to Yuhang, I must hurry up and at least cultivate to a high-level martial artist before leaving the level. He silently planned his future spiritual plans and made up his mind to retreat for a while. After absorbing a large amount of blood mist, Qin Yi had countless pure blood qi left in his body, and as long as he refined it slightly, he could turn it into his own qi and blood and enhance his strength. Coupled with the fact that Qin Yi's physical body had reached the strength of the great grandmaster in advance, and with the level 9 spiritual qi affinity, his cultivation speed was definitely 1,000 miles a day, and he would be able to break through the martial artist pass immediately. As for mental power, it was difficult for other martial artists to cultivate their spiritual power before they became grandmasters, but Qin Yi had opened up the sea of knowledge in advance so he could try to cultivate. In addition, the remnant soul of the giant god was also suppressed in the depths of his sea of consciousness, and by exploiting the soul power of the remnant soul of the giant god, Qin Yi's spiritual power had been steadily increasing. When the remnant soul of the giant god is completely digested, it is estimated that the total amount of spiritual power can break through 10,000 points. With 1,000 points of spiritual power, you can fill the sea of consciousness into a big pond, and you have the ability to condense and transform consciousness, that is, you can release divine consciousness. Divine consciousness, also known as divine thought, is a symbol of a warrior stepping into the great master. A wisp of divine thought, at least 100 spiritual power, is closely woven to form the strength, is 100 times more terrifying than spiritual power. In addition to being able to explore the surrounding environment, it is said that to read the sword, stepping on the air, and other operations all related to divine thoughts. It's exciting. However, in addition to attributes and skills, what made Qin Yi pay more attention was the so-called life level, race, in that line. If he remembers correctly, not long ago he was still a planetary level Terran, 55%, and after evolving the immortal gold he directly transformed into a stellar level Terran. This should represent the evolution of the life level, the meaning of the planetary human race. It is estimated that the human race can only survive on the blue star. And after becoming a stellar star, it means that I have the ability to leave the planet and survive independently in outer space. If the current Qin Yi was allowed to leave Blue Star and go to outer space with extreme environmental conditions, as long as he didn't forcibly die, he could really barely survive. It seems that no matter how I evolve, I will still be a human race and I will not become any other strange race. What Qin Yi was most worried about was that when he woke up, his appearance suddenly changed drastically and he couldn't recognize himself anymore. The personal panel is almost finished. Qin Yi used his consciousness to erase the light curtain, came back to his senses, and as soon as he opened his eyes he saw Chen, who was working hard to cultivate. Yes, young people are very motivated. Qin Yi had actually been worried that he would become stronger too quickly, and he slowly had an irreparable generation gap with Chen Xian and finally drifted apart. But now that Chen Xian has also obtained the ultimate talent, he should not be thrown too far by him. Turning his eyes and looking into the distance, the entrance of the divine corpse in front of him had been filled with yellow sand, and an invisible formation had been arranged, smoothing out all traces and completely covering the traces of the entrance of the divine corpse. Even Qin Yi couldn't see that there was once a step entrance all the way down here. The formation is really convenient and the effects are varied, which can meet most of the needs of martial artists. If you have time, you can learn a little bit and try it. The formation has been arranged and there is this fifth order wind and sand array, and the martial artists below the Wormhole realm can't detect the existence of the entrance. Zhang Tianfang cleaned up the unused materials on the ground, then clapped his hands and stood up slowly with a faint hint of pride on his face. After all, the formation is his forte. Behind him, Xuan finished admiring his master's craftsmanship, also stood up and asked Qin Yi, "Where are you and Chen Xin going next?" "Go back to Yuhang directly." "Yes, I've been in the secret realm for so long, it's time to go back and reorganize and rest." Qin Yi nodded and asked rhetorically, "What about you? Listening to your tone, do you, master and apprentice, plan to go back immediately?" "That's right." Zhang Tianfang was the first to reply. "I am entrusted by the Yuhang consulate. In addition to investigating the blood mist, I also need to calm the beast tide and let the Shen-Tian secret realm return to normal, and I can't go back for the time being." Beast tide? The large-scale beast tide that appeared bizarrely in the Shen-Tian secret realm seemed to be related to the blood mist. Because the habitat of the beasts was eroded by the blood mist, they migrated in groups, which led to frequent large-scale beast tides. Qin Yi pondered his sentences and informed Zhang Tianfang of his guess. The other party bowed slightly, revealing a sudden look. The inside of the young man in front of him was really nuanced, and through the blood mist he deduced the cause of the beast tide, saving him a lot of time. "I owe a favor again. There is a high probability that your guess is correct. If it weren't for the blood mist, the fierce beasts of the Shen-Tian secret realm would not be in a commotion." Zhang Tianfang admired Qin Yi more and more and told again, "After you go out, you must add my martial arts realm. Just search for my name directly. Remember, don't forget my..." Speaking of adding friends, Xuan on the side also seemed to be very concerned, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Qin Yi frequently but did not speak. Qin Yi scratched his head and promised to add a friend of the two. He also found out that Xuan always peeked at his behavior, but Qin Yi was dedicated to practicing martial arts and he would never be emotional until he was invincible. "Woman, it will only hinder the speed of his evolution. Slowly, it doesn't seem right. If I find a girlfriend and work day and night, will I evolve some strange skills such as Golden Gun LV1 or something?" Ahem. Qin Yi suddenly thought a little crooked. "Oh yes, your dog doesn't know when it will break out of the chrysalis, and after returning to Yuhang carrying such a blood chrysalis may cause unnecessary trouble." Zhang Tian put one in his right hand and threw a white talisman to Qin Yi. "This is a third-order spirit beast talisman which can be used as a dwelling place for spirit beasts. Let them live in it temporarily. You can save a lot of trouble by putting the blood chrysalis into the spirit beast talisman." Qin Yi's face was happy. He first thanked him and then accepted the spirit beast talisman, patted it on the blood chrysalis, and with a movement of his heart the blood chrysalis suddenly disappeared and was included in the rune. Everything in the spirit beast talisman was clearly displayed in Qin Yi's mind, and once the big dog broke out of the chrysalis he could perceive it as soon as possible. "Great stuff." After thanking Zhang Tianfang again, the four of them formed a team in pairs, said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Zhang Tianfang's master and apprentice continued to go deep into the Shen-Tian secret realm, while Qin Yi woke up Chen Xian and walked towards the exit of the secret realm together. "I stayed in secret for more than 10 days and I don't know if anything big happened to Yuhang." Chapter 58 Golden Fat Man in the Rocky Gobi Desert. Two figures galloped by, raising wind and dust. At a close look, these two figures are two human martial artists with a good realm. One is a 9-stage martial artist and the other is a low-level martial artist. These two were Qin Yi and Chen Xian, who had just left the Blood Mist Desert. At this time neither of them restrained their powerful aura and let the aura drift away, shocking the alien beasts lurking around. Fierce beasts below the top of the second order, once they smell their breath they will inevitably retreat and they will not die head-on. As for the overlord level beasts above the second order, they generally live in their own territory and rarely go out. As long as their luck is not too bad, it is very difficult for normal martial artists to meet them. In the Xiantian secret realm there are no alien races that may appear, and the strongest is a third-order overlord-level fierce beast. In short, along the way the two did not encounter any danger. Originally they could find the nearest spatial exit by running with all their strength for a day and a night, but Chen Xian always stopped halfway to pick a first-order or even non-flowing spirit fruit, cut down a few low-level alien beasts and collect the corpses, so that he had to fill his E-level storage bag to be comfortable. According to his words, this immortal spirit fruit can also be sold for thousands, which is comparable to a month's salary of ordinary people. After hearing this, Qin Yi also understood that Chen Xian was poor, and he finally had the strength of a martial artist, and his mentality was still in the poor period at the bottom. It's okay to get rich all of a sudden, and there may be problems with mentality and personality, so take your time. Qin Yi tightened the B-grade storage bag pinned to his waist and pressed the thought of telling Chen Xian how rich he was. This B-level storage bag is full of Zerg corpses, and the worst is a second-order Zerg, and he can't even look down on the first order. Converted into contributions or money, it is definitely a sky-high price, enough for him to act recklessly and spend the Grandmaster's sky-high price. Well, by the way, you can also support Chen Xian's kind brother E. We're here. After nearly 2 days of walking in secrecy, they arrived at their destination. Looking at the black crack suspended in the air in front of him, Qin Yi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and took the lead in walking in. The scene around him shook like flowing water, gradually blurring, and finally his eyes went black and he felt a gravity pressing on him. In less than a second this gravity dissipated. Qin Yi's vision slowly recovered and he saw the light again, and when he opened his eyes he was greeted by the surging flow of people in the secret realm square, and thousands of martial artists were lining up to enter the secret realm. Are you back? No one came to check on me? Qin Yi shook his head and waited for a while, but he didn't see any staff to check on him. Aren't you afraid that I'll be taken away by a foreign race or parasitized by a plant beast? He frowned, looked at the terrifying blood sword hanging high in front of the spatial crack, and suddenly understood. I'm afraid that the security check for the return of human warriors has been quietly identified by the blood sword. He looked around and sure enough he saw a clearing a few hundred meters away where 3 staff members were cleaning up a mutilated corpse. On that corpse there was a fierce sword aura. Don't think about it, there must have been something wrong with this corpse before it was born, and after it returned it was detected by the hanging blood sword and it was killed with one sword. I have to say it's quite secure. Swish. At this moment Chen Xian also returned to the secret realm square through the spatial crack. He looked at the packed square, his expression was inexplicably sad, holding a few tokens in his hand, and sighed deeply. These tokens should be the relics of his teammates. Qin Yi patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything more. Those who can take Chen Xian, a quasi-martial artist, into the secret realm must also be extremely good friends, but now that he has fallen he can only say that the world is impermanent. Chen Xian quickly adjusted his mood, walked out of his sadness. Perseverance appeared in his eyes, put away the token and followed Qin Yi back to the main hall of the Secret Realm Bureau. Brother E, I'll go register the information first and settle your task by the way. Chen Xian's team had previously released a distress mission which attracted Qin Yi's rescue. Now although only Chen Xian has been rescued, the reward that should be settled still has to be settled. Okay, there you go. Qin Yi nodded, walked to a window himself and registered the information of his safe return. Then he touched his storage bag, ready to deal with the good things in the storage bag first. Speaking of selling the corpses of alien beasts, Qin Yi only knew 2 channels. One was to sell in the martial arts world, similar to opening a store in the previous life and digging treasure in CC. The advantage is that the price can be set by himself and he only needs to pay a small share to the platform. The disadvantage is that you have to wait for the buyer slowly and you may rot in your hands. Another channel is the Constipation Bureau, to sell on the spot. The advantage is that you can sell it immediately and get contributions in money. The disadvantage is that the price is lower than the market price. After thinking about it, Qin Yi decided to take out a part of the second-order insect corpse and sell it on the spot, and the remaining part of the boutique was to be sold slowly on the martial arts world. He took off the storage bag and was about to ask the young lady at the front desk where to sell the insect corpses, but he didn't expect to suddenly hear the shouting outside the hall and then closed his mouth. Collect the corpses of fierce beasts in large quantities as long as they are above the second order. They don't want the first order. The price is fair. How many are collected? On the roads outside Peru there are often warriors selling all kinds of spiritual objects, so it is not unusual for buyers to appear. How much do you charge? Interesting. Qin Yi became interested, walked out of the hall and saw a fat man surrounded by people at first glance. This fat man has a figure-8 beard, narrow facial features, and his eyes are like a thin slit squinting and he can't see clearly. He was dressed in a suit, bloated, slightly funny, and constantly shouting about his acquisition business. The first time Qin Yi saw this fat man, a word popped out of his mind. Fat but not greasy. This fat man looks like an honest man, but he is probably very shrewd. Looking at his funny appearance, in fact his cultivation is also at the level of a middle-level martial artist. Also, if the cultivation is not enough, how dare you come out to do business in person? Qin Yi strode towards the fat man, squeezed through the crowd of supporters and came in front of the fat man. Most of these onlookers were watching the drama and joining in the fun. Their strength was average and it was impossible for them to sell the corpses of second-order fierce beasts. You say the price is fair, but how much is it? Let's get a clear number. Qin Yi got straight to the point. The fat man took a look at Qin Yi after catching the traces and saw that the other party was only in 9-rank martial artist realm, and he was amused in his heart, but he still replied seriously on his face, depending on the integrity and freshness of the corpse, we have a professional appraiser. If the quality is high enough, a second-order low-level lord, I can bid 3 million plus 3,000 points of contribution. Or you can choose not to contribute money and barter for equivalent spiritual objects. The fat man didn't think that a 9-rank martial artist could have many second-order fierce beasts in his hands, and he would rely on luck to pick up one after all. However, out of professionalism, he will not offend anyone. Even if a prospective martial artist comes to ask for a price, he will still treat him with courtesy. 3 million yuan and 3,000 points of contribution. It is indeed not a cheat. This price is very fair. Qin Yi had flipped through the martial arts realm and knew that a first-order spirit fruit would only be a few hundred contribution points. I have a second-order fierce beast corpse here, a lot of it. How many you say? Can you really kill them all? Qin Yi continued to ask. Hearing this, the fat man was a little shocked. A mere 9-stage martial artist, he was actually worried that he didn't have the strength to take all the goods? Could it be that you, a 9th-rank martial artist, have a family background and come to sell second-order fierce beasts for your family? It's impossible. The family has a special channel. Where will it share profits with outsiders? He cautiously arched his hand and asked, I don't know what family you are from, little brother? Qin Yi shook his head and replied honestly, I don't have any background. I'm a scattered person, but I happen to have a lot of second-order fierce beasts in my hands. If you can really take them all, then sell them to you. You're still so angry? Those who don't know think you're a grandmaster. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, little brother, don't worry, my Jinfeng has grown so big and there has never been goods that I can't sell. Come on, I'll take as much as you want. If you can't take it, it doesn't hurt to mortgage the 5th-order spirit fruit premium in my house to you. 5th-order spirit fruit? This fat man is really a big dog. Qin Yi's heart moved and he laughed with the fat man. That's what you said, so you're welcome. Chapter 59, Pretending to be a pig and a tiger. Definitely pretending to be a pig and a tiger. Syllable. Qin Yi's heart moved, and with a light tap of the storage bag, the mouth of the bag opened by itself and the power of space shook, and a huge Zerg corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. Thanks to the special preservation of the storage bag, this insect corpse is still very fresh, 4 or 5 meters long, with transparent insect wings on its back resembling a floater, and as soon as it appears it exudes a terrifying smell of blood. The crowd of onlookers all took a few steps back, leaving a large area of flat land. Second-order intermediate firefly flying insects. The corpse is very fresh and the integrity is extremely high. A white-haired old man wearing a horse coat came out behind the fat man crouching next to the insect corpse, and with a slight touch he analyzed the specific situation of the insect corpse. This made the golden fat man slightly frightened, suspecting that Qin Yi had a master behind him to help. Otherwise, how could a mere 9th-rank martial artist hunt a second-order intermediate Zerg? He secretly gave a look to his subordinates not far away and motioned him to check Qin Yi's details, but on the surface he didn't move and laughed happily. I took this insect corpse. I don't know if the little brother still has. Crash. Before the golden fat man finished speaking, the storage bag on Qin Yi's waist trembled again and a worm corpse was thrown out. This insect corpse is also a second-order firefly flying insect, no different from the first corpse. Even the wound and cause of death are exactly the same. The old man in the horse coat has been inspecting the remains of fierce beasts all year round and has rich experience, and after seeing these 2 insect corpses his heart is already a little shaken. Both bodies were punched to the quarter and the punch hit them in the vital part of the head, killing them with one blow. Whether it's the position or depth of the fist prints, the two corpses are exactly the same. I can't see the difference at all. Young master, you have to be careful. There is definitely a master behind this young man. If he is not a strong person, it is impossible to control the power so accurately and just right. He secretly passed on his discovery to the fat golden man. The golden fat man's expression suddenly became a little solemn and he wanted to speak again but was interrupted by a sound. Click click click. I saw that the leather storage bag on Qin Yi's waist was wide open and the corpses were frantically released outward, and after a while they were stacked like a mountain. Each corpse exuded at least a second-order aura, and even there were several second-order top-level. All the corpses were fireflies, and there were definitely more than 50 of them. With so many second-order fierce beast corpses piled up together, the scene was extremely spectacular and many martial artists had never seen it in their lives. This kind of visual impact is even more exaggerated than gold and silver. After all, gold is not as expensive as the corpse of a second-order fierce beast. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even the golden fat man, a child of a family who manages finances and spiritual resources, also felt a dry mouth after seeing the corpse mountain. There are so many second-order insect corpses, I'm afraid you have to poke a whole flying insect nest to get them. Fortunately, his family is rich and he bought these more than 50 insect corpses at one time, which is not a big problem. If this is handled well, if it is sold again, it will definitely make money. There's one more bargaining chip for the position of the head of the contender. The smile on the golden fat man's face was even stronger and the fat on his face was squeezed together. He first made a gesture signaling his martial artists to stand by to prevent someone from stealing the goods, and then took out a gold card and handed it to Qin Yi. Little brother, this card has a total of 200 million plus 200,000 contributions, which is enough to pay for this batch of goods. But unexpectedly Qin Yi shook his head and did not accept the gold card. What do you mean, worried that I'm cheating? The golden fat man frowned and reminded, if you are not at ease you can go to the Secret Realm Bureau to check this card first. My golden fat man has always been honest and he will not ruin the reputation of the Jin family for some small profits. Qin Yi shook his head again, revealing a smile like a spring breeze, and said lightly, Mr. Jin, don't be in such a hurry, I haven't finished the goods in my hand yet. Ha? And also? Jin Feng suddenly had a little ominous premonition. At this time he was very close to Qin Yi. His eyes looked down and he suddenly saw that the storage bag pinned to Qin Yi's waist was a B-grade storage bag. This spatial fluctuation. Definitely B-grade. This kid really has no background? I don't believe it if I die. B-level storage bags, you can't buy them without more than 1 million contribution points. Wait. You. Shouldn't you fill the B-class storage bag with a second-order insect corpse? The fat golden man was trembling as he spoke. Fortunately Qin Yi denied this. No. He wasn't lying. Qin Yi really didn't fill the storage bag with second-order insect corpses because there were still some parts of the bodies of several third-order overlord-level Zerg in the storage bag. That's what he worked so hard to get his hands on. That's good. There really are so many insect corpses and the contribution of the golden fat man is not enough to buy them all, so he must give the fifth-order spirit fruit to Qin Yi. Because the Feng family is in business, honesty has always been the main rule. So many people present heard his promise to Jin Feng. If he broke the contract he would not be able to inherit the position of the head of the family in his life. Swish. Qin Yi's storage bag is still transporting insect corpses outside. In addition to firefly flying insects, there are ground beetles, euglena beetles, 9-star ladybugs. There are many types and all of them are unified above the second order, which is dizzying. In less than a minute more than 100 insect corpses had been thrown out of the storage bag and there was no intention of stopping. The eyes of everyone looking at Qin Yi changed. Your number of insect corpses can no longer be explained by stabbing the firefly flying insect nest. Could it be that this young man in front of him overturned a second-order female insect nest, right? This is something that even a grandmaster can't do. Seeing that the mountain of insect corpses gradually evolved into a sea of insect corpses, the old man in the horse coat as an appraiser was a little too busy. He kept touching the insect corpses and accidentally touched a fist print. His face became pale in an instant and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Ahem. He was so shocked and terrified that he didn't have time to suppress the injury, so he hurriedly transmitted the message to the golden fat man. Young master. On this insect corpse I caught the Daoi. That's a kind of fist intent. Crazy, it is likely to have touched the Great Dao level. Avenue level? Isn't this something that can only be touched above the mountain and sea realm? You kid still says you have no background. The fat man was a little panicked now. His mood is comfortable and uncomfortable. The cool point is that there are so many insect corpses, which is enough for him to make a lot of money. And the uncomfortable part is that the number of insect corpses on the scene is almost more than 200, almost occupying the entire aisle, and the contribution in his hand is about to be unbought. At the thought that the fifth-order spirit fruit might lose to Qin Yi, his heart was dripping blood. No, why should I be cheap? The fat blonde man just wanted to slap himself a few times. At this moment his mobile phone vibrate, and the little brother who was sent out earlier sent the news back. The fat golden man turned around silently, took out his mobile phone and opened it to take a look. Then he froze in place. According to the information sent back by his younger brother, the young man who traded with him was named Qin Yi, who had no background at all and was really a clean civilian. Not to mention the background, Qin Yi's life experience can be called a human suffering. Damn, I've run into hard stubble. I'm afraid this person is a Tianjiao who was born at the bottom and has been pretending to be a pig and a tiger and hiding his strength. He killed these bugs himself. 9-stage martial artist realm? Dogs don't believe it, they just use it to confuse outsiders. Grass, I'm being pitted. The golden fat man slapped his phone and felt remorseful. What am I talking about? Chapter 60. The heads of the children of the family. Although the Terran martial arts is basically occupied by the major families, it is far from the point of monopoly under the official checks and balances. Ordinary people and even low-level people can grow all the way through public martial arts schools and reach the top. It can be said that over the years there have been a lot of stories about the rise of the bottom in Huaxia alone, and I don't know if these people who have risen from the bottom have read too many online novels and they all like to pretend to be pigs and tigers slapping their faces all the way to the top. The golden fat man has read many classics collected at home and knows that there will be one or two demons who counterattack all the way in every era. There are countless geniuses left who are not so demonic. The Jin family, where the fat man belongs, has been in business for generations, and the accumulated intelligence channels are stronger than those of the Yuhang consulate, and it is almost impossible to make mistakes. According to the intelligence, Qin Yi was still a zero-calorie waste more than a month ago, not even a quasi-martial artist. But now that I see it, I am already a 9-stage martial artist. The realm breakthrough is so fast, who believes it? The stronger the person, the more attention is paid to the foundation. Even if it can really break through so quickly, it will suppress the realm and consolidate the foundation. He is absolutely hiding his strength, and he has only gradually been exposed recently, and he is ready to pretend to be famous and get official support. The golden fat man decided on the spot that Qin Yi was a peerless Tianjia who had hidden his strength for a long time, and he was waiting for a gentleman from a family to stand up and provoke him and slap him in the face and make him famous. I must not be this one who gets slapped in the face. Instead, I'll have to make a good deal with him and bet on him in advance. I have to say that the golden fat man has a bit of a brain, and he quickly made up his mind. Although it is distressing to pay a fifth-order spirit fruit, it is not a loss to be able to befriend a big man who has a chance to rise in the future. Think of it as a long-term investment. He looked around at the insect corpses that were about to flood the entire area, worried that it might cause an accident and there would be people stealing chickens and dogs, so he hurriedly walked up to Qin Yi and said with a wry smile, "Brother Qin, let's stop for a while. It's too much trouble like this. Why don't you let me buy some of it first? You put the rest slowly, I will definitely buy it all." Qin Yi glanced at his flattering look and agreed with his chin. He took 2 gold cards from the golden fat man, which contained 300 million deposits and 200,000 contributions, which were almost enough to pay for 100 insect corpses. These gold cards are officially issued premium savings cards that can be withdrawn from the Peru Bureau or the Department of Finance, which is very convenient. Generally speaking, the transaction is a payment and the card will not be sent directly. But Gene Fatsi especially likes the transaction method of sending cards because he feels that it is very compelling, different from others, and can leave a better impression on customers. After putting away the 2 gold cards, Qin Yi had the feeling of getting rich in a second for the first time. It's cool, but it's a little empty. The golden fat man took this opportunity to add Qin Yi's martial arts friends and sent the savings card password by the way. Faced with the sea of insect corpses piled up on the site, he asked someone to take 7 or 8 storage bags, counted 100 corpses, no more no less, and finished storage. This made Qin Yi a little surprised the other party didn't do anything when he received the goods, and he didn't have the intention of taking action against him. It seems that this Jin family really has some family education. Online novels are harmful, and he always feels that the children of the family are too sloppy. Think about it carefully. In the context of alien invasion and human crisis, the family's discipline of its own children should be stricter, but there should not be too much indifference. After 100 insect corpses were bought, the scale of the sea of insects on the scene was reduced a lot. But Qin Yi's storage bag was still throwing insect corpses outward, and at this speed it would be piled up on the road again in a few minutes. There was no way the golden fat man could only take the gold card to buy the worm corpse. This time he brought a total of 10 gold cards and 30 silver cards, originally thinking that it would be good to spend half of it. Didn't expect Qin Yi to be such a person. The fat man really wants to ask, big guy, are you an expert in insecticides? How do you catch bugs and kill them? There are more than 1,500 insect corpses in the storage space of 1,000 cubic meters of B-level storage bags, and there are still 1,300 left, excluding the more than 200 that have been released. After that, every time 100 heads are thrown, the fat man will take out the gold card to buy it, and the process is repeated, and the onlookers who watch it are amazed. Half an hour later, the fat man took out the last savings card on his body and looked at the storage bag that was still throwing the corpse out. His face was like ashes. Even if he was mentally prepared early, when he really had to face the reality, he still had no heartache. You. How many worm corpses do you have? There are not many, there are more than 300 left. Golden fat man. There are more than 300 left, don't you call it much? Not only him but the onlookers were speechless when they heard this answer. This random second-order insect corpse may be their salary for a whole year's hard work. Listen, is this talking about human language? The fat face of the golden fat man trembled slightly, and he said bitterly, didn't you say that the second-order insect corpse in your hand didn't fill the storage bag? There are more than 1,500 in total, and this is still called not filled? Qin Yi spread his hands innocently. I didn't lie to you, my storage bag was indeed not filled with second-order insect corpses, because there are still part of the body of the third-order Zerg. As he spoke, he threw out a long cracked black horn. This black horn exudes a faint dragon might, and the warriors present just look at it with the naked eye and they feel that their scalps are numb, as if they are facing a great enemy. This is the dragon insect horn from the third order overlord level fierce beast. You can't go wrong. You also killed a third order overlord? The golden fat man lost his temper. He couldn't help but meet Qin Yi's face staring intently at the black dragon insect horn. Qin Yi put away the dragon insect horns, shook his head and said, no, I just got a part of my body. Oh. I see. The golden fat man breathed a sigh of relief. Inexplicably, if he could kill the third order overlord, it must be the supreme existence among the grandmasters. Qin Yi failed to do this, which means that he is not at that level. In this way he can still invest when Qin Yi is not so strong. To sum up, Qin Yi's current true strength should be around the rank of a grandmaster who has comprehended the Tao meaning in advance and is an enlightened genius with a bright future. Not bad. While he is not too strong, this investment is not a loss. The golden fat man nodded silently, but immediately after he was choked by Qin Yi's next sentence. At that time there were 3 overlord worms besieging me, and I didn't kill them for a long time, so I teamed up and ran away, leaving only some bodies. Qin Yi shrugged his shoulders with a look of regret. After hearing this, the golden fat man was already crying bitterly in his heart. Pressing the 3-headed hegemon brother. You're not going to be a grandmaster, are you? Then his 5th order spirit fruit is not so valuable for investment. No, the losses are already lost. Just increase the chips, take out the spiritual objects that can make the great grandmaster feel excited, and befriend Qin Yi. I can only gamble on one wave. The fat golden man is ruthless and ready to make the most risky investment in his life. He was gambling, betting that Qin Yi was a person with a good personality and could remember the kindness of others. As long as he bets right, when the time comes, Qin Yi will be the king and support him to become the head of the family. Won't the position of the head of the family be at his fingertips? After reading Qin Yi's information, he had no doubt that Qin Yi had the potential to be crowned king. He wants stud potential stocks. Chapter 61. Breakthrough is like drinking water. No, your little brother is not big, his tone is not small, and he doesn't have a brain when he blows. You're a 9-rank martial artist pressing the 3-headed overlord to beat? Dream on. In the crowd of onlookers, a man with a grim face walked out with disdain in his eyes, glancing at Qin Yi and the fat man. I said loud, Jean, are you having a problem with your brain? Do you believe this kind of nonsense? The origin of this person's insect corpse is unknown, and he carefully took over the trouble, and in the end it couldn't end. He. This man's tone is quite unkind, and he is not polite to Jin Fong from the Jin family, which shows that his origin is not small. Seeing his sarcastic words, a touch of jealousy flashed in the depths of the golden fat man's eyes, and he didn't return the favor immediately. This person is from the Li family in Yuhang, and unlike the Jin family, the Li family is a martial arts family, not business-oriented, and the overall strength is stronger, and it is said that the old man who founded the Li family is still alive. There are a total of 2 people in the new generation of the Li family who have made a name for themselves. One is named Li Wolfing, who broke through the martial arts at the age of 18 and has extraordinary potential. The other person is Li Wuyun in front of him, who also broke through the martial arts at the age of 18 and also entered the sect of a great grandmaster, becoming a quasi-disciple, and will be able to officially enter the school soon. That great grandmaster had a great background, and Li Wuyun was extremely talented in rune formations, so he entered the eyes of that great grandmaster. My Jin family's business is naturally in charge of my Jin family, and it's not your turn for an outsider to intervene, right? The fat man thought about it for a while, didn't give Li Wuyun face, and laughed back. Hearing this, Li Wuyun's face sank and he snorted coldly, you really don't know what to do. I will help you deal with the liar, and you are still on the side of the liar? I can see if it's a liar or not, so I don't bother with Li Gongzi. The fat golden man bowed his hand, which seemed polite, but in fact he was ridiculing Li Wuyun, which made him angry. This Li Wuyun is good everywhere, but he has a tendon in his brain. He doesn't like to think about things, and he loves to be more serious. If this person's insect corpse is related to another race, you have to be careful of affecting the entire Jin family. Li Wuyun squinted his eyes, meaning something. Today's human alliance often infiltrates alien races, and many human warriors are tempted to become human traitors. If someone is found to be involved in a relationship with a foreign race, they will inevitably be subjected to horrific scrutiny. Hearing the word alien, the golden fat man was a little frightened and glanced at Qin Yi with some confidence. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Yi was born at the bottom and hid his strength. This kind of file information is also very similar to what a human traitor will have. Hiss. Isn't that really a problem? Li Wuyun saw that the golden fat man was suddenly silent, and his heart was very happy, and he was thinking about taking advantage of the victory to pursue, but he never thought that the aura around the secret realm suddenly swayed, and then the white clouds in the sky swirled around, turning into a whirlpool. Within a radius of several miles, the aura frantically converged, rolling up gusts of wind. Li Wuyun's expression was uncertain, and he looked all the way along the turbulent flow of spiritual energy, and finally his eyes fell on Qin Yi, who had not spoken. At this moment, Qin Yi's blood veins were surging all over his body. Golden lines appeared on the surface of his body, and his qi and blood were as hot and vigorous as the sun, making people look at it as if they were looking directly at a star. This vision is a symbol of breaking through the martial arts. The crowd was extremely surprised. Qin Yi, a 9th-rank martial artist, actually successfully advanced to the martial artist realm during the quarrel between Li Wuyun and Jin Fong. When did the martial artist break through so easily? Everyone stared at Qin Yi intently, but they saw him suddenly punch. The sound of a sonic boom exploded, and layers of qi waves scattered and surged, and everyone present felt a sense of Dao intent, a Dao intent that was extremely crazy. Martial artist enlightenment, peerless talent. The young man in front of him is likely to have been suppressing the realm, but in fact he has already had the ability to break through the martial arts. With this realm you have mastered a kind of fist Dao, meaning this son has an unlimited future, and cross-border battles are not empty talk. If you cooperate with 1 or 2 spiritual objects and fight hard to take the 3-headed overlord, there is a slight possibility. Among the crowd there are warriors over half 100 years old who commented loudly. And the appraiser of the Jin family was even more frightened. He felt the exact same taste in the insect corpse fist seal from the Dao intent that Qin Yi had just released. His crazy Dao intent is exactly the same as the Dao intent revealed by the insect corpse fist print, that is, it comes from the same person. The person who killed those bugs is Qin Yi. The old man in the horse coat exclaimed, his expression unusually determined. Even if it is a pair of masters and apprentices who have attained the same kind of Dao, it is impossible for them to use the exact same Dao intent, but at first glance they will be very similar. The Tao is not to be imitated. At least the old man in the horse coat has never heard of someone who can imitate the Tao of others. All of you here know this. In the face of this kind of ironclad evidence, it is almost certain that all the insect corpses were killed by Lin Changqing. Because each insect corpse has only one fist mark on its body, it kills with one blow and there is no other damage. After getting this result, the fat golden man smiled and immediately calmed down, staring at Li Wuyan with a playful expression. Didn't you say there was a problem with the origin of these worm corpses? Now that it is 100% determined that it is from Qin Yi's hand, what else can you say? Li Wuyan's face turned pale and he held back for a long time, and then he said angrily, he is a 9th-rank martial artist. Even if he suppresses the realm, it is absolutely impossible to kill so many second-order zergs and even repel the third-order overlord. He has an innocent background and no background, so he can only be helped by a different race, or he's alien himself. Poof. As soon as these words came out, before others could refute them, a loud sword roar came from the depths of the secret realm bureau, and a sword she slashed through thousands of spaces, and in the blink of an eye it sank into Li Wuyan's eyebrows, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, take a few steps backwards and collapse to the ground, his whole body trembling like chaff. The people who came out of the Shen secret realm were all tested by the suspended blood sword, and it was determined that it was no different in Fan Yu past. Li Wuyan's words were questioning the work of the suspended blood sword. It was too rebellious. The divine sword had a spirit, and even if he was punished. Thank you, Excalibur, for your mercy. In the corner, shrouded in shadows, an old man in a black robe appeared, looking helpless, grabbing Li Wuyan, who was still trembling, and walking out while apologizing. The children of the family, especially those who have the hope of inheriting the position of the head of the family in the future, naturally have the protection of the masters. Merely. This time Li Wuyan was talking nonsense in front of the public, which angered the hanging blood sword, and it was a little difficult to inherit the head of the family. The hanging blood sword is terrifying, and the origin behind the blood sword is even more amazing. That is an existence that the Li family cannot provoke, and even the slightest possibility of angering the other party must be erased. Li Wuyan was taken away by the black-robed old man, and a farce ended. Qin Yi completed the breakthrough of the martial artist. He was in a good mood. With a little luck, his heart and blood were surging, and the pure blood qi remaining in each cell was frantically refined, and after the breakthrough was completed, he ushered in a second breakthrough. The aura cloud that had just dispersed had regathered back, still above Qin Yi's head. The aura of the 8 directions rushed in, pouring into Qin Yi's body, assisting him in making a second breakthrough. The audience thought that the breakthrough was over, but no one expected that Qin Yi's demon had caused a big stir again. When they stared at it, they were stunned and froze in place. This. You're going to break through again? Chapter 62, Qin Yi's virtue of humility. 10 minutes later, the wind and clouds retreated, everything returned to normal, and Qin Yi completed the second breakthrough directly from the 9th rank martial artist to the intermediate rank martial master in one go. The martial artist realm is divided into 3 layers, namely low-level, intermediate-level, and high-level, and middle-level martial artists are already well known in Yuhang City, and they can be courteous wherever they go. Qin Yi accumulated a lot of money and used the blood mist to cultivate the realm of a martial artist in the flesh who had already reached the level of a great grandmaster, which was equivalent to a commanding height, allowing college students to write elementary school questions and they could be caught. Now he has 500 calories of qi in blood, which happens to be stuck at the bottom line of a middle-level martial artist. According to the description on the internet, the middle-level martial artist has a strength of 2 to 3 tons and he can cross a distance of 100 meters in 1 second, and by the way, he has also mastered the ability to release qi in blood, which can make qi in blood 5 meters away from the body, forming an offensive or defensive position. However, Qin Yi's breakthrough through a mid-level martial artist was not that simple. He felt it a little and he could be sure that his strength was definitely more than 3 tons and his speed was about the same as 100 meters a second. As for skills such as the release of qi in blood, he would have known it a long time ago if he had. Gubin Peiyuan, he could not only release it but he could even carve stone carvings with qi in blood, and his control ability was meticulous. For specific physical fitness, you can find an opportunity to test it again when the time comes. After breaking through to a mid-level martial artist, Qin Yi felt that he could continue to break through, but he was a little reluctant, so he gave up. The foundation of the warrior is very important and he intends to retreat for a few days before thinking about anything else. At the end of the second breakthrough, the onlookers waited for a while and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Qin Yi had no movement. They were really afraid that Qin Yi would make a breakthrough 3 times. You must know that at least 80% of the population in Huaxia is stuck in the realm of martial artists and can't cross it for a lifetime, but now Qin Yi not only crossed it in front of them but also jumped continuously and suddenly became a middle-level martial artist. If they break through 3 times in a row, they are estimated to have their Dao hearts shattered on the spot and they are ready to reincarnate and change their qualifications. Among all the onlookers, only the golden fat man was not too surprised. He had already guessed that Qin Yi had hidden his strength, so he decided that the second breakthrough just now was an illusion and Qin Yi had actually already approached the realm of the great grandmaster. It is even possible to become a great grandmaster. He took advantage of Qin Yi's breakthrough to find a few acquaintances from the crowd of onlookers, borrowed some money and contributions, and at this moment, seeing that Qin Yi's breakthrough was complete, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile and sent the money and contributions to his martial arts account. What do you mean by this? You want to repay the debt and not give me the 5th order spirit fruit? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. According to the gambling contract, the fat man borrowed other people's money to buy insect corpses, which is not counting. Ha, you're too worried. I'm willing to gamble and lose, and I'm known for my integrity. The golden fat man waved his hand and explained, you give me an address and the 5th order spirit fruit will be delivered tomorrow. I vouch for my life. Belch? What is the fat golden man crazy about? Not only did he not pay the bill, but he also gave me some extra money. Qin Yi was puzzled. His remaining more than 300 second-order insect corpses plus some of the bodies of the 4 third-order overlords were still not worthy of the 5th-order spirit fruit. Could it be that this fat man is trying to befriend me? I'm quite good at being a man and the road is wider. Stretching out his hand not to hit the smiling man, Qin Yi nodded, and through the martial arts world he sent an address to the fat man Jean. He didn't use his own address but wrote the words Yuhang Dongjiao Supermarket. The 5th order spirit fruit was too important and he had to let Elder Wang help watch it before he could take it out with confidence. The deal with the fat man was thus successfully concluded and the fat man was satisfied, commanded the servants, and went home with a dozen storage bags. With such a large number of second-order insect corpses, if they are handled properly coupled with the professional channels of the Jin family, they can not only earn back the money sent to Qin Yi but also earn millions more contribution points. As for the 5th order spirit fruit, damn, I can't mention it, it hurts when I mention it. Let's invest in the big guy of the future. The Jin family's team left in a majestic manner, and as soon as they left on the front foot, Qin Yi noticed on the back foot that many people in the crowd were looking at him with ill intentions in their eyes. That's right, he now has a huge amount of money and this contribution is enough for a mediocre martial artist to pile up all the way to a high-level martial artist through spiritual objects, and it is strange that it is not hot. However, Qin Yi didn't care about these gazes at all. The martial artists who come and go in the Xiantian Secret Realm Bureau, the strongest is only the high-level martial artist realm, and it doesn't matter if Qin Yi stands and fights him. If you dare to rob him, you can only say that you are here to send money. As time passed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed and returned to their previous state. Qin Yi waited for a long time at the door of the Secret Realm Bureau and finally waited for Chen Xian. Why is it so long? He asked. Chen Xian sighed. Among the people who brought me into the Xiantian Secret Realm, there is a brother who has a good family background. He died in the Xiantian Secret Realm as the only survivor. I must make a detailed record and give an explanation to his family. I see. Qin Yi understood. This brother from a good family is probably the one who issued a task for help and bought the induction and locator. The person who fell into the ravine with Chen Xian and tried to devour the blood mist to transform but failed should be the brother with a good family background. He was pitiful, but the rest of his teammates were even more pitiful. It is not difficult to hear from Chen Xian's words that after the death of other teammates they don't even need to make detailed records, and if they die they will die. There are countless people who die in the Xiantian Secret Realm every year, and if you don't have a background no one will care if you die inside, let alone make any waves. In the era of martial arts, people with no background and no strength were born in obscurity and died in obscurity. Chen Xian didn't want to talk much about this, so he changed his words and asked Qin Yi, by the way brother, I just felt a lot of movement in the Secret Realm Bureau, did something happen? Qin Yi smiled, it's nothing, it's just that I accidentally broke through the realm, and by the way I also made a small business with the people of the Jin family. Hearing this, Chen Xian noticed that the qi and blood on Brother Yi's body had changed dramatically. His qi and blood are even more majestic and his breath is dozens of times sharper, like a sharp sword which may go out of his body at any time and be beheaded with a sword. This qi and blood strength. You've broken through to a mid-level martial artist, huh? In a few hours you broke through 2 realms in a row from a 9-stage martial artist to an intermediate martial artist. Do you call this accidental? 90 calories of chi and blood instantly rushed to 500 calories, which is also too exaggerated. Outrageous than me. Brothery, you are suddenly a little frightened. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up with you in my cultivation 24 hours a day in the future. Chen sighed with admiration, and the little pride that had originally arisen due to the transformation of his qualifications was completely dispersed. By the way, the small deal you are talking about, shouldn't it also be modest? How much money was traded? Ahem. Hearing this kind of inquiry, if Qin Yi hadn't had the blessing of no red face and no heartbeat, he would probably have been a little embarrassed. He took out his mobile phone, opened the martial realm, clicked on the deposit and put it in front of Chen and lit it up. And then there were so many dazzling zeros on the mobile phone screen which directly confused Chen Gan. Brother, tell me honestly, did you rob the bank while I wasn't there? Chapter 63 by Poison. 10 gold cards, 30 silver cards plus the follow-up payment from the Golden Fat Man. When Qin Yi went to the Secret Realm Bureau to transfer his account, his martial realm account instantly had 3 billion deposits plus 1.5 million contributions. After a trip to the Secret Realm, Qin Yi earned money that ordinary people couldn't earn for 1,000 years without working or drinking. The martial arts industry is really profitable as long as you have the strength and courage. It is too simple to get rich. Have you created a martial arts account? Walking out of the Secret Realm Bureau and coming to the neighborhood in the northern suburbs, Qin Yi asked Chen while waiting for the subway. Just created one in the Peru Bureau, by the way. Well, wait, I'm going to get off in the city and go to the Martial Arts Federation to register my information. Chen took out his mobile phone and added a friend to Qin Yi. Immediately after, he received a remittance message, and Brothery gave him 100,000 contribution points plus 100 million deposits. This. Chen looked at Qin Yi and was about to say something but was interrupted by Qin Yi. The family doesn't talk to the two families. If you don't feel comfortable accepting this money, then it will be regarded as me borrowing you and I will pay it back in the future. Qin Yi deliberately didn't give Chen too much money because he knew Xuanzi and knew that once he paid too much the other party would inevitably refuse. Now the amount of money is not much, it is just right, and the startup capital for Chen is very sufficient. In the future, when Chen has enough strength, he can explore the secret realm to make money on his own, and he no longer needs Qin Yi to transfer money. Chen knew Qin Yi's thoughts, couldn't help but clench his phone and said seriously, "Thank you, Brothery, I will work hard to cultivate." The subway slowly approached and the brothers didn't say much. They entered the subway together and found a vacant seat to sit down. Chen didn't want to waste time, so he started cultivating as soon as he sat down, while Qin Yi on the side took out his mobile phone and leisurely wandered around the martial arts world. When he first downloaded the martial arts world, he was still a poor boy and he could only look at many commodities and he had no money to buy them, and his eyes were very hot. Now that the family is full, it's really time to spend a lot. Without saying a word, Qin Yi opened the martial arts realm and went straight to the spirit plant area, and the spirit fruits below the second order didn't even look at it and specially picked the high quality ones to buy. From the second order onwards, the value of the spirit fruit can no longer be measured by money and the price is all based on contribution points. A second order spirit fruit costs 3,000 points at the cheapest. With my current physique, will the second order spirit fruit really have an effect? Adaptive evolution requires the stimulation of the external environment to be activated, and the second-order spirit fruit seems to be unable to provide external stimulation for Qin Yi, who has awakened the immortal golden body. For the sake of insurance, Qin Yi still bought one, which is not expensive anyway. Skimming the second-order spirit fruit entry directly to the third-order area, the variety of spirit fruits here instantly decreased by half. It seems that the third-order spirit fruit is a cherished product in the human world and it is rare. Not to mention the number of varieties compared to the second-order spirit fruit, the price of the third-order spirit fruit has also increased several times. The cheapest third-order spirit fruit, called geocentric fruit, has a price of 180,000 contribution points, which is slightly exaggerated. A complete second-order insect corpse can only be sold for 3,000 contribution points, and you have to kill 60 to buy a third-order spirit fruit. Let's try to buy one first. Qin Yi made a little smaller, and the more than 1.4 million contribution points under the account immediately became more than 1 2 million. I have to say this money is really not allowed to be spent. After buying the earth heart fruit, he curiously clicked on the 4th order spirit fruit mall and glanced at it slightly. TSK, there are only 6 4th order spirit fruits currently in stock, and the cheapest, Dragon Blood Pure Young Fruit, asks for 1 million contribution points, and you need to help the seller complete a task to win. This price brought Qin Yi back to reality on the spot. In this way he is not rich. It was impossible for him to spend all his 1 million contribution points on the spirit fruit. In addition to the spirit fruit, Qin Yi also planned to buy at least sea-level masking technique and a body method, which also required a large contribution. Exiting the lingua area, Qin Yi clicked on the exercise area and began to choose his favorite exercises. Meanwhile, the subway passed through several stations and the number of residents in the carriage gradually increased, and a woman holding a brand-name bag and heavy makeup sat next to Qin Yi. She first took out the small mirror to make up her makeup and then glanced at Qin Yi, who was concentrating on her mobile phone and was a little curious about what the other party was looking at. Secretly looked at it with her peripheral eyes, and the woman almost laughed out loud. In broad daylight, do you want to visit the B-level exercise area of the martial arts world here to provide material for dreaming at night? It's kind of hilarious. The average price of B-level exercises in the martial arts world is 500,000 contribution points, and you are a low-level rat who has to take the subway when you travel and you can't afford to buy it when you walk around. Is it interesting? A hint of disdain flashed in the woman's eyes, and she took out a piece of foundation from her bag without moving and gently slapped it on her face, raising white dust and blending into the air. Looking around at the noisy and dirty environment, the woman was unhappy and just wanted to get out of the car early. If it weren't for taking Qin Yi away, she wouldn't have deigned to come to this kind of public transportation for low-level people. If I'm not satisfied with what I get from this person, Lu Yi, you have to be prepared to bear the pleasure. The woman with heavy makeup kept patting the foundation, raising dust, and over time a strange fragrance permeated the carriage, making people drowsy. Heavy eyelids and confused consciousness. That's right, this woman with heavy makeup is from the Alien God Society, and this trip was entrusted by Lu Yi to intercept and arrest Qin Yi. Although she only has a middle-level martial artist in her own realm, she is good at using poison, and she has practiced an A-level poison skill, and she can mix poison that is enough to stun the Grandmaster. At this time, the invisible powder that permeated the carriage, called Intoxicating Heart Phase, was made from grinding a variety of second-order spirit flowers and also used a drop of the essence blood of a third-order honeyworm. If the Grandmaster was defenseless, it was very likely that he would be hit and lose consciousness for a short time. As for those below the Grandmaster, it must be to lie down and fall asleep in seconds, let alone sleep for half a day to wake up, and after waking up you will lose all your memories for a short period of time. As the intoxication gradually filled the entire carriage, everyone fell silent, either asleep on the bench with their heads bowed or falling asleep on the spot holding on to the armrests without exception. Even Chen, who was in the low-level martial artist realm, was also tricked. He was still concentrating on cultivation but suddenly smelled a strange fragrance and then sat cross-legged and fell asleep. The subway's monitoring system has been disposed of by the relevant personnel of their organization, and it will not take effect today. Next, the woman with heavy makeup will have plenty of time to slowly deal with Qin Yi. Belch. Why are you still scrolling your phone? The woman with heavy makeup didn't look over. She was thinking about taking Qin Yi away, but she didn't think that Qin Yi was still sitting there with the old god there concentrating on brushing the B-level exercise mall. You. Don't you smell the intoxication? It's impossible. Even if you don't take the initiative to breathe, the intoxicating face will penetrate into the body through the small pores on the warrior's body and take effect. Therefore, the only possibility is that Qin Yi took the initiative to suck the intoxicating face, but the toxicity of the intoxicating face was not enough to poison Qin Yi. It's even more incredible. Qin Yi sat next to her, defenseless, and in the area with the highest concentration of intoxicated faces. The Grandmaster was going to faint. Aren't you fainting? Chapter 64, The Alien Gods Are All Good People. The woman with heavy makeup didn't believe in evil and slapped the foundation frantically, causing dust to spread everywhere, and there was a lot of movement and some of the dust drifted onto Qin Yi. However, although the movement is large, the effect is not. Qin Yi frowned, glanced at the woman with heavy makeup with disgust, immediately patted the powder on her body and continued to bury her head in the mall. Heavy makeup woman. She has grown so big and practiced the poison path for so long, and for the first time she feels humiliated. Qin Yi was completely immune to her proud intoxication and she didn't even react at all, still swiping her phone. Zhuang Muqing looked down and saw that Qin Yi had already chosen the exercises at this moment, and without hesitation for a second he directly clicked to buy and paid happily. He actually has the money to buy B-grade exercises? I still bought 2 copies in one go. A book of more than 400,000 contributions and a 600,000 contribution method, adding up to a total of 1 million contributions. This is a million contributions. Even if Zhuang Muqing can sell the poison he made in the organization, it will take half a year to earn so much. And Qin Yi didn't blink his eyes and spent it. Recalling that he was secretly scolding Qin Yi just now for being a low-level mouse who likes to daydream, Zhuang Muqing suddenly felt like a clown. According to the information provided to me by Lu Yi, there is no reason for Qin Yi to earn 1 million contributions in a month. Unless the origin of this money has something to do with his adventures. The reason why Zhuang Muqing accepted the commission was in the final analysis that he fell in love with Qin Yi's adventures and wanted a piece of the pie. Now it seems that Qin Yi's adventures are becoming more and more attractive. Not only can a poor boy with no martial arts talent become a martial artist in a week, but it can also allow him to earn so much contribution. No, I have to get my hands on this adventure. Zhuang Muqing was secretly ruthless in his heart, and before Qin Yi noticed the changes around him, he took out a bottle of light blue perfume from his bag and sprayed it on himself as if nothing happened. Puff puff, a few mist of water melts into the air, overshadowing the intoxicating scent and smelling fresh and pleasant. This is phantom blue water, taken from the core area of a certain sea-level secret realm and is made of grinding second-order superb phantom blue ore, which has a strong hallucinogenic effect. If the Grandmaster is hit, the soul will be blinded for at least 1 minute, and during this period there will be no reaction or movement. However, Zhuang Muqing sprayed more than 10 times in a row and he didn't see any change in Qin Yi. He still looked like he was full of energy. Phantom blue water costs a lot of money, and after using so much at once it has no effect. Zhuang Muqing feels that his heart is dripping blood. Is there really a natural non-toxic constitution in the world? She was made a little suspicious of life by Qin Yi. At this moment the screen of her mobile phone vibrated and she secretly opened it to see that it was a text message from Lu Yi urging her to speed up, and her tone was very unpolite, so that Zhuang Muqing wanted to stomp her feet. It seems that you can only take out the things at the bottom of the box. She gritted her teeth, took off a necklace of water drops from her chest, held it in the palm of her right hand and gently rubbed the droplets. In an instant this water droplet necklace dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an invisible mist came out and floated towards Qin Yi. Eternal Dream Mist, a third-order poison, is based on a third-order psychedelic butterfly supplemented by 68 flavors of second-order top-grade materials to make a drop, and the fraud exceeds 1 million contribution points, which is Zhuang Muqing's whole card used to guard against the Grandmaster. This mist of eternal dreams has a probability of poisoning the low-grade Grandmaster, and it can poison the middle-grade Grandmaster 100%. I don't believe it. I can't take this thing from you. Zhuang Muqing clasped his hands and silently observed Qin Yi's state with his residual vision. In her sight, Qin Yi, who had always been very energetic, had a confused demeanor. For the first time his eyes pulled down slightly and he seemed to have a sense of intent and yawned. It worked! Zhuang Muqing breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time was extremely shocked by Qin Yi's performance. The third-order poison can make him have a will, and the poison can't kill him. This person is really one. She stared at Qin Yi tightly, her movements becoming more and more bold, and she no longer concealed it. And Qin Yi became more and more groggy, as if he might fall asleep at any time, but he didn't fall asleep completely. How long will it take? You're not going to resist all the third-order poisons, are you? Zhuang Muqing was so anxious that he couldn't wait to punch Qin Yi's head with his own hands and knock him out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Time passed minute by minute and Qin Yi was still in a state of half asleep and half awake, but he didn't completely close his eyes. Zhuang Muqing was really a little tortured and couldn't stand it. With a poisonous needle sticking out of her right hand, a poisonous needle stretched out from her cuff, her wrist flipped slightly and she shot a needle at Qin Yi's thigh. Clang! Then a sound of metal collision sounded and the poisonous needle actually broke into 2 halves after hitting Qin Yi's skin and fell to the ground. This is a second-order poisonous needle. You are a martial artist. How can you prevent it if you are unprepared? How terrifying does it take for a physical body to resist this needle? Zhuang Muqing's eyes widened and he was about to do something more, but Qin Yi seemed to be awakened by this needle and suddenly his eyes widened and he slowly turned his head and looked at Zhuang Muqing. Boom! At this moment Zhuang Muqing's heartbeat missed a beat. She saw a pair of beautiful eyes with slightly longer eyelashes and deep playful eyes. The next second, Qin Yi smiled slightly and asked like a gentleman, "Have you had enough?" Boom! The surging qi and blood like a huge wave exploded. The wind howled and Zhuang Muqing was shocked and flew out dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye, slamming on the iron door fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the ground weakly, her face full of panic and weakness that could not be concealed. Is also a martial artist, but her combat power with Qin Yi is not at the same level at all. After just one fight like this, she knew that there was no difference between Qin Yi beating herself to death and stepping on an ant to death. Escape, only escape. She wanted to bite through the poisonous sac hidden at the bottom of her tongue and use the poisonous mist to escape, but Qin Yi didn't give her this opportunity at all and stepped out, and her figure flashed in front of her in an instant, grabbed her neck and lifted her up out of thin air. The sword-like killing qi pierced Zhuang Muqing's body, cutting off several of her key meridians, causing her to be powerless to act, unable to even bite through the poison sac. This man. So ruthless, so decisive. She was in complete despair and gave up struggling. Someone from the alien order? Qin Yi looked at Zhuang Muqing and smiled. You alien gods will be good people and you have helped me a lot. Zhuang Muqing? What do you mean I'm not here to poison you? What do you mean I've helped you a lot? Zhuang Muqing was puzzled. Even if she wanted to break her head, she couldn't imagine that Qin Yi relied on the eternal dream mist that she had worked so hard to grind and successfully obtained the evolution, raising the level 3 resistance to level 4. Qin Yi is not a fool. He has long sensed that something is wrong, but seeing that Zhuang Muqing's strength is average, he can only release poison, so he came up with the idea of borrowing her hand to evolve. His original level 3 antitoxicity was still adapted to the spirit poison in the spirit fruit and evolved, and it was very difficult to upgrade to level 4. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Muqing fulfilled Qin Yi. And before her, Lu Yi had helped Qin Yi greatly increase his physical strength, and he had also enhanced his first level aura affinity. TSK, who said that the alien gods would be bad organizations? I think it's a good bunch of people. Chapter 65, Long time no see. Qin Xian, hurry up and wake up Qin Xian. In the fog, Qin Xian felt that someone was shaking him, and he didn't get tired of shaking it and opened his eyes suddenly. Afterwards he saw Qin Yi and the miserable-looking girl beside Qin Yi. What's going on? Qin Xian was dizzy and he always felt that he was missing a memory. Am I not practicing on the subway? How can I still fall asleep while practicing? Qin Yi pointed at Zhuang Muqing and roughly explained, which made Qin Xian understand the series of events that happened not long ago. I see. Brother Yi was actually targeted by the alien gods. He glanced at Zhuang Muqing again and his heart palpitated. I thought that I should have the ability to save my life after becoming stronger, but I never thought that I would be hit as soon as I got out of the secret realm. Zhuang Muqing can stun him unconsciously and naturally he can kill him casually. Until you really have strong strength, all talent and potential are empty talk. Qin Xian realized in his heart, and he became more and more eager for cultivation, and his mind was even full of seizing the time to cultivate and breaking through as soon as possible. Brother Yi, what are you going to do next? In the current carriage only the 3 of them are awake and the rest of the customers are still asleep, unable to get up for a while. Under the manipulation of the alien gods, this subway will not stop until it reaches the city center, and it is expected to run for more than half an hour. You are the same as planned, then get off in the city center, but go to the Martial Arts Federation to register before calling the police and let the official people come and clean up the scene. Qin Yi had already made arrangements for the follow-up treatment. As for this poison master of the Alien God Society, I personally took her to the Eastern Suburbs police station to help her surrender. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Xian was completely obedient to Qin Yi and trusted him more than his own brother. Half an hour later the subway arrived at the city center station. Qin Yi got off the train with Zhuang Muqing, changed the bus and spent more than 40 minutes, which can be regarded as returning to the eastern suburbs. Looking at the familiar environment around him, although he had only been away for more than half a month, Qin Yi always felt that he hadn't come back for a long time. If you want to hand me over to the police station, you can leave me in the city center and be taken away by the police officers in the city center. Why do you have to continue to take me to the eastern suburbs? Zhuang Muqing was very incomprehensible. Qin Yi blasted a large amount of qi and blood power into her body, which was also mixed with a wisp of killing qi, causing her injuries to be very serious and unable to recover. She suspected that Qin Yi was deliberately torturing her. Qin Yi glanced sideways and said lightly, "I can do whatever I want. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you are not convinced, continue to poison me." In just 2 sentences, Zhuang Muqing was directly silent. In fact, Qin Yi specially brought her to the eastern suburbs police station in order to repay Officer Xiao Shixiao's favor when Lu Yi beat him, or Officer Xiao came over to help him out of the siege. Qin Yi never forgets the kindness of others to him. Even if it is just an inconspicuous little thing, he will find an opportunity to reciprocate. He took Zhuang Muqing all the way to the eastern suburbs police station, and because the posture of the two was too weird, he attracted the attention of many people along the way. In the police station, the police officer in charge of registration at the front desk wiped his head and saw a sturdy and handsome man grabbing a girl with heavy makeup and striding in. "Well, what's the situation? Did you catch the chicken and surrender?" This male police officer has worked in the front desk for many years and has seen many funny cases, including the prostitute who personally grabbed the chicken and turned himself in because of the price problem. He stood up and was about to ask for details, but the man in front of him took the initiative to speak. "This woman is a member of the Alien God Society, a martial artist realm, and she is good at using drugs, so your police station should have her bounty, right?" Before Qin Yi came to the police station, she learned from Zhuang Muqing's mouth that she was wanted by major police stations, so she said so. "Military? Martial artist?" The male police officer looked stunned. He looked at Qin Yi's face and it didn't seem like he was joking, so he hurriedly asked his superiors for instructions and used the computer to call up a wanted warrant. A few minutes later, he really found Zhuang Muqing in the wanted warrant, and his appearance was exactly the same. According to the information, Zhuang Muqing once assassinated the senior clerk of the ruling bureau, not only succeeded but also escaped in the follow-up pursuit of the Grandmaster. The danger level is extremely high. Just by providing her information, you can get a reward of 10,000 contribution points. If you catch her with your own hands, the reward will be doubled to 250,000 contribution points. "Wait a minute, Director Xiao will be here soon." The male police officer hurriedly brought a stool and poured another glass of water for Qin Yi. Then he stared at Zhuang Muqing with a little excitement for fear that she would run away. These murderers closed the case in their eastern suburbs police station, and the relevant personnel have been rewarded, and they can make a wonderful stroke on their resumes, and they are expected to be promoted in the future. Not long after the door opened, Chen walked out of the police station, and at first glance he saw Qin Yi, who was holding Zhuang Muqing. His face was suddenly stunned and he was directly dumbfounded. This isn't this Qin Yi? The Qin Yi that Director Xiao asked me to protect before. What the hell? He caught a super murderer and came to the eastern suburbs police station to surrender? Chen's heart was surging and his heart was extremely uncalm. Just a few days ago he was still complacent because he had successfully broken through the martial arts, but now looking back, Qin Yi, who had practiced martial arts for less than 2 months, was already a middle-level martial artist and his realm was higher than him. You can't compare it to a demon. You can't really compare it to the demons. I'll just work my own, huh? Chen muttered these words silently, worried that his Dao heart would be damaged again and he would live in the shadow of Qin Yi in the future. At this moment a cold voice sounded behind Chen. "Comrade Chen, what do you mean by blocking the door for half a day without moving?" Hearing this voice, Chen suddenly came back to his senses, and while leaning sideways he smiled bitterly. "Xiaoju, don't be surprised when you wait to get out." Xiaoxi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What is inexplicable? What else can I be surprised by? Isn't it that the Yi Scorpio girl, of the Alien God Society, was captured and caught by a folk warrior? Isn't it strange?" Xiaoxi was born in the Xiao family in central and southern China with a prominent background and extraordinary vision. He has been accustomed to seeing all kinds of high-level spiritual objects and princes of various provinces since he was a child. Seeing this, Chen didn't say anything more and watched Xiaoxi step into the front desk of the police station. And then he saw Xiaoxi's pair of beautiful eyes looking around and immediately froze, still revealing an unbelievable look. The slap in the face came so fast. "Are you Qin Yi? Qin Yi who came to the police station once?" For the first time in so many years, Xiaoxi showed a gaffe and a slightly exaggerated demeanor appeared on his cold face. Compared to her with a pompous expression, Qin Yi looked calm and nodded. "Director Xiao, long time no see." "Oh no, it's not long, it's been less than a month." "Xiaoxi. In less than a month you are already a mid-level martial artist and you are about to catch up with me?" Xiaoxi has been full of cultivation resources since he was a child, and he has been practicing penance for 27 years, and now he is only a high-level martial artist and a half-step grandmaster. Qin Yi has changed from a mortal to a middle-level martial artist in a month, not to mention his cultivation speed is extremely fast, and he can also capture the Yi Scorpion girl, with good strength, which shows that his foundation is solid. He is not purely broken through by spiritual objects, and he has the ability to fight across the border. This kind of talent, even if he is used to seeing geniuses, Xiaoxi has never heard of it. Chapter 66 Apprenticeship Immortal Slaying Sect. Thinking of the background of Qin Yi's parents' deaths, Xiaoxi couldn't help but suspect that Qin Yi was the heir left behind by a certain two true kings. After a martial artist enters the realm of a great grandmaster, his life level will undergo a qualitative change and even affect the next generation. Generally speaking, the talents of the heirs of the great grandmasters will be slightly stronger than ordinary people, and it is easier to awaken various innate physiques. However, even if he is the son of the true king, he does not necessarily have Qin Yi's terror. Because Xiaoxi had seen the son of the true king in Tianjing. Escort her down. After being silent for a long time, Xiaoxi waved his hand, called 2 police officers and a medical officer, and took Xuan mooching away. At a martial arts realm, the Scorpion Girl's bounty is worth 250,000 contribution points. I'll call you later. 250,000 contribution points? Is Xuan mooching so valuable? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He added Xiaoxi's martial realm and then proposed, Director Xiao, after taking Xuan mooching, it is estimated that the interest of the Alien God Society in me will become bigger and bigger. Next time, the Xenomorph Society is estimated to send a Grand Master to suppress me. It is not difficult to see from the various incidents that the Alien God Society has done to Qin Yi before. This organization is still very cautious, and at the beginning of arresting Qin Yi, who was still a second-stage martial artist, sent a martial artist. According to common sense, it is impossible for a martial artist to miss a martial artist, but Qin Yi is a person who cannot be estimated by common sense. Therefore, he guessed that the next time the alien god would definitely play a ruthless game against him, he would directly find the great grandmaster to crush him. As for the alien gods who will give up on capturing him, it's impossible to think about. The more strange he behaves, the more interested the gods will be in the adventures he gets. Great Grandmaster. Xiaoxi found a chair and sat down face to face with Qin Yi, his well-proportioned and slender legs folded together, his eyes lowered as if he was thinking. If an ordinary person told her that a great master wanted to hunt down her, she would definitely think it was a joke. The Grand Master is in Yuhang, and he is already a high-level existence, and on the bright side, the various families plus the ruling hall will not have more than 30 Grandmasters. You must know that Yuhang has a population of 10 million, and there are only more than 30 Great Masters among 10 million people, which shows its rarity. But Qin Yi told her that the Great Grandmaster would make a move, and she immediately believed it. The official has investigated the Alien God Society in depth, and the more it investigates, the more frightened it becomes. This organization has a very deep background. It is said to have the protection of the true king, and the appearance is very abrupt, not like an ancient organization in the hidden world. Officials suspect that the alien gods will have an affair with the alien race, or it may be an organization formed by the alien race. In recent years, the Alien Gods Society has been strangling talented Terran warriors at the bottom of various cities, which shows that its heart is sinister. So what are you going to do? Xiaoxi threw the question back. The corners of Qin Yi's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately replied, I hope that Director Xiao will go to the city for help and find a few people of sufficient weight to follow me secretly in 15 days. 15 days later? Why not now? Xiaoxi didn't refuse, his eyes froze. Because the actions of the Alien God Society have just been discovered by us, and the other party is also afraid that there will be an ambush on our side, so there should be no accident in the short term. Qin Yi was confident his analysis was actually only one of the reasons, and the most critical reason he didn't reveal to Xiaoxi. In the next 15 days he will shrink into Wanglau's supermarket to improve his realm, and he will not go out. With the king and the elder here, the alien gods will dare to come to the door, which is equivalent to death. In the future, the strength of the members of the Alien God Society who will continue to assassinate Qin Yi will definitely be good, and the reward amount will definitely be higher than Zhuang mooching. If the other party likes to come and send money, Qin Yi will naturally smile beautifully. Xiaoxi hesitated for a while. She originally thought that she would veto Qin Yi's humble plan, but when she saw the indifferent look on Qin Yi's face, she still nodded and responded to the matter. 15 days later, I will contact you in the martial world. Thank you. Qin Yi stood up with a smile and prepared to leave the police station. This matter is actually a win-win situation for him and the police department. The police department has won the honor and he has won the safety. Say thank you and be exempt, just serve the people. It's just that you don't want to die during these 15 days. Shi also stood up and returned to his usual cold appearance. Don't worry, I'm safer than anyone else. Qin Yi didn't look back and walked out of the police station. Half an hour later, Yuhang Dongjiao supermarket. Wang Lao sat in front of the cash register without saying a word, staring at the air in front of him in a daze. Jingle bell! Suddenly the doorbell rang. Wang Lao's eyes condensed with color and he didn't raise his head, so he said, I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, but you can grow? Live up to the expectations of the king and grow a little. Qin Yi walked to the cashier and saluted with his armrest. A little bit of growth? It's not that you haven't arrived at the martial artist, don't come to see it. Wang Lao looked at it and the words he wanted to say in his mouth suddenly choked. You're already a mid-level martial artist? Divine thoughts fluctuated in the air and Qin Yi faintly felt that spiritual power swept over his body. In the next second, surprise flashed in Wang Lao's eyes and he slapped his legs and laughed. Okay, good. The foundation is thick, there is a limit breaking level and there is no half-point spiritual poison in the body. It's the old man. I looked away. I didn't expect you to practice martial arts so late, and it was okay, you are really a genius. Elder Wang deserves to be Elder Wang. He is the first person who saw Qin Yi's cultivation speed and was not stunned. Ginger is still old and spicy. Although Qin Yi's current talent is demonic, it is estimated that Wang Lao has seen a similar level. I thought you just had an excellent heart and a hard-working mentality, so I started to accept apprentices and wanted to officially accept you after you became a martial artist. Wang Lao sighed with some emotion. At first it was estimated that it would take you at least a year to step into the realm of martial arts, but I didn't expect that half a month would be enough. His wrist flipped and a long wooden box appeared in the palm of his hand, exuding an ancient atmosphere. This is the apprenticeship I have prepared for you. If you are willing to come under my door, you will accept him. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter, you can still come here to find me in the future. My practice is extremely harsh and it takes a lot of suffering, so you can think about it carefully and then make a decision. Wang Lao placed the wooden box on the table. His eyes narrowed and he didn't make a sound. Qin Yi admired Wang Lao very much. This old man was also kind to him. He believed that the other party would not cheat him. So Qin Yi didn't think much about it and immediately responded to the matter of apprenticeship and gave 3 big gifts to Wang Lao. The disciple is not afraid of hardship, but he is afraid that after the hardship he will not be able to become stronger. He said sincerely. Elder Wang slowly opened his eyes. The appreciation on his face became stronger and stronger and he couldn't help but smile. You can rest assured the exercises of our immortal slaying sect, even the so-called S-level exercises in the mortal world at present, cannot be compared. Get up and open the wooden box and have a look. S-level exercises can't be compared? Disciple obeys. Qin Yi was overjoyed, respectfully opened the wooden box and looked down. There were 2 items on display: a rolled parchment and a dead black seed. Chapter 67, Warfare. Spread out the parchment. There are small figures painted on it, each doing different actions. Although the painting style is simple, but the action depiction is lifelike, quite dynamic. Qin Yi took a closer look. His eyebrows suddenly ached and an extra memory appeared in his mind out of thin air. When he came back to his senses, the parchment in his hand was gone as if it had never existed. But the ever-evolving memories in Qin Yi's mind reminded him that everything was true. What is recorded on the parchment is a bizarre body forging technique which is different from those methods on the market that use all kinds of spiritual objects to temper the body, and the body forging method of the immortal slashing school is unique and extremely interesting. This method is called cultivation technique, which requires the practitioner to choose a dead spirit type before breaking through the great grandmaster and use the body as the soil to plant the spirit seed so that it can be rejuvenated and take root in the body. Since then, the spirit seed has continued to develop, spreading its branches and leaves, and the branches will become the potential pillars of the warrior's meridians, broadening the meridians again. The main trunk is integrated with the bones and strengthens the bones. Even if you cultivate to a high and profound realm, the root veins bred by the spirit seed go deep into the sea of knowledge, and you can also become the second spirit root of the warrior and help the warrior to achieve enlightenment. Martial artists who practice martial arts often have invincible power of the same level, and their martial arts potential can be increased several times on the basis of the original, which can be called divine art. The name of the sect of the immortal slaying sect sounds very crazy. Maybe if you cultivate to the end of the world you really have the ability to kill the immortals. Wang Lao didn't lie to him. This kind of martial art did surpass all the S-level exercises that Lin Changqing had seen. On top of the S-level exercises there are also 3 types of exercises: holy products, divine products, and immortal products, and this kind of military art should be divine exercises according to the ancestors. If you can find the primordial spirit class you can even have the level of immortal products. Seeing that Qin Yi was deep in thought, Elder Wang added leisurely. There are 3 major difficulties in the cultivation of warfare, one of which is the need to constantly provide for the withered spirit troops to regain their vitality and grow slowly. This process will inevitably consume a lot of energy and time, and it will be extremely painful. After all, the spirit class will be buried in the atrium of the warrior, absorbing the blood of the heart, and after germination it will pierce the atria and meridians with branches and leaves, forcibly transforming the human body. This kind of severe pain far exceeds the torment of advanced cancer. The second is that the spirit army as a special high-level spirit plant is very difficult to find and almost extinct, and only the current sect leader of the immortal slaying sect has inventory in his hands. That's right, Elder Wang's true identity is the current leader of the immortal slaying sect, and he is also the only member of the sect. The quality of this spirit weapon he gave to Qin Yi was as high as the 6th order, and it was the best left by the ancestor master. As for the third difficulty in cultivating the art of cultivation, it is a bit fun. The spirit weapons that are planted into the body cannot actually be intact, they must be almost withered spirit weapons. Otherwise, once the intact spirit seed enters the body, it will inevitably drain the vitality of the martial artist's whole body in an instant, causing the martial artist's qi and blood to dry up and die. Before planting soldiers, it is necessary to inactivate the spirit seed in advance. And this process of inactivation is extremely difficult, at least it can only be achieved by a strong person in the whole realm. After all, the quality of the spirit class is extremely high, and it has super survivability, and it can grow up in the desert, and if you want it to wither you can't do it without a little force. Only the inactivated spirit class can be safely planted in the atrium, and it can be connected with it with the blood of the heart and blood to establish a connection. After opening up the sea of knowledge and being able to manipulate the spiritual power, you will be able to separate some spiritual power and integrate it into the spiritual seed, completely control it, and achieve the unity of the spirit and the flesh. Even the inactivated spirit class is dangerous to the martial artist, so I let you come to me after stepping into the martial artist realm. Elder Wang explained the ins and outs to Qin Yi. After listening to his story, Qin Yi became more and more interested in the ancestor of the immortal slaying sect and couldn't help but ask, "Master, I don't know what the name of my immortal slaying sect's ancestor is?" A look of reminiscence and sadness appeared on Wang Lao's face and he sighed. "His name is Chen Ziluo. You may not know the name alone, but if you mention his name you may know. When he was still alive, all the heavens and all the clans respected him as a heavenly venerable of 10,000 tribulations." Qin Yi's heart was shocked. Tribulation heavenly venerable. This supreme powerhouse, who was the first to step into the realm of Tianzuan in the history of the human race, was actually the first sect leader of the immortal slaying sect. In this way, Wang Lao's origin is even bigger than he imagined. The patriarch and his old man were finally buried in the South China Sea, and since you have already worshipped under the immortal slaying sect, you must go to the South China Sea cave in the future to pay respects. In addition to the increase in the number of martial arts to martial artists, the quality of the spirit class itself also has a great impact. Although this 6th order spirit class I gave you is strong, it is not the strongest. The strongest spirit class is the 8th order, known as the immortal seed, and it was buried in the South China Sea cave heaven with the ancestor. If fate comes, maybe you can find that seed. I see the primordial spirit class that Wang Lao said at the beginning should be the so-called immortal seed. Is the South China Sea a cave? I'll go there. According to the memory in his mind, the art of warfare did not actually limit the number of spiritual weapons that could be planted into his body. If the physique and soul are strong enough, there is no problem in planting another one, and the increase will be strengthened again and it will be exaggerated. It's a pity that apart from the 10,000 tribulation heavenly venerable Chen Ziluo, no one in the immortal slaying sect has ever been able to cultivate 2 spirit arms. As for the cultivation of 3 or 4 spirit seeds in one body, it is already a fantasy, and Chen Ziluo has not done anything that exists in theory. Cultivating a spirit weapon, as long as it can be cultivated all the time, at worst it can break through the limit of the realm and become a marquee in the mountain and sea realm. This divine product exercise is already like this. I don't know how outrageous the legendary immortal product exercise can be. Qin Yi carefully took out the spirit weapon from the wooden box, held it in the palm of his hand, and released a wisp of qi and blood into it. In an instant the withered spirit class was moistened and the surface exuded a dark luster. Qin Yi did not hesitate and took advantage of the fact that Wang Lao was protecting his dharma, and in a ruthless manner he directly pressed the spirit weapon on his chest. The next moment, the spirit soldier, who felt the vigorous qi and blood suddenly submerged into Qin Yi's chest, penetrated the obstruction of flesh and bones and sank into the left atrium of the heart. Immediately after, Qin Yi's heart tightened and a tingling pain erupted, spreading throughout his body in an instant. His qi and blood converged towards his heart, and the withered 6th-order spirit class devoured his qi and blood like hunger and thirst, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin Yi's face turned pale and his breath suddenly became a little vain. Wang Lao had already expected this. He took out a 3rd-order spirit fruit from the cabinet under the cash register and was about to hand it to Qin Yi, but before his hand could be stretched out, Qin Yi's face suddenly became ruddy and he could no longer see weakness. Wang Lao's hand stiffened and he didn't understand the situation a little. Could it be that Qin Yi could break through on his own and no longer need to take the spirit fruit? It's impossible. When the disciples of the past generations plus the ancestor first planted soldiers, they all had to take the spirit fruit to carry it. Wang Lao has personally experienced the cultivation of soldiers, and he knows very well how strong the thirst for qi, blood and vitality of the spirit soldiers who have initially recovered their vitality. Grandmasters have to be drained. Chapter 68, 5 centimeters is already a long time. Wang Lao didn't expect that Qin Yi had only gone to the Shen-Tian secret realm with a D-level danger level, and he had actually gained a large amount of divine blood mist. These divine blood mist were left behind by the venerable, and their quality was comparable to that of a 6th-order spiritual object, and after being digested by Qin Yi's level 4 iron stomach, they turned into pure blood qi and scattered in various cells, waiting for Qin Yi to refine and turn into the power of qi and blood at any time. However, now that he is practicing the art of warfare, he urgently needs blood and qi replenishment, so the blood and qi left behind after the purification of the blood mist of these gods will come in handy on the spot. In Wang Lao's eyes, Qin Yi's face was pale and red, fluctuating, but there was no accident after all, and there was no sign of the collapse of his spirit. I'm afraid that this kid's physical potential is still above his expectations, and he can resist the excessive absorption of the spirit class. Wang Lao thought secretly, and was even more satisfied with this new disciple. With a massive supply of blood and qi, the withered spirit class gradually rejuvenated and the surrounding area was full of vitality. Only a slight crisp sound of click was heard, and a crack was opened in the black seed coat, and a white sprout slowly drilled out, revealing sharp corners, and began to struggle to grow upwards and take root. The roots of the spirit species do not grow downward like normal plants but upwards. The reason is also very simple, because the roots of the spirit class need to go deep into the sea of knowledge, and the sea of knowledge is above the atrium rather than below. After breaking the shell and germinating, the growth rate of the spiritual root is particularly slow, and it may take several years to reach the sea of knowledge and spread its branches. The only shortcut to speeding it up is to cultivate it with other spiritual objects. It can be described as spending money and time. But considering the bonus of this method to combat power, it is all worth it again. According to the memories in Qin Yi's mind, the cultivation technique was divided into 6 stages, namely, germination, rooting, branching, scattering leaves, soul entry, and result. Among them, the soul corresponds to the ontology, stepping into the great master, and the divine mind is in the spirit class. Result: the stage corresponds to the ontology feudal marquis, and the spirit class matures. The subsequent paths are different. You can find a way to improve the level of the spirit class, or you can plant a second spirit class. In short, it depends on how Qin Yi chooses in the future. Cultivating the art of cultivation is a long time. Don't be too anxious, take your time. Elder Wang told Qin Yi, when you stabilize your realm, I will give you another killing technique to use in battle. The disciple understands. Qin Yi exhaled a breath of turbidity, got up and thanked Elder Wang, looking forward to the killing technique of the immortal slashing sect. Here's the time. Subsequently, he took this opportunity to tell Wang Lao that he still needed to stay in the supermarket for a few days, receive a few couriers, and cultivate for a while. In this regard, Wang Lao naturally had no objections and just asked Qin Yi what package he bought. A few spirit fruits used to assist in cultivation. Qin Yi didn't hide it. In that case, you can go to the treasury to practice. There happens to be a bed there and the space is large enough. Time passes quietly like flowing water. As soon as his eyes were closed and opened, the day passed like this. Staying in Wang Lao's supermarket, Qin Yi felt extremely relieved and slept beautifully. After stepping into the realm of martial artists, most of the martial artists didn't need to sleep, but Qin Yi felt that sleeping was easier to restore his mental state and reduce fatigue, so he was still used to sleeping occasionally. He sat cross-legged on the bed, looked inwardly at the atrium, and found that 24 hours had passed and his spirit army had not grown up by half of it, and the young shoots were exactly the same as when they had just broken through the shell. Sure enough, it grows slowly. After the shell is broken and sprouted, the nutrient absorption of the human body by the spirit soldiers will change from violent indiscriminate sucking to a long stream of water, which will not make the warrior unable to afford it. However, Qin Yi was very curious. If he took the initiative to water the spirit seed with qi and blood, would he be able to accelerate its growth? He didn't dare to try it at will, so he got up and went to the front desk to ask Wang Lao. Knowing that the young man was anxious, Elder Wang replied indifferently, "If you can master the degree of watering, you can try. But if the quality and quantity of qi and blood are too small, the effect is not obvious for the spirit class, and if high quality is required, it will be difficult for you to quench enough high quality qi and blood with only a martial artist. If there is the assistance of spiritual fruit, it is good to fill it with quantity, but it can't be excessive, which will lead to the growth of seedlings and unstable foundations. A spirit class with an unstable foundation will not grow much. Spirit fruit assist? There's no need at all." Qin Yi still had a huge amount of divine blood and qi left in his body, and he had only consumed less than 1/10 of it when he let the spirit troops sprout yesterday. "Disciple, try it first." Qin Yi couldn't wait to find an open space, sat down in place, and mobilized the divine blood and qi stored in the cells of his body to water the spirit troops. The blood and qi of the gods were sucked by the spirit root little by little, and then the spirit root, which had only revealed sharp corners, began to grow upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it grew 5 centimeters in less than half an hour, and it was about to touch the atrium wall. "Is it only 5 centimeters? Qin Yi opened his eyes, a little helpless. He had just used up 1/5 of his divine blood, but he hadn't improved as much as he had imagined. The rest of the divine blood, he still plans to use it himself and break through the realm first. After all, before the spirit class took root, this kind of sun did not improve him, it was purely a burden. Returning to Wang Lao, his face was depressed, but Wang Lao had a profound attitude that he had expected and took the initiative to comfort him. "Have you tried it? The quality of qi and blood in the martial artist realm is too low, and it is difficult to have an effect. If you make up for it with quantity, it will drag down your own cultivation, and the gains outweigh the losses. It's better to go a long way step by step." Qin Yi was taught and nodded. "You're right, it took me a lot of effort to make the young roots grow 5 centimeters. Well, 5 centimeters is no longer. Wait, how many centimeters do you say?" Wang Lao's eyes froze and his tone changed abruptly. Qin Yi didn't know what to say and repeated, 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters? Wang Lao released another divine thought, probed Qin Yi's body, and then clearly saw the 5-centimeter long young root in Qin Yi's left atrium. When he was young, he spent a whole year cultivating the young roots to 5 centimeters, and now Qin Yi has done it in one day? What kind of monster is this? What's the matter, master? Is there anything wrong with the 5 centimeters? Qin Yi saw that Wang Lao's face was strange, and he suddenly felt a little nervous in his heart for fear that he had made a mistake in practice. Wang Lao glanced at him and secretly said that the problem of 5 centimeters was big. How could someone grow troops so quickly? And the foundation is still very solid. Fortunately, he was a person who had seen the world after all, and quickly covered up the abnormality of his expression, shook his head and said, "No problem, you practiced very well. If you keep practicing like this, maybe you will be able to catch up with me soon." Wang Lao's tone was embarrassed. Qin Yi scratched his head and was thinking about saying something more, but there happened to be a knock on the door outside, and he looked back. At the door of the supermarket, the fat golden man was standing there with a smile on his face, holding a space storage bag in both hands. "The 5th order spirit fruit has arrived." Chapter 69 Ice Heartfruit. In order to befriend Qin Yi, the Golden Fat Man took a lot of effort and even came to be this courier in person, escorting the fifth order spirit fruit from Yuhang City to the eastern suburbs. The main thing is sincerity. At this moment he was standing in front of the supermarket in the eastern suburbs with a smile on his face, and he couldn't see anything weird, but his mind was wandering and he had some doubts in his heart. According to Qin Yi's information, he should live in a ground floor apartment, so how could he fill in the shipping address in the supermarket? Could it be that after making money he bought a supermarket and continued to hide his identity? Jean Fat didn't say the doubts in his heart. He has talked about business for so many years, and he knows that many martial artists don't like outsiders to talk nonsense, and sometimes staying silent is the best way to deal with it. Jingle bell. When the doorbell rang, the door of the supermarket opened. Qin Yi poked his head out of it and saw the Golden Fat Man standing at the door, followed by an old man with a kind face. While the young master of the family is paired with an old man's bodyguard, a classic standard. Qin Yi cast his gaze at the old man behind the Golden Fat Man, and after staring at it for a few seconds he could see that this person had good strength, and he was definitely the top master who protected the Golden Fat Man, probably in the realm of a grandmaster. Grandmaster level martial artists are already difficult to bind with contribution points and money, and I don't know how the family invited these people to work for them. Of course, it may also be that the old man's surname is also Jean and he is purely protecting his own family. Haha, brother Qin, don't come unharmed. I heard that there is a lot of chaos in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, so I specially invited Chu Lao to accompany me on a trip. The fat man saw that Qin Yi had been looking at old Chu behind him, so he took the initiative to introduce it without the slightest twist and cover up. As a businessman, he was born to cherish his life, and he must be cautious when he comes to a place like the eastern suburbs where the security is not good, and he directly brought out one of the backbone of the family. It can be said that he is afraid of death, or it can be said that he is thoughtful. In short, the Golden Fat Man is such a person. Understand. Qin Yi retracted his gaze, smiled, took the storage bag from the Golden Fat Man's hand and looked inward with his spiritual power and found a fruit shaped like a heart. This fruit is extraordinary. Even in the storage space with strong storage capacity there is a trace of essence overflowing. The fifth order spirit fruit was really strange. Through the storage bag with only a weak spiritual power, Qin Yi could actually feel the surging vitality contained in the spirit fruit. This fruit goes down and I can't imagine how good the effect is. In addition to the fifth order spirit fruit, there was also a blue Dao robe in the storage bag which looked ordinary and didn't know what it did. The fifth order spirit fruit I collected is called Ice Heart, and the fruit is called Ice Heart, but it doesn't actually have half a bit of coldness. It only contains pure life force. Whether it is healing or refining the body, it has miraculous effects. The Golden Fat Man's face was painful, his eyes were full of reluctance, and he stared at the storage bag in Qin Yi's hand tightly. This fruit was still rewarded by my father, and it is likely to be Yuhang's only fifth order spirit fruit at present. The degree of cherishment of the fifth order spirit fruit is self-evident. The fourth order spirit fruit can be sold for millions of sky-high prices in the martial arts world, and the fifth order is even more priceless. It was normal for the Golden Fat Man to have a pain in his flesh, but he showed such a heartache in front of Qin Yi. It was definitely intentional. He wanted to leave enough weight in Qin Yi's heart, so he naturally had to fully express the preciousness of this spirit fruit. Is worthy of being a capitalist. Every word and deed is hidden mysteries. Qin Yi felt that this fat man was quite interesting and he was quite good at being a person, so it didn't hurt to make friends. After all, people have given themselves so many things for nothing. Stretching out his hand not to hit the smiling person, Qin Yi nodded and responded, "It's better to write more about Jean Gongzi. Your Jean family is honest, and I can see it today. It's just not clear what is the blue robe in this storage bag." The Golden Fat Man took in Qin Yi's reaction and knew that the two were involved, and his smile became even stronger. This clothing is called Xianshui Dao robe. Although it is only of second order quality, it is easy to wear and it can also change its appearance at will, so it can be regarded as a gift for our transaction. Xianshui Dao robe? Qin Yi's heart moved, took out the robe and put it on his body in front of the interview of the Golden Fat Man. Then a thought flashed through his mind, and the blue robe immediately changed into a sportswear that fit just right, and even the pants were conjured. Good stuff, nice. He was worried about what to do if he burst his clothes and pants in a fight in the future. There will be new fierce beast corpses in the future, guaranteed to be above the second order. I will contact you at any time. Qin Yi looked at the sportswear on his body and sighed that capitalists still know how to bribe people. Haha, it's okay, just keep in touch more and I won't disturb your cultivation in the future. The golden fat man accepted it when he saw it, and he didn't pull Qin Yi to talk nonsense, and after leaving the storage bag he left with Chu Lao. Qin Yi hurriedly returned to the supermarket and couldn't wait to take out the spirit fruit and take it. "Your spirit fruit has arrived?" When Elder Wang saw Qin Yi walking in with a happy face, he knew what had probably happened. "Did you buy a third order or fourth order spirit fruit? If the level is too high with your current realm, it will be difficult to get rid of the spirit poison and it may damage the foundation." Elder Wang had already predicted Qin Yi as exaggerated as possible the fourth order spirit fruit. In exchange for a martial artist, he would have to work involution for at least 3 or 4 years or go to the secret realm to work hard, and he might be able to afford it. However, he still underestimated Qin Yi's grade. When the ice heart fruit was taken out of the storage bag by Qin Yi, the entire supermarket was filled with a strong vitality, and wisps of vitality were exposed to the outside of the supermarket through the cracks and even made the green belts on both sides of the road grow for the second time, flourishing several times. Fifth order spirit fruit. It's not a matter of price anymore. Once the fifth order spirit fruit is listed in the martial arts world, even if it is 100 million contribution points, it will be photographed in seconds. The martial artists who can be bought all have internal channels, and they learned in advance that the fifth order spirit fruit would be on the shelves, and they specially snapped up it. Wan Lao didn't know what to say for a while. He thought about it but still didn't ask Qin Yi about the source of the fifth order spirit fruit. Apprentices should also have their own private secrets. The spirit poison of the fifth order spirit fruit is too strong for you. If you want to take it down in the martial master realm, you must find an alchemist to deal with it, or let the master disperse half of the spirituality. Poison? In the face of adaptive evolution, this kind of continuous poison is a treasure to Qin Yi, and it is too late to be happy after going down. How can it be possible to let people disperse half? He scratched his head. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he lied to his master. The apprentice discovered earlier that he was immune to spiritual poison. It may be due to physical reasons. No matter what level of spirit poison it is ineffective against the disciple. In the heavens and all worlds there are hundreds of millions of martial arts physiques, and no one can say that they will not include the spirit fruit body that can be immune to spiritual poison. Wan Lao didn't have this kind of physique in his memory, but he didn't look like Qin Yi was lying at all, and he quickly chose to believe it. "Maybe it's because of your special physique that the spirit class grows so fast." Wan Lao not only believed Qin Yi's words but even launched a brain supplement to help Qin Yi get the suspicion that the spirit class grew too fast. Belch. It seems that the face is not red and the heart is not beating, and it seems to have the ability to strengthen the convincing of words. Tricks? Chapter 70, Level 19 Spiritual Qi Affinity God Level Talent. Don't worry about miscellaneous things at this time. With Wang Lao by your side, it is definitely the best time to take the ice heart fruit. Qin Yi and Wang Lao came to the supermarket warehouse without hesitation. They devoured it, and they took off the palm-sized ice heart fruit in 3 or 2 bites, and they didn't even let go of the kernel. It is almost impossible for the core of a high-grade spirit fruit to be planted again, so it is better to eat it and supplement it with more nutrients. The slightly cool flesh under the belly bloomed with endless vitality flowing through the meridians, and meridians moisturizing every cell of Qin Yi, making him feel very comfortable, as if every pore in his body was opened. Ice heart. Although the name carries the word ice, symbolizes the vitality of ice. Once thawed, the warmth is endless. But along with the spread of spirituality, spiritual poison also grew secretly, depositing in Qin Yi's various organs, gradually rotting his organs and eventually causing an indelible blow to his martial arts foundation. Everything has 2 sides, and in order to prevent it from being devoured by creatures, the spirit fruit has given birth to a large amount of aura poison in the flesh, specifically poisoning the essence of the martial artist. Therefore, in this realm, just by swallowing the spirit fruit, at most he can be promoted to a high-level martial artist. And as for the Grandmaster, I can only think about it in my dreams. However, Qin Yi could ignore the influence of the spirit poison and even use the spirit poison to evolve again. In Wang Lao's eyes, Qin Yi's face turned white and black at this time, and it seemed to be covered with a shadow. 1 second and the poison was extremely deep, and the next second it changed back to its original state and his skin was fair. The spiritual fruit in his stomach was being quickly digested by the iron stomach, and the spiritual poison was constantly being released. But in Wang Lao's opinion, Qin Yi's foundation was not only not poisoned but became more and more solid, which was a miracle. The world is so big, the old man has lived for so many years, and he has never heard of a physique that is immune to spiritual poison, and today he has seen it. Wang Lao was amazed. He found that Qin Yi was not only immune to spirit poisons but also digested spirit fruits faster than ordinary martial artists. If an ordinary middle-level martial artist wanted to completely digest a fifth-order spirit fruit, it would take at least 10 days and half a month. But when it came to Qin Yi, it seemed that he could completely digest it on the spot. Could it be that this apprentice of his can do anything a little faster than others? Or is it a special constitution that can be immune to spiritual poison and it also has the ability to accelerate the digestion of spiritual objects? Then this physique is really ridiculously strong. Among the top 100 martial arts physiques currently ranked by the Human Alliance, Qin Yi's emerging physique can be ranked in the top 30 casually. What is the concept of ignoring the spirit poison? It means that Qin Yi can use the spirit fruit without brains, without fear of side effects, soaring all the way to the realm in front of the Great Grandmaster, and even can go from an ordinary person to a Great Grandmaster in 3 days. It's a pity that if the Great Grandmaster Ho martial artist wants to go further, he has to contact the Great Tao, and the light spirit object has no effect. Not much. All the spirit poison precipitated in the ice heart fruit was released, and the spirituality and vitality contained in it were all absorbed by Qin Yi, and this fifth-order spirit fruit was basically finished. In the warehouse, Qin Yi's aura suddenly rose, and in the meridians a little bit of spirituality formed into a nucleus, and he actually absorbed blood qi and spiritual qi by himself, refining a large amount of concentrated qi and blood which merged into Qin Yi's body. In just 1 hour, Qin Yi's total amount of qi and blood soared from 500 calories to 1000 calories, and the bottleneck of a high-level martial artist seemed to non-exist, so it was overcome. Qin Yi had just broken through to the middle level of martial arts for less than 3 days, and he had reached the final stage of the martial artist realm. Wang Lao, who watched this scene, had mixed feelings in his heart, remembering that back then, although he was also known as the Pride of the Sky, he was still stuck in the martial arts realm for 2 years. Breaking through from a low-level martial artist to a high-level martial artist in 2 years is already a standout. But in Qin Yi's place, people break through from waste to high-level martial artists in a month, which is completely incomparable. The future is terrifying and the future is promising. Wang Lao will not be jealous at his age, he will look down on everything, and he will only be happy and proud of Qin Yi's talent. However, if he knew that Qin Yi could actually break through to the Grandmaster in one go, he didn't know how he would feel. That's right, the energy contained in the ice heart fruit was actually enough for Qin Yi to break through the Grandmaster, but he forcibly suppressed the realm breakthrough, and the reason was also very simple. He was afraid that something would happen to him if he expanded his brain domain indiscriminately, so he planned to ask Wang Lao first before continuing. The breakthrough of the Grandmaster realm originally needed to open up the brain domain, but because of the death of the gods, Qin Yi opened up the brain domain knowledge sea in advance, although there was only a small piece, but it was small and it could be regarded as a sea of knowledge. After he broke through the Grandmaster and had a chance to expand his knowledge, he was worried that something would go wrong, so he decided to consult the experienced Wang Lao first. Time passed minute by minute, and the total amount of qi and blood in Qin Yi's body still did not stop after breaking through 1000 calories, and it was still rising until it reached 2000 calories at the limit of high-level martial artists. And the most terrifying thing is that the improvement of the realm is not the biggest gain after Qin Yi took the spirit fruit. His biggest gain is always the new skills he has evolved through adaptive evolution. Dingyer cells have successfully adapted to the 5th order spirit poison and evolved a passive skill, poison resistance LV5. The poison resistance, which was originally upgraded to level 4 through Zhuang Muqing, was upgraded again and became level 5. Level 4 poison resistance can allow him to ignore most of the 4th order poison, and after reaching level 5 it is estimated that he will be fine if he treats the 4th order poison as a meal. Level 5 represents the 5th order, that is to say, if Qin Yi encounters a mountain and sea realm powerhouse whose main attack method is to use poison, he will even have the opportunity to kill the opponent with level 5 poison resistance. After all, his physical body is blessed with a level 1 immortal golden body, which is equivalent to the physical body of a great grandmaster. In the case of attribute restraint, it is not too much to cross a large realm to slash the enemy, right? Of course. Level 5 poison resistance is really good, but it is still much worse than the following passive skill that has evolved successfully. Ding, you have successfully digested all the spirituality of the 5th order spirit fruit, washed the root bones comprehensively, improved your qualifications, and evolved a natural skill, Aura Affinity LV19. Level 19 Aura Affinity. If Qin Yi remembered correctly, he was only level 9 at the beginning, but he didn't expect a 5th order spirit fruit to go down instantly, ascend to level 10 and cross the threshold of level 10. How much is level 19 Reiki affinity? The rumored martial god body can be cultivated without cultivation, and the aura will drill into the body on its own, refining the chi and blood by itself and helping the martial artist become stronger. Qin Yi originally thought that the martial god body was at least a matter of the 50th level spiritual chi affinity, but he never thought that the 19th level spiritual chi affinity already had the effect of the martial god body. After that, he no longer needs to concentrate on cultivation. Even if he plays games every day, his body will be kept in the best state of cultivation and the aura will automatically enter the body. His body is like an assembly line factory, and Reiki is an exploited free labor, working hard, sacrificing himself and taking the initiative to help Qin Yi create assets. And his cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than before, and he could refine a cart of chi and blood in 1 minute, which was many times stronger than Chen. Spirit fruit. That's a good thing. The effect of a 5th order spirit fruit is so exaggerated, so what about the 6th order, 7th order, and even the legendary 8th order spirit fruit? Shouldn't you kill the next one and you can become an immortal directly, right? Qin Yi secretly fantasized. The more advanced the secret realm, the more likely it is to produce high-level spirit fruits. Maybe next, after dealing with the troubles of the alien god society, he can go to the B-level secret realm in Yendang Mountain next door to test the water. Chapter 71, Why Don't You Be My Master? Since the total amount of chi and blood reached a level bottleneck, the aura automatically entered Qin Yi's body and could not continue to refine the chi and blood, so he began to help Qin Yi polish his physical body, further compressing the concentration of chi and blood, and faintly had a tendency to put liquid chi and blood pressure into his body and temper it into solid chi and blood. The quality of chi and blood of each martial artist is different, and it can be divided into 3 levels: gaseous, liquid, and solid, of which the gaseous state belongs to the level of the quasi-martial artist and the liquid state belongs to the level of the martial artist to the grandmaster. As for the solid, it is often necessary to step into the realm of the great grandmaster and then have the opportunity to try compression. Because if you want to refine solid chi and blood, you need to be strong enough to have a physical body, otherwise you will not be able to provide a refining environment. Just as diamonds must be produced in a high-temperature and high-pressure environment, the requirements of solid chi and blood for the environment are actually the requirements for the physical strength of the warriors. There is no doubt that Qin Yi's physical body has reached the standard, not only up to the standard but also far superior to the average great grandmaster. A large amount of chi and blood was forcibly compressed into a drop, which was integrated into Qin Yi's flesh and blood, filling the gaps between the cells, making Qin Yi's physical strength begin to increase again and become more solid. If someone used a scientific instrument to measure Qin Yi at this moment, they would be surprised to find that Qin Yi's flesh density was actually increasing wildly, comparable to a golden stone. The corpses of the immortal gods of the celestial clan can be so terrifying after death because each piece of flesh and blood contains infinite solid chi and blood, and if a trace of it is emitted, it can be dispersed into a pool of blood. Of course, all these cultivation processes were carried out automatically, and there was no need for Qin Yi to take care of it at all. After the 5th order spirit fruit was completely processed, after Qin Yi opened his eyes, he saw Wang Lao protecting himself in front of him for the first time. His heart warmed and he hurriedly got up and said, "Thank you for your hard work, master." Wang Lao waved his hand absently, but a pair of eyes never left Qin Yi's body, and the depths of his eyes were full of thought. He actually saw that the aura was actively drilling into Qin Yi's body, and Qin Yi's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the power of chi and blood contained in it was also surging. Is my old eye dizzy? Wang Lao blinked, but the vision on Qin Yi's body was still not eliminated, and it was still the same. It is enough to be able to refine solid chi and blood at the martial artist stage, this kind of passive cultivation method, but it requires an extremely high degree of aura affinity. As far as he knows, only the martial god body and the natural god body have this ability. Why does Qin Yi also have it? Isn't your special constitution immune to spiritual poison? As if seeing the lingering confusion on Wang Lao's face, Qin Yi coughed lightly. His face was red and his heart was not beating, and he said with a "Ha, did master see the strangeness in me?" Elder Wang nodded. Qin Yi looked puzzled and continued, "I don't know what's going on. After I took down the 5th order spirit fruit, I suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual energy was uncontrollably drilling into my body, and it was still helping me cultivate." Doesn't master know why? Wang Lao shook his head. "I don't know the reason. Maybe it is related to your physique? After all, I have never heard of such a miraculous physique of yours. In the heavens and all worlds there will always be physiques that ordinary people don't understand, and you don't have to worry. At least the traits that have been revealed so far are good for you. Seeing that the master not only didn't ask questions but also took the initiative to help him fulfill his lie, Qin Yi's heart was relieved and he was a little ashamed. Although it is not good to deceive the master, the existence of the system is too important and even the remnant soul of the giant god can suppress it, and he really doesn't dare to tell others. The trouble was covered up for the time being. Qin Yi did not continue to dwell on this issue and the conversation changed and asked about the Grandmaster's breakthrough. Speaking of this, Elder Wang's expression was also solemn and he said solemnly, "Martial artists need to open up the sea of knowledge to break through the Grandmaster, and the danger is very high. If you're not careful, becoming a fool is considered a minor injury." Wang Lao has studied a lot of the realm of the Grandmaster and advised, the opening up of the brain domain must be gradual. First explore the way with a trace of Qi and blood as a pioneer and find out where you can touch and where you can't touch before continuing. Everyone's mind has subtle differences, so someone else's route doesn't necessarily work for you and you'd better. He wanted to teach Qin Yi the experience of opening up his brain, but he saw Qin Yi smiling with a slightly subtle expression. "What's the matter? Do you have any questions?" Wang Lao frowned. I saw Qin Yi pointing to his head and replied, "Master." When the disciple was in the realm of martial arts, he staggered the knowledge of the sea of mind domain, and now he wants to know how to expand the knowledge of the sea? Wang Lao. The realm of martial arts opens the sea of knowledge? Why don't you go to heaven? Knowing the sea is the most important place for a person, even more important than the heart. It belongs to a strange place that is half empty and half true. So Wang Lao didn't notice that Qin Yi already had the knowledge of the sea before. Only by breaking through to the realm of the true king will the human soul and the sea of consciousness turn from the virtual to the real and can be seen with the naked eye and even touched by the person. It's like Qin Yi once dived in the sea of giant gods. Before it is completely realized, unless it is specially explored, it will be difficult for outsiders to perceive the existence of Zhihai. Now Elder Wang specially took out a wisp of divine thought and sneaked into Qin Yi's eyebrows, and after a careful investigation he really saw a small piece of seam-like sea of knowledge. The seawater here is not full, it can barely fill the gaps, it is very weak for him, but considering that Qin Yi's martial artist realm has such sea knowledge and spiritual power, he can already scare a bunch of big guys when he says it. Even the weather-hardened Wang Lao was a little hit. The soul is against the sky, the body is invincible, and the qualifications are unparalleled. What kind of demon did I take as an apprentice? You are like this, how can you let your peers live in Tianzhou? No, not only the Tianzhou of the same generation but also the Tianzhou of the two generations who pushed up. They may also be caught up by Qin Yi or even defeated by leapfrogging. I didn't expect that you already have almost 150 points of spiritual power since the sea of knowledge has been opened. Then when you break through the Grandmaster you can try to expand the sea of knowledge around, and try not to expand the sea of knowledge downwards first. Elder Wang thought for a moment and told Qin Yi about his experience. As for why it's better not to go down, he also gave the reason. The control of Qi and blood in the martial arts stage is still very rough and weak, and if you can't do it in detail you can open it up downward, and it is likely that you will accidentally damage the key cranial nerves, resulting in an accident. And to open up on both sides, as long as you don't open up too big, there will be basically no problems because you have already opened a crack there and there is no accident, which basically means that a large area of the surrounding connection can be opened. Qin Yi was taught. He still has a problem though. According to what you said, then if my level of Qi and blood control reaches a nuanced level, can I try to deepen my knowledge of the sea downward? Meticulous? This is the level pursued by the princes, and Wang Lao only reached this level a few years ago. After listening to Qin Yi's words, Wang Lao wanted to refute it, educate Qin Yi and ask him not to be ambitious. But thinking of all the miracles that happened to Qin Yi, he was a little afraid to say it. It's a good thing he didn't say what was in his heart. Because in the next second he saw Qin Yi stretch out his index finger, hook it slightly, and a wisp of Qi and blood suddenly burst out of his body like a toy being kneaded and played with by him, it while flying wantonly in the air according to the command. Mr. Wang, why don't you be my master? Chapter 72, A Sword to Open the Heavens. Star breathing method. Being able to play with Qi and blood so easily is enough to show Qin Yi's level of control. Elder Wang didn't know what else to say, he just wanted to turn around and leave quietly alone. However, before leaving he still needed to hand over 2 items to Qin Yi, which were the introductory exercises he had promised before. Considering that Qin Yi had already opened up the sea of knowledge, there was no need to use the real thing as a medium to teach the exercises. Wang Lao's mind moved and he condensed a special divine thought which was brilliant and instantly drilled into Qin Yi's brain. Immediately afterwards Qin Yi had two more memory images out of thin air in his mind, which were the two immortal slaying sect exercises given to him by Wang Lao. Clicking on a memory at random, he saw a fairy sword penetrating the sky and the earth penetrating the void, falling from the sky destroying the world, and the sword chi spread for 1,000,000,000 miles. Even if it was just a memory picture, it also made Qin Yi feel a penetrating sword intent and his scalp was numb. This is the peerless technique of the immortal slashing school, which is also a divine product, and the name is about to open the sky with a sword. The sword technique in this memory is definitely the strongest sword Qin Yi has ever seen, and it is very likely that it was personally demonstrated by the founding patriarch of the immortal slashing sect, the 10,000 Tribulation Heavenly Venerable Chen Ziliuo. Even the spear thrown by the previous big dog owner was not as terrifying as this sword that opened the sky. But I don't use swordsmanship, I specialize in the physical body, and this exercise is a little bit of a chicken for me. Is it possible to practice swordsmanship again? Qin Yi continued to look backwards at the open heaven sword, and gradually he comprehended the essence of this killing technique. The fairy sword that reached the sky and the earth at the beginning of the picture after the slashing actually disappeared, leaving only a handsome young man in gorgeous clothes, gentle and elegant, but his body fatally exuded a killing temperament that was in great contrast with his appearance as sharp as a sword. This person must be Chen Ziliuo. For some reason Qin Yi was extremely sure of this in his heart. Chen Ziliuo stepped on the sky, standing indifferently, and below him were the abyss-like sword marks, unfathomable. He stood quietly like this without saying a word or making a single move, but Qin Yi sensed the true meaning of the open heaven sword from him. This sword is not meant to be a sword. The foundation of their immortal slaying faction is the Yi cultivation technique. Their own body is combined with the spirit of the army, and the physical body is several times stronger than that of the same level of martial arts, and they can be used as a sword to slash this move. Open the sky with a sword. The focus is not on the word one sword at the back, but on opening the sky. The Taoist meaning of the word Kai Tian is the key point. Junior Qin Yi, thank you ancestor. Qin Yi's cultivation of the open heaven sword instantly improved, and he did not rush to continue to comprehend, but bowed respectfully with his soul body and ended this memory. He was curious about what the other exercise was. Flipping through another strange memory, this time Qin Yi didn't see anything. There was only absolute darkness and absolute nothingness in his mind, and everywhere he looked there was dead silence and emptiness. This situation lasted for a long time. Qin Yi waited patiently, and when even he didn't know how long he had been waiting, a change occurred in the darkness and a little star light up slightly, and then it became more and more brilliant, bursting out with hundreds of millions of luster. Then there is the second star, the third star, and the fourth. The originally dark night sky. In an instant the stars were like a dream, and the stars reflected each other, embellishing the entire sky, which was brilliant and dazzling. But what does this mean, and what does it represent? Qin Yi carefully observed the sea of stars in the night sky, and slowly he noticed the clues. Every star in the sky is twinkling regularly like a surging wave, layer by layer. The stars seem to be alive, they are breathing. Star breathing. The second exercise given to him by Elder Xuan was actually a precious breathing method, and the grade was not low, at least A level. This is something that can be sold at a sky-high price in the martial arts world. This breathing method is guided by the stars in the sky. By visualizing the twinkle of the stars, adjusting the breath, and entering the mysterious state, it can not only increase the cultivation rate by more than 10 times but also make people have a certain probability of enlightenment on the spot in the future. You must know that after the realm of the great grandmaster, if you want to improve your strength, you can't just have chi and blood, you must make progress in comprehending Dao meaning. And the state of enlightenment is the best state of the avenue of enlightenment, and ordinary great masters can only seek external objects if they want to enter, such as the legendary enlightenment leaf. If you want to enter the state of enlightenment naturally, you have high requirements for root bones and understanding, and you can't do it unless you are arrogant. Worshipping the immortal slashing sect, I got so many good things. Qin Yi suddenly felt a sense of happiness of being fostered. He couldn't help but use the breathing method to start cultivating on the spot and see what realm he could reach in 15 days under his concentration on cultivation with the blessing of the 19th level aura affinity and the A-level breathing method. Maybe Xiaoxi doesn't need to go to the city to ask for foreign aid, he can kill all the enemies himself. But He glanced at his phone and found that the spirit fruit and exercises he bought from the martial arts world were also about to be delivered, and the courier would arrive at the door immediately. It's better to practice at night for a while, don't be in a hurry. He got up and said, Master, I still have a few couriers to be delivered soon and now I have to sign for them first. The corners of Wang Lao's eyes jumped. Shouldn't there be a fifth order spirit fruit? Could it be the sixth order? Don't scare the old man. This old man was really tossed by Qin Yi. In just 2 days his mood swings have been far more numerous than in the past 10 years. Qin Yi was amused by Master's reaction. How can there be a fifth order spiritual fruit? It's just a third order spiritual fruit plus 2 exercises, a B-level masking technique and a C-level body technique. He thought about it on the subway before, but he still spent most of his contribution points on the masking exercises, which cost 700,000 yuan, while the body method only cost more than 100,000 yuan, and there are still more than 200,000 contributions left in the account. Oh. Wang Lao's heart was inexplicably relieved and he agreed with Qin Yi's purchase idea. With your talent you should indeed cover up 1 or 2. But this cover-up is not for the sake of human society to pretend to be a pig and a tiger and slap the face. You buy the concealment exercise mainly to deal with the fierce beasts of foreign races in secret realms. As for human society, you don't need to hide any strength and qualifications. You can indulge as much as you want, even if it attracts the attention of the leader of the human alliance. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment and said that Mu Xiu would be destroyed by Lin Feng. He originally thought that Wan Lao would also admonish him about this truth, but he never thought that this was not the case. Wan Lao instead supported him in human society? Why? Wan Lao glanced at Qin Yi and chuckled lightly. Are you wondering why I didn't let you keep a low profile? It's simple. The more dazzling you are, the more investment you will be. As for the danger, you are my apprentice in the human alliance. No one can touch you in the slightest. As soon as these words came out, the negative emotions that had accumulated in Wang Lao's heart for a long time poured out and he only felt refreshed. Looking at Qin Yi with starry eyes, he could be regarded as experiencing the pleasure of being a master. I can finally pretend to be in front of my apprentice once. That's how masters should feel. If Qin Yi knew what Elder Wang was thinking at the moment, he would definitely secretly laugh and think that this little old man was quite cute. Chapter 73, The Dark Tide is surging. Elder Wang's strength is very strong, but Qin Yi still doesn't know how strong Elder Wang really is. He had always been very curious about this, and after hesitating for a moment he still asked the master about the doubts in his heart, but in a more tactful tone. Master, the apprentice still doesn't know what realm of martial arts you are. You tell me the realm and I have to weigh it, which people can't be provoked in the future and which ones can be provoked. Otherwise, after provoking others will chase and kill me and you will be embarrassed if you can't deal with it. Hearing this, Wang Lao couldn't help but darken his face. As soon as I finished talking about covering you, you thought about provoking people? He waved his hand angrily and said helplessly, Your master and I have stepped into the realm of the true king for many years, but the true king barrier almost stuck me to death and I shouldn't have a chance to go any further in my life. Speaking of this, Elder Wan's expression was slightly gloomy. The true king is almost already the strongest person in the human alliance, but there are a total of 128 true kings in the entire human alliance, but there is not a single venerable, which shows the difficulty of breaking through the venerable. Since ancient times, those who can be called kings are all Tianjia, who has been shining for an era, but in front of the only Tianzuan they have become bleak again. The area of this world was dozens of times larger than the earth in Qin Yi's previous life, and even if the various cave heaven secret realms were subtracted, it was definitely 10 times the size of the earth. The population of Huaxia is more than 5 billion, but there are only 68 kings, which is already the region with the largest number of true kings in the human alliance. It is said that there are only 32 true kings in the entire European Union. Qin Yi thought that it was impossible for him to be stuck in the true king realm, and even the Tianzuan realm couldn't get him stuck. However, in the face of the silent master, he pondered his words and prepared to relax and liven up the atmosphere. Looking at the introduction on the internet, the true king realm can live for more than 800 years. You are actually still very young and you may not have a chance to break through. Besides, even if you don't have a chance to break through, don't you still have me? When the apprentice cultivates an invincible body in the future, he will help the master find a spiritual object to help you break the bottleneck. Although Qin Yi said this sentence in a joking tone, it was full of sincerity and Wan Lao could hear it. Wang Su has lived for so many years, and since the death of his master Chen Ziluo he has been alone, and today is the first time he has heard the care of his relatives. His heart warmed, and he also said to Qin Yi in a joking tone, "Don't mess around after you leave. I won't stop those who want to challenge you openly. In addition, there are some strange organizations in the outside world. If you are too arrogant you may be assassinated by them. You still need to be careful on weekdays. Nowadays human beings are united, but it is inevitable that there will be chickens and dogs and thieves secretly colluding with foreign races. I can't follow you all the time, but if you encounter trouble that can't be solved you must come to me." Qin Yi nodded heavily. After this conversation the relationship between the master and apprentice has become a lot closer subtly. At the end of the conversation Wang Su left and continued to stay at the front desk cashier. Qin Yi went to receive the express package, sat down and began to refine the third order spirit fruit. The third order spirit fruit had no effect on him, but the refined pure energy could be poured into the spirit class in the atrium to help it grow. Counting the open heaven, one sword, the cultivation technique, the star breathing method, and the 2 exercises purchased from the martial realm, and the 7 wounds crazy fist, Qin Yi currently needs to practice a total of 6 exercises. In addition to this he also had to start preparing to break through the Grandmaster. There are still 13 days left in the 15 days agreed with Xiaoxi, and in these 13 days Qin Yi should be able to live a very fulfilling life. At the same time as Qin Yi was hurrying to cultivate. In the boundary of the land that is not far from Yuhang, the sky is dark, the rain is pouring down, and the raindrops the size of beans hit the leaves, making a crisp sound of popping. Under the huge and towering maple tree there is a round stone table. Dozens of stone chairs are arranged around the stone table from the inside to the outside, and a figure sits on each chair standing still. If you look at it from afar you will be amazed to find that the downpour of rain has not drenched these people, and every drop of rain has turned into a wisp of white eyes and disappeared without a trace before it touches them. When a warrior's chi and blood are tempered to a certain extent they will have a kind of chi or coercion which can not only deter low-realm martial artists but also play a certain role in isolating and protecting the body, making it difficult for the rain to get close. The scorpion girl was caught. She failed. Among the many figures, a figure that Qin Yi was extremely familiar with stood up from the outermost stone chair and took the lead in speaking. This person has a gloomy face and sharp facial features, and he is the member of the Alien God Society who wanted to capture Qin Yi before Lu Yi. All the people present at the moment are all members of the Alien God Society, and the weakest is also the martial artist realm, and they are divided according to their contribution in strength. The stronger the one, the closer the seat will be to the inner layer and closer to the stone table. The elite of the Alien God Society in Jiangnan province are all here. Regarding the matter of the scorpion girl that Lu Yi said, it is actually a problem between Zhuang Muqing and Qin Yi. The members of the Alien God Society will give themselves a name after they have a certain strength and status, and scorpion girl is the synonym of Zhuang Muqing. As for Lu Yi, he has just been promoted and his nickname has just started, and he is called Madman. Since Lu Yi couldn't kill Qin Yi by himself, he had no choice but to report to the top of the organization and ask for support from above. Therefore everyone present had already mastered Qin Yi's details and knew that Qin Yi might have obtained a high-level spiritual object in his hand which could quickly improve the realm and strength of a martial artist. Oh! Originally he was a waste of martial arts practice, but in just 1 month he actually broke through to a middle-level martial artist, thinking that the spiritual objects he mastered would not be lower than the 5th order. I heard that before that being left, 2 things were left behind: a blood sword hanging in the secret realm guarding the spatial rift. There is also a mysterious spiritual artifact hidden in the world and no one has obtained it so far. Maybe this Qin Yi has obtained his inheritance. There are 6 circles of stone chairs outside the stone table at this time. The figure in the second circle spoke. Her posture is graceful, her body is plump, although the whole body is pitch black, but it has a charm so that the members outside the 4 circles dare not look directly and they bow their heads. The existence in the second circle is at least a great grandmaster level figure. Even if it is the Alien God Society, there are only 10 existences of this realm. And this woman is even more extraordinary. Her name is Shadow Thorn. You can tell by the name she is a member of the team responsible for assassination and assassination. Lu Yi vaguely remembered that when he first joined the Alien God Society he heard the old man say that the Shadow Thorn had tried to hunt down a famous Ho Yi and he almost succeeded. This young woman said that it was the mountain and sea realm. Is she going to make a move? Lu Yi was bitter in his heart. The opportunity that originally belonged to him, once he reported it, it had nothing to do with him. At most, after the success of snatching Qin Yi's opportunity, he shared a small sip of soup to drink. It's a pity, it's hateful. Thinking of the young man who stood tall in his crazy bombardment and even made sarcastic remarks, Liu Yi only felt full of hatred and had no way to vent it. Fortunately, if the Shadow Thorn makes a move, he will definitely be able to capture Qin Yi, and when the time comes he will apply to send Qin Yi, who has lost his use value, to his own hands and then torture him to get angry. Chapter 74 Jintian King Demon Clan. The whole audience was silent, no one made a sound, only the sound of the rain could be heard. Shadowthorn looked around and chuckled. Then it's up to me to take this task and test it out, what do you think? Everyone looked at each other, no one dared to anger the Shadowthorn. After all, she was the high level of the alien god society who had the strength to sit in the second circle. The temptation 1 or 2 mentioned in Shadowthorn's mouth was actually preparing to take the adventures on Qin Yi's body as his own. An existence with a high probability of being in the realm of mountains and seas makes a move. How can there be an accident against a mere martial artist? No matter how talented Qin Yi is, he can fight across the border. It is impossible for him to cross the 3 great realms in a row and escape from the powerhouses of the mountain and sea realm. The so-called mountain and sea realm is qualified to be a marquee. But this little guy named Qin Yi threw the Scorpion Girl to the police station. Maybe he was involved with the Yuhang official and someone secretly guarded him. You have to be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Besides Shadowthorn, a strong man with a tall physique as high as a mountain and muscles as high as a boulder spoke. This person, codenamed Stone Man, also sat in the second circle, qualified to talk to Shadowthorn. His words were ostensibly a reminder of the Shadowthorns, but in fact they were implicitly mocking slightly yin and yang in contrast to his tall and positive appearance. Shadowthorn's face was pitch black and he couldn't see his demeanor, but everyone present felt a cold aura spread which sent chills down people's spines. Just let the shadow stab it with her body. Even if she meets the Ho Yi who stayed in Yuhang, she can save her life. At this moment, the stone table placed in the center of the crowd made a noise which surprised everyone. This matter has attracted the attention of the Lord? The data from the official investigation is indeed accurate, and the key to the formation of the Xenosis Society is not the human warriors present but the stone table in the center. If you look down from the sky, you can see that the tabletop of the stone table is engraved with a large number of black and purple runes which are connected in a circle full of evil spirits. The Society of Alien Gods, as its name suggests, believes in the true gods of the alien race and works for the immortal gods of the alien race. If it weren't for the action of the immortal gods in the dark, they would not have survived the strict scrutiny of Huaxia. It's a pity that the immortal gods of the alien race have temporarily lost the ability to enter the Blue Star. According to their words, this is called, the time has not come. At present, the alien race that can infiltrate the Blue Star can only be the true king at most, or the half-step venerable. But if the body can't get by, it doesn't mean that the power can't come over, and the immortal gods spend some money. As long as they establish contact with the Blue Star, they can send some things. And this connection is the weird organizations they created. The 3 first circle warriors closest to the stone table looked horrified, prostrate on the ground, and faced the alien gods without the dignity of a strong man. Those who can sit in the first circle are at least in the realm of Fengho. But now they are worshipping so quickly it can be seen that the alien race has completely controlled them. These 3 people have followed the true gods of the alien race for many years, and they know the character of the Lord very well, and they know that the Lord is not interested in the adventures that Qin Yi may have in his hands, but cares about the information of that man. The man who rose strongly more than 10 years ago took the initiative to kill 3 A-level secret realms, became the king, and almost killed the man who penetrated the Woyue cave heaven. The king of the town, Lin Shangqing. Just by mentioning the name, the 3 of them couldn't help but shudder, and that terrifying shot came to their minds. He was called the Queen and pacified all the restless secret realms in the entire Jiangnan province. Then he left the Arctic Ocean and left behind a shocking blood sword in his hometown of Yuhang, as well as a mysterious inheritance. This mysterious inheritance may record Lin Shangqing's whereabouts. This person definitely has the qualifications to ascend to Tianzuan, and the high level of the alien race does not want the human race to produce another Tianzuan and has been frantically investigating his news for more than 10 years, wanting to use forbidden means to forcibly kill him. Unfortunately, his whereabouts could not be found. It is rumored that an immortal god of the Protoss once stepped into the Blue Star at a great cost and found Lin Shangqing's traces, but before he could pass it back, he disappeared without a trace, suspected of dying. In the heavens and all worlds, the Protoss is also known as the Celestial Clan. Probably thousands of years ago, the Celestial Clan produced an almost holy existence which has the confidence to change its name to the Protoss. The low-level small clans will respectfully call them the God Clan, but the major ancient clans with similar strength still call them the Heavenly Clan. After guessing the Lord's thoughts, Shadow Thorn was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt on the ground kowtowing and promised, "Please rest assured the Lord his subordinates will definitely bring Qin Yi back along with the adventures on him. There won't be a mistake on this trip." She knew that this was a good opportunity to gain attention in front of the Lord, and she instantly made up her mind in her heart she had to do her best to go out this time. Even if the other party was only a martial artist, she couldn't give the slightest chance. The stone table did not respond to her words, but in midair an eye like a scorching sun slowly opened, glanced at her and then closed again, and all fluctuations subsided as before. Shadowthorn felt a great encouragement from that glance and trembled with excitement until the Lord had been gone for a long time before he slowly stood up. The efficiency of official affairs has always been very slow, and if you want to ask a master to protect Qin Yi, it will take 5 days to say the least, so that the request can be passed on layer by layer and approved. I'll set off to find Qin Yi now. I think there is a high probability that the official will not think I will go. Colleagues, I'll take the first step. You continue to talk, hee. The shadow stabbed graceful at the waist, stretched his waist, and the figure gradually dimmed, blended into the shadows and disappeared. Seeing that she couldn't wait to leave, the eyes of the surrounding people flashed, and there was a little envy in their hearts. If you can get the attention of the Lord, the future is limitless. Especially after the alien race divides up the blue star, the Shadow Thorn who finishes this matter will have a big chance. Everyone present was convinced that the alien race could defeat all humans and divide the blue star. If they don't believe it, they won't betray it. Only by seeing the hidden strength of the alien race can we know how desperate the future of the human race is. In front of the Blue Star's human alliance there is not a single venerable on the bright side, but what about the alien race? Just the demon clan they took refuge in. There are 72 pillar gods, all of them are venerable. In the future their group of Terrans who defected early will be merged into the subordinate races of the demon race and will be protected by the demon race, just like the Hell Clan and the Corpse Clan. And those stubborn Terrans will only be slaughtered. They are the true future of the human race, the real fire. As Shadowthorn left, the rest of the people had nothing more to say, and after getting the consent of the 3 people in the first circle they went away. As for that Qin Yi, it's just an inconspicuous little thing and no one cares. With the Shadowthorn attacking with all his might, it was impossible for him to escape, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. The Alien God Society has always been cautious, but this time, in the face of a martial artist, it directly sent a mountain and sea realm powerhouse to cross the 3 major realms. How can this be a problem? The people in the room gradually dispersed. Lu Yi, who was on the outermost level, also got up and prepared to leave. He looked back at the stone table surrounded by a circle of stone chairs. His eyes were full of burning heat and expectation. He also wants to be able to sit in the innermost circle, the first circle, one day. Lu Yi crushed the jade talisman in his pocket and the space around him rippled, sending him out of the secret realm. That's right, the headquarters of the Xenomorph Society set in a secret realm somewhere. There is only a secret realm that can circumvent the censorship of the Human Alliance and allow them to gather with peace of mind. And a spatial crack in this secret realm controlled by their lord was handed over to the current president of the Alien God Society. This spatial rift is independent of the official secret entrance and its location is hidden, making it extremely difficult to find. A secret realm often has more than one entrance. Even in the Xiantian secret realm there are special hidden entrances that can be entered, but they have not been discovered for the time being. The main gate and main gate are often controlled by the authorities and many dogholes are not monitored. By going through the secret entrance you can circumvent official censorship and it is extremely safe. Chapter 75, Exercise Practice. Unlucky Shadowthorn. His gaze returned to the supermarket in the eastern suburbs. During this period of time, Qin Yi stayed in the warehouse of the supermarket in the eastern suburbs, concentrating on cultivation, first refining the third-order spirit fruit he purchased as fertilizer and watering the spirit weapons planted in the heart. It's a pity that the quality of the third-order spirit fruit is still too low, and after the spirit weapon is absorbed it is still 5 centimeters long and it has increased by a few millimeters at most. This thing is really difficult to cultivate. It needs a long stream, and it makes sense that it can trap Wang Lao for almost 2 years in the rooting stage back then. Qin Yi had also used the blood of the gods to water it before, which had obvious effects. The blood of the gods is equivalent to a 6th-order spiritual object. Qin Yi currently has only a little remnant left in his body and he still has to keep it for the breakthrough Grandmaster. It took Qin Yi more than an hour to water the spirit soldier, and the rest of the time he was concentrating on cultivating the exercises, especially the star breathing method. This A-level breathing method is quite good, and it took Qin Yi 2 hours to master it thoroughly. However, his so-called mastery is not to integrate it but to be able to turn the breathing method into a state of automatic maintenance in the same way as qi and blood cultivation. If someone patiently observed Qin Yi's breathing, they would be surprised to find that his seemingly ordinary breath were hidden and mysterious. That's right, Qin Yi has turned the use of the star breathing method into his instinct, and as long as he is still breathing in the future, then he is using the star breathing method. In other words, he was enjoying the bonus of doubling his cultivation speed every moment. Qin Yi suspected that the level 19 aura affinity not only enhanced his aura absorption speed but also strengthened his root bones, causing him to be able to permanently maintain the breathing method state. Terrifying. I don't know what will happen if I raise the aura affinity to level 100. You can't become a god in one breath, right? Throwing away the illusion that was too far away, Qin Yi began to hurry up and practice the 2 exercises he had purchased from the martial arts world. He first tried to comprehend the B-level masking exercise Mist in the Clouds, which can urge the aura around him to cover his body, forming an invisible and hidden layer of isolation in a special way so that outsiders cannot peek into the real situation. The masking effect of Mist in the Clouds is excellent, and it can isolate the detection of martial artists of the same level. But as a B-level exercise, its ability will definitely not stop there. As the name suggests, the aura isolation layer formed through Mist in the Clouds can be infinitely manufactured and infinitely superimposed. Penetrating the dense clouds, it will also be blocked by dense fog, and you will never be able to see the truth clearly, which is the origin of the word fog in the clouds. As long as he was idle enough and patient enough, Qin Yi could even create 10,000 layers of aura isolation layers. And the effect of the 10,000 layer aura isolation layer is comparable to the S-level masking technique, which can avoid the detection of martial artists who are higher than their 4 major realms. Of course, Qin Yi was pressed for time now, and he didn't have time to make 10,000 layers, so he just made 100 layers and tried the effect. The 100-layer aura isolation layer is enough to block the prying eyes of the great grandmaster. Even the Li family, who specializes in cultivating the pupil technique, has no strength to seal the Marquis realm, and he can't see through his reality and reality. In addition, Qin Yi was also pleasantly surprised to notice that Mist in the Clouds could also be cultivated automatically because of his level 19 aura affinity. The surrounding aura had been actively drilling into his body. As long as he was slightly flexible, he could let a part of the aura stay on the surface of the body and automatically condense into an aura isolation layer. Looking at this efficiency, it can be more than 1 layer a day. Even if Qin Yi didn't do anything after more than 9,900 days, he could still obtain 10,000 layers of spiritual energy isolation layer. In other words, for a long time there was no need for him to change the masking exercises. The cultivation of Mist in the Clouds took Qin Yi a full 9 hours, which was extremely time-consuming. After finishing the practice of the masking exercise, Qin Yi continued to comprehend the sea-level body method, streamer walking empty steps. The difficulty of cultivating this method is not high, but the bonus to agility is very significant, and through special steps and borrowing methods, Qin Yi's speed has been raised by a notch. A normal high-level martial artist has a speed of about 200 meters per second, which is almost 0.5 times the speed of sound. The standard speed of sound is 340 meters per second. Qin Yi has always been not very good at speed, but at this moment, with the blessing of the sea-level body method, the speed has finally completed a breakthrough, reaching 300 meters per second, infinitely close to the speed of sound. No wonder they all say that the family's Tianzhou is difficult to deal with. People are born to learn all kinds of high-level exercises for free. Even if they are in the same realm as ordinary martial artists, they can beat ordinary martial artists by relying on the addition of exercises alone. The sea-level body method costs more than 100,000 contribution points, which is equivalent to the income of an ordinary martial artist for almost a year. Qin Yi sighed silently. Fortunately, he is a little expert in making money, and when he has no money, he can go to the second-order female insect nest in the Xiantian secret realm to play. In this world, there should be no one who hopes that second-order female worm can advance to the third order more than Qin Yi, including the second-order female worm herself. If the second-order female insect is promoted to the third order, it will have too much effect on Qin Yi. She can produce overlord-level fierce beasts indefinitely, and after analyzing Qin Yi's situation, she will produce special overlord-level fierce beasts specifically for him. This kind of monster easily allows him to activate adaptive evolution and make up for his own shortcomings. The cultivation of a streamer step in the sky took 3 hours, counting the time spent before Qin Yi had already used up nearly 16 hours, and a day and a night were about to pass. He gathered his divergent thoughts and prepared to begin to wholeheartedly comprehend the most difficult exercise: open heaven and one sword. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the door of the supermarket warehouse was opened. Qin Yi scratched his head, and when he looked up, Master Wang Su walked in, bent over his waist. His expression was flat, and he was holding a coquettish woman covered in darkness in his right hand. This woman seemed to be choked by the throat of fate, and there was no room for resistance at all. Even though her face was dark, Qin Yi still felt the horror that she couldn't hide. "Master. This is?" Qin Yi's gaze locked on the woman, and he faintly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Although it was far inferior to the immortal gods he had felt before, it was definitely not weak. At least it's stronger than Zhang Tianfeng. This woman's realm surpasses the great grandmaster? This woman sneaked into the supermarket secretly with a killing intent that is difficult for ordinary people to detect, and went straight to your direction. She should have come specifically to kill you. Wang Lao threw it casually and threw the shadow thorn in front of Qin Yi, lying there like a dead fish, unable to move. "Since I am here to kill you, you will deal with it yourself. She was banned by me and she can't do anything, so you can deal with it with peace of mind." After speaking, Wang Lao glanced at Qin Yi deeply and said angrily, "You kid has already provoked the big guy, and there are strong people in the mountain and sea realm and the martial arts realm to chase and kill. What have you done to be jealous and resentful?" Qin Yi. He is also bitter in his heart, who he recruited to provoke, whom obviously he just wants to develop silently and then go out of the mountain when he is invincible, but this strange god will not let him settle down. At this point, where did Qin Yi not think that the woman lying on the ground was a member of the Alien God Society? But the bitterness in his heart is still not as good as the bitterness in his heart. She finally received a job that could change her own fate, and she was very cautious to carry it out, thinking that she could simply take it, but she never thought about it. The target is actually followed by a real king. Grass. Doesn't it mean that Qin Yi has no background and is a low-level resident? The grassroots at the bottom without a background can have the protection of the real king? Lu Yi, what kind of garbage information did you provide? It hurt me. Chapter 76, Flirting. After briefly explaining his experience with the Alien God Society to Wang Lao nodded and said lightly, "When you get out of the customs in more than 10 days, I will also protect you in secret. You don't need to worry, just let go of your hands and feet." The Alien God Society has invested too much energy and resources in Qin Yi, and it will definitely not stop until it sees the results. Especially when the high-level shadow thorns in their organization have also been planted. The next raid on Qin Yi is probably a martial artist above the mountain and sea realm. Even it is also possible to let a true king deign to obliterate Qin Yi. To be honest, Qin Yi was indeed a little worried that the people from the city were not strong enough, causing them to overturn. Now that he has received the master's assurance, his hanging heart suddenly relaxes. It feels good to have resources and connections. Qin Yi gradually understood a little why the children of the family had become gentlemen. Maybe that's what it's like to be fostered. After leaving these words, Wang Lao left quietly, and soon only Qin Yi and Shadowthorn were left in the warehouse. He glanced at the strange appearance of the eyeshadow thorn, didn't think much about it, and planned to hurry up and break through the Grandmaster realm first and take care of the rest. The pressure on the alien god will be a bit too great if the Grandmaster realm is not there. He really lacks the ability to protect himself. Qin Yi doesn't like to rely on others for his net worth in life, and he still has to rely on himself more or less. He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, ready to mobilize his spiritual power, go deep into his mind and broaden his knowledge. However, the shadow thorn lying on the ground inexplicably popped out a sentence. "Don't think about torturing me with soul methods. My soul has been banned by the master, and once it comes into contact with the secrets of the Alien God Society, it will dissipate by itself and will not reveal any information." Want to know the secrets of the organization through me? You're thinking so beautiful. Most of these evil and treacherous organizations will use some means to protect the souls of their members to prevent someone from defecting or leaking secrets, which is common. Because whether it is the official forces or the rest of the families and organizations, they all have one or two methods of soul searching which can forcibly look through the memories in other people's souls and learn everything. But Qin Yi closed his eyes just to broaden his knowledge, and he didn't want to search for souls. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you faithful? Qin Yi opened his eyes, looked down at the shadow thorn and said with a smile, "You alien gods can play quite flowery and all the masters and slaves are here. Should you come to assassinate me, it's the master's mission?" Shadowthorn's face darkened. Although her face was originally inky black, Qin Yi's words made her face even more gloomy. She heard the sarcasm in Qin Yi's words, but there was nothing she could do except admit that she was unlucky. The Shadowthorn didn't speak, but Qin Yi didn't plan to let her go. "This woman interrupted her cultivation, so let's have a good chat, don't want to be silent." He smiled and continued, "Your so-called master, shouldn't he still be a foreign race? You play master games with aliens, TSK man beasts, right? The taste is so strong." Shadowthorn. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have facial features, I'm afraid her teeth would have been crushed by Qin Yi angrily at this time. This man's mouth is really poisonous. Qin Yi leaned down, curiously observing the body of the Shadowthorn, and at the same time gently stroked the pitch-black skin with his hand with a strange expression. "Your black skin is a bit interesting. Is it any special exercise? The cover-up effect is very good. If I didn't happen to bump into my master, I might really be hit by you." Qin Yi kept moving his hands to look, causing all kinds of humiliation in Ying Ting's heart, and his body trembled slightly. Poof! Suddenly Qin Yi stretched out a finger, remembering the sword that destroyed everything in his mind, and gently waved it towards the waist of the Shadowthorn, and suddenly slashed out a sharp sword, breaking through the skin of the Shadowthorn, and a large area of blood burst out. But after a few seconds the wound of the Shadowthorn healed quickly, and the skin that only grew back was no longer pitch black but normal white and tender skin. This small piece of white and tender skin is particularly conspicuous against the background of her black skin. "I see your masking technique is flawless, but if you break a loophole most of it will fail." Qin Yi bowed his head silently, seeing through the secret of the Shadowthorn. And the shadow-stabbing heart was shocked. Although she lost the ability to resist, her physical body was still the physical body of the mountain and sea realm. How could it be easily cut by a high-level martial artist? The sword that Qin Yi simply swung just now even made Shadowthorn feel palpitations. This sword is no ordinary. Qin Yi. It is absolutely impossible to be the poor boy recorded in the intelligence. This person has a monstrous background, and he is under the care of the real king, so he can't tell which one is a unicorn who hides the family's outward experience. Syllable. Qin Yi lost interest in the Shadowthorn for the time being and rekindled the idea of breaking through the Grandmaster in his heart, so he kicked the Shadowthorn into the corner. "Don't lie on the ground and scratch your head. I'm not close to women. It's useless to seduce me." For the enemy who wanted to take his life, Qin Yi couldn't forgive him generously. After the breakthrough is completed, keep it for research for a while, and after losing its value, send it to the Eastern Suburbs Police Station for contribution. A strong man in the mountain and sea realm. How much contribution does he have to exchange? At least $1 million, right? Qin Yi thought about it with a smile and then sat down again, holding his breath and controlling the movement of his mental power. The other side. The Shadowthorn, who rolled into the corner and stopped, felt that she was so angry that her blood was burning, but she could not break the means left by Wang Lao, so she could only endure Qin Yi's humiliation. "Dead virgin man, what do you say is not close to women? I think you can't resist my charm, right?" Shadowthorn suppressed his anger, regained his composure, and wanted to speak out to provoke Qin Yi, but he didn't expect that the other party ignored him and practiced wholeheartedly. Shadowthorn tried his best and raised his head slightly, able to see Qin Yi's current state. Practice? What's the use of practicing now? There is also a true king in the alien god society, and this mission to capture Qin Yi has received the attention of the Lord, and I believe that the president will definitely go on a trip in person. When the time comes, the chairman will contain the true king around Qin Yi, and the rest of the people will come at will, and they will be able to kill Qin Yi. In Shadowthorn's opinion, she may not be able to live, but Qin Yi is certain to die. Unless there is another true king to protect him. Two true kings protect one martial artist? Big joke. The general government of a country in China may have such treatment. Shadowthorn thought secretly, and Lang Buting noticed that Qin Yi's eyebrows lit up with a dark light, and he was stunned in his heart. The eyebrows are shining. This is a symbol of the sea that is about to be opened. She hadn't noticed it just now. Qin Yi, who only had the realm of a middle-level martial artist in terms of intelligence, had actually broken through to a high-level martial artist in just 2 days with a sea of chi and blood, a profound heritage, and it looked like he had even stepped into a high-level martial artist for several years, and the precipitation was very sufficient, and he could break through the realm of the Grandmaster at any time. It's only been a few days? Qin Yi is about to break through the Grandmaster? The Shadow Hedgehog is incomparable. With such talent he must not be allowed to continue his cultivation. If he is spared it will definitely be the alien god society that will be extinct. Chapter 77, Breaking Through the Grandmaster. Divine thoughts begin to appear at this moment. Qin Yi didn't know the mind of the Shadow Thorn. His attention was all immersed in his own body, pulling a trace of chi and blood from his flesh and blood, guiding it all the way upward over his chest and neck and into his brain. The human brain is composed of countless neurons, and the so-called sea of consciousness is opened up here, which is a special space between the real and the unreal which can store the soul and spiritual power. Even though Qin Yi had the solid foundation Peiyuan, and his control of chi and blood surpassed the subtle level and reached the legendary Tongshan level, he still didn't dare to be careless. After all, the brain is the most important organ in the human body, and if there is a slight mistake it will cause cerebral palsy, at least in death on the spot. From the beginning the martial artist has been channeling spiritual energy into the body, circulating the meridians and nourishing the organs, muscles and bones, so every martial artist has a great understanding of his own situation, including the structure of his own brain. The opening up of the sea of knowledge requires the warrior to find the Tian Yuan on his brain and open up the sea of knowledge at Tian Yuan to ensure that there are no problems. Generally speaking, after a martial artist becomes a high-level martial artist, it will take at least half a year to determine the location and scope of Tian Yuan and dare to start breaking through. However, according to records, some geniuses whose souls are different from ordinary people may appear without looking for them, and this kind of genius can easily step into the realm of grandmasters as long as they have enough background and they are blessed. There is no doubt that Qin Yi is this kind of talent. Although his physical body has no martial arts talent, his soul is inexplicably powerful, and even with his brain he also has the qualification of Tian Yuan self-appearance, and not long ago in the corpse of the giant god he even achieved the feat of opening the sea of knowledge in the realm of martial arts. Now he has determined Tian Yuan's location, and Jihai has also opened up a small gap, and the follow-up project is much simpler. He divided the chi and blood transported from below into two, half of which was responsible for broadening the sea of knowledge and the other half was responsible for deepening the sea of knowledge, and the two-pronged approach was extremely efficient. This kind of single-minded and delicate operation, if it is seen by outsiders, it will definitely be shocking. Even with the slightest level of control, no one dares to mess with their brains like this. Qin Yi is also because he has absolute self-confidence, so he will choose this method. He felt that the remaining 10 days were very insufficient, and the immortal slashing sex-killing technique Open Heaven One Sword was too profound, and he might need to comprehend it for a long time before he could initially master it. You must leave more time for Open Heaven and a sword. Although Qin Yi is confident, he is not conceited. He will not mess with his own life. He meticulously manipulates his chi and blood to expand his knowledge of the sea, get rid of distracting thoughts and have a calm mentality. The sea of knowledge expands little by little and time passes by second. Before I knew it, another day and a night had passed. In the warehouse the Shadow stared at Qin Yi intently, seeing that the luster of his eyebrows was becoming more and more dazzling, and there was no dim sign. He knew that the development of Jihai was proceeding steadily and there were no problems. Breaking through from a martial artist to a grandmaster is often a matter of a few hours, and the longer the time drags on, the more it shows that this person's soul qualification is extremely high, and as soon as the sea of knowledge is opened it is greater than that of ordinary grandmasters. Qin Yi spent a whole day and a night without waking up. How big is this sea of knowledge? Is a low-grade grandmaster comparable to a middle-grade grandmaster? Shadowthorn is unimaginable. For those who have just entered the Grandmaster, the total amount of spiritual power is almost around 100 points, which may not seem like much, but it has actually increased tenfold. Because before the Grandmaster, martial artists could not exercise their spiritual power, and the total amount of spiritual power was basically fixed at 10 points. Only by taking some special spiritual fruits it is possible to increase. After stabilizing the realm, after a few years of staying in the lower grade Grandmaster, the spiritual power will increase to about 300 points. Spiritual power is different from chi and blood. The difficulty of refining is exaggerated, and just using spiritual energy to refine spiritual power is slow, and it is also very draining. Only some specific spiritual objects or environments can speed up the refining of people's spiritual power. For example, the Dream Room, set up by martial arts federations in various places, is a place dedicated to martial artists to exercise their mental power with 1,000 contribution points per hour, and the price is so high that ordinary grandmasters are painful to use. After the lower grade Grandmaster, the middle grade Grandmaster has about 500 total spiritual power points and the high grade Grandmaster has 800 to 1000 points. When the total amount of spiritual power exceeds 1000 points, Jihai will be able to gather a small pond and the spiritual power will also be able to transform in the direction of divine thought. As mentioned earlier, divine thought is one of the symbols of the Great Master. Qin Yi's spiritual power attribute displayed on his personal panel before was 150 points, and this 150 actually means 150 points of total spiritual power. He felt that it was very rare. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, a martial artist who had not yet broken through the Grandmaster had a total of 150 spiritual power, which was simply a fantasy. Of course, the total amount of 150 spiritual power is already in the past. When a martial artist breaks through to a Grandmaster, his spiritual power will inevitably increase significantly and even double insanely. Buzz. After another 2 hours, there was a sudden ripple in the supermarket warehouse, setting off an invisible storm, and the sundries on the shelves kept shaking. And at the center of the storm, Qin Yi sat indifferently, and the luster of his eyebrows became more and more brilliant. In the corner, the shadow pierced his eyes, his ears rang nonstop, and his brain was also affected, slightly drowsy. She was a strong person in the mountain and sea realm, and she was actually shocked by the little guy who had just entered the Grandmaster. This illustrates Qin Yi's spiritual power has been condensed and solidified, and he has formed a divine thought. Beginner Grandmaster, 1000 points of total spiritual power? Are you kidding? Shadowthorn looked away and looked at the still shaking goods on the shelves, reconfirming this. Under normal circumstances, spiritual power cannot affect external entities unless you concentrate your mind and urge your spiritual power to put it on an object. But Qin Yi was still in retreat, and the spiritual power released simply passively set off a spiritual storm, making the real thing tremble. Divine thoughts, definitely divine thoughts. There are only divine thoughts, and there are shadow thorns that may affect the realm of mountains and seas. Qin Yi broke through from a martial artist to a Grandmaster, and he directly possessed 1000 points of spiritual power. What level of people are the alien gods and I plotting? Shadowthorn muttered to himself, but then his eyes slowly lit up again. He can show such terrifying potential, which shows that the inheritance of the Jintian king is in his hands. Breakthrough, no matter how evil you are, you don't have enough time to practice and you will still die at the hands of the president. Even if I am planted here, the president, who is cautious by nature, will inevitably be alarmed and send the strongest force to kill you. Syllable. Just as Shadowthorn was muttering to himself, Qin Yi had already completed the Grandmaster's breakthrough, exhaled a long breath of turbidity, and came to Shadowthorn at some point, heard her words, and kicked her again. You're like this, why do you still talk so much nonsense? Aren't the people of the Alien God Society not very good at their brains, saying in front of me that they will assassinate me with all their might? Am I really stupid? I can't hide in the secret realm? I can't leave Yuhang overnight? I'm not a tendon, I really can't stop your people. I'll hide, and when I'm invincible I will come out and kill you one by one. Qin Yi showed a smile like a spring breeze. Shadowthorn looked at his face, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. She also seems to be despised in terms of intelligence. Chapter 78, Chief of Yuhang. Early in the morning, Yuhang City, the ruling building. Xiao Yang drove to the front of the building on time, responded to the greetings of his subordinates, smiled, walked into the elevator, and arrived at the top floor of the ruling building. There are only 2 rooms on the top floor of the governing house, which are the office of the chief consul and the most important storage room for the original archives in Yuhang. Xiao Yang can arrive here unimpeded, and his identity is self-evident. As for why the office of the chief governor is at the top, this is actually a tradition throughout China. Because whenever a building is in crisis, the people on the top floor are often the most dangerous and the last to flee. Since he is sitting in the position of the chief of a city, he naturally has the consciousness to take all risks. Xiao Yang stepped into the empty office, and as soon as he took off his coat and sat on the chair, he saw a sealed document displayed in the center of the desk. Being able to deliver documents to this place is either an extremely important event or the identity of the person who delivered the letter is very unusual and the background is all over the world. Xiao Yang was not surprised by this. He opened the file bag casually, his eyes swept over the dense content, and he first glanced at who the person who presented it was. Well, Eastern Suburbs Police Station, Shaoxi? Isn't that my daughter? Xuan was a little curious about the content of the document. Although his daughter was born in a family, she has always handled cases impartially, never favoritism, and has no precedent of seeking help from the family. The Xiao family is entrenched in the central and southern provinces and has no power in the Jiangnan province, and it is precisely because of this that their father and daughter will be sent here to take up positions. The human alliance has always had an unspoken rule, that is, the official cannot refuse the children of the family to participate in politics, but the children of the family can never stay in their own sphere of influence to take up posts. The Xiao family has been operating in Central South Province for generations, and if their father and daughter want to join the government, they must leave Central South China, so they have to go south to Yuhang. Xiao Yang's expression became a little serious. He read his daughter's documents word by word, and his face was inexplicably a little strange. According to what was said in the letter, she hoped that the official would send at least 2 great grandmasters, or even the existence of a grandmaster or above, to protect a young man who was only in the realm of martial artists. This young man has been targeted by the Zenigod Society because of his great opportunity and has escaped from its hands twice in a row, and she guesses that the next time there may be a member of the Zenigod Society with a very high realm, so she wrote a document to ask the official to cooperate with her fishing and weaken the strength of the Zenigod Society. Xiaoyang, the organization of the Alien God Society, knows that it has been rooted in Jiangnan province for almost 10 years, and its sphere of influence is intricate, from usury on the street to colluding with foreign races to rebel, and he is proficient in everything and does all kinds of evil. The authorities have been suppressing it all these years, but unfortunately they have never been able to find the location of the headquarters of the Xenomorph Society. The details that the alien gods will reveal, they will be useless even if they erase them. As long as the roots are still there, there will still be a steady stream of minutiae growing in a few months. But although the young man named Qin Yi in the document looks good, he is likely to be a Tianjiao, but after all his strength is weak. Can he really attract the high level of the Alien God Society? Could it be that he sent 2 great grandmasters, but as a result a small grandmaster came on the opposite side and was ready to assassinate Qin Yi? Xiaoyang hesitated. It was his responsibility to protect the citizens who might be killed, and he would not shirk. But if a knife is used to kill chickens, he is also responsible. Especially the few great masters in Yuhang City, they may be unhappy with him because they have gone for nothing. Troublesome. Xiaoyang also didn't like to abuse his power to help his daughter. He put down the first document and wanted to think about it for a while, but at a glance he happened to see the cover of the second document. Qin Yi's information. With a raised brow, Xiaoyang opened the information. The first document only briefly summarized Xiaoxi's problems, while this second document listed Qin Yi's life in detail, and even what Qin Yi had done in recent months and where he had gone was clearly written. Xiaoyang glanced at it simply, and in an instant he couldn't take his eyes off. Innocent, born at the bottom with no background, but can jump from a martial arts waste to a middle-level martial artist within a month? This is definitely a martial artist of the highest level. It's worth cultivating. One of the core of the establishment of the human alliance is to protect their own geniuses who have not yet fully matured, help them accelerate their growth and stimulate their potential. If a human race Tianjia comes out and shoots someone of another race to death at once, the human race will be finished sooner or later. After watching Qin Yi's shocking performance in the past month, Xiaoyang thought about it and decided to send the 3 great grandmasters to take a trip. Who calls people have the qualifications and potential? For geniuses, the official is always tolerant and doting. He tapped his index finger lightly on the table, making a thumping sound, and his mind was thinking about which grandmaster to send out. TSK, why don't you just let all the great grandmasters who are available come to me and let them decide for themselves? Xiaoyang felt that he might offend others by assigning people out, so it was better to let them choose by themselves. If no one wanted to go at that time, it would not be too late to appoint again. He picked up the landline on the table and said to the Secretary General of the Liaison Office, "Let all the great grandmasters who have been available in the past month come to me. There is something important to." Halfway through his words, Xiaoyang frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Slow down, slow down. This Qin Yi has been in the last month. Where have they gone? He put down the phone, picked up the information again and looked at it intently. The 4 words of Dongjiao supermarket appeared in his eyes many times, making him swallow his saliva unconsciously. Isn't that big guy practicing in the supermarket in the eastern suburbs? This Qin Yi has been in and out of the eastern suburbs supermarket many times and even just came back from the secret realm. He went to that trip and he has not come out so far. Everyone can see that Qin Yi has something to do with that existence, right? The existence of Wang Lao is not a secret to the top people in Yuhang and Jiangnan province, and the patriarchs of these big families are also worried that the clan will not be long-sighted and provoke which hidden master, so there are often people who spend a lot of effort to collect the information of the hidden masters in various places and sell it to the family. Even if he is the most unenlightened child of the family, he can memorize the list of these hidden masters. Among these hermits, Wang Lao is undoubtedly the highest grade, and no one has yet found out his specific strength, only that he is suspected to be related to the only Tianzuan of the human race. It's bigger than the sky. Hello? Feed? Are you still there? A suspicious inquiry came from the other end of the phone, waking Xiaoyang up from his contemplation. He grabbed the phone and hurriedly changed his words. The great grandmaster will look for the 6 strongest, and the rest don't need to be found. Go directly to Yanyu Ho and Chang'an Ho. Speaking of this, he still felt a little insufficient and added, try to contact the king of Jiangnan, and if he is free, let him come too. Operator? The operator on the other end of the line was a little confused. Gathering so many strong people at once, is it going to fight a race war? Chapter 79. True King Realm. Qin Yi, who was staying in the eastern suburbs with peace of mind, didn't know what a big wave he had set off in the urban area. He had just broken through to the Grandmaster, and he was still admiring his personal panel. Name, Qin Yi, life level, race Stellar Terran, 15%, strength, 315, constitution, 600, dexterity, 240, spirit, 1000, talent, cellular adaptive evolution, skill. Weakened boneless faces, not red, and heart does not beat, aura affinity LV19, immortal golden body LV1, pain tolerance LV5, poison resistance LV5, iron stomach LV4, my heart is like iron LV2, heart bright eyes LV1. Combat power evaluation, invincible at the same level and can also be defeated across levels. Poison resistance, high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance, illusion resistance, strong defense and fast recovery. Today's Qin Yi can be called invincible in all directions, and he can't think of anything to be afraid of for the time being. However, the same level is not afraid, but he is afraid that some old guys of extremely high rank will pop out and kill him. Now it seems that in addition to spiritual power, 200 points of attribute is about the level of a low-grade grandmaster, and 500 points of attribute is the level of an ordinary great grandmaster. His strength was far stronger than that of an average low-grade grandmaster, and his agility was only slightly surpassed. As for physique and mental strength, it's already at the level of a great grandmaster. I don't know how far his various attributes will go when the spirit class begins to integrate into the meridians and bless the bones in the future. Not to mention the future, his attributes are actually increasing at the moment thanks to the level 19 aura affinity and the fully automatic cultivation of the star breathing method. Every once in a while one of his attributes will increase a little. For example, the strength attribute, which was still 315 just now, has now become 316. In terms of the total amount of Qi and blood, the current total amount of Qi and blood is 2,500 calories, and on average, even if he doesn't do anything a day, he can condense 1,500 calories of Qi and blood. The total amount of Qi and blood required for a top-grade grandmaster is 20,000 calories, which means that in the next 10 days, even if Qin Yi sleeps every day, when he opens his eyes he will find that he is about to reach the peak of a top-grade grandmaster. It's amazingly fast. Of course, the grandmaster's breakthrough also needs to broaden the sea of consciousness to a certain point so that the spirit and flesh can reach a balance, otherwise just cultivating the Qi and blood of the physical body may lead to the gradual weakening of the soul's control over the body, and there will be problems. However, this could not be a bottleneck to prevent Qin Yi from becoming stronger, because as early as when he broke through to the Grandmaster he had widened the knowing sea to a size of 58 meters, far exceeding the 50 meters required by a top-grade Grandmaster. The unit meter used here is actually the name of the illusory spiritual space, not that Qin Yi has opened a pit more than 50 meters in his head. His brain wasn't that big. How many cubic meters is the total volume of the sea? Then how many meters can be released by the divine mind? Qin Yi's current divine thought's limit release distance is 58 meters. It's a pity that after the realm is promoted to the Great Grandmaster the benefits brought by automatic cultivation will not be so much, and the Qi and blood cultivation will reach the limit. If there is no enlightenment avenue you will not be able to break through further. Qin Yi estimated that if he raised the aura affinity to level 30, this talent's supernatural power could also have an enhanced effect on his comprehension. However, the difficulty of improving the aura affinity is too high, and he has already eaten all the 5th order spirit fruits, and it is almost impossible to find the 6th order next. You'll have to try something else, such as fight with high-level martial artists, the kind that fights life and death. He still remembered that he had a fight with Lu Yi of the Alien God Society a month ago, and his aura affinity also improved at that time. Other than that, Qin Yi had just tried to comprehend open heaven and one sword for another 3 hours, but he gained very little, and he guessed that it was impossible to completely master open heaven and one sword with simple perception, and it should be tempered in battle. The reasons were stacked on top of each other, and he couldn't help but look back at the silent shadow thorn in the corner. It just so happens that there is a tool man here who can be used as a whetstone. The shadow thorn, who thought about it on the wall, suddenly noticed a strange feeling behind him. She squirmed and tried to turn around just in time to see Qin Yi's eyes staring at her. Looking at each other, an ominous premonition grew in her heart. Half an hour later. Dongjiao's supermarket front desk. Wang Lao's face was strange. He glanced at Qin Yi and the shadow thorn lying in the hidden corner and confirmed again, "You wanna lift the ban for her, teacher, and then find a place spacious enough for you to fight with her?" Qin Yi nodded. "All the prohibitions are lifted and it doesn't lower her realm?" Qin Yi nodded again. "She is in the realm of mountains and sees you have just stepped into the lower grade grandmaster. You are 2 big realms apart." Elder Wang's tone was a little heavier. "In a hurry, I may not be able to save you." However, Qin Yi was still nodding. "I know, master, it's okay, I just want to try. If I die, my life will not be good." If the strength of the shadow thorn was lowered to the great grandmaster, then she would be no threat to Qin Yi. Only the shadow thorn in its heyday can put Qin Yi in danger and trigger adaptive evolution. Because the shadow thorn is an enemy, she will definitely not spare her hand when she fights Qin Yi. And Qin Yi's master Wang Su has a high probability of keeping his hands, and it is difficult to have the effect of tempering. Seeing that his apprentice had made up his mind, Wang Lao understood his desire to become stronger quickly and said with emotion, "It's not bad to be young and frivolous. Sometimes martial arts breakthroughs, the difference is just such a breath of lifeless energy." Woo! Wang Lao's heart moved, and this time the world was like turning the pages of a book, and the scenery suddenly changed from the original ordinary supermarket to the grassland with high ground and green grass. As far as the eye can see, even as far as the horizon borders, only large areas of grass can be seen. Change the world. Here Qin Yi felt a tranquil and transcendent aura fluctuating like an immortal. And his master Wang Su sat cross-legged on top of the 9 heavens, looked down and said lightly, "In 3 minutes I will unlock the prohibition in her body. Life or death is up to you." The soft breeze blew in his face, and Qin Yi squinted his eyes and looked a few hundred meters away. There a small patch of grass had sunk in, and in it lay like an immobile shadow thorn. This place is the realm of mountains and seas in the body of the true king, combined with the true meaning of the true king's enlightenment, and has become a small world also known as the realm of the true king, and is a symbol of ascending to the realm of the king. Since the martial artist stepped into the realm of mountains and seas, he gave birth to a realm of mountains and seas in his body, but this realm was not complete, lacked avenues, and could not accommodate living beings. Stepping into this world, Qin Yi only then understood why the master grabbed the shadow thorn and didn't make the slightest movement. "I'm afraid that the master has pulled the shadow thorn into this realm, and this has suppressed her silently. Only those who are both true kings can resist the devouring of each other's small worlds. Otherwise it can only be pulled in. In the realm, the true king is the absolute ruler of the small world, turning the clouds and rain and controlling everything. Wang Lao can actually save Qin Yi no matter how critical the situation is. But he deliberately didn't tell Qin Yi so that this life and death tempering could have a real effect and not let Qin Yi's state of mind be affected." He stared at Qin Yi with a hint of anticipation. A martial artist who can cross a small realm to kill enemies is called a genius, and a martial artist who can cross 2 small realms is a super genius. Those who cross a great realm to kill the enemy should be called peerless Tianjiu, and almost 1 in tens of millions of people can appear and across the 2 realms to kill the enemy. That's the legendary fairy seed. The probability of the appearance of immortal seeds cannot be measured by number of people but year. According to statistics, a race with a total population of more than 100 billion has continued to develop for 1,000 years, and there may be an immortal seed. Will you be the one born before the Great Rebellion? Wang Lao muttered to himself. Chapter 80, Shadowthorn's Fear on the Grass in the Distance. Shadowthorn lay quietly on the ground, feeling the prohibition in his body slowly dissipate, surprised and delighted. She didn't expect Qin Yi to be so bold, obviously caught herself and thought about letting herself out to fight fairly. I don't know if the ignorant are innocent or arrogant. Is it really true that the strong man in the mountain and sea realm is made of paper? Gradually the Shadowthorn regained control of her body. She stood up and the small piece of defect that had been broken by Qin Yi on her waist was instantly healed and the whole person returned to pitch black, completely integrated, and her breath was hidden. Obviously she was standing opposite Qin Yi, but it was extremely difficult for Qin Yi to capture her figure and breath. After a few more minutes, wisps of aura gathered from outside the sky and were sucked into her body by the Shadowthorn. Her chi and blood were full again and every move contained charm and captured people's hearts. Kiss. The sound of bubbles bursting, vibrating, and the shadow piercing that had recovered its strength appeared in front of Qin Yi in the blink of an eye, but he didn't make any attack and his smooth dark face turned back to his original state in an instant, revealing fair and tender skin, and a bewitching gooseegg face appeared in front of Qin Yi's eyes. Zhuji is slightly raised and under the willow eyebrows is a pair of eye-catching phoenix eyes, and the eyes are flooded with autumn water and the affection seems to overflow the eye sockets. Pure charming. These two diametrically opposed words appeared on a face at this moment. This face can already be called a disaster for the country and the people. As long as it is a man, the first second he sees it he will be unconsciously attracted and lose his mind. And the Shadowthorn also released a special divine thought, by the way, which blasted into Qin Yi's eyebrows and went straight to the soul. Fifth order illusions, charming bones. This method is enough to charm the strong people who are also in the realm of mountains and seas, even if they are of the same sex. Once the soul is enveloped by the charming bone Tiancheng, even if it is in the realm, it is impossible for Wang Lao to save Qin Yi. This charm technique is equivalent to placing goo in a person's soul. Once it is successful, the goo and the soul will blend with each other, and no matter how different they are from each other, the impact on Qin Yi will last forever and no one can cure it. Shadowthorn had already thought that Elder Wang would make a move at a critical time, and if he wanted to kill Qin Yi he had to take a risk, and he would use a killing move when he came up. Above the nine heavens, Elder Wang's face changed greatly for the first time. He saw the intention of the shadow stab and he didn't think that he suppressed this woman too quickly before, and he didn't know what means this woman had, but it led to trouble. Thundered. He froze and stretched out his right hand trying to grab the shadow thorn. However, at this moment Qin Yi suddenly chuckled lightly and coldly threw a punch into the head of the shadow stab. Phew, the punch was out of order with a sense of madness as fast as lightning, and it sparked a sonic boom in the blink of an eye, and it was about to land on the temple of the shadow thorn. The shadow thorn's face was different and his figure flashed, dodging the punch in a millisecond, and reappeared in an area dozens of meters away. There was a bloody mark on her forehead which was injured by Qin Yi's fist wind. With his fist alone, Qin Yi broke through the defenses of the powerhouses of the mountain and sea realm. But what shocked the shadow even more was that Qin Yi ignored her charm. She didn't realize until now that Qin Yi deliberately made herself bewitched. The purpose was to close the distance, take advantage of her unpreparedness, and make a ruthless move. If it weren't for her special body skills, this punch would have hurt her enough. What's so strange about your soul? It's just that you can directly have divine thoughts after breaking through the Grandmaster, and you can also be immune to fifth order charms? Shadowthorn's face was submerged in darkness and it turned back to a flat and pitch black appearance, and even its facial features were smooth. Just kidding. With the blessings of a level 2 heart like iron and a level 1 heart with bright eyes, the remnant soul of the deceased giant god can't bewitch him, let alone the charm of a fifth order mountain and sea realm. He can't even let his 2-spirit resistance passively continue to evolve. It's too wasteful. Qin Yi didn't answer her words. His feet stepped lightly, 2 brilliant streamers flashed, and he rushed out dozens of meters away in an instant, and his hand was the 7 wounds crazy fist. Streamers step into the air. This newly learned body technique can be tempered at this moment. Qin Yi was menacing, and the shadow thorns of the 2 great realms that were higher than the other party were actually instigated, and he didn't face the battle head on. His figure darkened and he disappeared again. The air of the 7 wounds crazy fist word, and in the next moment Qin Yi felt a chill in his back and suddenly wanted to turn around, but unfortunately he was a step too late. Poof! I saw that the shadow thorn appeared behind Qin Yi. His left hand was like a sword and he stabbed Qin Yi's heart with all his might and opened a bloody hole in Qin Yi's back on the spot, and a large amount of blood and flesh were sprinkled down, staining the green grass. Fortunately Qin Yi reacted quickly enough and didn't give Shadowthorn a chance to stir, so he immediately took a step back, drew his sword and fought with Shadowthorn with his injuries. This time both of them were a little shocked. Qin Yi was shocked by the strange body technique of the Shadow Thorn, while the Shadow Thorn was shocked by Qin Yi's physical strength. The sword she had just pierced into Qin Yi's body could definitely kill a top-grade grandmaster in an instant, but in Qin Yi's place she felt a sense of blockage. Qin Yi's physical body forcibly blocked this sword, not letting her touch the critical heart. I am a mountain and sea realm, and those who pull down their faces to play in will not die a grandmaster. Shadowthorn felt that her face had been lost, and as soon as she gritted her teeth she no longer dodged and directly fought Qin Yi head-on. Suddenly, blood was splashed everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Qin Yi was pressed and beaten by the shadow stab with his extremely fast speed and the cultivation of the mountain and sea realm, and there was almost no room to fight back, and the scars on his body were frantically revealed and Sinran's white bones were clearly visible exposed through the wounds. When the injury was so serious, Qin Yi seemed to be crazy, a pair of iron fists hunting, and the killing aura was fierce and horizontal, as if he was fighting with injuries for injuries without the slightest concern for his own life, and desperately wanted to bombard the life gate of the shadow stab. This kind of play is something Shadowthorn has never seen before. She has never seen such a desperate person, and she has never seen such a crazy fist. This son's boxing method has implied Taoism and is quite good. This kind of killing technique that touches the level of Tao intent has a chance to take the life of a martial artist in the mountain and sea realm. That is to say, Qin Yi is qualified and has the ability to kill the Shadow Thorn. Qin Yi is like a tireless machine, stabbing the shadow for more than 10 minutes with more than 100 injuries of all sizes, and there is no good meat on his body. He can persist without the slightest tiredness. Not only that, Shadowthorn carefully observed that almost all the old injuries on Qin Yi's body had healed and the current ones were all new injuries. You must know that each blow of the Shadowthorn specifically left a wisp of great avenue power, hindering Qin Yi's physical recovery and continuously destroying his meridians and organs. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yi not only could not recover from his injuries but should also get more and more serious until he collapsed from exhaustion. The Grandmaster realm can heal the power of the Great Tao and recover from injuries. What kind of monster are you? Previously, Shadowthorn was only shocked by Qin Yi's various performances, but now a faint fear was born in her heart. Will this kind of demon really die under the encirclement and suppression of the alien god society? Is there really no